Child, child. A faint voice calling woke Shen Guodong from his wheelchair. The night was gloomy and silent everywhere. Before him floated a monstrous head with bloodshot eyes, swaying in midair. Two beams of crimson light shone eerily in the deep silence of the night. Yet Shen Guodong was used to it. He wasn't afraid at all. What's wrong? He asked casually. You pooped again. Get up and call your parents to clean it up. It's so smelly I can barely open my eyes. The floating monster head rasped out. Quick, the lights came on. Shen Guodong threw off the blanket on him and looked down. Pain immediately flashed across his face. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, lowering his head in shame. Yes, he was disabled. Since the age of 3, he had been confined to a wheelchair. There was nothing he could do. His body had been attacked by a virus called poliomyelitis. This virus had another infamous name, infantile paralysis. Once infected, there was a high risk of widespread paralysis. Unfortunately, Shen Guodong was among the most severe cases. Since he was 3 years old, for more than 30 years now, he had lived entirely in a wheelchair. All these years, his parents had traveled far and wide in search of renowned doctors to treat him. They had not only spent every last penny they had, but also accumulated mountains of debt. At the same time, both elders aged visibly before everyone's eyes already in their 50s. Their hair turned completely white, their faces lined with wrinkles. Shen Guodong himself became increasingly introverted. He had no friends, nor dared to make any. As for a wife, that was something he couldn't even dream about. Every day was spent in this damp, dark room, frequently suffering from incontinence that required his parents to clean up after him. Each time this happened, Shen Guodong felt unbearable pain, wishing he were dead. Only death would free his parents from worry. But his parents absolutely forbade suicide, threatening that if he died, they wouldn't live either. Because of this, every day was an agony for Shen Guodong. Sigh. A heavy sigh made Shen Guodong lift his head toward the floating mask. Though it seemed like a monster, in truth, it was just a new mask. One of those colorful masks worn during traditional operas or rituals. His parents brought the mask back once when they traveled somewhere. Seeing how much their son liked it, they gave it to him. Unexpectedly, this small mask had some strange abilities. It could actually speak. Seeing Shen Guodong's pained expression, the mask's eyes flickered with a human-like compassion. Suddenly, it spoke. Child, do you want to try a new way to live? Sitting in his wheelchair, crushed under pain, Shen Guodong suddenly raised his head. What kind of life? How about giving you a healthy body and then a beautiful wife? Shen Guodong froze. The despair in his eyes lit up with a spark of hope. He stared excitedly at the mask in midair. You're not lying to me? I'm not lying, but not in this era. The mysterious mask hovered in midair, glowing with eerie light. Shen blinked, puzzled. Well, what does that mean? The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed too much. So tell me, will you accept or not? The mysterious mask urged. Seated in his chair, Shen Guodong lowered his head. Moments later, he lifted it again, determination gleaming in his eyes. I agree, because he truly didn't want to burden his parents anymore. If there is another life, he would repay them as ox or horse. Good. Seeing Shen Guodong agree, the mysterious mask suddenly transformed into a beam of light and attached itself to his face. The moment the mask touched his skin, Shen heard a strange chime. Ding. Detected tragic fate of subject. Bestow blessing. Soul transmigration. Era, the 1980s. Bonus gifts, a healthy body, a beautiful wife. Shen Guodong's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Whoa, Shen Guodong, you're a coward, the weakest man in the world. I really must have been blind in this life to fall for such a useless piece of trash like you. Dazed, Shen Guodong was woken by sobbing sounds. He opened his eyes, confused and scanning the surroundings. He found himself in a nearly empty room, with a portrait of a great leader hanging on the wall. The furniture was peeling, the windows covered in paper, everything feeling ancient-like something from the 70s or 80s. What place is this? Am I alive or dead? Shen sat up, his mind still filled with memories of his conversation with the mysterious mask and the strange chime he heard before his consciousness faded. Words like soul, transmigration, 1980s, healthy body, beautiful wife echoed in his thoughts. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he quickly looked down at his lower body, touching himself repeatedly. After a while, his mouth curved wider and wider until he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, I really did get reborn. That mysterious mask didn't lie. Just ahead was a mirror. Shen immediately jumped off the bed and ran to it. In the mirror, He saw himself about 1.8 meters tall, wearing ragged clothes, messy hair like a bird's nest, but actually quite handsome. Most importantly, was healthy. Right, there was one very important thing I forgot to check. He reached down his pants, shaking with excitement. How many years had passed since he last felt this part of himself clearly? His heart raced. However, just as he was about to take off his pants, sobs broke out again outside. "You bastard have the nerve to laugh. I gave up everything for you, me parents, my siblings, even the chance to return to the city. I married you anyway. And what did I get in return? Your endless beatings." Shen stopped and, puzzled, slowly stepped outside. His eyes immediately fell on a disheveled woman sitting on the floor. She was barely dressed, revealing large patches of smooth skin. Her radiant complexion made this lifelong virgin man blush furiously, unable to look directly. Could this be the wife promised by the mysterious mask? Shen recalled the messages before his soul transmigration. The woman, hearing footsteps, slowly lifted her head, revealing a delicate face. But on that pretty face were tears and bruises ruining its beauty. Buzz. Almost instantly upon seeing her face, a flood of new memories erupted in Shen Guodong's mind. The woman's name was An Lan, his wife. It was June 1982, the early days of China's reform and opening up. He was from Beituan Village, Taiyang County. 23 years old, graduated from high school, failed to enter university. They had married 5 years ago. With help from his parents, they once had a decent household. But a sudden accident changed everything. About 2 years ago, his parents, who had already left work at a liquor factory, rushed back inside to fight a fire, and both perished. This should have been a heroic tale widely told. Instead, the factory owner, Wang Dequan, shifted blame onto the deceased couple, ruining the Shen family's reputation. After their deaths, Shen Guodong revealed his cowardice and timidity, failing to stand up against Wang Dequan. He even appeared weaker than his sisters and utterly beneath his wife An Lan. This drew ridicule from many, and conflicts began to pile up. Shen Guodong was timid and submissive outside, yet violent at home. Once drunk, he often beat and verbally abused An Lan relentlessly. And just an hour ago, drunk again, he brutally assaulted An Lan once more. So my soul has been reborn into such a useless body. Sorting through the memories flooding his mind, Shen Guodong's face twisted between emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or something else entirely. "Shen Guodong." An Lan turned her gaze toward him, offering a bitter, resolute smile. "You woke up just in time. I can't show my face to my parents, siblings, or my friends ever again. My biggest mistake in this life was meeting you. I deeply regret it. If there's another life, I will never meet you again." With that, she suddenly grabbed a bottle beside her, unscrewed it in seconds, and poured the contents into her mouth. Shen Guodong recognized the label on the bottle, DDVP pesticide, and his face turned pale. "Stop." He rushed forward at full speed, slapping the bottle out of her hand. Immediately, the strong chemical stench spread across the floor. But Shen Guodong didn't even glance at it because An Lan had already swallowed a lot. Furious, he realized, was he going to lose his wife right after being reborn? Absolutely not. Not even the king of heaven himself could change his mind now. Driven by the urgency to wrestle with death itself, Shen Guodong unhesitatingly pried open An Lan's mouth, shoved his fingers down her throat, and started inducing vomiting. Because that was the most effective first aid method. Vomiting would significantly reduce the toxicity of the poison. Struggling fiercely, An Lan bit down hard on Shen's fingers. Pain shot through his face muscles, but he gritted his teeth and endured it no matter what. He had to save her. Volume 1, Chapter 2. How did this person change? Finally, An Lan could no longer contain herself and began to vomit profusely, the stench overwhelming. Shen Guodong sighed in relief for a moment, then without hesitation, he scooped up the woman's body and rushed out the door. "Help? Is anyone there? Help?" Shen Guodong's voice startled the neighbors, who hurriedly emerged to ascertain the situation. What happened? A young man with dark skin approached, and Shen Guodong recognized him as Zhang Dachuan, one of his few close friends. Dachuan quickly fetched the tractor from the team. "My wife has taken poison." The urgency of the situation left no room for delay, and Shen Guodong shouted decisively. Upon hearing that An Lan had ingested poison, the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. They began to point and curse at Shen Guodong. Zhang Dachuan, equally alarmed, dashed toward the team center without a moment's hesitation. "Shen Guodong, let me go. I don't need your help." While awaiting the tractor, An Lan struggled violently in his arms, clawing and biting at him. In the chaos, her nails inadvertently tore into Shen Guodong's neck, blood dripping and staining his clothing. Yet, He held her even tighter, refusing to let go. Before long, the team's tractor appeared, sputtering and billowing smoke. Shen Guodong swiftly lifted An Lan and climbed aboard. The distance from Beituan village to the county seat was a mere 5 kilometers. Upon reaching Taiyan People's Hospital, before the vehicle had even come to a halt, Shen Guodong leapt from the tractor, cradling his wife in his arms. Zhang Dachuan, taken aback, shouted after him, "Guodong, slow down." But Shen Guodong appeared oblivious, tightly clutching An Lan as he rushed into the hospital. "Doctor, doctor, please help us." Shen Guodong's voice echoed, capturing the attention of numerous doctors, nurses, and patients, all drawn to the commotion. "What is wrong with the patient?" A doctor hurried over, inquiring. "My wife has taken poison. Hurry, perform a gastric lavage," Shen Guodong implored. Upon hearing the word poison, the faces of everyone present changed. Many regarded Shen Guodong with disdain, particularly after noticing the scratches on his neck. It was evident that this was a domestic dispute gone awry. A man forcing his own wife to ingest pesticide was hardly commendable. Even some doctors and nurses cast unfriendly glances in his direction. Nonetheless, adhering to their responsibilities, they swiftly instructed, "Hand the patient over to us. You need to go settle the fees." Obediently, Shen Guodong relinquished his wife to the doctors. Throughout this ordeal, An Lan remained conscious, her expression cold and detached as she observed the unfolding events. After confirming the location of the payment window, Shen Guodong turned to his companion, Zhang Dachuan, and said, "Dachuan, stay here while I go to pay." Zhang Dachuan nodded, but just as Shen Guodong was about to turn away, he suddenly asked, "Dongzi, do you have any money on you?" Shen Guodong was taken aback, quickly checking all his pockets. Ultimately, he could only produce a few loose coins and a grain coupon. In an instant, his expression darkened. It struck him that this household had long been ravaged, leaving it in disarray. Not only was he short of cash on his person, but there was hardly any money left at home, compounded by a mountain of debts. How infuriating! This wretched situation was truly unbearable. Shen Guodong muttered a curse under his breath. Zhang Dachuan, observing all of this, sighed and said, "Dongzi, I knew you wouldn't have any money. Fortunately, I anticipated this possibility before we set out and made a quick trip home." He then produced a 10 yuan note. "Here, this should suffice for the payment." The stack of money consisted primarily of 1 yuan notes and many 10-cent coins. Shen Guodong was momentarily taken aback, but warmth surged within him, recalling his memories. He remembered that Zhang Dachuan's family was even less fortunate than his own. With both parents deceased and elderly grandparents requiring care, this money was likely all he had saved. Such selflessness in a friend was truly commendable. Shen Guodong accepted the money with gratitude, saying, "Dachuan, thank you. Don't mention it. Our friendship transcends such formalities. I only hope you can turn over a new leaf." Zhang Dachuan's dark complexion radiated sincerity. "I will." Shen Guodong nodded emphatically. After completing the payment, they hurried to the ward, where the doctors were preparing to perform gastric lavage on An Lan. Shen Guodong did not withhold any details, promptly informing the doctors about his actions of inducing vomiting and administering water. The doctors expressed surprise and commended him, saying, "You did the right thing. This method is indeed very effective. However, for safety's sake, a gastric lavage is still necessary." Shen Guodong nodded. The lavage was undoubtedly essential, otherwise, why would he have rushed to the hospital? Approximately 40 to 50 minutes later, an anxious Shen Guodong and Zhang Dachuan watched as doctors gradually exited the ward, indicating the completion of the gastric lavage. The patient was now quite weak and would require 3 to 5 hours to recover. Moreover, hospitalization for observation was necessary. During this time, family members must provide diligent care, especially with regard to diet. No stimulating foods could be consumed. Shen Guodong expressed his utmost gratitude. Once the doctors departed, he entered the ward and beheld his wife, An Lan, pale and fragile upon the bed. Although her awareness was clear, upon noticing his entrance, she coldly turned her head away. Shen Guodong found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, his limbs seemingly devoid of a place to rest. Although he had absorbed all memories, in his previous life, he was indeed a veritable old bachelor. Not only had he never had a wife, but he had also scarcely encountered women. Suddenly acquiring a spouse while being burdened with the numerous distasteful deeds of his former self left him utterly confounded. After a prolonged silence, Shen Guodong finally stammered, his face aflame, "I'm sorry." An Lan was taken aback, her mind racing with disbelief. When had this man ever taken the initiative to apologize? After over 5 years of marriage, this was likely his first genuine expression of remorse. A sardonic smile played on her lips as she mused. It appears my recent act of consuming poison has truly rattled him. Deep down, she knew this moment of fright would be fleeting, and soon, his true nature would resurface, subjecting her to relentless abuse once more. Yet, it mattered not. Her heart had long since withered. If life could not be extinguished, then once she regained her health, she would depart. The silence following his apology only heightened Shen Guodong's embarrassment, his face burning as he grappled for a response. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Hey, Shiron, Xiaohua, what brings you here?" Before Shen Guodong could process the situation, two figures rushed into the room, one large and one small, their expressions fraught with urgency. Shiron, Xiaohua. Shen Guodong instinctively shouted their names, as if they were etched into his very being. They were indeed his sisters, Shen Shirong, the elder at 20, who remained unmarried, and Shen Xiaohua, the younger at 16, currently in her first year of high school. "You scoundrel, Shen Guodong. You are utterly unworthy of being called a person." Before he could utter another word, he was met with a torrent of furious accusations. Shen Shirong pointed a finger at him, her voice rising in indignation. "You forced such a wonderful sister-in-law to resort to drinking poison. You wretched creature, do you honor our parents? Do you honor the ancestors of the Shen family? Why don't you just die?" With a heart-wrenching sob, Shen Shirong dashed to the bedside, embracing An Lan and weeping softly, "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. It is our Shen family that has wronged you." An Lan weakly lifted her arm to gently stroke Shen Shirong's head. "This is not your fault." Shen Xiaohua shot her brother a fierce glare before rushing to An Lan's bedside, tears brimming in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, I just returned from school and encountered the sister of Wang Dequan on the way home. We hurried back together, only to hear the villagers discussing our family's affairs. They said you had taken poison, and it terrified us. We rushed to the county hospital to see you. Thank goodness you were safe. Otherwise, we would have been utterly devastated." On the hospital bed, An Lan weakly managed to smile, saying, "I'm fine. A few days of rest will suffice. But you, Xiaorong, why have you sought out Wang Dequan again? You are no match for that old scoundrel. He is nothing but a rogue. And his son, Wang Weijun, is equally despicable. He has bullied you, has he?" As she inquired further, a look of concern creased in Lan's face. She had dealt with the Wang father and son before and was acutely aware of their repugnant nature. I haven't." Shen Shirong hesitated before shaking her head. At the doorway of the ward, Shen Guodong stood quietly, and upon observing his sister's reaction, he sensed something amiss and quickly began to comb through his memories. Soon, the visage of Wang Dequan and his son emerged, exuding a chilling aura. In his recollection, the father and son had been parasitic bullies who abused their power to oppress the villagers and frequently harassed women. Over the years, due to their quest for justice, his two sisters and their wives had endured considerable humiliation and harassment at the hands of these two ruffians. Shen Guodong clenched his fists tightly, a fierce glint igniting in his dark pupils. "Xiaorong, Xiaohua, you stay here and take care of your sister-in-law. I will confront Wang Dequan and his son." With that, he turned and strode out of the ward. Inside, Shen Shirong, Shen Huahua, and An Lan exchanged astonished glances, wondering if he had truly transformed. What audacity had propelled him to seek out Wang Dequan? Volume 1, Chapter 3, The Spring Water Distillery Sister? Has he lost his mind? Shen Xiaohua whispered as she watched Shen Guodong's departing silhouette. Shen Shirong, also gazing at that figure, withdrew her gaze and replied coldly, "Who knows? Perhaps he has merely found an excuse to evade responsibility." From her hospital bed, An Lan interjected, "We are all too familiar with your brother's character. If he had the audacity to confront Wang Dequan, he would have done so long ago. There is no need to wait until now. He is simply shirking his duties." As she spoke, a pallor of despair washed over An Lan's face. She deeply regretted her decision from years past. How could she have chosen such an imbecile? Besides his handsome visage, he possessed no redeeming qualities. In the early days of their marriage, with the support of her in-laws, their household was relatively stable, earning the respect of others. After all, the Shen family was a dual-income household, a rarity in rural areas. However, following that tragic incident, when both her in-laws perished, the entire Shen family crumbled. Shen Guodong lost his job, revealing his true nature: timid, cowardly, and utterly lacking in any semblance of manly responsibility. After enduring humiliation outside, he would return home and take out his frustrations on her. In the span of less than 2 years, the Shen family had been reduced to a state of disarray, with each day growing grimmer than the last. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let him fend for himself," Shen Xiaohua suggested. "Sister-in-law, would you like to eat?" "My sister, and I will go by it." An Lan, wounded yet hardened by the presence of her two sisters-in-law, managed a faint smile. despite Shen Guodong's shortcomings. These two sisters were truly admirable. What can you possibly buy? You have no money on you, An Lan replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, I fear my hospital stay will extend for several days. I need towels, a wash basin, toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a thermos. Shirong, please return home and bring these items. She added, moreover, in the bottom of my red suitcase, there is a bundle. Inside, you will find a handkerchief containing 20 yuan that I managed to save. Take it all. The three of us are in this county with no relatives, and we will need to eat and take care of ourselves. Upon hearing An Lan's words, both Shen Guodong and Shen Xiaohua clenched their fists tightly, especially Shen Guodong, who, at 20, had already begun working to support herself and her sister. Yet, nearly all her earnings had been exploited by that scoundrel. The thought that her sister-in-law An Lan had to dip into her dowry to cover hospital expenses left her heart heavy with sorrow. Outside the hospital, Shen Guodong walked alongside Zhang Dachuan. Guodong, are you truly going to seek out Wang Dequan? Zhang Dachuan inquired, a look of concern etched on his face. The spring water distillery was a state-owned enterprise, and as the factory director, Wang Dequan was a prominent figure in Taiwan. Shen Guodong murmured in acknowledgement, the death of my parents carries a significant injustice. If I do not seek retribution from him, whom shall I turn to? Many were aware that the demise of Shen Guodong's parents was shrouded in mystery, and it was certainly not their fault. The tragic fire at the Qingchuan distillery stemmed from entirely different causes. It was rumored that the conflagration was ignited due to aging electrical wires. Yet, his parents were unjustly branded with a lifelong stigma by that scoundrel Wang Dequan. Shen Guodong could not simply let this matter rest. Having assumed the identity of the original owner, he had been granted a robust physique, a beautiful wife, and two adorable younger sisters. Thus, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding this family. However, we are devoid of any evidence. Zhang Dachuan exclaimed anxiously. Wang Dequan will never admit to it. Shen Guodong shook his head. Dachuan, do not involve yourself in this matter. Return home to care for your grandparents. His intention in confronting Wang Dequan was not to seek justice. He had his own plans. Zhang Dachuan opened his mouth to protest further, but, seeing Shen Guodong's resolute demeanor, chose to remain silent. The hour was indeed late, and his grandparents required his attention, compelling him to leave with lingering concern. Once Zhang Dachuan departed, Shen Guodong retraced his steps toward the Qingchuan distillery as his memory guided him. This time, contrary to his earlier claims, he was not seeking justice from Wang Dequan. If justice were so easily obtained, An Lan and his two younger sisters would have reclaimed it long ago. His objective was straightforward, to secure a quick sum of money from Wang Dequan. As for avenging his deceased parents and addressing the humiliations endured by his wife and sisters over the past 2 years, all of that would eventually be settled. However, for now, patience was necessary. The opposing faction was formidable, and careful strategizing was essential before taking action. Pursuing vengeance fueled solely by passion would only exacerbate the situation, rendering it more precarious. Presently, his family was in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet. His wife had even resorted to drinking pesticide due to this incident, nearly taking her own life, with Zhang Dachuan assisting in covering the medical expenses. Nothing was more urgent than procuring funds. Without money, their home would truly be lost. The fastest route to financial relief was to approach Wang Dequan, for among Shen Guodong's acquaintances, that old bastard was the wealthiest. As for how he would smoothly extract money from Wang Dequan, Shen Guodong had already devised a plan. From his recollections, he knew that although the Qingchuan distillery was a state-owned enterprise, it had been operating at a loss for years. The wine produced was poorly received in the market, leading to severe inventory accumulation. In his previous life, despite being crippled, Shen Guodong had not been idle. He spent his time reading extensively, particularly drawn to successful business practices and marketing strategies, which fascinated him. He felt confident that he could quickly secure funds from Wang Dequan to address their urgent needs. Upon arriving at the Qingchuan distillery, onlookers were astonished to see Shen Guodong, their gazes filled with a mix of surprise and intrigue. Since the passing of the elder Shen couple, their daughter-in-law and 2 daughters have frequently come to the distillery to stir up trouble, which has become a familiar occurrence. However, the sudden appearance of Shen Guodong, a notorious wastrel, today has taken everyone by surprise. It seems this is his first visit to the distillery since the tragic demise of his parents. Ignoring the curious glances around him, Shen Guodong made his way directly to the manager's office on the 2nd floor. He was well acquainted with the premises and, upon reaching the office door, he pushed it open without hesitation. Inside the office, Wang Dequan was seated on the sofa conversing with his son, Wang Weijun. The unexpected noise startled both of them. Shen Guodong? What brings you here? Wang Dequan, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired with a relatively calm tone. Wang Weijun, however, was less restrained and immediately switched to a mocking tone. Oh, look who decided to make an appearance. The wastrel dares to visit our distillery. What? Are you looking for trouble? Your two insufferable sisters just left, and now you show up here, treating this distillery like your own backyard. As Wang Weijun rose, casting a sidelong glare with a menacing expression, Shen Guodong merely shot him a cold glance, disregarding him entirely, and stepped confidently in front of Wang Dequan. Stating bluntly, Manager Wang, I am here today to propose a business deal. A business deal? What kind of deal? Wang Dequan asked, his interest piqued. Although a closer inspection would reveal the disdain and contempt lurking in the depths of his eyes, Wang Weijun's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. When did a wasteful person start engaging in business? Shen Guodong took note of their reactions and quietly clenched his fists. He had been crippled for a lifetime, rendering him somewhat oblivious to many matters. Yet he was acutely sensitive to the subtle expressions of others. He could swiftly discern whether someone was sincere or hypocritical, whether their sentiments were mocking or sympathetic. Nevertheless, to navigate the current predicament, Shen Guodong had to swallow his humiliation for the time being. He continually reassured himself that allowing this father-son duo to revel in their moment of triumph would only lead to a more significant downfall when the time came. Indeed. Manager Wang, he began, I have heard that the Qingchuan distillery has been facing difficulties lately, with dismal sales and a severe backlog of inventory. I possess a method that could assist you in clearing out this excess stock. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Marketing Strategy in the Office. Wang Dequan raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of astonishment. It had been quite some time since he last encountered Shen Guodong, and he sensed that the young man before him seemed somewhat transformed. However, before he could utter a word, Wang Weigua interjected, pointing disdainfully at Shen Guodong and scoffing, You, a good-for-nothing, helping my family's winery clear inventory? Ha. That is the most absurd joke I have ever heard. Father, let us quickly throw him out. This useless fellow is entirely wasting our time. Faced with Wang Weigua's relentless ridicule and disdain, Shen Guodong could no longer contain his retort. Whether I possess the ability to assist is something that will soon be revealed. But you, Wang Weigua, always speak before your father. Has this winery been handed over to you? If I recall correctly, the Qingchuan winery is a state-owned enterprise, and a son cannot inherit his father's business. Struck by Shen Guodong's incisive rebuttal, Wang Weigua's face turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, Damn it, you worthless. Enough. Wang Dequan's voice suddenly resonated, interrupting Wang Weigua's tirade. His gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on Shen Guodong. You just mentioned having a method to help me clear the inventory? Without hesitation, Shen Guodong nodded. Indeed. However, I require an advance payment of 500 yuan. Wang Weigua erupted again. 500 yuan? Father, he is undoubtedly here to swindle us. We cannot fall for this trap. In this day and age, the average worker's monthly salary barely exceeds 30 yuan. 500 yuan is more than a worker's annual income. This is nothing short of extortion. Wang Dequan's expression darkened significantly. But just as he was about to speak, Shen Guodong's voice interjected swiftly. Director Wang, please do not rush to contest my pricing. I have 3 questions for you. If you may? Wang Dequan, maintaining a stern demeanor, coldly replied. Ask away. He was eager to see what tricks this fool might employ, and if he dared to mock him, he would not leave the winery unscathed today. Under the watchful gaze of the Wang father and son, Shen Guodong coldly inquired, Director Wang, have you personally investigated the liquor market in Taiwan? Wang Dequan instinctively opened his mouth to respond. Have you reflected on why a well-established state-owned winery's business is declining? Before Wang Dequan could answer, Shen Guodong's second question followed. Lastly, why have the common people gradually abandoned Qingchuan winery's products in favor of others? With 3 incisive questions in succession, Wang Dequan found himself momentarily speechless, his mind a whirlwind. As for Wang Weigua, he was utterly bewildered, wearing an expression of profound astonishment. Was this truly the Shen Guodong he knew? When did this fellow begin to speak with such audacity? Market research, such a grandiose term, should not escape the lips of someone so inept. At that moment, Shen Guodong interjected, Can't Director Wang provide an answer? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. The crux of the matter lies in your lingering nostalgia for the days when state-owned enterprises reigned supreme. You maintain an aloof demeanor while the common folk approach your counters, and your service is anything but cordial. The quality of your products has deteriorated significantly, and your disdain for the burgeoning private enterprises, which have emerged particularly over the past 2 years, is palpable. Little do you realize that the current market has been seized by these very private enterprises. Shen Guodong's voice rang out, resonant and authoritative, with clarity and logical progression, leaving the Wang family utterly dumbfounded. Observing their reaction, Shen Guodong harbored a cold amusement. Although he had not lived through the 80s, his extensive reading had rendered him well-versed in that era. As early as 1978, the country embarked upon a reform journey, loosening numerous policies which allowed private enterprises to flourish like mushrooms after rain. In recent years, they have developed rapidly, closing the gap with their state-owned counterparts. Next year, in 1983, a robust policy will be introduced, permitting private individuals to take over struggling township state-owned enterprises, giving rise to yet another dark horse in this race. The landscape of state, private, and individual enterprises will gradually evolve into a tripartite equilibrium. The position of the state-owned enterprises will face mounting pressure, ultimately leading to a wave of bankruptcies in the mid to late 80s. By the early 90s, this phenomenon will be exacerbated, resulting in the collapse of countless state-owned enterprises, shattering the once secure jobs that many held dear. Utilizing his foresight, Shen Guodong found it effortless to confound the Wang family. "Do you have paper and a pen?" His query disrupted the stupor of the father and son. Upon regaining their composure, Wang Dequan's attitude shifted dramatically as he eagerly handed over a notebook and a pen. Shen Guodong stepped aside, diligently composing a simple marketing plan. Before long, he stood up, flicking the paper in his hand, and addressed the eager duo. "What I hold is a marketing strategy tailored to the current plight of the Qingchuan distillery." "Let me see," Wang Dequan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he reached out to snatch the document. Shen Guodong had anticipated this, deftly evading his grasp, causing Wang Dequan to stumble and collide painfully with the coffee table. "What are you doing, Shen?" Wang Weiguo bellowed, lunging forward in anger. "Get away from me." To his astonishment, he was met with his father's unexpected betrayal. With fervent eyes, Wang Dequan fixed his gaze on Shen Guodong and said, "Good nephew, do you not desire money? Allow me to present to you my marketing proposal. Should it meet your approval, I shall promptly compensate you." As the director of the distillery, Wang Dequan is not a fool. Shen Guodong's earlier remarks struck a chord, illuminating his understanding. Although perplexed by how an inept individual could possess such insight, now is not the time for contemplation on such matters. "First, the money. Then, I shall allow you to review it." Shen Guodong's demeanor remained cold, his words remarkably candid. "Because I do not trust you." Wang Weiguo retorted loudly, "Nonsense. What if this marketing proposal is subpar, and you abscond with the money?" Shen Guodong regarded him as if he were simple-minded. "Mind your language. This is your territory. Do you truly believe I could escape?" "Foolishness." Wang Weiguo found himself at a loss for words, his expression oscillating between shades of red and green. Wang Dequan, with a stern countenance, fixed his gaze upon Shen Guodong for an extended moment before letting out a measured huff. "Very well, I shall retrieve the money for you." He realized this was indeed his domain, and if he wished to keep Shen Guodong from leaving, he had the means to do so. Soon, Wang Dequan emerged from his office drawer with a thick wad of cash, all in 10 yuan notes, as the 100 yuan bill had yet to be issued. Witnessing such a substantial sum, a flicker of excitement danced in Shen Guodong's eyes. This was precisely what he had come for. The two exchanged money for the marketing proposal. After verifying the cash, Shen Guodong promptly unfastened his trousers and tucked the money into his underwear pocket, swiftly securing it once more. The sight was met with disdain from the Wang father and son. Nevertheless, their focus shifted to the document in hand as they leaned in closely to examine it. Shen Guodong, unhurried, strutted to the sofa with an exaggerated gait, noticing cigarettes on the table. He lit one for himself, taking a deep drag and revealing a nostalgic expression. After a moment's pause, Wang Dequan finally diverted his gaze from the marketing proposal, casting a complex look at Shen Guodong seated on the sofa. "Did you truly conceive this marketing proposal yourself?" Shen Guodong rolled his eyes. "You need not concern yourself with the origins of this proposal, merely evaluate the contents." Wang Dequan fell silent. Despite his reluctance to concede, the buy-one-get-one promotional strategy within the proposal was striking, almost deserving of applause. If implemented, the distillery's surplus stock would sell swiftly. However, the notion of allowing this young man to pocket 500 yuan with such ease left him feeling resentful. 500 yuan is not an insignificant sum. Wang Dequan discreetly signaled to his son, who immediately understood and approached Shen Guodong with purpose. "Mr. Shen, I deem this marketing proposal unsatisfactory. Please refund the money." Volume 1, Chapter 5. The daughter-in-law's departure. Shen Guodong had long anticipated this move. Just as Wang Weiguo approached, He sprang to the door with remarkable agility. Wang Dequan, Wang Weigua, do you two still wish to retain a shred of dignity? Search your own consciences. Are they red or black? Shen Guodong scolded vehemently. Fortunately, he had the foresight to secure that 500 yuan in advance. Otherwise, this repulsive father-son duo would have undoubtedly feasted and then denied all responsibility. In that scenario, he would be the only one left regretting. What era are we in? Who still speaks of conscience? Only a fool like you would utter such naive sentiments. Wang Weigua retorted mockingly, as if regarding Shen Guodong as a simpleton. Wise up and hand over that 500 yuan, or I shall summon the security personnel. Shen Guodong's expression darkened as he directed his gaze at Wang Dequan. Director Wang, will you stand idly by while your son acts recklessly? Wang Dequan shrugged innocently. My dear nephew, 500 yuan is no trivial sum. Our distillery takes time to earn such money. You managed to take 500 from me in mere minutes with just a piece of paper. That is excessive. Shen Guodong found himself genuinely amused by the absurdity of the situation. He had encountered shamelessness before, yet this was a new pinnacle. Just because he had shown an aptitude for generating profit, did they wish to renege on their agreement? Wang Dequan, your narrow-mindedness guarantees you will never achieve greatness in this life. Shen Guodong stated bluntly. Wang Dequan's expression darkened as he shouted, do you dare insult me? Shen Guodong replied coolly, which of your ears heard me utter vulgarity? What I wish to convey is that you are a short-sighted individual. Consider this. I authored this marketing plan myself, which is proof of my business acumen. As a factory director, to offend me so gravely over a mere 500 yuan. Have you thought about the possibility that I might develop an even better marketing strategy and present it to your competitors? Wang Dequan's eyes widened, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Weigua asked anxiously. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Guodong strode out of the office. Just as he reached the door, a frantic voice called out from within, Guodong, wait. I was just joking. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us sit down and discuss this. I apologize sincerely. However, Shen Guodong did not pause, quickening his pace as he dashed out of the distillery. Behind him, the Wang father and son pursued him, attracting curious glances from numerous workers who wondered what had transpired and why the factory director and his son were chasing after the seemingly inept Shen Guodong. Realizing he could not catch up, Wang Dequan and his son reluctantly halted, panting heavily. Wang Dequan's face was etched with frustration. Father, I truly believe that marketing proposal was not crafted by Shen Guodong. Just consider it. He is utterly inept. If he possessed such talent, he would have already made a name for himself, rather than waiting until now. Wang Weigua attempted to console him. Initially distressed, Wang Dequan's eyes flickered, and he found his son's words to be quite astute. Indeed, how could a fool and a good-for-nothing produce such an impressive marketing plan? Then, where did he acquire that proposal? Wang Weigua shook his head. That remains unclear, but I can guarantee you 1,000 times over, it was not conceived by that imbecile. If he had such capabilities, I would eat my words publicly. After running a considerable distance and confirming no one was pursuing him, Shen Guodong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Damn it, those two wretches truly have no filial piety. Had I not prepared adequately today, I would have not only lost the 500 yuan but also sacrificed a marketing proposal, unwittingly benefiting my adversaries. It was already dark outside. A wave of intense hunger surged through Shen Guodong, causing his stomach to growl. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten all day, feeling as if his front was pressed against his back. Upon returning to the city, he spotted a shop selling steamed buns and inquired, Boss, how much for a bun? Do you accept food stamps? If not, it's 10 cents each. The proprietor replied. Shen Guodong shook his head, marveling at the unbeatable prices of the 1980s. I'll have 10, no, 15, please. He remembered that his wife and 2 sisters were still in the hospital, and he could easily devour at least 5 large buns by himself. Soon, the owner had packed 15 steaming buns, the enticing aroma making Shen Guodong's mouth water. As he devoured the buns, he strode toward the hospital. Never before had they tasted so sweet, even when eaten plain. By the time he reached the hospital entrance, he had already finished 5 buns, only to be astonished by his lingering hunger. How ravenous can this body be? He murmured to himself. Yet he refrained from eating more and instead walked briskly to the door of An Lan's hospital room. Just as he arrived, the door swung open, and he collided with a figure. It was his elder sister, Shen Guodong, holding a red-flowered enamel mug. Upon seeing Shen Guodong, she displayed an unmistakable look of disdain. Coldly admonishing, step aside, a good dog doesn't block the way. Shen Guodong promptly moved aside, the boldness he had shown against Wang Dequan and his son dissipating, leaving him feeling anxious and constrained. Little wrong? Have you eaten? I bought steamed buns for you. Shen Guodong glanced at the steaming buns in his arms. But Shen Shiring replied coolly, no need. The farther you roll away, the better. Just seeing you makes me feel disgusted. Shen Guodong opened his mouth. At a loss for words, the mistakes of his former self deserved such scorn. At that moment, the hospital room doors swung open once more, revealing a small figure with reddened eyes and tears glistening on her cheeks, little sister Shen Xiaohua. She immediately turned to Shen Guodong, shouting, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. We're about to lose our sister-in-law. Shen Guodong's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the gastric lavage had failed to eliminate the poison, leading to a worsening condition? Xiaohua, what do you mean? What has happened to your sister-in-law? He inquired anxiously. Tears streamed down Shen Xiaohua's face as she sobbed loudly. Woo-woo. Sister-in-law is going to leave our family. I don't want her to go. What? Shen Guodong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The buns he held slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor, but he couldn't care less. He hastily pushed open the hospital room door. Inside, An Lan lay pale on the bed, her expression indifferent and remarkably cold upon his entrance. It was evident that she had overheard the conversation at the door. Volume 1. Chapter 6, May I Compensate You? Upon bursting into the hospital room, Shen Guodong immediately recognized the rashness of his actions. He found himself inundated with a torrent of words. Yet as he opened his mouth, he was met with the cold, indifferent gaze of his wife lying on the bed, rendering him utterly speechless. The atmosphere was heavy, tinged with a palpable awkwardness. Logically speaking, An Lan had every right to leave this home at this moment. Her staying would be an act of folly. Reflecting on the myriad injustices inflicted by his predecessor, Shen Guodong believed An Lan ought to have departed long ago. That former self truly did not embody the essence of a son. However, that previous incarnation had met its demise, and having inherited this body, he bore the responsibility of confronting the consequences, be they good or ill. An Lan regarded the man who had entered the room in silence, her heart steeped in sorrow. Given her current state, this scoundrel's silence spoke volumes. Did he intend to strike her again, questioning her motives for consuming poison? A bitter thought crossed her mind. It seemed the time to depart had indeed arrived. An Lan, I want to see Wang Dequan this afternoon. Shen Guodong finally broke the stifling silence after a lengthy pause. An Lan remained motionless on the hospital bed, even closing her eyes to mask her disdain and impatience toward the man before her. Observing her reaction, Shen Guodong chose to disregard it and continued. I managed to acquire some money from Wang Dequan. He produced a thick wad of cash that he had discreetly relocated from his trousers. Here are 500 yuan. Though it may not be substantial, suddenly, An Lan, who had previously kept her eyes shut, opened them wide. Her gaze fell upon the substantial sum in Shen Guodong's hand, crisp bills glimmering enticingly under the dim white light. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Where did you obtain such a considerable amount of money?" At that moment, the tightly shut door was forcefully pushed open, and Shen Shiring and Shen Xiaohua burst into the room, their arms laden with filthy steamed buns. Their expressions were a mix of shock as they fixated on the money in Shen Guodong's grasp. Such an amount was unprecedented in their lives. Simultaneously, the other patients in the ward, equally taken aback, halted their activities, their eyes riveted on the thick stack of cash in Shen Guodong's possession. In this era, 500 yuan was no trifling sum. Many families labored their entire lives without amassing such savings. Seeing that An Lan had finally acknowledged him, Shen Guodong let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, money proved to be the most direct and effective means of communication, without exception. As I mentioned earlier, I acquired it from Wang Dequan. Shen Guodong opened his mouth to explain, seizing the opportunity to express his innermost thoughts. An Lan, I am truly sorry. I recognize that I have committed many grievous errors in the past, actions that are utterly reprehensible and beyond redemption. Just as you were taking your medicine today, it felt as though I had been struck by a bolt of enlightenment. I do not seek your forgiveness, for my transgressions are indeed monumental. However, I implore you, please do not leave me. Grant me a chance to atone, to make amends for my wrongdoings. Once he had bared his soul, Shen Guodong felt an immense weight lift from him, yet an unsettling tension gripped his heart, akin to a condemned man awaiting his final judgment. On the hospital bed, An Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying that this 500 yuan is for me? The man before her was not only admitting his faults but also offering her money, a scenario so surreal it felt like a dream. Beside her, Shen Shiring and Shen Xiaohua also stared wide-eyed, their expressions adorably incredulous, convinced they must be hallucinating. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary event possibly transpire? Shen Guodong nodded affirmatively. Of course, you are my wife. Who else would I give my earnings to? He continued, this 500 yuan. Well, it's actually not quite that much anymore. I spent $1.50 on 15 buns, leaving me with $8.50. As he spoke, Shen Guodong hastily pulled out a handful of change from another pocket and presented it all to her, while An Lan was still in a daze. Anxious voices urged her from the sidelines. Sister-in-law quickly accepted. Hurry. Yes, sister-in-law, that's a lot of money, urged Shen Xiaoring and Shen Xiaohua, their demeanor reflecting a fear that Shen Guodong might retract his offer. Finally regaining her senses, An Lan tentatively extended her arm. When she saw that Shen Guodong did not flinch, she swiftly snatched the thick wad of cash from his hands. The tangible sensation of money in her palm brought her heart a sense of stability. However, another voice chimed in. Shen Xiaohua, stamping her foot in urgency, exclaimed, Sister-in-law, he still has more money. You haven't taken it all? Shen Xiaorong quickly echoed, Yes? Take it all. Following their prompt, An Lan reached out again, seizing the $8.50 from Shen Guodong's other hand. Observing his now empty palms, Shen Guodong turned to his two sisters. Upon noticing his gaze, the sisters instinctively shrank back, then simultaneously delivered him a playful smack on the back of the head. Alas, these are the consequences of the original misdeeds. Just like that, the 500 yuan I had acquired has vanished without a trace, Shen Guodong thought. Bemused yet indifferent to the loss of money, what truly mattered to him was An Lan's attitude. As long as An Lan chose to stay, he was willing to endure anything. Well then, I shall step outside. You three carry on with your conversation. The words that needed to be spoken had already been uttered. Shen Guodong, a lifelong bachelor with no experience with women, found himself at a loss for words and chose to exit the hospital room. As he gazed at the closed door, inside the room, three women exchanged wide-eyed glances. Sister-in-law, did he really give you all that money? Indeed, it is almost unbelievable. I feel as though I am in a dream. Shen Xiaoring and Shen Xiaohua whispered excitedly to one another. Quick, let's see where he is gone. Oh, never mind him. Hurry. Sister-in-law, count the money and see if it truly amounts to that much. An Lan's heart was equally exhilarated. After all, this sum of money was quite substantial. With it, there remained a glimmer of hope for the family. Even after her departure, Xiaorong and Xiaohua would significantly enhance their quality of life. Heavens, 10, 20, 30, 100, 100. The enthusiasm of counting the money filled the hospital room, while in the desolate corridor outside, a solitary figure sat, lost in contemplation, gazing at the stars beyond the window. Sighing, Shen Guodong murmured to himself, just when I finally earned 500, it has all vanished. I don't even know how to manage tomorrow's meals. If I had known, I would have saved a little money. Now, I must think of a way to earn more. In the year 1982, what fashionable items were in vogue? Polyester and corduroy had long been available and were no longer remarkable. What remained were bell-bottom pants, oversized sunglasses, nylon stockings, leather shoes, high heels, suits, and denim outfits. Alongside these were various household appliances such as televisions, washing machines, refrigerators, and tape recorders. Squatting in the empty hospital corridor, Shen Guodong absent-mindedly doodled on a small stone. However, these items seemed difficult to sell in a small county town. Today, as he passed through the streets of the county, he had not seen a single person wearing those trendy clothes. This only proved that the momentum of reform and opening up had yet to reach these small towns. It was only in the larger cities where people embraced fashion, welcomed new things, and had the means to do so. Yet, apart from these trendy novelties, what business could thrive in a small county town? Volume 1, Chapter 7. The business opportunities brought by the college entrance examination that night. Shen Guodong gradually drifted into slumber while contemplating lucrative avenues for future business ventures. Shortly after he fell asleep, a small figure stealthily emerged from the hospital room. Sister-in-law, that person is asleep in the hospital corridor. Upon returning to the ward, Shen Xiaohua reported. An Lan, lying on the hospital bed, had not yet succumbed to sleep. Frowning at the news, she replied coolly, pay him no mind. It's the height of summer and not cold. If he wishes to sleep, let him be. Shen Xiaoring quickly echoed, sister-in-law is right. We needn't concern ourselves with him. Before long, the night passed. Before dawn, Shen Guodong awoke early, his eyes opening wide. The hospital was enveloped in an extraordinary silence as he stepped out of its doors, inhaling deeply the fresh morning air. He began to jog slowly along the street. gradually increasing his pace until he resembled a wild stallion, galloping freely. After an indeterminate period, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed onto the curb, gasping for breath. In his previous life, confined to a wheelchair, Shen Guodong had never experienced the genuine joy that robust health could bestow. He realized the sheer delight of possessing a pair of healthy legs. Indeed, what is most precious in this world is not immense wealth but the gift of good health. In this lifetime, he must cherish it deeply and make amends for all that he had once missed. Clenching his fists, Shen Guodong felt immense gratitude not for the presence of a partner, but for this vibrant, energetic body bestowed upon him in his rebirth. Hurry up. You're dragging your feet, and we're going to be late. Can you blame me? The bicycle broke down on the way. So what if we're late for morning self-study? There are classmates who will be late too. It's not a calamity. While Shen Guodong rested on the curb, he suddenly heard voices approaching, and upon turning his head, he saw two students hurrying along while pushing a broken bicycle. He noticed the chain was snapped. No wonder. The pair of students, one male and one female, argued as they walked, their lively banter creating an oddly cheerful atmosphere. Shen Guodong, without a shred of sympathy, chuckled at their misfortune. Lin Xiaoyang, how can you speak like that? The girl halted, her previously tense expression now filled with seriousness and concern, bewildering the boy. Do you have any idea how much my parents and our uncles and aunts expect from us? With only a month left before the college entrance examination, every moment counts. And yet, here you are, acting like a lazy donkey, showing no enthusiasm, and comparing yourself to those bad influences. I'm truly exasperated with you. After her tirade, the girl stomped her foot, abandoned the bicycle, and stormed off in anger. Xiaoyi, wait for me, I was wrong. A young man named Lin Xiaoyang was flustered, hastily pushing his bicycle to catch up. The two bickering figures gradually faded into the distance, while Shen Guodong, still captivated by the scene, stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that these were two students on the brink of taking their college entrance examination, rushing to attend their early morning study session. In 1982, the college entrance examination was a 2-year system, taking place in July on the 7th, 8th, and 9th. In the 1980s, gaining admission to a university was akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It promised a life of unimpeded success, a significant leap in fortune compared to the collegiate experience of future generations. Alas, my current existence seems destined to forego the opportunity of taking the college entrance examination and attending university. With a casual sigh, Shen Guodong expressed his thoughts, unwittingly triggering a sudden jolt of realization. Wait, the college entrance examination? A flicker of recognition sparked in his deep black eyes. After pondering all night without arriving at a profitable business idea for this small county in the early 1980s, the answer had presented itself. Throughout history, whose money is the easiest to earn? The answer invariably points to children. Moreover, during this era, any child capable of attending high school came from a well-off family. It seemed that in the early 1980s, there were hardly any prestigious tutoring centers, right? It wasn't until 1986, with the widespread implementation of 9 years of compulsory education, that extracurricular tutoring institutions began to emerge. If one were to establish a specialized rocket tutoring class for mathematics, conducting a month-long intensive training program, it would be akin to tailoring an opportunity just for oneself. The more Shen Guodong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to resist rising to pace back and forth. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to successfully run this rocket tutoring class. Why such confidence? And why choose mathematics over other subjects? The answer was simple. The mathematics portion of the college entrance examination in 1982 was unparalleled in history. Shen Guodong could still recall many of the significant problems even now, which was reason enough to choose mathematics. Furthermore, there was a crucial factor. His own aptitude for mathematics was exceptional, indicating a genuine affinity between him and the subject. Once the examination results were released, it would be challenging for the tutoring class not to gain recognition. However, to establish the tutoring center, initial funding was essential. Without it, all aspirations would remain mere fantasies. Shen Guodong's mind raced as he contemplated how to procure a quick sum of money. Perhaps he should pay another visit to the Wang family to seize an opportunity? His mind brimmed with various avenues for profit, both legitimate and otherwise. He believed that any proposal would undoubtedly entice the Wang family. This approach could not only resolve his immediate financial concerns, but also provide the seed capital needed to launch the rocket class. Additionally, if they succumbed to temptation and took the plunge, he could potentially gain leverage over them, achieving multiple advantages in one fell swoop. And Shen Guodong's eyes flickered a sharp, cold light. The vendetta against his parents must be avenged. Upon returning to the hospital, the day had already dawned, bustling with activity. In the corridor, Shen Guodong encountered his wife and two younger sisters, each clutching toothpaste and toothbrushes, as well as towels, clearly having just completed their morning ablutions. The gastric lavage was not a major procedure, and after a night's rest, An Lan had returned to a state akin to that of a normal individual. The unexpected encounter momentarily stunned both parties, creating a slight tension in the atmosphere. "Have you had breakfast?" Shen Guodong finally took the initiative to break the silence. "Not yet." An Lan replied coolly, then bypassed Shen Guodong, returning to the ward, with her sisters trailing silently behind. Shen Guodong had gradually grown accustomed to such circumstances and paid no heed as he followed them into the room. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the bag of steamed buns resting on the cabinet. As he had anticipated, it remained there. I'll take 2 buns for breakfast," Shen Guodong announced, promptly opening the bag and beginning to eat. "Xiaohua, isn't there pickled vegetables from yesterday in the cabinet? Let us bring them out for breakfast as well." An Lan observed Shen Guodong's actions without objection, knowing she too would consume the cold buns soon enough. In this era, having buns to eat was a blessing beyond measure. After a moment's thought, An Lan pulled out a coin and said to Shen Guodong, "Could you go out and buy a few bowls of hot porridge?" Shen Guodong took the money and left. The previous night, An Lan had given her 100 yuan, which represented the debts Shen Guodong had once owed. Upon her return, she placed 4 bowls of porridge on the table with a resounding thud. "Here you go, sister-in-law. Your porridge. Xiaohua, here's yours." She served herself a bowl, leaving one solitary bowl remaining on the table. Upon seeing this, Shen Guodong's lips curled into a silent smile. It seemed that his efforts from the previous day had borne fruit, not in vain. He lifted the bowl of porridge, finishing it in a few swift motions. His stomach was only partially satisfied, but then he recalled how recklessly he had given away all his money the night before. Now, he felt too embarrassed to ask for it back. Serves him right. Cheering, "Xiaohua, please take good care of your sister-in-law. I have matters to attend to, and will be out for quite some time. Do not wait for me at noon." Volume 1. Chapter 8. Yet another attempt to take advantage. After finishing his words, Shen Guodong exited the hospital room. In a typical storyline, he would have lingered a while longer to alleviate the familial discord, to cultivate goodwill, and to ameliorate the negative sentiments held by his wife and 2 sisters towards him. However, in the peculiar circumstances he found himself in, he was utterly at a loss as to how to interact with his wife and siblings. Furthermore, being utterly destitute and facing the imminent establishment of a tutoring program, he simply could not afford to squander any time. "Hey sis, why do I feel like that person has changed a bit?" Observing Shen Guodong's retreating figure, Shen Xiaohua gnawed on a large white bun, casually remarking. Shen Guodong scoffed. "What has changed? He remains as he ever was, absent from home day in and day out. Even with his wife hospitalized, he refuses to stay and care for her. I reckon he is just a dog that can't change its ways, off gallivanting again." An Lan sat nearby, savoring her breakfast with deliberate slowness, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Noticing this, Shen Xiaohua lowered her head and returned to her bun. After leaving the hospital, Shen Guodong headed straight for the Qingchuan distillery. Along the way, he borrowed paper and a pen from a student, and soon enough, a satisfactory sketch emerged on the page. Navigating familiar paths to the distillery, he found that it was still early, and the workers had yet to arrive, leaving him to wait. Around 7 o'clock, the workers began to trickle in, and among them, Shen Guodong spotted Wang Dequan cycling to work. "Director Wang," he called out, his voice ringing out and startling several workers. Wang Dequan turned, his expression shifting to one of surprise and confusion upon recognizing Shen Guodong. Just the previous evening, he had pursued this man for a considerable distance to offer an apology but had ultimately failed to catch him. Now, unexpectedly, Shen Guodong had come to the distillery at the crack of dawn. A flicker of wariness appeared in Wang Dequan's eyes. Something unusual was afoot. This so-called good-for-nothing seemed not to align with the tales he had heard. "Ah, it's my dear nephew. You ran off so swiftly yesterday that it nearly gave this old man a heart attack chasing after you." Wang Dequan greeted him with a veneer of nonchalance. Shen Guodong approached, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Director, I had no choice. Your father-son confrontation in the office yesterday was quite intense. I was genuinely frightened." Wang Dequan narrowed his eyes. "Then what brings you here so early today?" With a cheerful smile, Shen Guodong explained. "After reflecting on last night's events, I realized my reaction was a tad excessive. Thus, I thought I'd come first thing this morning to offer my apologies." Apologies? Wang Dequan's skepticism was palpable as he led the way, eager to discover what Shen Guodong was truly up to at this early hour. He also had his own inquiries to pursue, particularly regarding the marketing proposal from the previous day, where it had originated, and who had authored it. The marketing proposal he reviewed last night with a reliable old friend received unanimous acclaim, with everyone asserting that such a talent capable of crafting such a plan is indeed rare. The two entered the office sequentially, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then delved directly into the matter at hand. Director Wang, you surely haven't commenced the implementation of that marketing proposal yet? Shen Guodong inquired. Wang Dequan merely acknowledged with a sound, such a significant affair, even for a director, necessitates several meetings and requires formal reporting, particularly since it is a state-owned enterprise. Are you not interested in seizing the opportunity for substantial profit? Shen Guodong suddenly uttered a bold assertion. Wang Dequan was taken aback, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing that they were alone in the office, he managed to calm his racing heart and sternly admonished, Shen Guodong, what nonsense are you spouting? Such statements are not befitting a young lad like you. Do you believe I wouldn't report you immediately and have you incarcerated? Shen Guodong maintained a serene expression as he observed Wang Dequan's theatrical performance about the sanctity of state-owned enterprises and national assets. After an extended duration, when Wang Dequan finally concluded his impassioned rhetoric, Shen Guodong languidly replied, My apologies, Director Wang. I was youthful and reckless, lacking in proper consideration. I did not anticipate your exemplary integrity as a leader. He repeatedly expressed his contrition, which gradually eased Wang Dequan's demeanor. Youthful enthusiasm is commendable, but one must always tread the righteous path, understood? Wang Dequan imparted. Shen Guodong nodded fervently. Indeed, I was overly simplistic in my thinking. Last night, an exceptional idea struck me. If this concept could be paired with my marketing proposal, it would be a match made in heaven. Not only would it assist in clearing the distillery's inventory, but you, Director, would also stand to gain significantly. I assure you, the profits will amount to at least this. He raised 3 fingers emphatically before Wang Dequan. Wang Dequan's breath quickened, incredulity etched across his face. Is that 3,000? Shen Guodong smiled and nodded, of course. If it doesn't even reach 3,000, then what merit does the idea hold? At that moment, Wang Dequan felt an undeniable stir of desire, his small eyes gleaming with avarice. 3,000 is no trifling sum. If a mutually beneficial method truly exists, only a fool would remain indifferent. Good nephew, what exactly is this idea of yours? Wang Dequan asked eagerly, but soon recognized his slip, feigning a cough to regain his facade of righteousness. Well, since we have some time on our hands, although we cannot engage in activities that harm national interests, it is imperative that we remain informed about such matters. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Guodong felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the duplicitous facade before him with a single punch, cursing under his breath at the hypocrisy. Dreaming of free handouts, how foolish. Director, you are a just leader striving for the welfare of the people. I cannot tarnish your reputation. Shen Guodong rose and firmly declined the proposition. Unlike myself, an ordinary citizen, whose every action is fundamentally driven by monetary gain, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have come to sell this idea. If it holds no value for you, let us consider this conversation as if it never occurred. With that, Shen Guodong turned to leave. Wait. As Shen Guodong began to exit, Wang Dequan hastily called out, his tone serious. Are you certain this idea can yield such profits? 100% certain. Shen Guodong replied confidently, producing a piece of paper from his pocket. Director, take a look. I have brought the treasure with me. No one here is a fool. The potential for profit is evident. Wang Dequan fixated on the paper, his fists clenched tightly. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly burst into laughter, stepping forward to embrace Shen Guodong's shoulders warmly. Dear nephew, why the rush to leave? Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Let us engage in a good conversation. Volume 1, Chapter 9. What a beautiful moonlight. Shen Guodong had lingered at the Qingchuan distillery for nearly 2 hours. When he finally departed, it was none other than Wang Dequan himself who personally escorted him downstairs. Exuding an exuberant demeanor, Shen Guodong's steps were light, his hands pocketing the warm 200 yuan, a broad smile illuminating his face. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Wang Dequan, unable to resist temptation, had indeed succumbed. This time, the spoils were not merely 200 yuan. He had also secured a potent leverage against the old scoundrel Wang Dequan, marking a resounding victory. There was no remedy, for greed was Wang's nature. For now, Shen would allow his adversary a fleeting moment of triumph. Once firmly entrenched, today's events would serve as the catalyst for the old rogue's downfall. As Shen Guodong glanced back at the distillery, the mirth in his eyes vanished, replaced by an icy chill. Why was this the case? Because the so-called scheme of the day was, in essence, a rather sophisticated ruse. The distillery's inventory of spirits could not be altered, but it was still possible to exert effort in the packaging of gifts, the manufacturing of bottles, and the precise measurements of the liquor. There were intricate details at play, which should not be underestimated. For instance, misrepresenting prices, confusing the concept of liquor volume, and shrouding the truth, all aimed at achieving the duplicitous objectives of deceiving both superiors and subordinates alike. As long as these machinations remained undisclosed, all was well. However, should they be exposed in this current era, it would spell disaster. Should the embezzlement be substantial, the consequences could be dire. What Shen Guodong needed to do now was simple. One word: wait. He would bide his time until Wang Dequan implemented the entire plan, ensuring that the evidence was irrefutable, at which point it would be easy to ensnare him. Once he had Wang in his grasp, Shen doubted that this avaricious man had not previously erred. When one pulls a radish, what inevitably follows, the situation would only escalate. How he yearned for the day he would see Wang Dequan adorned with a bracelet. Shen Guodong murmured to himself, but soon he set aside this matter and focused on something of greater significance. That was the establishment of the rocket tutoring class. This endeavor was paramount, as it determined whether he could secure a foothold in the 1980s. There was much to be done regarding the founding of the rocket tutoring class. First and foremost, a suitable training venue needed to be leased, and essentials such as desks, chairs, blackboards, chalk, and paper had to be procured. Additionally, prior to this, a visit to the Xinhua bookstore was essential to gather various review materials in mathematics. After all, this was a tutoring class. One must be thoroughly prepared. Even if his mind brimmed with knowledge from future eras, who could ascertain the discrepancies with contemporary textbooks? It was imperative to avoid any blunders. With a sense of urgency, Shen Guodong returned to the city, heading directly to the Xinhua bookstore. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the bookstore was not particularly crowded. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the distinctive scent of ink that only books could emit. The aroma was intoxicating, compelling Shen Guodong to greedily inhale deeply several times. It was an affliction common among scholars, akin to a parched individual encountering a sumptuous feast. The mere scent of ink brought him immense satisfaction. Undoubtedly, Shen Guodong was one such individual, deeply ensnared by this addiction. "Comrade, what book are you looking to purchase?" "I can assist you," a staff member approached politely. "No need for trouble. I shall explore on my own," Shen Guodong gently declined, wandering over to the bookshelf, observing the titles on either side. The Xinhua bookstore, though modest in size, boasted an ample collection of books, all in a pristine environment. He recognized numerous familiar titles, such as The Garland Beneath the Mountain, The Colors of the Rainbow, The Shooting of the Wolf, and The Female College Student's Dormitory. Moreover, he stumbled upon several once popular picture books that had vanished in later times, such as Dream of the Red Chamber, The Market of the Demon Sea, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Lingering Echoes, and The Art of Seal Carving. These timeless picture books were relics that many in later generations had never even laid eyes upon. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Instinctively, he picked up a picture book titled The Havoc in Heaven and settled at a nearby desk, eager to revisit the classic. However, before he could fully sit down, his gaze was drawn to a figure seated not far away. There sat a woman clad in vivid attire, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly. Her appearance distinctly different from the local Tianian women, hinting at an origin from a bustling metropolis. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Yet, the most striking aspect was her beauty. With a naturally oval face, ample collagen, and remarkably fair skin, what later generations would refer to as enviably porcelain-like. Beneath the sunlight, she was engrossed in her book, her long eyelashes fluttering occasionally, revealing glimpses of amusement as her rosy lips curled into a subtle smile, as though she had stepped out from a painting. Shen Guodong found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing, overwhelmed by the thought, what a natural beauty. Such a woman, in later times, would undoubtedly be the epitome of desire for countless admirers. Moreover, the book she was reading was equally captivating, The Adventures of Tintin, showcasing her youthful spirit. Just as Shen Guodong was lost in reverie, the woman, seemingly sensing his gaze, slowly lifted her head, and in that instant, their eyes met. Shen Guodong clearly noted the transformation. The woman, who had exuded tranquility and grace, now wore a slight frown, her demeanor shifting dramatically into that of an aloof goddess. He quickly averted his gaze, realizing his indiscretion. It was discourteous to stare at a woman so intently, lest she perceive him as a mere ruffian. I apologize. Shen Guodong stepped forward, offering an apology. I initially approached you due to the little picture book in your hands. I never anticipated that among my peers there would be someone who shares my passion. As he spoke, he revealed the copy of Havoc in Heaven he held. Upon recognizing the book, the woman's previously aloof demeanor softened slightly, and she returned her gaze to the pages of her own book. Unbeknownst to Shen Guodong, in that fleeting moment as she lowered her head, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, akin to a secret being uncovered, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. He found a nearby seat and began to peruse Havoc in Heaven, a tale that never fails to captivate. It is a classic among classics. The vivid illustrations, though devoid of color, retain their unique allure. Regrettably, the brevity of the picture book and Shen Guodong's rapid reading meant he finished it in mere minutes. Rising, he displayed a look of longing, wishing to delve deeper into the story, but the weight of his own tasks reminded him to reluctantly return the book to its place. Meanwhile, the woman in the distance continued to immerse herself in the adventures of Tintin, her serene and graceful demeanor suggesting she was no longer the icy goddess he had first perceived. Shen Guodong commenced his search for high school mathematics books. Yet after a thorough exploration, he discovered that apart from a set of self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, there were no other high school mathematics resources available. And that set was rather expensive, costing a total of 17 yuan. With no other options, he grit his teeth and purchased it. While checking out, he inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any other high school mathematics review materials?" "High school mathematics review materials? I'm afraid this is the only set we have," the staff member replied. Shen Guodong furrowed his brow, disappointment etched on his face. He was aware that review materials were scarce in this era, but he hadn't expected it to be this dire. If even the Xinhua bookstore lacked such resources, where else could he seek more books? "What about high school mathematics textbooks?" he asked. "I'm sorry, we don't have those either." Shen Guodong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was he destined to fail before he even began? If you're looking for high school mathematics textbooks, you might try a scrap collection station. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly called from behind him. Shen Guodong turned to find the beautiful woman he had seen earlier. Her demeanor, now restored to normal, her features serene as she appeared ready to leave. A scrap collection station? Shen Guodong was momentarily taken aback. While he was lost in thought, the woman had already stepped outside the bookstore, her tall and graceful silhouette captivating. "Director Xiao, please take care." The staff of the Xinhua bookstore called out loudly. Volume 1, Chapter 10, A Fortuitous Encounter at the Recycling Station. The nation's landscape is a sea of red. "Comrade, do you know the lady we just encountered?" Shen Guodong inquired promptly. "Of course I do," the staff member responded with pride. As if knowing Director Xiao was an extraordinary accomplishment, he immediately began to boast. "She is quite the celebrity in our county. The renowned deputy director of the county party office. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also remarkably capable, an idol to countless women." Deputy director of the county party office? Shen Guodong was genuinely astonished. The woman appeared to be of similar age to him, yet she held such an impressive title. What is her full name? Xiao Yuhua. Upon exiting the Xinhua bookstore, Shen Guodong, clutching the set of self-study books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry he had just purchased, began his search for the recycling station. Director Xiao had suggested he check there, and he deemed it a splendid idea. The recycling station indeed seemed the most promising place to locate a mathematics textbook, as it received an eclectic array of discarded items daily, including old high school math textbooks, which offered him considerable hope. If he could not find what he sought there, he would have to resort to visiting schools and inquiring with students one by one. He needed not only the sophomore books but also those for the freshman year. Under the sweltering sun, Shen Guodong entered the county's largest recycling station, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Boss, do you have any sorted high school mathematics books here?" he asked. "I'm not sure. You might want to ask my wife." A man clad in a simple outfit was busily organizing the towering piles of goods, responding without raising his head. Shen Guodong scanned the surroundings and heard some commotion coming from a nearby room. He walked over and asked, "Madam, do you have any sorted high school mathematics books?" The woman emerged from the room, appraising Shen Guodong with a glance, then casually pointed to a corner, saying, "There, that pile contains discarded books and newspapers. I just sorted them a couple of days ago. You might find what you're looking for. Go have a look." With that, she returned to her tasks. Shen Guodong's eyes sparkled with hope, and the weariness that had burdened him vanished. He hurried over, crouched down, and began to meticulously search through the heap of old books. During his search, he encountered numerous classic literary works, many of which appeared nearly untouched, yet were discarded and sold as waste for a pittance. The indignation of a scholar surged within him, and he silently condemned the offenders. As a lover of literature, nothing is more disheartening than the desecration of books. These volumes are the fruits of countless ancestors' labor and sacrifice. How could they be treated so callously? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As Shen Guodong found himself transformed into a figure of clay, his visage smeared with dust. At last, a broad smile broke across his face. Before him lay an old high school mathematics textbook. He picked it up and leafed through its pages with alacrity. It was precisely the volume he sought. Dating back to the previous year, he regarded it as a precious treasure, placing it beside him as he continued his search. Soon, he uncovered a mathematics workbook, also from the first year of high school. Now, all that remained was to find the second-year materials. Heaven's deities, grant me fortune and allow me to uncover it swiftly. Whether by sheer luck or some other force, he ultimately succeeded in his quest. He discovered, once again, a book from the previous year, this time a second-year mathematics textbook alongside its corresponding workbook. With a triumphant exclamation, Shen Guodong spat out the dust that had settled at the corners of his mouth, smiling like a satiated child. This excursion had proven remarkably worthwhile. He could not help but acknowledge the significant assistance rendered by Director Xiao. Should fate allow, he would certainly treat the man to a meal. Brushing off the dust from his clothing, Shen Guodong prepared to gather the books he had found and seek out the proprietress to settle his bill. Yet, just as he was about to rise, a striking flash of red caught his eye. Curious, he knelt to investigate. As he turned the pages of the book, his heart raced upon discerning the true nature of the crimson hue nestled within. A jolt coursed through him, and his pupils constricted as he mentally exclaimed, "What on earth?" The red object was, astonishingly, a postage stamp preserved within a plastic film. This stamp, bearing a denomination of 8 fun, depicted a red map of China, embellished with golden text reading, "The whole nation's rivers and mountains are a sea of red." Below the map, a procession of workers, peasants, and soldiers proudly raised the little red book and the red flag, while a banner at the bottom proclaimed, "Long live the complete victory of the proletarian cultural revolution." Moreover, the left margin bore the inscription China Post. Upon recognizing the true identity of this striking stamp, Shen Guodong trembled with excitement. Could this be the legendary king of stamps? The whole nation's rivers and mountains are a sea of red, and a grand version at that? By his estimation, this stamp was larger than the typical variety, measuring approximately 60 by 40 millimeters. Even more crucially, this stamp remained unmarked, indicating its status as a new issue. Those well-versed in philately understood that new stamps held greater collectible value. Shen Guodong's breath quickened. If this stamp were authentic, his fortune had indeed smiled upon him today, bestowing upon him an extraordinary find. In the presence of this grand sea of red, all other stamps paled in comparison. He was aware that the grand version was exceedingly rare. With only a few existing globally, its issuance had seemingly been halted before it could reach the public, thus establishing its status as the king of the philatelic realm. In later years, Shen Guodong recalled witnessing, through the news, an astonishing auction in 2012 where a single red stamp fetched an exorbitant price of over 730,000. Comrade, have you found what you were looking for?" At that moment, the voice of the scrapyard proprietress echoed nearby. Startled, Shen Guodong instinctively stuffed the precious stamp into his book. Do not fault him for such an act. Human nature tends to be selfish. Shen Guodong was but an ordinary man, and if this stamp were genuine, its value would be immeasurable. Moreover, this stamp did not belong to the scrapyard owner, and one could only wonder which reckless individual had carelessly discarded such a treasure, since fate had brought him to this moment. It was a sign that this gem was meant for him, a serendipitous find. "Boss lady, I have found it." Shen Guodong approached the counter with his copy of the Dagger Chronicle, alongside 2 mathematics books and 2 exercise workbooks to settle the bill. 5 yuan. To his astonishment, the proprietress merely cast a cursory glance and spoke nonchalantly. What? How much?" Shen Guodong's eyes widened, doubting his own hearing. Not only were the few books in his possession unlikely to command such a sum, but even the entire collection would scarcely reach that amount. 5 yuan. Pay up and take it, or put it down if you lack the funds. The proprietress crossed her arms, sizing Shen Guodong up with a hint of disdain in her gaze. At that moment, Shen Guodong indeed appeared quite disheveled. his unkempt beard and dust-covered attire rendering him more pitiable than a beggar, with a significant hole in his shoe exposing his toe. "Boss lady, this is not how one conducts business," Shen Guodong protested. "You are clearly exploiting the situation for profit. Buy it if you wish. This is my trade. And this is the profit I earn." The proprietress maintained her assertive demeanor, seemingly confident in her assessment of Shen Guodong. It must be said that she was indeed astute in her dealings, discerning Shen Guodong's deep attachment to the few books he had unearthed. Shen Guodong fixed his gaze upon her, hesitating for a moment before retorting with a sardonic smile. "Very well, 5 yuan it is. I shall pay." With that, he produced a crisp bill and tossed it towards her. "Change, please." Volume 1, Chapter 11. Unable to endure any longer, I curse you. As Shen Guodong exited the recycling station, a profound sense of irony enveloped him. The proprietress believed she had profited, yet in truth, it was she who had incurred a loss. The recycling station is a veritable treasure trove, often yielding a plethora of valuable items, particularly hidden within the creases of old books, where one might discover food coupons, money, stamps, and other treasures. Alas, she was not astute enough. The ticket hidden within the book had been unwittingly forfeited to him. Truly, she deserved it. As he ambled partway, Shen Guodong found himself chuckling inwardly. His eyes narrowed to mere slits in amusement. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell resonated, interrupting his reverie. He looked up to see a group of cyclists approaching, comprised of young men and women in their 20s, numbering 5 or 6, laughing and jostling with one another, creating a lively scene. Shen Guodong instinctively stepped aside to allow the cyclists to pass. To his surprise, one bicycle abruptly halted before him, followed by a voice filled with astonishment. "Shen Guodong? Who? Shen Guodong?" As the voice echoed, the jovial group, which had already covered some distance, came to a sudden stop. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Guodong regarded them. And soon a familiar name surged to the forefront of his mind, Xie Haifeng. They were contemporaries from the same village, expected to share a cordial relationship. However, Xie Haifeng harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Shen Guodong. The reason was simple. During the years when An Lan ventured to the countryside as a youth, she had garnered a reputation as a beauty, attracting the admiration of many, with Xie Haifeng being one of her most fervent pursuers. Ultimately, he found himself outmatched by Shen Guodong. In Xie Haifeng's eyes, Shen Guodong's ability to wed such a stunning wife as An Lan could only be attributed to underhanded tactics. Thus, their enmity was born. In recent years, Shen's family had suffered a grave misfortune, and Shen Guodong had fallen into disarray. Meanwhile, Xie Haifeng thrived, having secured a position in the county textile factory, and just days ago, he was honored as a full-time worker. Today, he had gathered several former classmates from middle school for a picnic celebration. Little did he expect to encounter Shen Guodong, whom he deemed a useless and incompetent individual. His heart swelled with an odd sense of fortune. Ah, it truly is Shen Guodong. Look at him. Is this still our once dashing math prodigy? Shen Guodong, have you been scavenging through garbage? You look utterly filthy. He resembles a beggar. Xie Haifeng's middle school classmates, who were also Shen Guodong's peers, were well aware of his recent misfortunes over the years. Upon discovering the figure before him, disheveled and resembling a beggar, it was undeniably Shen Guodong, prompting an immediate chorus of derision from the onlookers, each displaying unabashed disdain. A character such as this had long since forfeited the right to be considered their friend. Among those present, who could possibly be inferior to this waste of space? I cannot fathom how the once graceful and intelligent An Lan could have ever taken a liking to him. Just look closely. He now lives like a vagabond. Xie Haifeng took particular delight in mercilessly belittling and mocking him, nearly wishing to trample him underfoot. Shen Guodong lowered his gaze, gritting his teeth in silence. Indeed, he bore the appearance of a beggar at that moment. Let them curse. Let them unleash their vitriol, as if listening to a pack of dogs barking, ignoring it would suffice. Before he had risen to prominence, any act of defiance would merely fuel their arrogance, a truth Shen Guodong understood all too well. Grant him 3 years. No, 3 months would suffice. By then, he would repay every ounce of humiliation he endured today with fervor. Yet, this restraint did not quell his tormentors. Instead, their taunts grew increasingly outrageous. Look, Shen Guodong is clutching a plethora of books. Someone exclaimed. Is he intending to study anew? At that moment, a female classmate noticed the textbooks in Shen Guodong's arms, erupting into exaggerated cries. Indeed, they are all high school textbooks. Shen Guodong, what is this? Do you aspire to continue your studies and retake the university entrance exam? Xie Haifeng jabbed a finger into Shen Guodong's forehead, deriding him loudly. Have you even looked at yourself? You resemble a beggar. You failed to enter university due to your poor grades. And now you're far too old. What a delusion. Shen Guodong abruptly lifted his head, a fierce glint igniting in his dark eyes. Xia Haifeng recoiled in surprise, but quickly regained his bravado upon noticing the throng surrounding him, while Shen Guodong stood alone. What is this? You, a worthless fool. Intend to strike me? Come on. Show me what you've got. When Shen Guodong remained unresponsive, Xia Haifeng erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Have you all witnessed this? Shen Guodong is nothing but a useless buffoon. Even after such humiliation, he dares not utter a word. An Lan must have truly been blind to have ever looked his way. Xia Haifeng boasted loudly, reveling in the notion that he could humiliate Shen Guodong. Suddenly, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Watch out! Many shouted. Before Xia Haifeng could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself toppled to the ground. Disoriented, Shen Guodong mounted Xia Haifeng, fists clenched, unleashing a flurry of blows. His demeanor was wild and frenzied, and as he struck, he bellowed, "To hell with you." In this moment, Shen Guodong was utterly enraged, his countenance terrifying, fueled by over 30 years of pent-up resentment from a previous life. With a few fierce punches, he rendered Xia Haifeng to cries of agony, his only instinct to shield his head, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Fortunately, witnessing the unfolding chaos, his classmates rushed forward to intervene, forcibly pulling the frenzied Shen Guodong away from Xia Haifeng. Some, emboldened by the tumult, attempted to strike Shen Guodong, only to be deterred by the ferocity reflected in his gaze. Come on, all of you, strike me together, unless you intend to kill me outright today. Rest assured that any one of you who dares to be alone in the future shall face my wrath tenfold. Shen Guodong bellowed, his demeanor alarming. This display genuinely intimidated those who had been eager to join the fray. Their enmity with Shen Guodong was far from profound. It was merely disdainful at worst. After exchanging glances, they silently unclenched their fists. Only Xia Haifeng, feeling profoundly humiliated, rose and sought to confront Shen Guodong. Come now, let us settle this one-on-one. Let us see who will be the first to fall. Shen Guodong, with a sudden burst of strength, broke free from his restraints and beckoned Xia Haifeng with a finger. Xia Haifeng was momentarily taken aback, looking to his classmates for support. Seeing the awkwardness on their faces, they began to urge him not to stoop to the level of a madman, to preserve his dignity. Xia Haifeng, you just became a formal employee. Should word of this altercation reach the factory, you risk losing your position, one female classmate cautioned. This admonition proved more effective than any other, and eventually, with the collective urging of his peers, Xia Haifeng was forcibly led away. Shen Guodong, I shall remember this day. Wait for me. Xia Haifeng spat, his face twisted with resentment as he departed. Bah! Shen Guodong retorted, spitting disdainfully in his direction, not considering Xia Haifeng a worthy adversary. A gentle, babbling sound drew his attention, and upon looking down, he beheld a shimmering brook, glancing at his soiled attire. He picked up a book from the ground and made his way toward the stream. After more than half an hour, Shen Guodong felt rejuvenated. Just as he was relishing in this newfound vitality, laughter and chatter reached his ears. Rising to discern the source of the sound, he discovered a group of women at the riverbank, washing clothes, each cradling large basins filled with garments and linens, evoking a nostalgic scene from days gone by. They were likely local residents, and as he pondered the need for a venue for a tutoring class, he considered approaching them for assistance. Volume 1. Chapter 12. Suspected of being a fraudster. As Shen Guodong contemplated, he promptly stepped forward. Indeed, the women he encountered were all from the nearby Lianhua community. Upon learning that Shen Guodong intended to lease a space for a tutoring class, their expressions were a mixture of confusion and curiosity. A charming young woman named Suoyin inquired, "Tutoring class? What does that entail?" A tutoring class refers to supplementary lessons, a novel approach to extracurricular education, Shen Guodong patiently elucidated. With the college entrance examination approaching, it is a paramount concern for both students and parents. My tutoring class is specifically designed to enhance scores for this exam. Enrolling in my class will assuredly lead to improved performance. The women's eyes gradually widened, their incredulity palpable. Despite their limited formal education, they understood the significance of the college entrance examination. How large a space do you require for this tutoring class? One cautiously posed. Shen Guodong pondered briefly before responding. It need not be extensive. A space accommodating 20 to 30 students will suffice. Ideally, it should come equipped with desks and chairs, such as a community meeting room or some idle classrooms. Rest assured, if the location is suitable, I am willing to pay 10 yuan a month for rent. The women's eyes sparkled with astonishment. 10 yuan a month? That is quite a sum. Over the course of a year, that amounts to 120 yuan. Given that pork is currently priced at 8 jiao per jin, each household could enjoy over a jin of pork during the new year. They began to whisper and exchange glances, clearly intrigued by the prospect. I recall there are numerous vacant spaces in our community courtyard, one remarked. Indeed, there are many idle spots. Aside from occasional meetings, they remained and used throughout the year. Suelian, your father is a leader in our community. Why not ask him? Another suggested. And I remember your sister is preparing for the college entrance examination this year, correct? Encouraged by their peers, Suelian hesitated, her expression wavering. Shen Guodong, observing the situation, approached her with sincerity, saying, Suelian, you possess a kind heart and a warm, generous spirit. Would you kindly assist me in seeking out your father? Flattered by Shen Guodong's public praise, Suelian's cheeks flushed crimson, her demeanor becoming shy and bashful. Moments later, a throng of women crossed the street. Their unwashed garments overlooked in their excitement. They clustered around Shen Guodong, laughing and frolicking, making their way toward the Lianhua community. Their lively presence drew the attention of many, as curiosity about the commotion stirred the onlookers. Upon learning that a remarkable young individual intended to establish a tutoring class and required to lease a space within the Lotus community, a throng of people eagerly gathered around. Shen Guodong inadvertently glanced back and was taken aback by the multitude of individuals behind him. Fortunately, the grand procession soon arrived at their destination. Cui Lian's father, Li Yuanchao, upon grasping the entirety of the situation, could not help but cast a disapproving glare at the women present. Day after day, it seems you have nothing better to do. Even washing clothes by the river has turned into such a spectacle. This is a community space, not solely for his use. Even if he is a leader, he cannot simply rent it out as he pleases. Among the crowd, a woman voiced her discontent, glaring back defiantly, Li Yuanchao, what do you mean by spectacle? We are here seeking benefits for our community. This tutoring class is an educational endeavor, contributing to the nation by nurturing our children, not some shady business. Exactly. That space is going unused. Even if we just lease it for a month, with the 10 yuan we collect, we can buy everyone a piece of white rabbit candy. The crowd erupted in agreement, their faces alight with mischief, with the majority relishing the excitement. Observing this, Shen Guodong felt compelled to interject. He earnestly addressed Li Yuanchao, uncle. Regarding the rental of the tutoring class space, I genuinely believe it is a fair proposition. 10 yuan a month is reasonable, and I am confident that everyone will agree. You might consider gathering their opinions. I shall wait here. Li Yuanchao hesitated, but at that moment, the women rallied, shouting their consent. Reluctantly, he conceded, very well. Since it has come to this, I will take you to see the place. He too recognized that the tutoring class was not a dubious venture. Shen Guodong promptly followed, trailed by a bustling crowd. A few minutes later, they arrived at the rental site. Indeed, it was a space managed by the Lotus community, comprising a series of small bungalows, the courtyard spacious and impeccably clean, and Shen Guodong instantly took a liking to it. Young comrade, uncle, my name is Li Guodong. You may call me Guodong or Dongzi. Li Yuanchao replied, all right then, I shall call you Dongzi from now on. It feels more personal. He then produced a key, unlocked one of the bungalows, and pushed the door open. This is where we often hold our meetings. It is equipped with tables, chairs, and a blackboard. As Shen Guodong stepped inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a spacious room. It must be at least over 200 square meters. Not only can it accommodate 20 or 30 students, but it could easily fit 100 or more. Moreover, the tables and chairs are plentiful, the blackboard is large, and the lighting is excellent. What a remarkable deal. Li Yuanchao observed Shen Guodong's expression and grinned, revealing his toothy smile. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this place? Uncle, I am exceedingly pleased. Let us sign the contract right away, and I shall pay you 2 months' rent in one go. Shen Guodong replied decisively, as he was known for his resolute nature. Li Yuanchao nodded in agreement, about to respond, when suddenly a voice rang out. Wait a moment. The crowd gasped, turning to locate the source of the interruption. Both Shen Guodong and Li Yuanchao joined the search, and soon, the crowd parted to reveal the dissenting voices, 2 young men and a girl, all appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. The boys had unremarkable looks, while the girl was in the bloom of youth, radiating beauty. Unfamiliar with the newcomers, Shen Guodong was taken aback, but Li Yuanchao's demeanor darkened as he sternly admonished. Jin Lian, what nonsense are you talking about? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Dad, I suspect he is a fraud." The girl, named Jean Lian, boldly pointed at Shen Guodong. "Dad." Shen Guodong turned in astonishment to Li Yuanchao, who offered an awkward smile and explained, "She is my youngest daughter." He quickly furrowed his brow and scolded, "This is adult business. You should be studying at home instead of meddling here." Among the crowd, a striking young woman hurried forward. "Li Zuoyan, sister, on what grounds do you call him a fraud?" "Shen Guodong was brought here by me, with the simple aim of benefiting everyone. Furthermore, my sister is an essential part of this plan. With the college entrance examinations approaching in a month, if there is indeed a tutoring class, it would greatly enhance Jean Lian's academic performance." Unexpectedly, her younger sister had just arrived and already branded someone as a fraud. "Sister, this Li Guodong keeps claiming he will establish a tutoring class. Have you verified his credentials? Have you seen his diploma?" Jean Lian launched a series of pointed inquiries. "Indeed, we must not only examine his diploma, but also assess his true capabilities." The other two boys chimed in loudly. Li Zuoyan frowned. "But who among us possesses the knowledge to evaluate him? How can we test him?" "Exactly. We are all uneducated, mere simpletons. This is simply unreasonable." Others echoed. Criticizing the commotion is unwarranted. With the highest education level among them being only elementary school, how could they possibly assess him? Jean Lian and the two boys were evidently caught off guard, their faces flushing crimson, almost on the verge of tears. After all, they were but children, unable to withstand such a daunting situation. Shen Guodong noticed the pallor on Li Yuanchao's face, for his daughter was among them. He promptly stepped forward and declared with clarity, "Esteemed uncles, aunts, and friends, let us all take a moment to compose ourselves and lend me your ears." The crowd fell silent, their gazes turning towards him. "I believe the intentions of the three students earlier were well-meaning. They acted in the interest of our collective welfare. After all, I am but a stranger, and it is only natural to harbor doubts. Let us not allow my status as an outsider to disrupt the harmony among you, for you are all kin." The three students wished to test my knowledge, did they not? Then let them pose their questions, and I shall rise to the challenge. Upon hearing Shen Guodong's words, many in the crowd began to regard him with newfound respect. Witnessing his demeanor and magnanimity, it was clear he was a learned individual capable of running a tutoring academy. Li Yuanchao and his daughter, Li Zuoyan, exchanged glances of gratitude, and even the three skeptical high school students exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. Shen Guodong observed all this with a smile, then strode to the blackboard, beckoning to the trio. "Which of you shall come forth first?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Jinlian stepped up without hesitation, undeterred by the previous tension. Although she felt gratitude for Shen Guodong's intervention, she believed the test was imperative after all. What if he were indeed a charlatan? Swiftly, Li Jinlian seized the chalk from the table and began to write the problem. Given 0x1, a 0, a 1. Compare 1 log a, 1x, and 1 log a, 1x. Please show your reasoning. Once she finished, she cast aside the chalk and gestured provocatively for Shen Guodong to respond. The crowd from Lianhua community stood in collective bewilderment, their expressions reflecting confusion akin to deciphering an ancient script. They could not even recognize the letters and symbols on the board, let alone solve the problem. In that instant, Shen Guodong became the focal point of the entire gathering. Volume 1, Chapter 13, supported by 3 classmates. Under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, Shen Guodong focused intently on the examination questions displayed on the blackboard. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a piece of chalk and commenced unraveling the problem. This particular question tested the concepts of absolute value, the properties of logarithmic functions, and methods for comparing the magnitudes of two real numbers, which could be distinctly divided into 2 steps, when a 1 and when 0 a 1. In the spacious and brightly lit room, the atmosphere was eerily silent, with dozens of individuals holding their breath as the only sound that pierced the stillness was the swift scratching of chalk against the board. Shen Guodong's arm moved with remarkable fluidity, executing the steps with precision, as he deftly solved the problem in its entirety. Meanwhile, Li Jinlian, a youthful and vibrant high school student, stood by, her mouth agape in disbelief, her expression reflecting utter astonishment. The 2 other boys bore similar countenances. Their eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, their faces etched with incredulity. It was worth noting that this question had only been distributed to their class the previous day, and not a single student had managed to solve it, resulting in a severe reprimand from their teacher. Today, being Sunday, the teacher had instructed the entire class to reflect deeply on their performance, warning them that if they continued at this level, they should abandon any hope for success in mathematics during their college entrance examinations and return home. Yet now, a complete stranger had emerged, effortlessly solving the problem with such ease, leaving the trio profoundly shaken. How did I fare? Is my answer correct? At that moment, Shen Guodong completed the final punctuation mark and turned to the three high school students with a smile. Li Jinlian and the two boys remained speechless, their gazes fixated on the process and the final answer on the blackboard. Observing their reaction, Shen Guodong smiled and added, "If you are not satisfied, I can present a second method for solving the problem." A second method? The hearts of the three high school students raced. This was a technique that even their teacher had not elucidated. Without further ado, Shen Guodong picked up the chalk once more and began to solve the problem anew with fervor. In less than 2 minutes, a completely new approach appeared on the blackboard. As they beheld this fresh perspective on the solution, the three high school students stood utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. However, their silence did not imply that others would remain quiet. The eager onlookers, who had been holding back their curiosity, began to voice their anxious inquiries. "Dongzi, is the answer on the blackboard correct? Hermao, tell me quickly. Jinlian, speak up." The crowd buzzed with urgency, and even Li Yuanchao struggled to maintain his composure. "Girl, did he solve it correctly?" Li Yuanchao inquired of his daughter. Li Jinlian, amidst her silence, vigorously nodded her head. Though reluctant to concede, the undeniable truth lay before them, especially with Shen Guodong presenting two entirely different methods for solving the problem. "Excellent. Truly impressive," Li Yuanchao suddenly shouted with excitement, addressing the entire audience. "I dare anyone to question Teacher Shen now, if he lacked genuine talent and knowledge. How could he dare to establish such a tutoring class?" As he spoke, Li Yuanchao turned briskly towards Shen Guodong and enthusiastically remarked, "Teacher Shen, your performance was absolutely remarkable, delivering a powerful lesson to these three young ones. Without a doubt, I will be the first to enroll my proud daughter in this tutoring class, no matter the cost." Shen Guodong quickly responded, "Uncle, everything is negotiable. Absolutely negotiable." However, he nearly chuckled inwardly, for the outstanding performance of these three high school students was akin to having been orchestrated by him. Following this commotion, the reputation of the tutoring class would surely spread swiftly, negating the need for any advertisements, thus saving him considerable time and effort. At that moment, a wave of chatter erupted from the crowd, filled with praises for Shen Guodong's genuine expertise. In this era, the respect for intellectuals was deeply rooted and profoundly admired. Shen Guodong's actions garnered widespread recognition. "Damn it, when I return home tonight, I shall send my little rascal here for tutoring," someone proclaimed. "Indeed, I must bring my stubborn daughter as well. Teacher Shen's professionalism is unmatched." Compliments poured in, and Shen Guodong felt a surge of joy in his heart. All thanks to the support of the three high school students. "Do you two still wish to test me?" Shen Guodong directed his gaze towards the two boys. Under his scrutiny, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they fervently shook their heads. Shen Guodong chuckled nonchalantly and turned to Li Yuanchao. "Uncle, shall we proceed to sign the contract now? Let us go." Li Yuanchao, feeling even more exhilarated, wasted no time and led Shen Guodong away. Approximately half an hour later, the lease agreement was successfully signed in duplicate. Shen Guodong affixed his signature and seal, paying 2 months' rent in one go. Holding the contract and keys, he addressed the onlookers gathered outside with enthusiasm. "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, within 2 days at the latest, my tutoring class will officially commence. I hope you can help me spread the word. For each person you bring to enroll, I will give them a free lesson. Bring 3 people, receive 3 lessons. Bring 5, receive 5 lessons. There's no limit." The crowd buzzed with discussion as Shen Guodong continued. "Moreover, on the first day, all registered students will enjoy a complimentary lesson. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Do not let it slip away. I assure you, I will exert every effort to help every student preparing for the college entrance examination to significantly enhance their math skills in the coming month, striving for academic excellence and gaining admission to a desired university." The air was filled with applause and cheers. In this moment, not only the parents of students facing the college entrance examination were filled with fervor, but even the onlookers were swept up in excitement, wishing their own children would soon partake in the examination. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had set, casting a vibrant glow across the horizon, and time was slipping away. Politely declining the invitation to dine with Li Yuanchao's family, Shen Guodong, weary from the day's events, began his journey homeward. He intended to first visit the hospital to check on his wife and sister, inquiring whether they had eaten. However, upon arriving at the hospital, he was met with the sight of an empty hospital bed. Where could they be? Who had taken my wife? It was not until a patient from the adjacent bed informed Shen Guodong that his wife had already been discharged that a frown creased his brow. He hurried to find the doctor. After confirming from the physician that his wife merely needed to rest at home, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since his wife had returned home, there was no cause for concern. The pressing matter at hand was to find a place to eat, lest he succumb to hunger. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from around the corner, exuding a sense of urgency. Shen Guodong recognized it to be Zhang Dachuan, his closest friend. "Dachuan, what brings you here?" he asked. "What a silly question. I've been waiting here for you," Zhang Dachuan retorted, his expression darkening. "I stepped away for a moment to relieve myself and nearly missed you. I watched you walk into the hospital and called out, but it seemed you were deaf to my voice." Shen Guodong admitted that he truly hadn't heard him. "Enough of this banter. Tell me, where have you been today?" Zhang Dachuan's tone grew serious. Shen Guodong hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the matter of the tutoring classes. Unbeknownst to him, this hesitation led Zhang Dachuan to jump to conclusions, as he exclaimed, "Are you mingling with those rascals again? They're in town today." Shen Guodong quickly shook his head, insisting he was not. Yet, Zhang Dachuan remained unconvinced. Disappointment etched across his face. "Shen Guodong, you truly are a hopeless case. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation at home? Your sister-in-law has somehow acquired a significant sum of money and summoned numerous people, claiming it is to repay some famine debt." Volume 1, Chapter 14, Heartache and Compassion. An Lan called for many people. Was there still a famine? Upon hearing this news, Shen Guodong momentarily froze, as he was unaware of this matter. However, he quickly calmed his racing heart. If his conjecture was correct, the money An Lan needed to alleviate the famine was the 500 yuan he had provided. With funds at hand, repaying debts was only fitting. It seemed his wife was indeed quite remarkable. Shen Guodong murmured softly, and then, inevitably, he recalled the wretched past self, delivering a harsh reprimand once more. This former self was truly despicable. How could he not cherish such a wonderful wife and instead resort to domestic violence? He deserved to meet his end. "Dachuan, the money An Lan required to combat the famine was given by me. I acquired 500 yuan from Wang Dequan," Shen Guodong explained. "What?" As expected, Zhang Dachuan's face was a picture of astonishment. "The money for your sister-in-law's famine was given by you? And you got it from that old scoundrel?" "Indeed." Shen Guodong nodded, then playfully draped an arm around Zhang Dachuan's shoulder, grinning broadly. "Now that we have the money, repaying the debt is the most appropriate course of action. After all, anyone who has borrowed from me is a good person. We must certainly return the money at the earliest opportunity. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Dachuan scrutinized his childhood friend, sensing a subtle change in him. Otherwise, such sentiments would have been unimaginable in the past. Come on. We need not rush home. First, accompany me for a meal. I'm nearly starving." As Zhang Dachuan was still in a state of astonishment, he felt Shen Guodong tugging at his arm, hastening towards the street in search of a suitable eatery. "My bicycle! I haven't even ridden my bicycle yet," Zhang Dachuan exclaimed. Moments later, the two arrived at a small noodle shop. Shen Guodong immediately ordered 5 large bowls of noodles and a plate of cold dishes, instructing the owner to let them know if they needed more. "Dongzi, quickly tell me how you managed to get money from Wang Dequan." After learning that the funds to assist An Lan had come from Shen Guodong, Zhang Dachuan's anxious demeanor relaxed considerably. Throughout their journey, he persisted in asking Shen Guodong to elaborate on the process of obtaining the money. You see, ever since Shen Guodong's parents met with misfortune, An Lan and his 2 younger sisters frequently visited the Qingchuan distillery, seeking justice and, of course, funds. However, over the course of 2 years, they had not managed to secure even a single coin. Unexpectedly, Shen Guodong had managed to procure 500 yuan in a single endeavor, a substantial sum indeed. Piquing Zhang Dachuan's curiosity, "Just look at who I am. Let me tell you, when I confronted that old scoundrel Wang Dequan, I landed a left hook with my left hand and a spinning kick with my right." Shen Guodong exaggeratedly performed the tale. As Zhang Dachuan listened, his expression grew increasingly dark, and he remarked, "Is your right hand a foot? Now, show me a spinning kick." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities." Amidst Shen Guodong's playful banter, the noodles arrived, and he transformed into a ravenous beast, devouring them with abandon. After all, since arriving in this world, his stomach had never truly felt full. This time, he was determined to feast sufficiently, as if one meal could replace 3. Zhang Dachuan observed his friend's gluttonous display and shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Shen Guodong was reluctant to reveal the truth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they could acquire some money, that was all that counted. Moreover, his friend indeed seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. During this meal, Shen Guodong ordered 5 large bowls of noodles, consuming 4 of them, and when he attempted to order more, Zhang Dachuan firmly restrained him, fearing for his friend's well-being. On their way home, Shen Guodong sat on the back of the bicycle, occasionally belching contentedly. The sensation of a full stomach was utterly delightful. Dachuan, I must tell you something. I've started a tutoring class. A tutoring class? What do you mean? Zhang Dachuan asked, bewildered. Shen Guodong elaborated, and by the end, Zhang Dachuan was both astonished and elated, exclaiming, Dongzi, are you truly resolved to turn over a new leaf and live a good life? With a sense of nostalgia, Shen Guodong replied, Indeed, I am ready to embrace being a better person. I have missed out on too many opportunities before, now that I have awakened to the truth. I intend to cherish each day that lies ahead. By the way, you must promise not to spread word of my tutoring class. I wish to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Zhang Dachuan nodded vigorously, I understand. Rest assured. However, he couldn't help but add, but I must say, you've chosen the right path for your math tutoring. It used to be your strong suit. Shen Guodong laughed heartily. Ha, that is all in the past. He then continued. Tomorrow, may I borrow your bicycle? Today's journey nearly exhausted me. Ah, so this was your ultimate goal. They teased, laughing and joking as Beituan village came into view. From a distance, they spotted a throng of people bustling about in the Shen family courtyard. Look, Shen Guodong is back. Dongzi, I heard your family has struck it rich. Tell us, where did you acquire such wealth? How much did you manage to get? Did you stumble upon good fortune or deceive someone to obtain it? As they dismounted their bicycles, the onlookers immediately recognized them, encircling them with a flurry of gossip and jesting. After all, Shen Guodong had previously been regarded as a good-for-nothing. His sudden wealth and the commotion it caused inevitably aroused suspicion regarding its origins. Shen Guodong leaped off the bike, dismissing the sardonic remarks of the crowd, and strode confidently through the throng, heading toward his home. Upon entering, the room was filled with a thick haze, causing him to cough incessantly. In the modest dwelling, An Lan and her 2 sisters were present, gathered around a table that hosted numerous neighbors. An Lan was responsible for reconciling the accounts, while Shen Guodong and Shen Xiaohua diligently safeguarded a handbag. Each time An Lan verified the bills, the sisters would promptly pass the counted money over. Their division of labor was clear, and it truly resembled a well-organized affair. The sudden appearance of Shen Guodong stirred a commotion within the room. It's Dongzi. Have you just returned? Someone exclaimed. I always said Dongzi isn't the sort to be unreliable. Shen Lar and his wife wouldn't raise such a poorly mannered son. Remarkably, due to his proactive efforts to alleviate the famine, the once despised Shen Guodong was now met with many benevolent and amiable faces. Shen Guodong's gaze instinctively drifted towards a figure, realizing that all of this was brought about by his wife. Her singular act of addressing the famine had an immense ripple effect. At that moment, An Lan also lifted her head, revealing her beautiful visage. Their eyes met midair, and to Shen Guodong's surprise, he noticed that An Lan displayed no sense of seeking praise. Instead, she appeared somewhat anxious and fearful. Why was she anxious and fearful? Shen Guodong initially felt perplexed, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. An Lan was likely apprehensive about taking unilateral action that might provoke his disapproval, fearing she might commit some extreme act in public, such as facing domestic violence once more. His emotions were complex. He felt deep sorrow and pity for this poor woman, who had been through so much because of the wretched past he bore. At that moment, he genuinely felt a profound sense of compassion and concern, and he stepped forward. Upon seeing Shen Guodong approach, not only did An Lan become tense, but Shen Xiaorong and Shen Xiaohua also exhibited signs of anxiety, their large eyes revealing a hint of fear as their bodies tensed up. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Shen Guodong did not display anger nor any signs of fury. Instead, under their astonished gazes, he gently inquired, How much famine have you alleviated? Volume 1. Chapter 15. The proper way to deal with scoundrels. It's almost half done. An Lan whispered, her large eyes blinking with an unmistakable blend of trepidation and a stubborn resolve. No matter what transpired today, this debt of hunger had to be repaid. Shen Guodong and Shen Xiaohua stood nervously beside her, their expressions mirroring one another. If this ruffian dared to act out in public, they would protect their sister-in-law at all costs. Shen Guodong nodded, procuring a stool to sit beside An Lan, softly stating, "Come, let me assist you." An Lan widened her eyes in astonishment. What was this person thinking? He had not erupted in anger. Instead, he offered his help. Shen Guodong paid no heed to An Lan's reaction, understanding that everything required time to improve and could not be rushed. "Who is next?" he inquired. Accepting An Lan's task. "Me. It's my turn." A senior man excitedly raised his hand. "Ah, it's Old Man Song. I recall lending your family 2 yuan. Along with 2 jin of eggs and 5 jin of flour, correct?" "Yes, yes. Dongzi, your memory is impeccable." Old Man Song grinned broadly. Shen Guodong smiled in return. 2 jin of eggs amount to approximately 80 cents. 5 jin of flour is 1 yuan and 50 cents. Adding the previous 2 yuan brings the total to 4 yuan and 50 cents. After stating this, he gestured for his 2 sisters to quickly provide the money. Old Man Song was overjoyed, not expecting to earn an extra 2 cents, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "I should be the one thanking you. I was once quite reckless. Had it not been for your willingness to lend me money, I feared I might starve." Shen Guodong replied half seriously, half jokingly, "Thus, all of this is rightfully yours. Who is next?" "Dongzi, it's my turn. It's my turn." This time, an elderly woman with an eager expression spoke up. "Ah, Aunt Zhao. I remember your account as well. I lent your family 5 grain tickets and 10 jin of corn flour, correct?" Aunt Zhao nodded vigorously. "That's right. That's right. Currently, I have neither grain tickets nor corn flour. How about we convert it all into cash?" "Certainly, that is no problem." As moments ticked away, Shen Guodong was well aware of the hunger many faced. Even in areas where he was uncertain, An Lan was there to assist. The couple's collaboration significantly enhanced their efficiency. Notably, each time they repaid the debts, Shen Guodong would add a little extra, fostering a harmonious atmosphere within the room. Many began to speculate if the old Shen family's son had indeed changed for the better. Once known as a reckless individual, some had even resolved to forego reclaiming their debts. Yet today brought an unexpected surprise. Seated beside An Lan and her 2 younger sisters, a profound sense of emotion enveloped them. This individual had truly transformed. The swiftness of the change left them questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. If it were indeed a dream, they fervently wished for it to linger longer, ideally never to awaken from it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door, accompanied by the harsh invectives of women. Zhang Dachuan was the first to rush in, his expression fraught with concern as he approached Shen Guodong, whispering urgently, "Dongzi, trouble's brewing, the baldy and the tumor have arrived." Before his words could settle, 2 boisterous figures barged in. As they passed, neighbors hastily recoiled as if from venomous serpents, under the dim glow of the fluorescent lights. It was evident that they were 2 ne'er-do-wells, one bald with scars adorning his forehead, embodying the archetype of a brash troublemaker, while the other bore an unsightly growth the size of a walnut on his neck, with slanted eyes that bespoke malice. They nonchalantly puffed on cigarettes, adopting a flippant demeanor as they stood before Shen Guodong. "Dongzi, why haven't you shared your newfound wealth with us?" "You're rather inconsiderate," began the baldy, his hands propped on the table, greedily fixating on An Lan's visage for a prolonged moment before languidly continuing. Shen Guodong regarded the unwelcome visitors with narrowed eyes, swiftly sifting through his memories. Indeed, the former self had shared a few drinks with them, but although the previous incarnation was inept and useless, he was not devoid of wit. Realizing the ulterior motives behind their approach, he consciously chose to sever ties, for their paths diverged significantly. The baldy and the tumor were truly nefarious characters, indulging in debauchery, deception, brawls, and harassment, while also maintaining dubious affiliations with unsavory individuals in the city. Fortuitously, those ties had long been severed. Otherwise, such connections could have marred his life irrevocably, potentially leading to grave repercussions. Deep within, Shen Guodong murmured to himself, aware of the forthcoming era's turbulence. Barring unforeseen circumstances, next year would herald an unprecedented crackdown nationwide. Individuals of their ilk would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared, with dire consequences looming. "So, it is the baldy and the tumor," he pondered, yet rising with a beaming smile, he declared, "What wealth could a humble person like me possibly amass? You truly overestimate my worth. I merely enjoyed a stroke of luck yesterday at the Qingchuan distillery. The kind-hearted director Wang bestowed upon me a modest consolation. And now, I am here to repay a debt of hunger. You 2 esteemed brothers have arrived at the perfect moment. I find myself in need of a few coins to settle this. Rest assured, I shall repay you." With that, Shen Guodong eagerly extended his hand, hope etched upon his features. The baldy and the tumor stood before him, momentarily stunned into silence. This evening, the two of them had deliberately come to seek a favor. But to their astonishment, before they could utter a word, it was Shen Guodong who first requested a loan. What in the world is this? Meanwhile, the neighbors surrounding them, stretching their necks to witness the unfolding drama, widened their eyes in collective astonishment. Being from the same village, everyone was well acquainted with one another. Who did not know about the bald man and the lump? It was common knowledge that they had come to seek a handout, having heard of Shen Guodong's newfound wealth. However, what no one anticipated was that Shen Guodong would preemptively ask them for money. What a brilliant move! He had effectively cut off all avenues for the bald man and the lump. When did Guodong become so astute, turning the tables on them? Each neighbor entertained various thoughts, some suppressing laughter, quietly enjoying the spectacle, including Zhang Dachuan, who had initially appeared anxious. An Lan, Shen Xiaorong, and Shen Xiaohua also sparkled with delight in their eyes. The surprises this man brought them were ever increasing, and this unexpected twist was beyond their imagination. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the expressions of the bald man and the lump fluctuated between dark and light. Are you seriously asking us for money? Do I look like a wealthy person to you? Finally, the lump erupted in a fit of rage. Shen Guodong seemed unfazed by the insult, nodding earnestly. Indeed, you do. Who in our village doesn't know that Brother Lump is well connected and thriving in the city? Clearly, you are on the verge of striking it rich. I'm not asking for much, just $100 or $80 will suffice. Brothers, considering the drinks we've shared in the past, you will surely lend me some money, won't you? Shen Guodong gazed at the two men with hopeful anticipation. Not a chance. I'm broke. This time. The bald man was thoroughly incensed, grabbing the lump by the arm and turning to leave. Their demeanor suggested they were fleeing in haste, as if fearing Shen Guodong would pursue them. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Give me a chance. Brothers, please don't leave. I really need some money. Would you lend me a little? Shen Guodong hurried after them, seemingly unwilling to let the two intimidating figures depart so easily. Get lost. I want to lend you a dime, not a single cent. The bald man growled, his threat laced with menace. If you dare to follow us again, I'll break your legs. As Shen Guodong pursued them, the bald man halted, delivering his fierce warning. Shen Guodong stood there, looking utterly dejected, as if struck by a heavy blow. Once the two characters had walked far away, he wiped the expression from his face and returned to the house with a demeanor so calm it was as if nothing had transpired. Wow, Dongzi, that was impressive. It's the first time I've seen those two in such a pitiful state. I must say, tonight has truly opened my eyes. It seems those two aren't as fearless as they appear. Upon returning, Shen Guodong found himself the center of attention. Every gaze upon him had shifted dramatically. Internally, he scoffed, though externally he revealed no signs of weakness. Everyone, I genuinely need some money. If you don't believe me, who would lend me a bit? He could not admit that his earlier actions had been deliberate. Otherwise, if the bald man and his companion caught wind of it later, it would simply invite trouble. Indeed. As soon as Shen Guodong uttered the words borrow money, the atmosphere fell silent, and those who had praised him before now remained mute. Shen Guodong subtly curled his lip. He had no need for compliments, which would bring him more harm than good. Come on, let us continue. Whose turn is it now? He called out as he settled back into his seat. Beside him, Zhang Dachuan discreetly gave him a thumbs up. They exchanged a glance that conveyed mutual understanding. That night stretched on until nearly dawn, with most debts finally settled, although some creditors had not arrived as they were not in the village. Once everyone had departed, only Shen Guodong and An Lan remained in the house, while the two sisters had returned to the adjacent room. How much do we have left now? Shen Guodong inquired. An Lan tossed her bag to him and replied coolly, Take a look for yourself. Shen Guodong opened it to find a smattering of coins, the largest denomination being a single yuan, totaling perhaps no more than 10. Unbelievable. This previous incarnation had amassed such a significant debt. Shen Guodong felt a wave of disbelief. In this era, owing 500 yuan was no trivial matter. It was a considerable burden. You owe me 100 yuan, which I had to give to Xiaorong. That's non-negotiable. Don't forget, Xiaohua is still in school, An Lan explained. The remaining 398 yuan and 50 cents was spent on some rice, flour, and oil, totaling 5 yuan when I returned. All other funds have been depleted, and if you doubt this, you may cross-reference each entry. I have meticulously recorded everything in my notebook. Shen Guodong promptly handed over his satchel, shaking his head. I do not disbelieve you. Your actions this evening regarding the famine were entirely justified and commendable. An Lan's expression was one of astonishment. Was this fellow actually praising her? Truly, the sun must have risen in the west. By the way, I made another trip to the Qingchuan distillery today and procured 200 yuan from Wang Dequan. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I can only provide you with 100 yuan to assist with household expenses. Shen Guodong withdrew all the money from his pocket, counting out 10 large denominations and placing them before An Lan. Initially, this 200 yuan was earmarked entirely for the tutoring center, intended for purchasing desks, chairs, blackboards, chalk, review materials, paper, and so forth. Unexpectedly, having secured such a prime location in the Lianhua community has resulted in substantial savings. Staring at the pristine stack of currency before her, An Lan widened her eyes and refrained from taking it. After a moment of contemplation, her demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and she sneered, Shen Guodong. When did Wang Dequan become such a philanthropist? I was entirely unaware. You visit him once, and he hands you a sum of money. 500 yesterday, 200 today. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Easily fooled? Shen Guodong opened his mouth, realizing that this matter was not easily dismissed. Wang Dequan's character was well known to An Lan, who had ample experience with him. It was implausible that he would so readily part with 700 yuan. Such a sum was significant in any household. Shen Guodong, you must honestly tell me, where did this money truly come from? If you do not provide a clear explanation, believe me, I shall leave home this very instant and never return. An Lan's face was icy, her gaze intensely serious. Shen Guodong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was not that he was unwilling to divulge the truth to An Lan, but rather he feared that revealing it might instigate her suspicions. After all, he was no longer the inept person he once was. He possessed a far sharper intellect now. Yet, given the current predicament, withholding an explanation was no longer tenable. Shen Guodong took a deep breath, adopting a resolute demeanor. This money truly came from Wang Dequan, but it was neither compensation from my parents nor any form of relief funds. I assisted Wang Dequan with a significant task, and this is his remuneration for my help. An Lan raised an eyebrow. You aided Wang Dequan with a considerable task? What sort of task? You aren't involved in any illicit activities, are you? Absolutely not. I would never. Shen Guodong hastily recounted the entire sequence of events, laying bare the truth. Upon finishing, he remained tense, cautiously observing An Lan's reaction. Indeed, as he had anticipated, An Lan's delicate face was etched with astonishment. Are you implying that you assisted Wang Dequan in addressing the inventory issues at the distillery? Shen Guodong nodded in affirmation. The Qingchuan distillery has yet to formally implement the marketing strategy, but it is imminent. Otherwise, given Wang Dequan's character, he would never allow such a significant loss. An Lan sat in a daze on the stool, and after a prolonged silence, she regarded the man before her with a peculiar expression, her gaze oscillating between curiosity and scrutiny. At that moment, Shen Guodong felt the tension mount as beads of sweat formed in his palms. He silently chanted to himself, do not doubt, do not doubt, do not doubt. Should the inquiry arise, he would simply assert that such ingenuity had always been within him. Just as Shen Guodong prepared for various contingencies, An Lan indeed voiced her lingering doubts. How is it that I was completely unaware of your capabilities? Shen Guodong offered a wry smile. Isn't it because you frightened me awake when you ingested that pesticide the other day? I used to be quite clever, you know. My recent despondency stemmed from the tragic loss of my parents, which has rendered me aimless for the past 2 years. His explanation was reasonable and left no room for rebuttal. An Lan was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, it was she who offered a bittersweet smile. Her expression a blend of complexity as she addressed Shen Guodong. Had I known it would come to this, I should have resorted to that pesticide much sooner. Shen Guodong was alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward, grasping her delicate hands. No, please, never do something so foolish again. I assure you, I will amend my ways and will no longer be the same reckless person, nor will I ever harm you. Will you grant me this one chance? Volume 1. Chapter 17. Too late. Everything is too late. Xiaoqing's exquisite visage was flushed, the crimson hue extending to her neck. This person had undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to awakening from a deep slumber, as if she had been transported back to the romantic days of yore. Back then, Shen Guodong was handsome and charming, his sweet words ensnaring her heart, compelling her to sever ties with her family in her fervent desire to marry him. Please release my hand. An Lan stammered, her face ablaze as she struggled. Shen Guodong, startled, looked down and realized he had inadvertently grasped An Lan's delicate hand, causing him to release it in a flurry of panic. This was someone else's wife, though, in a sense, she was also his own. Yet, as a lifelong bachelor, Shen Guodong had never experienced such intimate contact with a woman, and he felt as though a fawn was thrumming wildly within his chest. It's getting late. We should retire for the night, An Lan murmured, averting her gaze as she turned to retreat into the inner room. Shen Guodong, however, found himself ensnared, caught between indecision. It seemed this was the first time since his rebirth that he and An Lan had shared a moment alone. Should he enter the room tonight or not? Why haven't you come in yet? Leaving the light on is such a waste. An Lan's voice echoed from within. Oh, coming. Shen Guodong replied, hastily extinguishing the light, struggling to quell the tumult within his heart as he gently opened the door to the inner room. Inside, An Lan lay in slumber, her eyes closed. Her clothes from earlier strewn beside her. Through the quilt, the glimmer of her alabaster shoulder blades was subtly visible, radiant and supple. A neatly arranged quilt awaited him alongside her. Shen Guodong crept onto the bed, not bothering to change, hastily burrowing into his own side. Just as he settled, a lovely face turned towards him, the owner regarding him with disdain through her large, dark eyes. Why didn't you undress before getting into bed? I just washed the sheets. Shen Guodong gasped, his muscles tensing in shock. Was she really expecting him to undress in front of her? Hurry up and take off your clothes, An Lan urged. Suppressing his embarrassment, Shen Guodong gritted his teeth and sat up, rapidly disrobing until he was clad only in his boxers, swiftly diving beneath the covers. With a swift motion, a snowy white arm reached out, extinguishing the light, plunging the room into darkness. The silence enveloped them, and Shen Guodong found it difficult to relax until the rhythmic sound of An Lan's steady breathing soothed him. Reflecting on his recent encounter with An Lan and her various reactions, Shen Guodong realized this woman was genuinely gentle and endearing, in stark contrast to his former self, who had been cruel and abusive towards her. What a foolish woman indeed. Shen Guodong flashed a weary smile as exhaustion washed over him, quickly lulling him back into slumber. He enjoyed a particularly deep sleep until the crowing of a rooster outside roused him from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he turned to his side, only to find An Lan awakening as well, her face adorably drowsy and confused. I'll prepare breakfast. You can sleep a little longer, An Lan declared, sitting up with determination. Shen Guodong had intended to respond, yet his eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he was momentarily captivated by an alluring sight before him. However, that sensation was fleeting when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a small, blood-stained object in the urinal. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. With a heavy sigh, he swiftly dressed, attended to his personal hygiene, and made his way to the kitchen. Let me help you with the fire, he offered. In this era, stoking the fire was a laborious task, requiring one to vigorously pull and push the bellows to fan the flames of the stove. Observing the newfound diligence of her companion, An Lan accepted his assistance without hesitation, deftly kneading dough for steamed buns. The buns, of course, were not made from pure white flour. Such luxury was unattainable. They incorporated cornmeal, which constituted a significant portion of the mixture, resulting in what was known as a mian mo. This was already considered a substantial meal. Many households combined bean flour and various grains, rendering the taste of white flour nearly indistinguishable. Once the buns were steamed, An Lan prepared a dish of spicy sour shredded potatoes. Thus began their simple yet warm breakfast of mian mo, porridge, and a plate of potatoes. I'll borrow Dachuan's bicycle later and head to the county, Shen Guodong announced during their meal. Wait, didn't you just return from the county yesterday? Why go again? An Lan queried, her expression one of confusion. After a brief pause for contemplation, Shen Guodong resolved to share his plans for the tutoring center with her. If they were to build a good life together and compensate this Navi woman, certain matters should not be concealed. I forgot to mention something last night. I'm planning to start a business. Start a business? What kind? An Lan asked, her face a mask of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the concept. You see, with the college entrance examination approaching, it is of utmost importance. Teachers and parents alike are putting forth their utmost efforts for the sake of their children's success. I believe this presents a remarkable opportunity. So I have decided to open a tutoring center specifically for students preparing for the examination. Shen Guodong patiently elaborated. Just yesterday, I purchased some review materials necessary for the center and spent 20 yuan renting a venue. Today, I ventured into the city to procure various sundries needed for the tutoring class, such as chalk, paper, fountain pens, ink, materials for creating blackboard displays, and to tidy up the surroundings. Observing the man before her, so eloquently expounding with an unprecedented air of confidence. An Lan realized that Shen Guodong had indeed undergone a transformation. Yet, her heart had long since withered, having resolutely decided to depart. For no one could ascertain whether this man was merely indulging a fleeting fancy or if he had genuinely turned over a new leaf. An Lan was unwilling to gamble again. She had already missed one chance in life and could not afford to place all her hopes upon a single branch. Should a second betrayal occur, it would shatter her completely. Why could you not have changed sooner? Why must you wait until my heart has grown cold to exhibit such earnestness? It is too late. Everything is far too late. An Lan murmured to herself. Volume 1, Chapter 18. The rocket tutoring class has commenced. Shen Guodong was oblivious to the fact that his wife, whom he wished to support and compensate, had resolutely decided to leave. After breakfast, he made his way directly to Zhang Dachuan's residence. Zhang Dachuan was a man with a more tragic background than Shen Guodong. His father had perished in an accident when he was very young, and his mother had abandoned him to drift alone. Throughout his childhood, Zhang Dachuan had been raised by his grandparents. However, as the relentless years wore on, his grandparents aged and could no longer work. Leaving the entire burden of the family on Zhang Dachuan's shoulders, he was compelled to earn a living to support his grandparents. In such impoverished circumstances, the notion of a wife was utterly beyond his contemplation. Inside the two dilapidated, dimly lit, low-ceiling tile-roofed rooms, Shen Guodong encountered Zhang Dachuan's grandparents. The elderly couple was kind-hearted and benevolent. Despite Shen Guodong's reckless behavior over the years, they greeted him warmly, never displaying any disdain. Is that you, Dongzi? Have you eaten? Come, have something. They beckoned warmly upon his arrival. Grandpa, Grandma, I've already eaten. You two should eat, Shen Guodong replied, his gaze lingering momentarily on the small dining table. It bore an old porcelain basin containing 3 dark and hard millet buns. Aside from that, each of the 3 family members had 2 potatoes in their bowls. This constituted their meal. There were no stir-fried dishes, as cooking required oil and various seasonings, all of which necessitated money. Shen Guodong instinctively clenched his fists. Compared to their meager fare, his breakfast had been a feast of happiness. Yet, in the face of such dire conditions, Zhang Dachuan had unhesitatingly lent him 10 yuan for his hospital expenses that day. A friend like him was indeed a treasure. At that moment, Shen Guodong resolved to include Zhang Dachuan on his path to prosperity. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm full, Zhang Dachuan announced as he stood up to accompany Shen Guodong into the yard. Look, the bicycle is over there. I happen to have some free time today. Do you need help with your tutoring class? Shen Guodong nodded, appreciating the offer of assistance. However, before proceeding, he felt compelled to do something first. He pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Zhang Dachuan's hands. Dachuan, take this 20 yuan for now. Last night, during a time of hunger, Zhang Dachuan had not asked for assistance, and Shen Guodong had instinctively overlooked it, believing that friends need not rush such matters. However, after witnessing the earlier scene, he could no longer remain indifferent. Dongzi, you are starting a tutoring class now. You need the money more than I do. My funds can wait. Zhang Dachuan immediately declined, adding, besides, I can only lend you 10 yuan. Who said it was only 10 yuan? In the past, you occasionally helped me with 1 or 2 yuan. And there were countless ration tickets. Did you really think I could be so heartless as to forget? Shen Guodong remarked. Take this 20 yuan first. Use it to buy some rice, flour, and oil for your family. As for the tutoring class, you need not worry. It won't cost much over there. Truly. I'm not deceiving you. Zhang Dachuan's eyes glistened with emotion, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted the money. A few minutes later, the two rode their bicycle towards the county town. Upon arriving, Shen Guodong sought out a state-run store and purchased a variety of supplies: chalk, paper, pens, ink, glue, brooms, and dustpans, an assortment of miscellaneous items. As they exited the store, Zhang Dachuan began to complain. We really didn't need to buy the broom and dustpan. We have plenty at home. Have you forgotten? Shen Guodong replied, It doesn't matter. It hardly cost much. This time, it was Shen Guodong who rode the bicycle as they made their way to Lianhua Community. Not long after entering the building, many greeted him, calling out, Teacher Shen. Teacher Shen has arrived. Some even approached to boast about how many people they had informed about the tutoring class, confirming they could bring in a sizable number of students. Shen Guodong responded with a smile to each greeting, entering the community courtyard where he took out his keys to unlock the door. Wow, this place is enormous, Zhang Dachuan exclaimed, astonished. 10 yuan rent per month. Should it not be large? Shen Guodong teased. Zhang Dachuan nodded. Indeed, It ought to be spacious. Let's first patch up this broken window paper. Then you can handle the cleaning while I take care of the blackboard. Shen Guodong assigned tasks. Although the conditions were rudimentary and their funds limited, they were determined to proceed with the right attitude. Before they knew it, an entire day had passed in their flurry of activity. During this time, several parents arrived, having heard about the tutoring class and wanting to see if it was legitimate. Many inquired about the schedule for the classes, as students were engaged in school from morning until evening, leaving little free time, with only one day of rest after Sunday. Shen Guodong had already considered this aspect. He divided the schedule into two segments, one from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and the other from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. This timing would not interfere with the students' meals or their sleep. In total, there would be 2 classes each day, amounting to 2 hours. As for the pricing, he pondered for a long while before deciding on 50 cents per class. Shen Guodong believed this price to be quite reasonable. Even if a student attended both classes in a day, it would only cost 1 yuan. Calculating meticulously, there remains merely a month until the Gaokao. And the cost is a mere 30 yuan, a sum that many families can afford. Thus, the much-anticipated day of the rocket tutoring class arrived. Since it was the inaugural day, all courses were offered free of charge. Shen Guodong anticipated a modest surprise. However, the reality surpassed his expectations significantly. By 12:30, the classroom was gradually filling with numerous students and parents, while a multitude of bicycles was parked in the courtyard outside. Word of the rocket tutoring class had spread. And with the allure of a complimentary first day, many were drawn in by curiosity and the prospect of a bargain. Inside the classroom, eager students, filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, continued to arrive. Upon entering, their gaze was immediately drawn to a banner hanging prominently on the podium. Emblazoned with bold letters, Rocket Tutoring Class, specializing in creating miracles. Beneath it, an enticing message read, "You lend me your support, and I shall return your lifelong dreams." In terms of professionalism, we are unparalleled. Students whispered among themselves, and by 12:30, a third of the 100-seat classroom was already occupied, with more individuals arriving continuously. Shen Guodong realized he had underestimated this year's Gaokao candidates, as the turnout exceeded his expectations. He had been quite busy in recent days and had not inquired about the number of candidates from the county's first high school this year. Finally, at 1 o'clock, the formal lesson commenced. The classroom, with its hundreds of seats, was half-filled, while parents crowded at the open doors. Evidently eager to attend and assess the newly emerged young teacher, Shen Guodong, for any shortcomings. "Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Guodong, and the classroom you are currently in is named the Rocket Tutoring Class, which I founded." Standing confidently at the podium, Shen Guodong spoke eloquently and assuredly. Having shaved and neatly styled his hair, dressed in clean attire, he appeared remarkably capable and charismatic, exuding an infectious energy. Volume 1. Chapter 19. This teacher is not only handsome but also possesses a charming sense of humor and remarkable talent. Today marks our first encounter. So let us not rush into the lesson just yet. Instead, let us engage in a brief interactive session to foster a bit of mutual understanding. What say you? Shen Guodong smiled as he addressed all the students below. Excellent. The students responded enthusiastically, their spirits evidently lifted, while the parents listened attentively, eager to witness the unfolding exchange. Very well, allow me to pose a few questions to you. Please lend me your ears. At what age did you first encounter mathematics? Shen Guodong inquired. Immediately. The students below erupted in lively responses, some shouting, 5, while others chimed in with 6, 7, 8, and so forth, transforming the atmosphere into one of exuberant energy. With a smile, Shen Guodong observed the students' animated reactions before presenting a second question. Do you believe that the basic operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division have significantly aided you? Indeed, the students exclaimed in unison. Excellent. Now, allow me to ask a third question. Have you ever contemplated the essence of mathematics? This time, the previously vibrant ambience fell into a hush as the high school students furrowed their brows, whispering among themselves, grappling with the complexity of the inquiry. Without granting them much time to ponder, Shen Guodong swiftly launched into the fourth, fifth, and sixth questions. Why must we study mathematics? What allure does it possess that compels us to dedicate ourselves so earnestly to its pursuit? Why do students who once achieved perfect or near-perfect scores see their grades decline as they progress through their studies? From the podium, Shen Guodong's voice resonated with a magnetic quality as he posed several soul-searching questions. The room fell into a profound silence, with not a single student daring to respond. Shen Guodong calmly observed the shifts in expression among the students. He refrained from diving directly into the lesson. Unlike those rigid instructors who demand students turn to specific pages in their textbooks and dictate how to solve problems, such an approach lacks allure and engagement. Everything feels monotonous and mechanical. Over time, this not only drains the teacher's enthusiasm but also extinguishes the student's passion for learning. It is a vicious cycle, indeed, and quite detrimental. What Shen Guodong aims to achieve now is innovation and transformation, for he possesses the capability to do so. Mathematics is an ancient and wondrous discipline. It transcends mere academic knowledge. It embodies a way of thinking and serves as a tool for problem solving. Shen Guodong began to elucidate the essence of mathematics, explaining how it constructs a complete system through a series of axioms, theorems, and deductions, characterized by its logical coherence and self-consistency. It is intricately intertwined with our human existence. We are utterly dependent on it. From the mundane essentials of daily life to the grand advancements in national technology, everything is inextricably linked to mathematics. As Shen Guodong's humorous and engaging explanations filled the classroom, the previously restless students gradually adopted a more attentive demeanor, fully engrossed in the lesson. Even the parents gathered at the entrance, initially there to observe, began to manifest serious expressions, becoming absorbed in the discourse. Before they realized it, an hour had swiftly elapsed. Dear students, our session concludes here for today. There will be another class from 9 to 10 this evening. Please do not arrive late and remember to bring your first-year textbooks, as we will commence with the first-year curriculum. With heartfelt gratitude, Shen Guodong announced the end of the session and bowed deeply. The students, along with the parents at the door, wore expressions of lingering satisfaction. It was unclear who started the applause, but soon it erupted like thunder, with everyone enthusiastically clapping. Goodness, has an hour truly passed so swiftly? Time flies. Indeed. Who would have thought that a seemingly tedious mathematics class could pass so quickly? This is my first time experiencing such an engaging lecture. Teacher Shen is remarkable. Absolutely. I concur. Moreover, Teacher Shen is quite handsome. None of the male teachers at our school can compare. The students buzzed with excitement, including Li Jinlian and the two boys. They had genuinely witnessed Shen Guodong's charm today, a captivating and humorous teaching style unlike any they had encountered before. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the parents were also animatedly discussing the lesson, their spirits soaring. Shen Guodong's class had seamlessly transitioned from simple concepts to deeper insights, captivating many of them. Despite some portions being incomprehensible, this young teacher is surprisingly impressive. Indeed, I was skeptical at first about what a young teacher could offer, yet here I am, utterly enthralled. One parent exclaimed with delight, I closely observed my child, who usually struggles with math, and to my surprise, he was so attentive. Laughter filled the air as another parent remarked, it seems this math class is a definite keeper. Does anyone know the fee for this tutoring class? I'm not sure. I haven't heard anyone mention it. No matter the cost, as long as my child is interested, I will certainly enroll him. It's time to pick them up for school. Parents and students are gradually departing. Once all the students and parents have left, the community courtyard finally returns to tranquility. Niobia, I never knew you possessed such a talent. Zhang Dachuan rushed over from a corner, his expression filled with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. I was worried for nothing. Fearing you might mess up on your first day of class. Shen Guodong chuckled at this and proudly lifted his chin. Who do you underestimate? I was merely struck by an unexpected blow at home for a couple of years. Upon awakening, I shall rise like a true dragon emerging from the waters, soaring high. Zhang Dachuan teased. Damn, you're out of breath just from being called fat. At that moment, several figures suddenly entered through the courtyard gate, Li Yuanchao and a few fellow villagers from the community, whom he seemed to have seen before. Uncle Li, Shen Guodong greeted enthusiastically. Teacher Shen, impressive. Li Yuanchao approached, giving a genuine thumbs up in admiration. They had been listening to the lesson in the crowd earlier, but chose to step away temporarily to avoid suspicion, returning once the larger group had dispersed. I must first express my gratitude for everyone's support. Shen Guodong displayed remarkable humility, his courteous demeanor earning him even more favor. Look at him, truly an intellectual. So capable yet utterly unpretentious. Unlike those individuals in the community who, upon acquiring a modicum of skill, flaunted excessively. Teacher Shen, we return to enroll our children in advance. One parent spoke up, urgency etched on their face. Shen Guodong promptly replied, There's no need to rush. There's still one free class left. That's sufficient. Just having this class is enough. We are confident that teacher Shen possesses genuine expertise. Shen Guodong chose not to elaborate further, instead taking out a notebook and pen, asking, "May I have the name of your child, dear parent?" Wu Sanwa. Teacher Shen. Please write down my child's name as well. My child's name is Xiebing. Another parent eagerly chimed in. Shen Guodong swiftly wrote down the names. At this moment, an older man, his face lined with wrinkles, displayed hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Teacher Shen, may I inquire about the tuition for this tutoring class?" Volume 1, Chapter 20, Almost Terrified, Let's Hurry Back, Ancestors. Upon hearing these words, Shen Guodong quickly raised his head. Under his gaze, the man inquiring about the tutoring fees visibly tensed, his demeanor betraying anxiety and discomfort, his calloused hands clenched into tight fists. "Dear parents, I must also convey this to you. My tutoring class charges 50 cents per session," Shen Guodong replied. As soon as he uttered these words, it was evident that the parent he addressed sighed in relief, and others displayed similar expressions of ease. Naturally, as parents, they are deeply concerned about their children's academic performance. However, if the tutoring fees were exorbitant and beyond their means, they would have to relinquish the hope of additional assistance with heavy hearts. The fee of 50 cents per session, as stated by Shen Guodong, clearly fell within their acceptable range, even significantly lower than their expectations. At 50 cents per session, attending 2 classes a day amounts to merely 1 yuan. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, even if they attended all sessions, it would total only 30 yuan. This price is reasonable, Li Yuanchao exclaimed, promptly retrieving money from his pocket, eager to pay the tutoring fee immediately. Others followed suit, displaying their intent to settle the fees at once. Indeed, people in this era are remarkably earnest and straightforward. Observing this, Shen Guodong quickly interjected, "Everyone, there's no need to pay just yet. Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? You can offset the fees by bringing in more students. If you pay now, I will have to reimburse you after the classes, which would be quite cumbersome. Let us wait until things stabilize in a few days before settling the payments." The parents pondered this and agreed. After all, this tutoring center had promotions where bringing in new students could waive class fees. One referral could cover 1 session, which was quite generous. Once they returned home, they could actively seek to recruit more students, thus saving a considerable sum. After bidding farewell to a few enthusiastic parents, Shen Guodong returned to the classroom to prepare adequately for the evening's lessons. "Dongzi, I'll leave my bicycle with you. I need to head home to tend to the fields," Zhang Dachuan remarked, noticing Shen Guodong's intent to get busy while he had no pressing matters. "No need. Ride it back. I'll walk home later. It's not far," Shen Guodong quickly replied. "At this hour, you never know how late it will get. You should keep it," Zhang Dachuan said before hastily departing, ignoring Shen Guodong's attempts to call him back. Watching Zhang Dachuan's retreating figure, Shen Guodong paused, a warm feeling enveloping him once more. It is truly a blessing to have such a steadfast friend. He himself once owned a bicycle, and a newer one at that. But regrettably, it had been sold off for drinking money long ago. Once the tutoring fees come in, he would prioritize acquiring a new bicycle. Additionally, one must devise alternative avenues for generating income, bringing Dachun along for the venture. The tutoring class has officially commenced, although the final number of students remains uncertain. Every endeavor begins with its challenges, and since we have successfully embarked on this journey, we shall let everything unfold naturally. Each day, Shen Guodong has only 2 classes, allowing him ample time. 3 hours is sufficient for course preparation. With 24 hours in a day, the remaining hours must not be squandered. He has already indulged in idleness in a previous life. Yet, what precisely should he pursue? Shen Guodong toyed with the fountain pen in his hand, spinning it deftly between his fingers. Meanwhile, as his thoughts wandered towards other business ventures, the afternoon classes at County No. 1 High School had long since commenced. In the sophomore year, there are 6 classes, each comprising around 50 students, totaling over 300. This entire afternoon, the 6 classes buzzed with liveliness. Wherever one ventured, groups of students could be heard gathered together, casually tossing around phrases like "rocket tutoring class," "that teacher is truly impressive," and "we will go tonight," among others. Many students appeared to engage in a kind of informal recruiting, declaring to one another, "We agreed that you are my Wang Daniel, and you must not accept any other classmates' invitations, understand? Or you are my Li Hua. No matter who introduces you, you must decline, or else beware of my wrath." Yet, after evening self-study sessions, the school gates would close at 9, leaving them unable to exit. "That's your problem. I won't concern myself with it," Such exchanges were commonplace. Even during lessons, as the impending college entrance examination loomed just a month away. The necessary curriculum had long been completed, and students' daily tasks revolved solely around practice questions, with some teachers merely making brief appearances in class. As dusk settled, Shen Guodong, too weary to return home, opted for a few buns to satiate his hunger, eagerly awaiting the arrival of 9 o'clock. At 8:40, a commotion arose outside the tranquil community courtyard. After waiting at the entrance for some time, Shen Guodong witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. In the dim twilight, a formidable procession approached, even illuminated by the moonlight. It was evident that a substantial number of individuals were present, likely over 100. "Hello, Teacher Shen. Teacher Shen, we have arrived. Teacher Shen. Look at how many classmates I brought, around 20 from our class." Upon spotting Shen Guodong, the students were visibly excited, approaching him as if he were a celebrity, eager to showcase their contributions. However, the smile on Shen Guodong's face gradually stiffened as a grave realization struck him. Had these students discussed the tutoring sessions with their parents? Furthermore, when they finished class and returned home, would any parents be there to collect them? At any moment, safety is of paramount importance, especially in these turbulent times. Moreover, it is crucial to ascertain whether there are any boarders among us. If so, the situation could escalate dramatically. With such a sudden influx of individuals, the school administration would certainly take drastic measures, potentially involving law enforcement. He merely intended to earn a supplementary income through tutoring, never contemplating the implications of human trafficking. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Guodong was drenched in cold sweat under the sweltering summer sun, resolving to rectify his missteps before it was too late. The well-being of these young souls was at stake. Any incident involving them would be catastrophic. "Wait, everyone, halt," Shen Guodong bellowed, startling the previously jovial students, who widened their eyes in confusion at their teacher's sudden outburst. "I ask you, are there any boarders in this line?" He was well aware of the school's regulations concerning evening study sessions, which mandated that students must request leave to exit the premises. If there were indeed several boarders present, it was imperative they return immediately. The crowd buzzed with unrest as students murmured amongst themselves, many casting their gazes downward, reluctant to meet Shen Guodong's eyes. A swift glance revealed the likely scenario to him. He could not help but tug at his hair, recognizing that this chaos stemmed from his own recruitment strategy, undoubtedly exacerbated by the incitement of certain parents. After all, recruiting a single student could earn him a free lesson, a tidy sum indeed. "Any boarders? Return to your dormitories at once, including those who attended the supplementary class today. Furthermore, anyone without a parent to collect them must also head home. If you wish to attend future classes, ensure your parents accompany you tomorrow. As for boarders, you must possess an approved leave slip from a teacher," Shen Guodong declared, his expression more serious than ever. He cursed under his breath, realizing that he had merely sought to earn a little money, oblivious to the legal ramifications. The weight of responsibility was far too great for his slender shoulders to bear. Volume 1, Chapter 21, The Novel Examination Questions, The Teacher's Astonishment. Under the stern and severe words of Shen Guodong, the students wore expressions of trepidation and unease. Gradually, some began to depart. As time passed, the number of those leaving increased significantly. By the end, from a queue of over 100, fewer than 30 remained. Among these remaining students were those who had been skipping school. Some resided nearby, while others were accompanied by their parents. Shen Guodong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the perspiration from his forehead. While it was acceptable to earn a little less, it was imperative to ensure that no mistakes occurred. He acknowledged that his experience was somewhat lacking, having failed to convey all necessary instructions during the day, which nearly led to a grave mistake that evening. Shen Guodong dared not contemplate the reaction of the school authorities upon discovering that a large number of students were absent from their dormitories. If they were to report it to the police, the situation would escalate dramatically. At that point, the best outcome would be the immediate dissolution of his tutoring class, and he might even find himself in need of a timeout and confinement. The following day arrived at noon. Shen Guodong was already on high alert, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Strictly speaking, today marked the official commencement of the rocket tutoring class. From this lesson onward, profit could be earned. How many students would attend today? Shen Guodong's expectations were modest. 20 would suffice, and if that proved impossible, he would settle for 10. Before 12:30, the sound of bicycle bells resonated from outside as parents accompanied their children who had arrived. Gradually, more parents appeared with their students. and the once empty classroom began to buzz with activity. The number of students had already surpassed 10, achieving the minimum target. As Shen Guodong conversed enthusiastically with the parents, he silently clenched his fists in determination. By around 12:40, the student count exceeded 20, and bicycles were lined up in the courtyard. In this era, bicycles were an essential means of transportation, akin to the automobiles of later generations. By 12:50, the number of students had surpassed 30, prompting Shen Guodong to internally exclaim, "Long life." With such a multitude of students, he felt immensely satisfied. Unexpectedly, in the ensuing 10 minutes, the influx of students surged, with parents arriving in groups, causing the numbers to swell to 50 or 60, reminiscent of a rush hour in later times. Shen Guodong's heart blossomed with joy. Finally, 1 o'clock arrived. He entered the classroom, directing the students to transcribe the already prepared high school questions from the blackboard into their notebooks and to attempt them independently, conducting a simple assessment. Subsequently, he stepped outside to convene with the parents gathered in the courtyard. The purpose of the meeting was straightforward: to emphasize the importance of student safety, stating that no child could leave the tutoring class without their parents present. "Mr. Shen, the children have grown up, and both my spouse and I are extremely busy with our work at the cotton spinning factory. Is it really necessary to pick them up every day?" A parent, frowning, remarked. His name was Zheng Jun, the director of the cotton spinning factory, a position of considerable stature. "Indeed, I am employed at the meat processing plant and am utterly swamped daily. I hardly have time." Another parent chimed in. A woman, evidently dressed in a manner befitting someone within the bureaucratic system, added, "I work at the grain bureau and similarly lack the time to escort my child." As more parents voiced their concerns, some managing state-run restaurants, others employed at hospitals, all lamenting their lack of time to transport their children, Shen Guodong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his modest tutoring class would be filled with such formidable parents. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He promptly retrieved a thick stack of commitment letters from his bag and addressed the gathering. "Dear parents, I am not one to lack understanding, and I fully appreciate your predicaments. Indeed, the children have grown and are now at the age to spread their wings. However, for the sake of safety, I kindly request that any parent who cannot escort their child sign this commitment letter. In the event of any unforeseen incident during the tutoring sessions, the responsibility shall not lie with the tutoring class. I ask for your mutual understanding. This arrangement benefits us all." Before long, the parent meeting concluded successfully. Shen Guodong returned to the classroom and commenced the formal lesson. The results of the preliminary assessment were swiftly revealed. With the majority of students correctly solving the problems on the blackboard, the eager little ones seemed to almost implore, "Praise me." Shen Guodong smirked internally. This was merely the beginning. He intended to foster their confidence with a touch of sweetness, yet the forthcoming questions would be far more challenging. Standing at the podium, he wore a mysteriously amused expression, reminiscent of one who, having braved the rain, wished to tear apart the umbrella entirely. Just before the class ended, he assigned several problems for homework, warning that they would be evaluated in the evening session. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The difficulty of Shen Guodong's assignments escalated, rendering them impossible to complete within a single class period. Meanwhile, at the county's first high school, a teacher discovered something rather vexing. Recently, a few notoriously unruly students in his class had suddenly become quite earnest, which initially delighted him. Out of curiosity, he leaned in for a closer look and was astonished to find that these students were working on mathematics problems, and notably, they were not alone. Even the diligent students were engaged. This revelation nearly caused the teacher a stroke. He reprimanded the misbehaving students sharply and, still agitated, made his way to the mathematics teacher's office to express his frustration. The mathematics teacher, Guo Jiankai, in his 50s, bore a slightly balding head. Having devoted his entire life to the field of education, I recall that today's math homework had already been thoroughly explained. Yet I found myself ruminating over the new examination questions, realizing there was no assigned math homework. Guo Jiankai was perplexed and promptly summoned several students into his office to inquire about the situation, requesting them to bring their math problems along. Upon inspection, he widened his eyes in astonishment. The examination questions the students had tackled were not of his creation. Their style was remarkably novel, and the angles from which they were posed were rather tricky. "Where did you acquire these math problems?" Guo Jiankai's expression turned grave. In recent days, he had exerted considerable effort to devise questions for his students, losing countless strands of hair in the process, his baldness becoming increasingly pronounced. He had perused the available textbooks countless times, In this current era, it was a challenge to find adequate review materials. Not only in county-level high schools, but even in municipal institutions, the burden of generating examination questions fell squarely on the teacher's shoulders. The students stammered, hesitant to reveal the truth, but eventually, under pressure, they confessed. You enrolled in an external tutoring class which specializes in mathematics? Guo Jiankai was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. He was aware of such tutoring classes, typically found only in large cities, and this was the first he had heard of one in their small county. Yes, teacher. At the mention of the external tutor, the students became animated, chattering excitedly. Some praised teacher Shen for his youth and good looks, while others lauded his vast knowledge and promising talent. The manner in which they spoke ignited a surge of jealousy within Guo Jiankai. These ungrateful wretches, I have taught you for a full 2 years. Yet I cannot compete with a young teacher who has only been instructing for a few days. You may return for now, but remember, do not work on math problems in other classes. Guo Jiankai admonished. Teacher, what about my questions? I shall keep these problems for now. Make sure to copy them from your classmates when you return. Volume 1, Chapter 22, Continuous Leave Requests, The Principal's Disguised Visit. The chapter content is currently being processed. Please be patient. Volume 1, Chapter 23, A Reunion with Xie Haifeng. Upon hearing Shen Guodong directly call out their identities, everyone was momentarily taken aback. You recognize us? Guo Jiankai could not help but inquire, with the others equally intrigued. Of course, I do, Shen Guodong replied with a smile, stepping forward to affectionately drape his arm around Guo Jiankai's shoulder. Old Guo, you were my homeroom teacher. He had already spotted the four of them through the glass reflections while teaching inside, and aside from the initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure. You are. I am Shen Guodong from the class of 09, the student notorious for his severe academic imbalance. Shen Guodong introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Guo Jiankai suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, I remember now. No wonder you looked so familiar. I felt like I had seen you somewhere before. He then eagerly introduced Shen Guodong to Zhou Weidong, saying, Principal, he is our student from 5 years ago. The one with the most severe academic disparity, exceptional in mathematics, but utterly lost in all other subjects. Oh, now I recall. Zhou Weidong's eyes lit up with recognition. He indeed had some memories of the student, for no other reason than the sheer peculiarity of his circumstances. With so many subjects, excelling in just mathematics was quite a pity. Had he performed better in other areas, he would have surely gained admission to university long ago. It turned out that the young man named Shen Guodong had once been a student at the prestigious First High School. As the two other teachers pondered this, Shen Guodong invited, Principal Zhou, Teacher Guo, and esteemed colleagues, please come into my office for a seat. Your presence carries significant weight. If the students were to find out, it might cause quite a stir. Upon entering the office, they discovered it to be a modest space, furnished only with a desk and a chair, lacking even a bed. This was a recent arrangement Shen Guodong had made with the community, as there had been no office when he initially rented the place. My office is rather humble. Please do not mock me, Shen Guodong said while pouring tea. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Little Shen, I never expected that you would be the one running a tutoring class. Zhou Weidong expressed his astonishment. You wouldn't believe the chaos your tutoring class has caused. So many students have taken leave from school, creating immense pressure for us, he continued. Shen Guodong smiled sheepishly at this. Principal, to be honest, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. I initially aimed to enroll just 20 students, or even 10 would have sufficed. And I never intended to target the boarding students. However, after the tutoring class commenced, students attended the 2 free sessions, and the results were surprisingly positive, leading to a daily increase in enrollment. Many boarding students brought their parents along, pleading with him to accommodate them. I find myself truly helpless. Observing Shen Guodong's smug demeanor, several individuals felt somewhat speechless. Do you truly resent having so many students? Guo Jiankai remarked. I glanced around briefly, and it appears you have around 70 to 80 students in this classroom. Shen Guodong nodded. Currently, there are 82 in total. Upon hearing this figure, even Zhou Weidong could not help but take a gentle breath. Such a number of students is no trifling matter, nearly equivalent to the total of 2 classes combined. You, indeed, have found your forte by choosing mathematics for tutoring. Guo Jiankai expressed with a sense of wonder. Shen Guodong awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feeling rather embarrassed. May I inquire about your fee structure, little Shen? Zhou Weidong asked. Principal, My tutoring fee is 50 cents per lesson. The four teachers pondered for a moment before nodding. This price cannot be deemed cheap, yet it is not exorbitant either. It is reasonable. Subsequently, they engaged in a myriad of discussions, such as safety concerns and various mathematical topics. And after more than half an hour, Shen Guodong finally saw the distinguished guests off. He stood at the entrance, his gaze flickering uncertainly. This evening, Zhou Weidong had exhibited a remarkably pleasant demeanor, much to Shen Guodong's relief, as the situation he most dreaded had not materialized. If Zhou Weidong had expressed disapproval of this tutoring class, it would surely have faced an insurmountable challenge, for he wielded considerable authority in this regard. As the saying goes, one should repay kindness with kindness. With Zhou Weidong's amiable attitude, Shen Guodong, as a junior, felt compelled to make a good impression. Most importantly, establishing a favorable relationship with Zhou Weidong could yield tremendous benefits. The principal of the prestigious No. 1 high school is no ordinary figure in this small county. After the tutoring session concluded, Shen Guodong sat in his office, pondering deeply, and then began to fervently write, preparing a gift for Zhou Weidong. In his flurry of activity, he did not realize that dawn had arrived by the time he set down his pen. Shen Guodong had worked through the night. He rose to stretch his weary body, but smiled satisfactorily upon seeing the gift on his desk. It was still early, so he decided to take a brief rest. At 7:30 in the morning, at the entrance of County No. 1 High School, Zhou Weidong arrived punctually on his bicycle. However, just as he stepped inside, a figure rushed out, calling, "Principal." "What is it, old Huang? Is there something wrong?" Zhou Weidong inquired. "Principal, someone asked me to deliver this envelope to you." Old Huang outside handed him the item. Zhou Weidong curiously accepted it, pondering who might have sent him this package and what it contained. With curiosity piqued, he opened it on the spot, discovering it held 2 examination papers and a small note. Zhou Weidong did not glance at the note first. Instead, he took out the 2 examination papers. Upon discerning the contents of the examination paper, his heart skipped a beat. The questions were remarkably novel, surely not prepared by the school's faculty. Zhou Weidong instinctively envisioned the silhouette of a young man, and after swiftly surveying his surroundings and finding no trace of him, he retrieved a note. The note bore a few sentences. "Principal Zhou, in gratitude for yesterday's favor, I present 2 copies of the exam for the benefit of the students. Henceforth, I shall provide similar papers weekly, hoping all students achieve outstanding results in this upcoming college entrance examination." Zhou Weidong gazed at the note in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it was that young lad. Though not of age, he possessed remarkable social acumen. Satisfied, he entered the school carrying the folder. Meanwhile, not far from the school entrance, in a secluded corner, Shen Guodong exhaled in relief, a buoyant expression illuminating his face. He first sought out a breakfast vendor, ordering a serving of old tofu accompanied by several fried dough sticks. After satiating his hunger, he made a special trip to the black market. He procured a pound of unregulated pork and a packet of white rabbit candy. And noticing a stall selling exquisite hairpins, he promptly bought 3 before riding his bicycle homeward. Before long, he arrived at the village entrance. Lush green fields bordered the road, and at this hour, many villagers had already ventured out to work, with bustling figures visible in the fields. "Oh, isn't that Shen Guodong? Has he finally returned home after reveling in the city?" Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air, one that was eerily familiar. Shen Guodong looked up to find a familiar face standing by the roadside, Xia Haifeng. A slight frown marred Shen Guodong's brow. He harbored a deep disdain for this individual. It appeared that the other had not been sufficiently deterred the previous time and was now seeking trouble again. "Xia Haifeng, why aren't you at the cotton mill? Did they dismiss you?" Shen Guodong retorted directly. "Shut your mouth. What factory would dare dismiss me? Do you even know how to speak?" Xia Haifeng erupted in anger. "I'm on vacation. Understand what that means? Unlike certain individuals, utterly beyond redemption." With that, he vociferously proclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly. Here stands a scoundrel whose conscience has completely withered. He uses the ashes of his deceased parents' savings to gallivant back and forth to the city, indulging in luxuries while leaving his wife and sister to toil under the scorching sun at home. Tell me, how can such a wretch still have the audacity to exist in this world?" Xia Haifeng's boisterous outburst soon drew the attention of those laboring in the surrounding fields. Volume 1, Chapter 24, A Vicious Beating for Xia Haifeng. Upon discovering that it was Shen Guodong, the neighbors began to murmur and criticize incessantly. In recent times, Shen Guodong had devoted nearly all his energy to the tutoring center, resulting in him spending minimal time at home. His days were consumed with sleep and meals. often absent even during those moments. Furthermore, malicious rumors were deliberately spread, creating a false impression that Shen Guodong had reverted to his former state of degradation, even more severely than before. Previously, Shen Guodong's decline was confined to the village, where he idled away his days, engaging in nothing but drinking and aimless wandering, or abusing his wife. Now, however, he had elevated his lifestyle, transferring his indulgences to the city and scarcely returning home. Such behavior naturally incited gossip and disdain. Alas, I had hoped for the best for Shen Laoji's only heir, but he remains in such a pitiful state, lamented one bystander. I have long asserted that a dog cannot change its nature. How could such a scoundrel suddenly improve? See, it has come to pass, sneered another, dripping with scorn. The recent famine relief initiative was not even Shen Guodong's idea, but rather that of his wife. What a fine young woman she is. Unfortunate to be shackled to such a worthless wretch. Indeed, to squander his deceased parents' compensation on revelry, such a character is rare to find. The consensus was that Shen Guodong was utterly hopeless. The Shen family is doomed. As the whispers intensified around him, Shen Guodong's face darkened, his expression grim. Xia Haifeng, witnessing this, swelled with smug satisfaction. Days prior, he had learned that Shen Guodong had procured a sum of money from the Qingchuan distillery and had audaciously orchestrated a famine relief effort, momentarily improving his reputation in the village. This revelation filled him with rage. How could Wang Dequan be so foolish as to give money to someone like Shen? Such a scoundrel deserved a life steeped in despair, perpetually beneath his heel, trapped in an abyss of darkness. Thus, Xia Haifeng continued to plot and scheme. Upon returning to the village, he relentlessly spread rumors, painting Shen Guodong's recent absences as a lavish escapade in the city, frivolously spending his parents' compensation. As anticipated, the repercussions were significant. Just as Shen Guodong had begun to mend his reputation, it took a nosedive, and the villagers' disdain for him grew. Change for the better? That will never happen, Xia Haifeng proclaimed, his expression one of triumph as he pointed a finger at Shen Guodong's nose, loudly berating him. His deliberate reference to the compensation as the ashes of his parents was intended to inflict maximum humiliation upon Shen Guodong. As he gazed at the incessantly chattering Xia Haifeng, who stood atop his moral high ground to criticize and insult him, Shen Guodong's lowered gaze shimmered with a cold light. Suddenly, in a flash, he seized the quivering finger before him, bending it at a 90-degree angle. Ah, it hurts. Shen Guodong, release me this instant. Xia Haifeng, who had been brimming with arrogant self-satisfaction, immediately cried out in pain, his body bending as if he were about to kneel upon the ground. Still spewing nonsense? It seems I did not inflict enough pain upon you last time. Kneel before me. Shen Guodong's face was etched with an icy chill as he delivered a swift kick directly to Xia Haifeng's knee. Thud. Xia Haifeng's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Kneeling in humiliation. This indignity was more potent than 1,000 words. It was evident that Xia Haifeng's face turned an intense crimson, a mix of shame and fury. Almost driven to madness, with bloodshot eyes, he bellowed, Shen, I will kill you. Slap. Yet, what awaited him was an exceedingly loud slap across the face. Shen Guodong struck Xia Haifeng with a cold smile. With your cowardice, do you truly possess the audacity to kill? Upon finishing his words, another resounding slap landed on Xia Haifeng's face, alternating with ferocity. You, a wretched insect lurking in the shadows, what skills do you possess aside from spreading slander? You accuse me of extravagance in the city. Do you have any evidence? Produce it. If you cannot, I shall tear your mouth apart today. With each statement, he delivered another stinging slap. Xia Haifeng's fingers remained ensnared, akin to a venomous snake grasped at its most vulnerable point. Consequently, he endured the blows, his face swelling grotesquely, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, at that moment, the onlookers from the neighborhood finally reacted, rushing forward to separate the two men. Shen Guodong, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Finally liberated, Xia Haifeng's face twisted in rage, prepared to confront Shen Guodong with fury. This was the second time. The second time he had been humiliated by a worthless scoundrel. Such an experience was an immense disgrace in his life. Shen Guodong picked up a triangular stone from the ground, his expression filled with malice. Come now, release him. Let him face me. For a scoundrel like me, 1 for 1 is no loss. With that, he provocatively beckoned Xia Haifeng with a curl of his finger. The neighbors stood in shock at this scene before them. When had Shen Guodong developed such audacity, not only striking, but doing so with such ferocity? At this moment, it was not the time for such thoughts. Hurriedly, others urged for reconciliation, lest it escalate into a matter of life and death. Haifeng, you are a fine young man. Why stoop to the level of someone like Shen Guodong? It is simply not worth it. He has already become a complete wastrel. And you still have your bright future ahead? Such were the words of those who counseled Xie Haifeng. Shen Guodong raised an eyebrow. Perceiving the blatant attempt to step over him, while the harm was minimal, the insult was profound. He contemplated retaliating against that fellow as well, but ultimately refrained. His reputation in the village was already in tatters. Did he really wish to provoke the entire community? Today, dealing with Xie Haifeng alone sufficed. Meanwhile, Xie Haifeng remained relentless, determined to seek retribution, unable to endure the humiliation of the day. At that moment, a throng of neighbors rushed over, drawn by the commotion of the brawl. Among them were Zhang Dachuan, An Lan, and Shen Xiaorong, not to mention the worried parents of Xie Haifeng. Upon seeing her son, battered and bloodied, An Lan's pupils constricted, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, her delicate face betraying an unmistakable fear. "My son," she cried out. On the other hand, Chen Yufan, Xie Haifeng's mother, let out a piercing scream. As for Xie Haifeng's father, Xie Shulin, he clenched his fists and, without a word, launched a fierce blow towards Shen Guodong's head. "You worthless scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my son? Who gave you the audacity?" Shen Guodong, agile in his movements, swiftly dodged and mockingly retorted. "What has happened to your son? Has he been gilded or encrusted with diamonds? Why should he be exempt from a beating? I strike down upon scoundrels like him, who spend their days spreading rumors and stirring discord. He is akin to a filthy bug, burrowing in the dark." Xie Shulin, infuriated to the core, chased after Shen Guodong, yet regrettably failed to land even a single blow. "Shen Guodong, do you truly require my son to spread rumors? You squander your parents' hard-earned ashes for your own corruption in the county town. A wretch like you has no right to exist in this world." Qian Yufan lashed out with venomous words. Shen Guodong sneered, but just as he prepared to retort, a figure stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Dongzi is not what you claim him to be. He has accomplished much. During this time, he has established his own tutoring class in the city, teaching students." Volume 1. Chapter 25. How dare he claim to be a teacher? The figure that suddenly emerged was Zhang Dachuan. He could no longer tolerate the incessant insults and belittlement directed at Shen Guodong by the villagers. In an act of defiance, he stood up, his dark countenance reflecting a serious and solemn demeanor. The previously cacophonous atmosphere around them fell into an abrupt silence, with all eyes converging on Zhang Dachuan's face. Each expression distinct. Some were astonished, others skeptical, some indifferent, yet many appeared to have heard an absurd jest, utterly disbelieving. "Zhang Dachuan, what did you just say? Repeat it," demanded Xie Haifeng's father, Xie Shulin, his tone menacing. Yet, Zhang Dachuan exhibited no fear. He raised his voice, proclaiming loudly, "I say, you are all unjustly accusing Dongzi. He has not fallen from grace. Rather, he has opened a tutoring class in the city, dedicated to teaching students preparing for the college entrance examination." This declaration resonated clearly with everyone present, and the atmosphere became exceedingly quiet once more, until a loud, mocking laughter erupted. "Ha ha! This is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. A waste like Shen Guodong teaching students? Ha ha ha! This is simply too amusing." Xie Haifeng, disregarding the pain on his face, pointed at both Zhang Dachuan and Shen Guodong, laughing uncontrollably. "Zhang Dachuan, we all know you are close with Shen Guodong. So close that you might as well be wearing the same trousers. But there is no need to concoct such absurd justifications to defend this scoundrel." Xie Haifeng's words jolted many back to reality, and the scene grew chaotic, as disbelief swept through the crowd. What a joke! Although Xie Haifeng's words were harsh, they reflected the truth. How could Shen Guodong possibly be fit to teach? The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. I'm telling the truth. Dongzi really has opened a tutoring class, right here." Zhang Dachuan, flustered, wondered why no one was willing to believe him. "Dachuan, enough." As Zhang Dachuan was about to reveal the location of the tutoring class, Shen Guodong quickly intervened. Exposing the class's whereabouts would undoubtedly lead to greater troubles. This was a consideration he had pondered, which is why he had refrained from arguing, regardless of the villagers' derision. He preferred to wait until the month had passed, at which point he would have earned his money and could retaliate against all those who had belittled him. "Where is it, then?" Zhang Dachuan, do continue." Xie Haifeng taunted. "Why should I tell you, you insufferable pest?" Shen Guodong retorted, refusing to indulge Xie Haifeng. "Are you planning to find my tutoring class and cause trouble?" Laozi admonished you. "The city is not our village. If you dare to cause trouble, I shall ensure you will regret it thoroughly." In that final statement, Shen Guodong spoke with a voice both stern and commanding, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his formidable presence truly left those present in awe. It became evident to all that Shen Guodong, once regarded as a useless individual, had undergone a remarkable transformation. At that moment, he approached An Lan and his sister, Shen Guodong, and declared, "We are going home." "Home? You little wretch, after assaulting my son, you think you can return? Dream on." Qian Yufin and Xie Shulin immediately blocked their path. Shen Guodong wore a sardonic smile, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Your son deserved that beating entirely. If you dare to prevent my return, just know I could easily ruin him completely. I am well aware of where the Xie family resides. And I know the cotton mill where Xie Haifeng works. After all, you have labeled me a scoundrel, a man devoid of hope. Shall we put that to the test? As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot." Shen Guodong had resolved to embrace a more ruthless demeanor. After all, he was already deemed a scoundrel, a failure, a good-for-nothing in the village. Thus, he thought, why not lean into that reputation? The strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. This world is an unforgiving arena where the strong devour the weak, and he was eager to see who would dare confront him, a scoundrel in their eyes. True to his expectations, the elderly Xie couple was taken aback by Shen Guodong's words. Although they had several sons, only Xie Haifeng had shown promise, recently becoming a proud official worker at the cotton mill. The couple had even contemplated finding a good wife for their son, certainly not worth risking everything against a person like Shen Guodong. They found themselves in a predicament, unsure of how to proceed. Good dogs do not obstruct the way, step aside. Shen Guodong perceptively noted the trepidation and fear in the elderly couple's eyes. He forcefully brushed past them, striding away with his wife and sister in tow. "Shen Guodong, you scoundrel, may you meet a terrible fate," came the venomous curses of the Xie couple from behind. Shen Guodong did not look back, dismissively waving his hand, adopting an attitude of indifference to their maledictions. "What do you think? Is it true that Shen Guodong is opening a tutoring class in the city?" Observing Shen Guodong's carefree departure with his wife and sister, the onlookers remained, engaged in fervent discussion. "I don't know. It was all Dechun who mentioned it." One replied, "I just heard Dechun say that this tutoring class is for students preparing for the college entrance examination." "Dechun, were you truly not jesting just now?" Many turned their inquisitive gazes toward Zhang Dechun, with the Xie family particularly intrigued, all ears perked up. Zhang Dechun snorted dismissively, "What is true or false? I cannot comprehend your chatter. I have work to do in the fields, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The cursed situation is utterly frustrating. Our household consists only of 2 elderly souls, relying on wild vegetables to stave off hunger. It is only a matter of time before they succumb to starvation. Enough of this lamenting. Let us hasten to the fields to labor. Indeed, the sun will soon rise, bringing with it greater heat. One by one, the others departed, leaving only the Xie family of 3, observing the wounds on their beloved son's face. Xie Shulin and Qian Yufin were filled with profound sorrow. That despicable scoundrel! How could one possess such a merciless heart, to inflict such harm upon my son? Woe is me! Crying incessantly, we must swiftly take our son to the hospital. Xie Shulin scolded darkly. Meanwhile, Xie Haifeng fixated his gaze with venomous intent on the direction where Shen Guodong had departed, his expression fraught with resentment. "This matter shall not go unpunished. Just wait." At the Shen residence, upon returning home with his wife and sister, Shen Guodong promptly produced some white rabbit candy and 3 lovely hairpins, presenting them with a flourish. "An Lan, Xiaorong, look what I have brought for you." After saying this, he extended his hand with the gifts. Shen Xiring's large eyes sparkled with delight. Despite her unchanged opinion of her brother, what girl could resist such treasures? Shen Guodong smiled as he placed the gifts into his sister's hands. "I also procured a pound of pork. We shall feast at noon. Furthermore, I inquired about the tutoring fees, and if all goes well, we shall receive a substantial sum tonight, and I have a delightful surprise in store for you." Shen Xiring hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted the gifts. She had recently observed a transformation in Shen Guodong. He was becoming more family-oriented. This was a positive development, and she fervently wished for her wayward brother to redeem himself and support the family, as she, a mere girl, felt powerless to do so. However, An Lan sat on the stool, lost in thought, seemingly indifferent. An Lan, what is the matter?" Shen Guodong called out several times before An Lan finally snapped back to reality. "Huh? What did you just say?" "Sister-in-law, my brother brought back white rabbit candy and hairpins for each of us, including you, me, and Xiaohua," Shen Xiaorong exclaimed, hastily placing a hairpin atop An Lan's head. "Oh, that's nice. My brother also mentioned that we should receive a considerable amount from the tutoring center tonight, and there will be a grand surprise for us. Unexpectedly, An Lan merely replied with a disinterested "oh." Rising to leave the room, "I will go tidy up the wild vegetables we dug up yesterday." Shen Guodong looked on in puzzlement, unsure of what had come over An Lan. However, he dismissed it from his mind. Having stayed up all night yesterday, he was exhausted and merely wished to catch up on some sleep. Volume 1. Chapter 26. An unexpected departure of An Lan. Awakening from a slumber that lingered until nearly lunchtime, Shen Guodong finally roused himself. Today's midday meal consisted of savory noodles, enriched with diced pork and a fragrant broth, the surface adorned with a thick layer of oil, filling the air with an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses. Shen Guodong indulged in 3 large bowls, finally satiating his hunger with a contented burp. In this era, the populace was acutely deprived of sustenance, resulting in substantial appetites. This was true not only for men, but for women as well. Feeling replenished, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 12:30. "I must attend to my students," Shen Guodong declared. "This afternoon, you may wait until the sun is less scorching before heading to the fields, or perhaps forego it altogether. Our family shall no longer rely on the land for sustenance. Farming will never lead to prosperity. I shall devise alternative means to support our household." As he departed, Shen Guodong muttered to herself, observing his retreating figure, "How can we not depend on farming for our livelihood? Brother has changed so much. We are born as farmers, destined to engage with the land. How could we possibly abandon it? Don't you agree?" An Lan nodded gently and suddenly suggested, "Guodong, this afternoon let us join forces for a thorough cleaning of our home. It has been far too long since we last tidied up. Why clean so thoroughly when it isn't even the new year?" "Isn't that exhausting?" Shen Guodong questioned. "Who says a deep clean is reserved for the new year? We are already halfway through the year, and many corners have become quite filthy." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." The entire afternoon was spent in a laborious endeavor, leaving both aunt and niece drenched in sweat as they meticulously cleaned every nook and cranny of their abode. Outside in the courtyard, freshly laundered bed linens and clothing hung to dry. During a brief respite, An Lan sat in the yard, gazing at the familiar surroundings, occasionally lost in thought. Her eyes tinged with red. When Shen Guodong returned home around 11 that evening, his expression bore an unmistakable joy, for the tutoring center had yielded a significant financial influx. In a mere night, 45 students had paid their tuition, and after accounting for promotional discounts, the net earnings amounted to an impressive 1,200 yuan, an extraordinary sum in 1982, capable of transforming the fate of a family. Eager to share this splendid news with his wife and sister, he sought to spread their joy. However, as he stepped through the doorway, a figure in the darkness called out to him. "Guodong, what brings you here?" Shen Guodong asked, astonishment etched across his face. Shen Guodong approached, her expression hesitant, and finally, with determination, inquired, "Have you quarreled with my sister-in-law, or worse, harmed her?" Such an accusation was utterly unfounded. Shen Guodong was perplexed. "I've been busy running around the city lately, and my visits home have been exceedingly rare. How could I possibly have quarreled with your sister-in-law, let alone strike her?" Shen Guodong furrowed her brow. Indeed, Guodong's behavior during this time had been as such, and she had not heard any commotion indicative of a quarrel. Yet, her sister-in-law's demeanor today was decidedly off. Throughout the afternoon, she had noticed her sister-in-law secretly weeping, her eyes red and frequently lost in thought. "I've shared this with you. Please pay attention," Shen Guodong said before turning to leave. Shen Guodong stood in place, hesitating for a long moment before pushing his bicycle into the courtyard. The house was shrouded in darkness, and Lan seemed to have gone to bed early. Guodong treaded lightly, tidied himself up briefly, and climbed into bed in the dark. He had a substantial sum of 1,200 yuan in his pocket, bulging uncomfortably. He had intended to share this delightful news immediately, but since An Lan was already asleep, he decided to wait until tomorrow. It was hardly a matter of urgency for one night. With a buoyant heart, Shen Guodong soon drifted into slumber. In a hazy dream, he felt a soft figure nestling into his embrace, holding him tightly. Later, he faintly heard the sound of suppressed sobs, leading him to believe he was merely dreaming. When he awoke, it was already 6 in the morning. The house was enveloped in silence. The blankets beside him were neatly arranged, and An Lan had long since risen. The hefty sum remained in his pocket, still uncomfortable. He decided to empty his pockets onto the bed. As he gazed at the pile of money spread across the bed, the air seemed to be infused with the scent of currency, instantly lifting his spirits. And he yearned to share this joyous news with the most important person, An Lan. An Lan? Shen Guodong called as he exited the bedroom. There was no sign of her in the kitchen or the living room. He stepped into the courtyard, but the silence outside was equally profound. Where has everyone gone so early in the morning? He wondered, and after a brief trip to relieve himself, he returned indoors. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a letter resting atop the living room furniture. He hurried over, picked it up, and in an instant, he transformed into a statue. His face draining of color, a look of sheer terror etched upon it. Guodong, I have left. Please forgive my sudden departure. I truly do not know how to continue living with you. Every day, every moment, every minute. The sight of you reminds me of those dark days when you subjected me to violence. Those painful memories torment me incessantly, making it difficult to breathe. The letter commenced with such words, and Shen Guodong's fingers trembled, nearly losing grip on the thin sheets of paper. Guodong, do you know? I truly do not wish to leave this home. I am deeply concerned about what will become of your clothes after I leave. Who will prepare the meals in our home, and what will happen to the crops in the fields? I met you when I was merely 18. And you were the same age. My entire youth has been consumed by you. For your sake, I severed ties with my family and relinquished all my friends and classmates. Yet, it is laughable that all of this was merely my own delusion. My sacrifices and the entirety of my youth culminated in nothing but an absurd farce. This letter is lengthy, with tear stains adorning the paper, evoking a vivid picture of the state in which An Lan penned these words. Shen Guodong felt a heavy blockage in his heart, as if his nose were obstructed, making it difficult to breathe. He continued reading, since that unfortunate incident at home. You have transformed completely. You have become someone so foreign to me, instilling fear and dread, robbing me of sleep. I realize now how little I truly understand you. I feel like a mere jest, perhaps merely a fool in your eyes. Recently, you have indeed undergone significant changes, and I have borne witness to all your actions. However, it is all far too late. Why did you not improve sooner? I lack the confidence to gamble my remaining life once more, for I cannot endure such pain again. If I were to relive that existence, it would surely lead to my demise. Especially today, witnessing you brutally assaulting Xie Haifeng. Do you have any inkling of my feelings at that moment? I was utterly terrified. Unable to suppress memories of the domestic violence you inflicted upon me, that was the darkest, most harrowing period of my life. Each recollection sends tremors of fear coursing through me. I know that, in essence, you have not truly changed. Thus, I have resolved to leave. To temporarily vacate this home and grant us both ample time for contemplation about whether this relationship is worth preserving. If it is not, then let us proceed towards divorce when the time is right. Before my departure, I took the 100 yuan you had given me. Intended for my travel expenses, it was not my intention to take it from you. After I leave, please take care of yourself. Having rambled on for so long, I am sure you grow weary of my words. Thus, I shall conclude here. Yours, once deeply enamored, An Lan. Volume 1, Chapter 27, A Urgent Pursuit of His Wife. In the tranquil living room, Shen Guodong stood frozen like a statue, clutching the letter in his hand. His chest felt constricted, his throat parched, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. In this moment, he was utterly vulnerable. If his previous care for An Lan had merely been an obligation, then at this instant, his heart was pierced by an invisible arrow, overwhelming him with an inexplicable sorrow. This woman was truly too kind. Her kindness struck a painful chord within Shen Guodong, evoking waves of compassion and heartache. Slowly, he sank to the ground, and when he lifted his gaze again, his cheeks were already streaked with tears. Memories of his moments with An Lan flooded his mind. Due to the misdeeds of his past, their relationship had always been somewhat strained. An Lan often wore a mask of indifference towards him, while Shen Guodong, a lifelong bachelor, possessed no experience in courting a woman, rendering him incapable of winning her affection. Thus, he often chose to escape, preferring to linger at the tutoring center rather than return home, uncertain of how to interact with An Lan. Yet, in truth, An Lan consistently brought her own quiet warmth and kindness to their relationship. A poignant example was when Shen Guodong had given her 500 yuan. Upon returning home from the hospital, An Lan never considered keeping it for herself or indulging in luxuries. Instead, her first thought was to assist Shen Guodong, striving to rectify some of the troubles he had created and to restore a semblance of dignity before others. Moreover, just yesterday, Shen Guodong had mentioned that he would receive a tutoring fee that evening, a sum greater than 500 yuan. However, An Lan showed no concern for this, departing without a single question. Before leaving, she meticulously cleaned their home, tending to every corner. Sheets, blankets, clothes, and shoes were all left spotless, evoking a deep sense of heartache within him. Furthermore, the letter expressed her worries about who would cook for Shen Guodong, wash his clothes, and tend to the crops after her departure. Such a woman is undoubtedly the dream of every man. Had An Lan taken the money from his pocket before leaving, he might have felt less anguish, but she did not do so. Aside from a few simple garments, the only possession she took was 100 yuan, intended for her travel expenses. Shen Guodong felt a profound sense of impending loss, as if something of great significance within him was about to vanish, filling him with dread. No, this cannot be. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him with clarity. He abruptly discarded the letter and dashed out of the house, mounting his bicycle with fervor, racing towards the county town. In that instant, Shen Guodong recalled something of paramount importance. Since An Lan is about to leave, she must be heading to catch a vehicle. Perhaps if he rushes to the county bus station now, he may still make it in time. Along the way, Shen Guodong pedaled with such fervor that the old bicycle beneath him nearly fell apart. However, upon his arrival, although the station was bustling with people, he could not find that familiar figure. "Excuse me, could you tell me if the bus to the provincial capital has already departed?" Shen Guodong inquired breathlessly at the ticket counter, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The ticket seller regarded the man outside with an expression of indifference and calmly responded, "The bus to the provincial capital has just left. If you wish to board, you must hurry and chase after it. The bus will pause for a few minutes at the intersection." It was evident that the ticket seller perceived Shen Guodong as one of those passengers who had dawdled and missed the bus. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Shen Guodong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, wishing he could embrace the ticket seller in gratitude. He swiftly turned his bicycle around and raced toward the intersection. It was not far, merely a 3-minute ride. As he approached, he spotted a bus parked by the roadside, with passengers still boarding. "It hasn't left. The bus is still here." At that moment, Shen Guodong's heart raced with unprecedented exhilaration. He pedaled with all his might, pushing his bicycle to its limits. Finally, just as the bus was about to depart, he abruptly positioned himself in front of it. The screech of tires echoed through the air as the driver leaned out of the window, cursing, "You fool, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Passengers inside the bus joined in the chorus of expletives. Shen Guodong clasped his hands together in apology, signaling the driver to open the door. "Hurry up and let me on." The ticket seller, mistaking him for a late passenger, opened the door without hesitation. Once aboard, Shen Guodong's gaze swiftly swept across the unfamiliar faces of the passengers, all of whom regarded him with curiosity. Soon, his eyes fixed intently on a particular seat in the back. There, a beautiful face met his gaze, her expression intricate and contemplative. "Wife, come home with me." Shen Guodong boldly approached, grasping An Lan's arm. The passengers looked on in astonishment, wondering what was unfolding. Had the young couple quarreled? In her seat, An Lan stared at the young man, drenched in sweat, her eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. To be honest, she had not anticipated that Shen Guodong would pursue her. His disheveled appearance clearly indicated that he had hurriedly chased after her. Nevertheless, An Lan slowly shook her head and replied, "I will not return with you." Shen Guodong pleaded, "Please, will you come home with me? I acknowledge that I have made numerous mistakes in the past. Yet I have truly awakened to my misdeeds and assure you that such foolish actions shall never be repeated. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime." We have not reached the point of writing letters and fleeing from home. However, An Lan's gaze remained resolute as she calmly stated, "Shen Guodong, you should return. We truly need to consider our relationship carefully." Seeing An Lan's unwavering determination, Shen Guodong became utterly frantic, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "If you insist on leaving, then I shall accompany you. From this moment forth, wherever you go, I shall follow." An Lan widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Shen Guodong's audacity. "Oh dear, are you two really going to leave or not? We are all in a hurry." Some passengers in the vehicle began to shout. Many elderly individuals offered soothing words, saying, "Children, you are still young. In a married life, there will inevitably be ups and downs. A little quarrel is perfectly normal. There is no need for such drastic actions. Indeed, who leaves home after a mere argument? Look at this young man, drenched from head to toe. He clearly rushed over in a panic, which is commendable." An Lan's face flushed with anger, realizing that these people did not understand the true situation. If it were merely a small dispute, would she have considered leaving home? "Shen Guodong, you scoundrel!" An Lan shouted. Yet, at that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before her eyes. Shen Guodong gritted his teeth, suddenly seizing her face and forcefully kissing her rosy lips. In an instant, the entire carriage erupted with screams, many exclaiming, "Wow, how exhilarating!" Meanwhile, some elderly individuals shyly covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Volume 1. Chapter 28. The Funeral of Pursuing a Wife. In her seat, An Lan was utterly dazed. After remaining in a stupor for several seconds and feeling the warmth on her lips, she began to struggle violently. Her delicate fists incessantly pounding against the domineering man before her. Yet no matter how fiercely she fought, Shen Guodong refused to relent, and his kisses grew increasingly fervent, inducing a sensation akin to suffocation. In desperation, An Lan bit down hard. Only after experiencing the sharp sting did the man finally release her. At last, she was afforded a moment to breathe, only to realize that every person in the carriage was fixated upon her. It is worth noting that in this era, society was still quite conservative. Public displays of affection, even the slightest hint of intimacy, were enough to evoke shyness. The sheer embarrassment of this public humiliation caused An Lan's already flushed cheeks to burn even brighter, as if she were a sunset yearning to disappear beneath the horizon. In stark contrast, Shen Guodong wore an unabashed grin, his eyes gleaming with a reminiscence of the moment just shared. An Lan clenched her delicate fists, a mix of shame and anger coursing through her. How could she possibly endure the remainder of the journey under such circumstances? Surely, she would become the laughingstock of everyone aboard. Wife, will you come home with me? I promise to cherish you for a lifetime and never provoke your ire again. Shen Guodong's voice, laced with a touch of pitiful charm, echoed in her ears. An Lan lifted her gaze to meet his, only to find a pair of eyes brimming with guilt and affection. She hesitated, her expression a tumult of emotions, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip. Let us just go home. You two are clearly a match made in heaven. The harmony between you is palpable. One passenger interjected. Indeed. This young man does not seem ill-natured at all. My dear girl, your man is brimming with passion. I assure you, life with him will be filled with joy and happiness. In the carriage, passengers began to voice their encouragement. Humanity, at its core, remains kind. Most were advocating for reconciliation rather than separation. Better to dismantle a temple than to break apart a marriage. Wife, please come home with me. Shen Guodong seized the moment once more, grasping An Lan's arm. This time, she ceased her struggle, and after a brief moment of hesitation, her fair face flushed. She rose from her seat. Thank you, everyone. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience today, Shen Guodong expressed as he bowed repeatedly to the other passengers while exiting the vehicle. Once they disembarked, the bus emitted a cloud of black smoke and sped away, leaving only the young couple by the roadside. Shen Guodong held An Lan's small hand tightly. A goofy smile plastered on his face. An Lan's cheeks remained a brilliant hue, her mind replaying the scene of his audacious kiss in front of so many witnesses. How could he still be smiling after such an embarrassing display? It was all your fault. I could just die from embarrassment, An Lan complained. It is only natural for me to kiss my own wife. I haven't committed any crime, Shen Guodong replied with righteous indignation, inadvertently pulling at his lip and letting out a hiss of pain. Wife, how cruel you are to have bitten my lip, An Lan retorted. Serves you right, Shen Guodong, with a foolish grin, replied, hee, yes, my wife's bite is justified. Whatever my wife does is right. An Lan rolled her eyes, pondering how this fellow had suddenly grown so thick-skinned and increasingly silver-tongued. Well then, wife, shall we head home? Shen Guodong said with a face full of charm. An Lan scoffed. The last bus has already left. What else can we do if we don't go home? Truth be told, she never anticipated that Shen Guodong would chase after her and stop her. This man had indeed changed. On the way back, as Shen Guodong rode his bicycle, he heard a string of murmurs behind him. Alas, the money for the bus ticket has gone to waste. It was over 10 yuan. How painful. Turning his head, he inexplicably felt that this wife was not only beautiful but also quite endearing. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. You made me waste over 10 yuan on a bus ticket. An Lan glared at him. Shen Guodong could no longer contain his laughter. What is 10 yuan? As long as you don't leave, I wouldn't care if I lost a mountain of gold or silver. An Lan sneered. Oh, look at you, getting all animated. You wouldn't know the value of daily necessities if you are not the one managing the household. That 10 yuan could buy us a lot of things. Suddenly, Shen Guodong stopped the bicycle, turned to An Lan, and said earnestly, Wife, when we get back, I have a tremendous surprise for you. I guarantee you won't regret those 10 yuan. An Lan, with a puzzled expression, retorted disdainfully, I would be foolish to believe you. Seeing her reaction, Shen Guodong smiled mysteriously and rode on in silence. Before long, they returned home. Shen Guodong entered first, but to his surprise, as soon as he peeked his head in, a teacup suddenly flew past his ear and shattered against the courtyard wall. His sister, Shen Guodong, emerged from the house in tears, clutching a letter in her hand. Shen Guodong, give me back my sister-in-law. Give her back to me. Woo-woo. You scoundrel, what have you done to my sister-in-law? Shen Guodong realized that Xiaorong must have seen the contents of the letter, and he found himself both amused and bewildered. Ahem. Xiaorong, your sister-in-law hasn't left. She was just playing a prank on me. Shen Guodong coughed lightly and stepped aside. Immediately, Shen Guodong, who had been crying loudly, widened her eyes and stared fixedly at An Lan, who stood behind Shen Guodong. At that moment, An Lan also felt quite embarrassed. She hadn't expected that the letter she left would be seen by her sister-in-law. How awkward. What on earth was happening today, encountering one embarrassing situation after another? Xiaorong, I'm still here. I was merely teasing your brother. An Lan stepped forward to offer comfort, seizing the opportunity to take away the letter that had caused her such embarrassment. Woo-woo, sister-in-law. Shen Xiaorong, oblivious to An Lan's subtle action, tightly embraced her, bursting into tears with fervor. An Lan, equally emotional, wiped her tears, reluctant to part from her sister-in-law. Shen Guodong stood in the courtyard, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had brought An Lan back. Otherwise, his younger sister would have likely devoured him whole. The bond between Xiaorong and An Lan was far stronger than his own unreliable brotherly affection. After a considerable time, tranquility finally returned. Please come into the house with me, Shen Guodong announced from the doorway. What for? The two women, who had been whispering in the living room, shot him a questioning glare. I insist you come in. I assure you it's a wonderful surprise. Shen Guodong blinked mischievously. An Lan and Shen Xiaorong rose with puzzled expressions. What on earth are you hiding? An Lan furrowed her brow. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Guodong forcefully pushed open the door, gesturing for the two women to enter. Filled with curiosity, An Lan grasped Xiaorong's hand and stepped inside. In the next moment, two high-pitched screams erupted in unison. Both women covered their mouths with their hands, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the bed. It was piled high with money. Bundles of cash covered the entire bed, creating a stunning and eye-catching spectacle. At that moment, both An Lan and Shen Xiaorong were utterly astonished. Shen Guodong stood at the doorway, quite pleased with the reaction. How do you like it, my dear wife? This is the grand surprise I promised you. An Lan gradually regained her composure, and her next action was quite peculiar. She pulled Shen Guodong into the room and swiftly locked the door. Once that was done, she sighed with relief, as if she had just committed a theft. Shen Guodong, where on earth did you acquire so much money? An Lan's expression was grave. Beside her, Shen Xiaorong uttered something even more outrageous. You didn't rob a bank, did you? Shen Guodong's face darkened with confusion. What are you talking about? This money has a perfectly legitimate source. It's all earnings from my tutoring classes. Didn't I mention yesterday that I would give you a grand surprise? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaorong displayed a moment of realization. Sister-in-law, he did indeed say something like that. An Lan, bewildered, responded, did that really happen? She had been in a daze the entire day prior, completely out of sorts, and had forgotten Shen Guodong's words. There is a total of 1,200 yuan here, all collected from tutoring fees. Shen Guodong earnestly explained. Moreover, this is merely a portion. There remains a substantial amount yet to be collected. My dear wife, I entrust all this money to you. I assure you once more, I will undoubtedly provide you with a prosperous life from now on. I shall never again engage in such foolish and reckless behavior. An Lan gazed at the resolute Shen Guodong before glancing at the bed covered in money. At last, she could no longer contain her tears, which flowed like rain. This time, they were tears of joy. Shen Xiaorong, too, wore a face of astonishment. This was a staggering 1,200 yuan, not merely a few coins, and this man before her had selflessly bestowed it all upon his sister-in-law. It seemed that he truly had turned over a new leaf, prepared to reform his ways. Volume 1. Chapter 29. An outing to the black market with my wife and sister. With the formidable sum of 1,200 yuan at his disposal, coupled with Shen Guodong's heartfelt remorse, An Lan decided to abandon her thoughts of fleeing from home. However, to fully win back this wife of his, a long journey lay ahead. Shen Guodong was acutely aware of this truth, and thus resolved to seize the moment and swiftly cultivate a wave of goodwill. He felt that his emotional intelligence had significantly improved following An Lan's recent escapade of leaving home. During lunch, Shen Guodong proposed, My dear wife, let us venture into the city together later. Our family is now relatively well off. You and Xiaorong should treat yourselves to a couple of beautiful outfits. Both An Lan and Shen Xiaorong paused in their eating. I have clothes to wear. I do not need new ones, Shen Xiaorong firmly objected. Unexpectedly, after a moment's hesitation, An Lan nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go into the city for a stroll. It has been quite some time since we last shopped. Xiaorong, you shall join us. We can also pick out a new outfit for Xiaohua. Shen Xiaorong hesitantly replied, Sister-in-law? Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Xiaorong, if you think about it. Who knows whether your brother's transformation is merely a fleeting whim or something more? This money should be spent. Otherwise, if your brother were to revert to his former self, we would be the ones at a loss. Her words were undeniably sound, leaving Shen Guodong at a loss for a counterargument, forcing him to awkwardly smile. Seeing this, Shen Xiaorong beamed and nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio set off for the county town. They first arrived at the place where Shen Guodong was tutoring. It was An Lan and Xiaorong's first visit, and everything appeared novel to them, particularly when Shen Guodong was teaching. His earnest demeanor, focused expression, and erudite appearance captivated An Lan, who watched from outside, lost in thought. If this man truly reformed and returned to the right path, perhaps life could continue in a harmonious manner, she mused quietly to herself. An hour of lessons passed swiftly, and upon learning that the beautiful woman outside was none other than teacher Shen's wife, the students began to chant teacher's wife in unison. An Lan responded with grace, smiling and greeting each student warmly. Come, let us go shopping now, Shen Guodong exclaimed joyfully. The three made their way directly to the state-run store, which offered a variety of goods. However, an embarrassing situation soon arose. They found themselves without ration tickets. In that era, purchasing fabric required fabric tickets, buying grains necessitated grain tickets, and acquiring anything at all demanded tickets. Without them, even with ample money, one could not make a purchase. Such was the reality of a planned economy. A consequence of the scarcity of resources. Shall we venture into the black market? Upon stepping out of the state-run store, Shen Guodong observed the despondent demeanor of An Lan and Xiaorong, promptly suggesting this alternative. But the items in the black market are quite expensive, Xiaorong interjected. What is there to fear? We have ample funds at our disposal, Shen Guodong proclaimed, embodying the spirit of a newly affluent individual. Didn't your sister mention that today is all about spending? This remark served as a catalyst, and true to form, An Lan gritted her teeth and resolved. Let us go to the black market. I refuse to believe that with money we cannot procure what we desire. The trio arrived at the black market, a bustling small bazaar where an array of goods could be found. At this juncture, the nation had loosened its grip on private enterprise, permitting individuals to embark on their entrepreneurial ventures. Regrettably, in the backward locale of Tian County, the leadership remained particularly conservative, reluctant to embrace such changes, thereby giving rise to the black market. Typically, the populace turned a blind eye, but a whistleblower could spell disaster. Once immersed in the black market, Shen Xiaorong and An Lan shed their inhibitions, marveling at the novelty of every item, eager to purchase them. With Shen Guodong's encouragement, each of them soon adorned themselves in splendid new garments and shoes, eliciting great joy from the two women as they chattered animatedly. Following closely behind, Shen Guodong felt buoyed by their exuberance. As they passed a gathering of people, he overheard lively discussions surrounding the Qingchuan distillery, prompting him to pause and listen intently. It turned out that the distillery had officially commenced a promotional event. Buy 2 bottles of 500 milliliters liquor and receive a complimentary 250 milliliters bottle. Such an initiative was unprecedented in the history of Tian County, and the announcement had sparked considerable excitement among the populace, inciting spirited conversations. A cryptic smile played upon Shen Guodong's lips. Wang Dequan had finally made his move. This was splendid. Allow the situation to unfold for a while. A grand performance was on the horizon. The vendetta against his parents could not go unavenged, with the conclusion of the tutoring sessions aligning perfectly with his moment of retribution. The timing was propitious. Suddenly, he heard a call proclaiming the sale of fishing gear. Intrigued, he approached the stall to find a plethora of fishing equipment on display: rods, nets, sunshades, bamboo cages, bait, and more, all crafted entirely by hand from sturdy bamboo materials. How much for these fishing tools? Shen Guodong inquired, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. In his previous life, he had been rendered disabled and deprived of many joys. In this new existence, he felt compelled to savor all the delectable and delightful experiences he had once missed. With ample free time aside from his studies, he found it prudent to adopt a laid-back approach, choosing to defer all matters until after the Gaokao examination. A fishing rod for 1 yuan. A fishing net for 1 yuan and 50 cents. Purchase a fishing rod and receive bait as a complimentary gift, the enthusiastic vendor proclaimed. The prices were exceptionally reasonable, prompting Shen Guodong to hastily approach An Lan, wearing a sheepish grin. "Wife, there are fishing supplies for sale over there. I would like to buy some so that we can go fishing together this afternoon." An Lan paused, turning her head to glance back. "Since you like it, go ahead and buy." I have no money. All my funds are with you," Shen Guodong muttered quietly. "What?" This response clearly exceeded An Lan's expectations, and Shen Guodong was equally astonished. They had never imagined that this fellow had truly given all his money to his wife. Regaining her composure, An Lan scrutinized Shen Guodong for a moment before nodding. "All right, I will buy it for you," whether it was a figment of his imagination or not. Shen Guodong noticed the corners of An Lan's mouth curve upward slightly, displaying a more cheerful demeanor. Before long, all the fishing gear had been acquired. Considering the harsh sunlight, and at Shen Guodong's suggestion, they also purchased the most expensive sunshade. "Wife, our family has been lacking a bicycle. I noticed some for sale over there. Shall we buy one?" Shen Guodong whispered after securing the fishing equipment. Constantly borrowing Zhang Dachuan's bicycle was becoming quite inconvenient. An Lan glanced at the stall selling second-hand bicycles, then shot a glare at him, replying coolly, "Did we not have a bicycle before?" Mentioning this made Shen Guodong feel awkward once again. "Of course we did. It was just mishandled. Ahem, that was when I was younger and less wise." "Now I understand." An Lan glared at him again, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Not having a bicycle indeed posed certain inconveniences. After all, the money was earned by him, and if he wished to spend it, so be it. It was preferable to later squander it recklessly. Volume 1. Chapter 30. The Accident and the Rescue. After a fervent negotiation, a well-kept Phoenix brand bicycle was procured for the sum of 120 yuan. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a bicycle laden with an abundance of passengers and luggage departed from the tutoring center. Shen Guodong was riding the bicycle, with An Lan perched sideways on the front bar, while his younger sister, Xiaorong, occupied the rear seat, cradling fishing gear in her arms. Their destination was the Qinghe Reservoir, a veritable paradise for fishing enthusiasts. Those who have ridden a bicycle of this type know that a person seated on the front bar is akin to being embraced by the rider. As they traveled, a gentle breeze stirred, tousling An Lan's hair, which occasionally brushed against Shen Guodong's face and neck, bringing with it a delightful fragrance that he thoroughly relished. An Lan, in turn, could detect the scent of Shen Guodong, a mixture of sweat and the unmistakable essence of manliness, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Upon arriving at the Qinghe Reservoir, they were greeted by a vast expanse of emerald green water, a truly magnificent sight. Surrounding the shores were numerous fellow anglers, engrossed in their sport. "Wow, this place is stunning," exclaimed Shen Xiaorong as she dismounted. An Lan wore an expression of awe. The scenery was indeed splendid. The trio secured their bicycles and swiftly sought a suitable spot for fishing. With the presence of a sunshade, they were no longer concerned about the searing sun. Each of them grasped a fishing rod, their spirits high as they commenced their competition to see who could catch the most and the largest fish. "Let us have a contest to see who catches the most and the biggest." "All right, I'm not afraid. The loser must cook dinner tonight." Perhaps due to their novice status, the trio experienced rapid success in their fishing endeavors. Each quickly landed a plump, white carp, eliciting gleeful exclamations from An Lan and Shen Xiaorong as they observed the thrashing fish in their bucket. However, their joy was short-lived. The once clear sky was suddenly pierced by a tremendous clap of thunder, and the atmosphere darkened ominously with gathering clouds. "It's going to rain. We should head home." The other anglers along the reservoir hastily packed their belongings and prepared to depart. "Should we also return?" Shen Xiaorong inquired anxiously, glancing at the gloomy sky. "It's probably just a passing shower. We have the sunshade, so we'll be fine," Shen Guodong replied confidently. An Lan nodded in agreement, her desire to return home overshadowed by the thrill of their outing. After all, it was a rare excursion, and she was not ready to abandon it so soon. Suddenly, rain began to pour, transforming the world into a misty gray in a matter of moments. The three, sheltered beneath the sunshade, munched on snacks while engaging in lively conversation, creating a unique and enchanting atmosphere. The lush green hills and torrential rain made for a picturesque scene, as fish leapt from the water, provoking excited screams from the trio. Yet, as the darkness deepened and the rain intensified, the heavens seemed to unleash its fury, threatening to obliterate the world below. Three individuals, once immersed in enjoyment, gradually found their pleasure waning. The fierce wind carried raindrops, drenching their garments. Was this nature's way of driving them away? Yet, it was already too late to depart. The muddy path was utterly unsuitable for cycling. Suddenly, a distant roar of an engine pierced the air. The trio simultaneously looked up towards the road across the reservoir, where two brilliant beams of light emerged. Through the hazy curtain of rain, they discerned a vehicle, its license plate obscured, forging ahead despite the downpour. With nothing pressing to occupy their minds, they fixated on the car as it navigated one bend after another at an alarming speed. In such inclement weather, the roads were slick with mud. Driving so recklessly seemed akin to courting disaster, as if rushing towards an untimely fate. "Careful now, or you might find yourself 1,000 miles away," murmured Shen Guodong, unable to restrain himself. Unexpectedly, at the very moment his words slipped from his lips, the car, which had been cruising steadily, suddenly lost control. The screech of tires was excruciating, and then, with a violent jolt, the vehicle plunged off the road. "Oh no!" Shen Guodong exclaimed, springing to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. An Lan and Xiaorong stood frozen in shock. What had they just witnessed? The car had careened off the road. "Quick, we must save them," An Lan shouted. Without waiting for further urging, Shen Guodong dashed into the rain, making his way directly to the scene of the accident. Upon arrival, he found a Jeep 211, grotesquely mangled, smoke billowing ominously from the hood, accompanied by flickers of flame, a dire situation indeed. Through the shattered window, he could see two occupants, a man and a woman. The man, the driver, lay slumped in the driver's seat, his body partially pinned, his clothes soaked in blood. Yet, miraculously, he remained conscious. Upon spotting Shen Guodong outside, the driver's face contorted in desperation, his voice barely a whisper. Help me. Please, save her." He gestured for Shen Guodong to attend to the woman in the passenger seat first. "Hold on, my friend. Stay with me. Don't close your eyes," Shen Guodong replied, hastily moving to the passenger side. As he peered inside at the unconscious woman, his pupils constricted sharply. How could it be? The woman involved in the accident was none other than Director Xiao Yushu, whom he had met at the Xinhua bookstore. The encounter was still vivid in his memory. Had it not been for her guidance, Shen Guodong would not have located the high school mathematics book so swiftly, nor would he have acquired that coveted ticket. In truth, Director Xiao Yushu had bestowed a kindness upon him, even if she remained unaware of it. Director Xiao, please wake up," Shen Guodong shouted loudly. Yet the seated Xiao Yushu remained utterly motionless, displaying no response whatsoever, even to a slap on the face. Vivid crimson blood seeped continuously from Xiao Yushu's forehead. And the situation was exceedingly urgent. Even a moment's delay could lead to unforeseen peril. Shen Guodong yanked at the car door with all his might, but it was deformed and refused to budge. Amidst the torrential rain and wind, Shen Guodong, in a state of desperation, called out to the semi-conscious driver. "Is there a crowbar or something of that sort in the car?" Yes. In the repair kit at the back," the driver replied weakly. Shen Guodong wiped the rain from his face and hurried to the rear of the vehicle, discovering the toolbox, only to find it locked. He picked up a stone from the ground and struck the lock forcefully, repeating the action 7 or 8 times until the iron lock finally gave way. Shen Guodong retrieved a crowbar from within, returning to the front of the car to pry open the deformed door. Once, twice, thrice. Despite the pouring rain, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet the door remained obstinately shut. The feeble driver, observing this scene, revealed a look of despair in his eyes. Suddenly, with a decisive click, the tightly shut car door loosened and was finally pried open. Shen Guodong felt an overwhelming joy, quickly abandoning the crowbar to embrace Xiao Yushu. But her body was still trapped inside. After a swift assessment, he summoned all his strength to pull the seat back just enough for Xiao Yushu to be freed. However, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, and when Shen Guodong placed his fingers near her nose, he felt no breath. Alarmed, he disregarded any notions of propriety and pressed his ear to her chest. This time, he detected a faint heartbeat. "Director Xiao has a weak heartbeat," he exclaimed. "Comrade, bear witness that I am not being lewd," he shouted at the driver, and under the driver's astonished gaze, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Xiao Yushu's icy mouth. After sharing breath, he swiftly began performing CPR, tirelessly repeating the two actions. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and just when Shen Guodong felt on the verge of exhaustion, Xiao Yushu, lying on the ground, stirred. After a few coughs, she slowly opened her weary eyes. "Director Xiao has awakened," Shen Guodong shouted in delight. Inside the car, the trapped driver was immensely moved, tears welling in his eyes as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, comrade." Shen Guodong wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Do not worry. I will get you out momentarily. The driver immediately shook his head. No? Quickly take Director Xiao to the hospital. I am fine. Let the doctor attend to me once you arrive. Shen Guodong cast a surprised glance at the driver, noticing that the latter appeared to be in good spirits. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively nodded. Very well, I shall take Director Xiao to the hospital at once. Please hold on for a little longer. Just as he spoke, two figures emerged through the rain, An Lan and Xiaorong. Wife, she needs urgent medical attention. An Lan immediately urged, you should leave quickly. Xiaorong, and I will take care of the comrade in the car. Shen Guodong nodded, bending down to lift Xiao Yushu's delicate form. Struggling to make his way towards the county town step by step, the torrential rain continued to pour down. By the time he arrived at the hospital, an hour had passed. After handing over the now once again unconscious Xiao Yushu to the doctor, Shen Guodong collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Unable even to lift a finger. He was indeed exhausted. Were it not for his sheer willpower, he would have succumbed long ago. Volume 1. Chapter 31. The county committee has arrived. Comrade, your legs are covered in wounds and bleeding. Come with me. I will assist you, or you risk infection. A doctor, having noticed Shen Guodong's condition, spoke urgently. Shen Guodong looked down and, only then, realized that his trousers were tattered, his legs smeared with mud, where blood and dirt intertwined, painting a rather disheveled picture. However, he hesitated only briefly before shaking his head and insisting, Doctor, my injuries are not severe. Quickly, dispatch an ambulance to the Qinghe Reservoir. My wife and sister are still there, rescuing others. What has transpired? The doctor inquired, his expression grave. A car accident. A Jeep 211 careened down the hillside from the road. It's quite serious, Shen Guodong replied. At that moment, a nurse rushed out and whispered a few words to the doctor, causing Shen Guodong to catch the name Xiao Yushu. What? The doctor's face immediately turned serious as he exclaimed. Quickly, send a vehicle to the Qinghe Reservoir. There are still people trapped. In but a brief moment, the sound of an ambulance could be heard approaching. Shen Guodong suppressed his fatigue and boarded the vehicle alongside the rescue personnel. Comrade, you need not accompany us. We are sufficient. Your leg injuries require prompt attention. One of the paramedics stated as he cast an admiring glance at Shen Guodong. What a young man of such a strong sense of justice. Even after saving someone, he still wishes to accompany us. It's all right. I know the precise location. My guidance will expedite your journey, Shen Guodong said calmly. In truth, his motivation lay in hitching a ride to retrieve his bicycle and fishing gear, which he had just purchased that day. He could not afford to lose them. Young man, you are quite something. Come, hurry aboard. I shall take care of your leg injuries upon your return. A middle-aged doctor raised his thumb in admiration, recognizing the young man's commendable sense of justice, precisely what society needs today. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the ambulance arrived at the scene of the accident. An Lan and Shunshirung were anxiously assisting the driver at the intersection. Upon witnessing the mangled remains of the Jeep halfway up the hill, everyone gasped in disbelief. Surviving such a horrific crash was indeed a stroke of fortune. Together, they worked diligently, swiftly lifting the driver into the vehicle. Shen Guodong urged An Lan and his sister to take the ambulance while he opted to ride his bicycle. At that moment, the rain had ceased. Alone and silently gathering his fishing gear, Shen Guodong suddenly exclaimed in frustration, "Where are my fish?" He realized, to his dismay, that his catch had vanished. There were several prized ones. Alas, an entire afternoon wasted. After searching tirelessly, Shen Guodong could only sigh in resignation, suspecting that the heavy rain had washed his belongings into the reservoir. Returning empty-handed, he trudged back with a furrowed brow. Upon arriving at the hospital, he immediately spotted the anxious faces of An Lan and his sister. Shen Guodong waved to them, and only then did they notice the scars marring his calves beneath his rolled-up trousers. "What happened to your legs?" An Lan exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. "It's nothing serious, just a few superficial wounds." Shen Guodong replied with a reassuring smile, dismissing their worry. He called for a nurse, explained the situation, and soon Dr. Du Zhonglin arrived to tend to his injuries. "Dr. Du, how is the woman I rescued this afternoon?" Shen Guodong inquired about Xiao Yushu, while An Lan and Xiaorong looked on, equally concerned. "She remains in a coma and requires extensive examination," Dr. Du Zhonglin responded. Shen Guodong frowned, anxiety creeping in. How could this be? I had already revived her. The driver can attest to it, given that his wife and sister were present. Shen Guodong refrained from mentioning the artificial respiration, unsure if they had witnessed it. Dr. Du shook his head. "That woman suffered a head injury. Her condition is rather delicate." However, young man, your selfless act of bravery is commendable, and your wife and sister are equally admirable. With that, he gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with praise. Shen Guodong chuckled bashfully. It was merely a coincidence. We happened to be fishing by the reservoir. One cannot simply stand by and watch someone perish. An Lan and Shen Guodong nodded vigorously, agreeing that anyone in their position would have chosen to save a life. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted in the corridor outside, a large group rushing past. Soon, whispers from nurses and doctors filled the air. Many members of the county committee have arrived. My goodness, I just saw the secretary and the county head. I heard that among the individuals treated at our hospital this afternoon, one was Director Xiao Yushu. I've heard the same. It seems there was a severe car accident. Thankfully, she was rescued, or the consequences would be unimaginable. You know, Director Xiao has quite the impressive background. Listening to the gossip, Shen Guodong blinked in surprise. Xiao Yushu had such a remarkable standing? An Lan and Shen Guodong were equally astonished, not realizing that saving a life could be tied to such significant status. Dr. Du Zhonglin, overhearing the chatter, turned sharply to reprimand them. The nurses and doctors quickly dispersed, returning to their duties. Young man, what is your name? Dr. Du inquired. I am Shen Guodong, he replied. Remember the name Du Zhonglin. His gaze was laden with significance as he spoke. You have indeed rendered a great service this time. Prepare yourself for the gratitude that awaits when that esteemed lady regains consciousness. However, Shen Guodong merely smiled nonchalantly at these words. For his motives in saving lives were not driven by accolades. Particularly, upon discovering that the individual he had rescued was Xiao Yushu, such thoughts dissipated entirely. Dr. Du, I shall take my leave now. After attending to the injuries on his leg, Shen Guodong departed the hospital with the assistance of An Lan and his sister. Just as the three of them exited, the corridor's end was filled with anxious figures. In the hospital room lay Xiao Yushu, connected to an oxygen supply, her eyes firmly shut. The gathering included numerous leaders, encompassing nearly the entire upper echelon of Taiyan County. The secretary, the county mayor, the deputy secretary, the county committee director, various ministers, and other hospital officials, creating a formidable assembly. Not long prior, upon learning of Xiao Yushu's car accident, the senior leadership of Taiyan County had almost immediately set aside their duties and hastened to the county hospital with utmost urgency. On the way, each leader fervently prayed for her safety, aware that should anything untoward happen, 2/3 of the county's leadership would be in jeopardy. Director Lin, what is the status of Director Xiao? The county committee secretary, Gu Zhongyang, furrowed his brow, emanating an air of palpable pressure. Director Lin and the attending physicians were drenched in sweat. Secretary Gu, Director Zhao's condition is grave. Her most critical injury is to her head, where the neural pathways are densely concentrated. Transporting her now would pose significant risks, Director Lin stated, bracing himself to deliver the grim news. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room grew even heavier, with all present furrowing their brows. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yushu, it would spell considerable trouble. Acknowledging the precariousness of the situation, Director Lin added, currently, if Director Xiao can regain consciousness even once, the level of danger will significantly diminish, allowing for her safe transfer. Immediately following this, a doctor interjected, Director, I heard from the nurses that Director Xiao was rescued by someone. The individual who brought her in mentioned that he had revived her once. Upon hearing this, Director Lin erupted in anger, exclaiming, why was such crucial information not relayed to me sooner? The doctor felt aggrieved, stating, you and the county leaders arrived almost simultaneously. There was no opportunity to convey the details. Where is the person who saved Director Xiao? Find him at once. Director Lin commanded urgently. The other county leaders joined in, pressing for the search to commence. However, no one was acquainted with Shen Guodong, nor did they know where to find him. Just at that moment, Du Zhonglin, who had just finished treating Shen Guodong, entered the ward. Upon learning the situation, he immediately said, Director, the young man who saved him is named Shen Guodong, and he has already departed. I confirmed from him that Director Xiao indeed regained consciousness once, and the driver can also testify to this. We can rest assured to transfer Director Xiao to the provincial city. As Du Zhonglin's words fell, it was palpable that everyone in the ward exhaled a sigh of relief. Quickly, call a car to transfer Director Xiao to the provincial city, declared County Party Secretary Gu Zhongyang decisively. Volume 1, Chapter 32, Sudden Incident, Caught in Speculation. Upon exiting the hospital, a brisk wind swept through, causing Shen Guodong to shiver involuntarily. He turned to find An Lan and his younger sister, Xiao Rong, equally affected. their lips tinged with a purplish hue. The trio, having drenched themselves in their efforts to save a life, resembled soggy chickens. Quickly, let us hasten to my place. Did you not purchase new clothes this afternoon? Shen Guodong urged with urgency. His words sparked a realization in An Lan and Xiaorong, prompting them to hurry towards the tutoring center. Upon arrival, they changed into dry garments and sipped on hot water, each feeling revitalized. Indeed, this act of saving lives was no ordinary endeavor. I nearly froze to death, Xiaorong exclaimed, her voice laden with emotion. There was no other choice. Encountering such a situation necessitates immediate action, Shen Guodong replied with a smile. I believe it is worth exchanging our fleeting discomfort for the preservation of 2 lives. No sooner had he uttered this than he noticed Xiaorong staring at him, a flicker of complexity evident in her gaze. Puzzled, he glanced towards An Lan, who too was observing him with a similarly intricate expression. What is amiss? Did I speak incorrectly? Shen Guodong inquired, perplexed. The 2 women snapped back to reality, with An Lan being the first to respond. Not at all. You were absolutely right. Your performance this afternoon was commendable. Xiaorong chimed in. Indeed, your conduct was remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Guodong began to grasp the situation. It appeared that his actions earlier had been noted by his wife and sister, significantly altering their perceptions of him. With this understanding, a smile crept across his heart. Indeed, acts of kindness reap rewards. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that his wife and sister now viewed him in a more favorable light made the day's endeavors worthwhile. It is getting late. I presume you are all hungry? He suggested. There is a modest eatery not far from here where we may dine. Suddenly, An Lan interjected, no need. Your leg is injured. Focus on resting. Xiaorong, and I shall fetch the food. Agreeing with her reasoning, Shen Guodong did not protest. After a simple dinner, An Lan spoke. Xiaorong, I shall ride you home now. Your brother's leg injury hinders him, so there is no need for you to return. I will bring over a quilt and mattress shortly. At her words, Shen Guodong instinctively felt inclined to argue against the inconvenience, suggesting they could easily procure bedding from outside without much expense. Yet, as the words formed on his tongue, he swallowed them back. He suddenly realized this was a rare opportunity to nurture his bond with An Lan. Henceforth, he would strive to spend more time alone with her to deepen their connection. Approximately an hour later, the sound of bicycles echoed from outside. Through the window, one could see An Lan returning, clutching a blanket and mattress. Shen Guodong hurried to assist her, but she sharply ordered him to refrain from moving, instructing him to sit quietly. Shen Guodong complied, watching as An Lan bent over, industriously preparing his bed. However, as he observed her, he suddenly realized that his breathing had become somewhat rapid and a warmth coursed through his veins. From his vantage point, he could discern the alluring contours of An Lan's figure, her ample bosom, slender waist, and full hips, complemented by elegantly shaped legs. Coincidentally, she was adorned in the new attire she had purchased that very day, exuding the irresistible charm of a mature woman, potent and captivating. Startled, Shen Guodong dared not gaze any longer. He quickly seized a cup of water from the table, gulping down several mouthfuls to quell the fiery sensation within him. All right. The students will be arriving shortly for class. I shall take my leave now. An Lan announced as she finished her tasks and straightened up. Yes, Shen Guodong replied, his voice tinged with guilt. Once An Lan departed, he chided himself softly, foolish. What a splendid opportunity. Why didn't I seize the chance to keep my wife here? Days slipped by, and Shen Guodong remained unaware that Xiao Yushu had been transferred from Tian. During this time, due to his leg injury, he had dedicated himself entirely to his students, as there were less than 10 days until the college entrance examination. Each day, Shen Guodong strained his mind to devise questions relevant to the exam, ensuring that every student was well prepared. On this particular day, as usual, he commenced his lesson promptly at 1 o'clock, elucidating problems on the blackboard. Nearly 100 students attentively listened and took notes. Suddenly, the tightly shut classroom door was forcefully pushed open, startling all the students. An audacious figure, brimming with self-satisfaction, stormed in, accompanied by a throng of uniformed personnel. Leader. This is the place. This is the illegal tutoring center. Look, they're all here, engaged in class. Shen Guodong fixed his gaze on the individual who had burst in, clenching his fists in anger. It was none other than Xia Haifeng, the very person he had once thoroughly thrashed. At that moment, Xia Haifeng's expression radiated a sense of vindication, as if to convey to Shen Guodong that his retribution had arrived. He had reported him. For this day, he had endured humiliation, secretly investigating until, by some twist of fate, He discovered the location of Shen Guodong's tutoring class. Without hesitation, Xia Haifeng had rushed to the police station to report Shen Guodong. Several uniformed officers scanned the room with grave expressions. Upon witnessing that the number of students in this tutoring class exceeded a staggering 100, they were equally taken aback. Such a large tutoring class was no trivial matter and required serious and thoughtful handling. "Take him away," commanded the leader, and immediately, 2 officers stepped forward to pin Shen Guodong against the podium, placing handcuffs upon him, to which he offered no resistance. This scene left many students below pale with fear. Gasping in shock, they had never encountered such a spectacle, and several female students were on the verge of tears. Teacher Shen, release him. What crime has he committed for you to arrest him?" However, some students, emboldened by the moment, angrily questioned, and these words seemed to ignite the crowd, prompting more and more students to join in the outcry. "Silence, everyone!" The leading officer bellowed from the podium. "Your teacher, Shen, has committed the crime of speculation and illegal operation of a tutoring class for personal gain, which is strictly prohibited by the state. He must be taken for a serious investigation. Now, everyone disperse and return to school promptly. We will later visit the school to question some students, and we hope for your cooperation. You can rest assured that any profits this scoundrel has unlawfully accumulated will be reclaimed." After the officer concluded, he instructed the others to swiftly escort Shen Guodong away, leaving behind 100 bewildered students. They watched helplessly as Shen was taken away in a vehicle. Xia Haifeng, witnessing this turn of events, wore a smug smile. He had awaited this moment. A sense of vindication coursed through him. Unexpectedly, at that instant, a male student rushed forward, glaring furiously at him, his gaze menacing. "What do you want?" Xia Haifeng felt an unsettling premonition and took a slight step back. "Students, it was this guy who reported Teacher Shen. He has caused us to miss our classes, and we must avenge our teacher," the male student shouted. As his words echoed, Xia Haifeng could clearly see numerous students directing their ire towards him. The fury in the eyes of the 100-strong crowd was a terror that one could hardly fathom without experiencing it firsthand. Fortunately for him, Xia Haifeng did indeed experience it. These individuals were merely 17 or 18 years old, and in their anger, they were capable of anything. Not being foolish, Xia Haifeng swiftly chose to flee. If he did not escape, he would surely be beaten to a pulp. "Don't run, you despicable scoundrel. You've caused us to miss class. I'll beat you to death." The shouts of the enraged students rang out. "You vile coward, all you do is report. If I fail to get into college, I swear I will demolish your ancestral grave." The students pursued relentlessly, each filled with indignation, determined to defend their teacher, Mr. Shen. Alas, despite their fervent efforts, Xia Haifeng ultimately managed to escape. "Oh, how I wish to shield Mr. Shen from capture. I still aspire to excel in my studies and achieve high marks in mathematics." Suddenly, a female classmate collapsed to the ground, weeping audibly. Her cries quickly spread, infecting many others, and soon the sound of sorrow grew louder. "Please, everyone, cease your tears and listen to me." At that moment, a dark-skinned boy stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. He exuded a maturity and composure not typically found in youth. "Chaohua, do you have a plan?" The students turned their gaze towards him eagerly. "Yes, let's involve our parents. We should have them negotiate with the police at the station," Chaohua declared emphatically. "I recall that many of our classmates have parents working within the system. You must return home and inform them about this situation. And for those whose parents do not work in the system, it matters not. We can still rally our families to join us at the police station. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the safe return of Mr. Shen." Volume 1, Chapter 33, Defending Oneself. At the county police station, Shen Guodong had just alighted from the vehicle when he was ushered into an interrogation room. Before long, 2 imposing officers in uniform commenced their questioning. "What is your name?" "Shen Guodong." "How old are you?" 23. "Where are you from?" "Beituan village." Shen Guodong was remarkably cooperative, which pleased the 2 interrogators. The young man before them seemed promising, indicating that their work today would proceed smoothly. "How long have you been running this tutoring class?" "Approximately 20 days. Are you aware that operating a tutoring class without proper authorization constitutes speculative behavior and is illegal?" "Sir, I do not believe my actions are speculative," Shen Guodong replied earnestly. The previously satisfied interrogators raised their eyebrows, questioning whether they were dealing with a troublemaker or a formidable opponent. With a sudden thud, one officer slammed his hand on the table, his expression grave as he admonished Shen Guodong, "I advise you to be honest and confess your unlawful deeds. Do you realize how serious this is?" It involves numerous students. This is not merely about confiscating illegal gains. If things go awry, you could face imprisonment. Yet, Shen Guodong remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Comrade, do not employ your usual tactics on me. I am a scholar, well-versed in many subjects, including law. And I fully comprehend my actions. The so-called crime of speculation you speak of refers to practices such as hoarding, illegal resale, market manipulation, counterfeiting, and other illicit means of profit. I ask you, which of these does my tutoring class violate?" As Shen Guodong concluded his statement, the interrogators were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, sensing a weighty seriousness in each other's eyes. This young man was no ordinary individual. He truly embodied the essence of an intellectual, brimming with knowledge, starkly different from the common folk they usually encountered. Upon reflection, it appeared that Shen Guodong was indeed correct. His tutoring class had not transgressed any of the mentioned offenses. This posed a dilemma. They would need to consult their superiors. "I need to use the restroom. I will return shortly." One officer hastily rose and exited the interrogation room. The other officer, however, remained with a darkened gaze, coldly scrutinizing Shen Guodong, perceiving him as a challenging adversary. Noticing the officer's demeanor, Shen Guodong offered a friendly smile. "Comrade, I was merely discussing the matter at hand and did not intend to target anyone. You have your responsibilities, and upon receiving a report, it is only proper to conduct an investigation. However, as a law-abiding citizen, I equally possess the right to defend myself when faced with false accusations and unfair treatment. Would you not agree?" The interrogator remained silent, yet the somber expression on his face softened considerably. Observing this, Shen Guodong chose not to elaborate further, instead leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes. Inwardly, he felt a profound sense of relief for his earlier prudence. Had he hastily pursued another business venture to provide for his family, he might have found himself in dire straits. The income from his tutoring center would assuredly lead to his downfall, allowing the vile Shen Haifeng to triumph. In the early 1980s, in small counties like Taiyan, the concept of a tutoring center was relatively novel, even in larger cities. There were scarce precedents for conviction. Thus, the charge of speculation truly could not be attributed to him, as no such examples existed. This was one of the primary reasons Shen Guodong refrained from engaging in other business endeavors, resolutely establishing his tutoring center instead. In a place like Taiyan, where policies and systems were antiquated, the environment was far less liberal than in major cities. Despite the allowance for private enterprise, local leadership remained conservative, and a single report could spawn endless complications. Residents typically resorted to the black market for their purchases. This fear of unwarranted trouble was a significant deterrent for Shen Guodong, who understood the considerable risks involved in investing in certain ventures during this era. The infamous 8 Kings incident had occurred in 1982, just as he was contemplating these matters. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open. The officer who had previously left re-entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face. "Shen Guodong, this is our deputy director Yan. He is already aware of your situation and will conduct your interrogation personally." Shen Guodong promptly rose and exclaimed, "Greetings, Director Yan." Yan Shu gestured for Shen Guodong to take a seat and began, "I have heard from my subordinates that you were quite knowledgeable about our nation's loss." Shen Guodong humbly waved his hand, replying, Just a little. Just a little. I am merely the so-called useless scholar that everyone speaks of, aside from reading a bit more than others. I possess no particular skills." Yan Shui's gaze was penetrating. "Then tell me, why does your tutoring center not fall under the category of speculation? What is your purpose in running this center? Are you profiting from it?" As expected from a deputy director, his inquiries were markedly more astute than those of the previous 2 officers. Shen Guodong maintained his composure, responding, "Director Yan, let us speak candidly. One of my objectives in establishing this tutoring center is indeed to earn a profit. After all, we are not saints. Who among us can live without money in this world? However, the pursuit of wealth manifests in myriad forms. The so-called speculative profiteering refers to the act of acquiring exorbitant profits through unscrupulous means. In my tutoring center, I instruct my students in a manner akin to that of educators in traditional schools, where lies the impropriety. Indeed, in certain respects, I am even more proficient than the school teachers. I have the capacity to elevate the mathematical prowess of my students rapidly, enabling them to secure admission into their desired universities during the upcoming college entrance examinations. Consequently, the acceptance rate at the county's top school will rise, bringing joy to both the principal and the teachers, who will receive generous bonuses, while the parents of these students will bask in the pride of their children's accomplishments. Furthermore, Upon graduating from university, these students will contribute back to the nation and society. I ask you, with so many positive outcomes converging, how can this possibly be deemed speculative profiteering? As Shen Guodong's words resonated in the interrogation room, an enveloping silence ensued. Even Yin should refrain from immediate rebuttal, as there seemed to be a semblance of truth in his argument. Notably, throughout the annals of Taiyan's history, there has never been a precedent for such tutoring establishments. On what basis can one impose punishment? It is entirely unfounded, should an investigation be warranted. It would necessitate the examination of archival records to ascertain if similar cases exist elsewhere. Director Yin, I am acutely aware that this incident involving the tutoring center has been instigated by a malicious informant. You may not yet be aware, but I harbor a personal vendetta against the individual who reported me. He is deliberately attempting to embroil me in trouble. At this juncture, Shen Guodong interjected once more. To speak candidly, you have all become mere pawns in the machinations of Xia Haifeng, whose sole objective is to orchestrate my downfall. Upon uttering this statement, the expressions of all present turned decidedly grim. The two young interrogators clenched their fists tightly. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the entrance of a staff member. Director Yin, the head of the cotton mill, Director Zheng, as well as Director Qian from the Grain Bureau and Section Chief Wu from the court, have all phoned in seeking your attention. Yin Shui was momentarily taken aback. Why were these three individuals seeking him out? And why did they all choose to contact him simultaneously? His keen instincts sensed that something was amiss. Volume 1. Chapter 34. Appeals from all sides. Yin Shui returned to his office, plagued by uncertainty. After a brief interval, the phone rang. Hello, is this Director Yin? It's old Wu from the court. A familiar voice resonated through the receiver. It was Wu Dongye, the head of the political work department at the County People's Court. The police and the court maintained a close relationship, and they were well acquainted. Yin Shui spoke first. Of course, I recognize your voice, old Wu. What is the matter? Why the urgent call? Wu Dongye replied. Well, it's like this. I heard from my son that you recently apprehended a young man for operating an unlicensed tutoring class. Is that correct? Yin Shui nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. Director Yin, I've known about Teacher Shen's tutoring class for quite some time. My son attends it. Wu Dongye continued. After considerable thought, I concluded that this tutoring class bears the responsibility of education and is entirely different from those illicit activities outside. It exudes positive energy, so I supported it. However, not long ago, my son came running to me in tears, saying that Teacher Shen had been suddenly taken away and could no longer conduct classes. I reached out to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing this, Yin Shui fully grasped the circumstances. He had not anticipated that Wu Dongye's son was part of that tutoring class. And this was indeed the year for the college entrance examination. Old Wu, I only acted upon receiving a report and followed the standard procedure, Yin Shui clarified. Oh, I see. I was merely inquiring casually. No worries. Please continue with your work. When you have a moment, let us share a meal together. Wu Dongye concluded before hanging up. After placing the phone down, Yin Shui fell into contemplation. The implications of Wu Dongye's words were abundantly clear. The tutoring class was not a venture of speculation. Just then, the phone rang again. Hello, Director Yin? This is Zheng Jun from the cotton spinning factory. This time, the caller was Zheng Jun, the director of the cotton spinning factory, who similarly inquired about the tutoring class, subtly seeking leniency for the apprehended Shen Guodong. His son also attended the class, and with the impending college entrance examination, this period was crucial, potentially determining the course of his child's life. Following the conversation with Zheng Jun, another call came in, this time from the Grain Bureau, also seeking information regarding the tutoring class, asserting that it did not fall under speculative practices. After ending the call, Yin Shui rubbed his temples, astonished to discover how many old friends had children in that tutoring class. With less than 10 days until the college entrance examination, every moment was of utmost importance. It was no wonder the parents were so anxious. Director Yin, a large number of citizens have gathered outside, a subordinate reported as he entered the room. Many citizens? What do they want? Yin Shui felt a surge of confusion. It appeared that many had gathered to plead on behalf of a certain teacher, Shen Guodong. After a moment of hesitation, his subordinate responded. Yin Shui's brow furrowed intensely, prompting him to stride purposefully outside. Upon reaching the first floor, he was met with a throng of anxious citizens filling the hall, which buzzed with noise. Director Yin is here. Director Yin. A voice recognized him. Drawing the attention of the crowd to Yin Shui, he raised his hand to signal for silence, his expression grave. Why have so many of you suddenly congregated at the Public Security Bureau? Are you not aware that this disrupts public order? Director. We are here to plead for Teacher Shen, came the chorus. Indeed, we have come for Teacher Shen. He has dedicated himself to educating the nation's youth. What wrong has he committed that warrants his arrest? The citizens, upon seeing Yin Shui, began to voice their concerns, turning the hall into a cacophony. Do you not realize we are in the crucial period of the college entrance examination? Every moment is vital. If you detain Teacher Shen, where will our children go for tutoring? A voice cried out. Yes, if my child's exam preparation is hindered, will you take responsibility for that? We have paid for those tutoring sessions. If you take Teacher Shen away, won't our money be wasted? You claim to be the guardian of the people, yet you disregard our plight. Do you understand how difficult it is to raise a child? Shouted a particularly irate parent. Yin Shui's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the arrest of the tutor would provoke such a significant outcry. Not only had old friends reached out to offer their support, but now even the common folk were demanding answers, as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. In this tumultuous situation, he found himself unable to express his anger, let alone apprehend anyone, for these citizens had committed no crime. Finally, with a stern countenance, Yin Shui declared, "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me." The noisy hall gradually fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Concerning the matter of Teacher Shen, our department is currently conducting an investigation. I shall not conceal from you that this situation arose from a formal complaint. If it is determined that the tutoring center has violated no laws, we will promptly release Teacher Shen once our inquiries are complete. I kindly ask all parents to remain calm for the time being. Now, I urge you to return home and refrain from obstructing our duties. Otherwise, the situation will only escalate, and that benefits no one. With that, Yin Shui turned and ascended the stairs, his face still dark with concern. Other staff members quickly moved to reassure the parents, encouraging them to await the outcome of the situation. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Shen Guodong had heard the sudden uproar outside, yet remained oblivious to the events unfolding and their connection to him. Feeling a profound sense of ennui, he reclined in his chair and dozed off, eventually succumbing to slumber. When awakened by a gentle nudge, he received the unexpected news that he was free to leave. Shen Guodong was slightly taken aback. The sky outside had yet to darken, and he had anticipated remaining detained until at least the following day, perhaps for a full 24 hours. Nevertheless, the prospect of an earlier release was certainly a welcome development. With a bit of luck, he could confront that scoundrel Xia Haifeng and settle the score. That loathsome insect from the cesspool truly deserved his comeuppance. His wife, An Lan, had nearly left him due to his actions, and he was the one primarily responsible for the scandal surrounding the tutoring class. Such relentless provocations warranted a response. It would be insufficient to merely let them slide. In Beituan village, the sun had begun to set, marking the peak hour for farmers returning from their toil in the fields. Rumors of Shen Guodong's arrest by the police spread like wildfire throughout the village, igniting a fervent discussion among the villagers. Have you heard? Shen Guodong has been taken away by the authorities. Good heavens, is that true? This news is so sudden. Can it be trusted? Skepticism painted the faces of some. Now that it has spread through our village, it must be true. I hear it was related to a tutoring class, involved in some shady dealings. Huh, it's about time. That scoundrel should have been apprehended long ago. I always knew Shen Guodong would face this day. Alas, the old Shen family is finished for good. Amidst the villagers' animated discussions, a sudden thud echoed from a distance, startling everyone. They turned to see An Lan and Shen Guodong returning from the fields, their faces ashen, with a hoe lying discarded on the ground beside them. It was evident that they had overheard the gossip circulating moments before. Volume 1. Chapter 35. The Tutoring Center's Innocence. Is it true what you are saying? Has Dongzi really been taken away by the police? An Lan grasped the woman's arm, her voice trembling with anxiety. An Lan, please don't panic. I truly do not know if it is real. The woman, unable to bear An Lan's distress, hurriedly attempted to console her. You all are spreading rumors without any knowledge. Shen Guodong interjected, her voice rising in urgency. Although she had previously harbored disdain for that individual, it was perplexing that trouble had suddenly befallen him just as he was beginning to change for the better. The villagers exchanged glances, and at that moment, a woman approached. She was Qian Yufan, the mother of Xia Haifeng, and upon overhearing Shen Guodong's inquiry, she retorted loudly, "Who is spreading lies? My son witnessed it with his own eyes. That scoundrel Shen Guodong has indeed been apprehended by the police, right from his pathetic tutoring center. I assure you, this time that wretch will surely face imprisonment. Truly. It seems the heavens have opened their eyes and rid us of a calamity. I shall sleep soundly tonight. After declaring this, Shen Yufan burst into a fit of exuberant laughter, her face alight with schadenfreude, reveling in the feeling of vengeance fulfilled. Both An Lan and Shen felt as though they had been struck by lightning. In the next instant, they swiftly departed. Oh, what pitiful women they are, cursed by fate. How could they encounter someone like Shen Guodong? The villagers expressed their sympathies. Sister-in-law, please don't fret. Let us head to the city now. We can inquire at the police station. What if the news is unfounded? On their way back, Shen, noticing her sister-in-law's tear-streaked face, couldn't help but offer comfort. An Lan remained silent, her pace quickening with each step. Upon returning home, she neglected to change her clothes, gathered all the money she could find, and set off towards the county town. Their destination was clear, the county police station. Excuse me. May I ask if you have apprehended anyone by the name of Shen Guodong today? An Lan entered the police station and approached the duty officer. Shen Guodong? For all the personnel at the police station, that day was unforgettable, as many had etched that name in their memory. The impact of this name was overwhelming, providing ample fodder for gossip in the days to come. Upon hearing another inquiry about Shen Guodong, the officer, curious, asked, Comrade, what is your relation to him? Oh, I am Shen Guodong's wife, and this is his sister. An Lan hurriedly replied, her face a portrait of anxiety and concern. We heard that he was arrested. Is it true? An Lan's voice dwindled to a whisper as she anxiously clenched her delicate fists, overwhelmed by a sense of dread and uncertainty. You are Shen Guodong's wife. The staff member, taken aback, scrutinized the woman before him and finally stated, Your husband has already been released. What? An Lan was momentarily stunned, doubting the accuracy of her own hearing. Shen's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. I said Shen Guodong has been set free. His tutoring center has committed no violations, the staff member reiterated. Only then did An Lan fully grasp that what she heard was indeed real. In that instant, an unparalleled sense of relief washed over her, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from her heart. She expressed her gratitude fervently to the staff member and hastened out of the police station. Sister-in-law. This is wonderful. My brother is safe. He hasn't returned to the village. He must be at the tutoring center. Let us hurry and find him. An Lan nodded emphatically. Upon arriving at the tutoring center, they found classes in session. The lively sounds of chatter emanated from the classroom. An Lan pulled Shen closer, her heart racing as she caught sight of the man she had desperately longed to see. At that moment, Shen Guodong stood at the podium, the classroom filled with a joyous atmosphere and high spirits. It was only after the tutoring session that Shen Guodong learned he had been released so swiftly thanks to the efforts of his students. He felt profoundly touched, never anticipating such a delightful surprise. Teacher Shen, when you were taken by the police at noon, I immediately rushed home to find my father. Both my father and grandfather work at the courthouse and no people at the police station. The moment I saw him, I threw a tantrum, declaring that if you weren't rescued, I wouldn't be able to get into college. My father's expression was priceless, eyes wide in disbelief. It makes me laugh just thinking about it, a boy named Wu Abeo exclaimed, prompting uproarious laughter from the entire class. Shen Guodong, standing at the podium, found himself both amused and exasperated, and he raised his thumb in commendation, saying, Well done, Abeo. You truly are your father's son. Filial piety breeds strength. Wu Abeo bashfully scratched his head, chuckling. Teacher, I went to find my father too. He is the director of a cotton spinning factory and also knows people at the police station. In front of me, he called Director Yan. Another student, Zheng Xiaodian, interjected, eager to share his contribution. Teacher, I want to find my mother. A girl chimed in, standing up enthusiastically. Shen Guodong recognized her as Zhu Cuizue, an academically gifted student. Teacher Shen, although my parents are not leaders, they went to the police station. Indeed, my father also went. My grandparents went as well. The classmates, unwilling to let those three powerful individuals overshadow them, eagerly shouted one after another. Well done. You are all commendable. The teacher is deeply moved. Shen Guodong quickly restored order, urging everyone to maintain silence. He truly never anticipated that one day he would be touched by a group of students. This teacher had only been teaching these children for a mere 20 days, yet after the incident, these students surprised him profoundly, filling his heart with warmth. However, at that moment, a disdainful cold snort abruptly pierced the atmosphere, creating a jarring discord in the classroom. It was a girl, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at the ostentatiously dressed classmates, exclaiming loudly, stop trying to take credit in front of teacher Shen. In my opinion, the one who truly deserves recognition is actually classmate Chao Hua. If it weren't for Chao Hua stabilizing our spirits during lunch and offering us advice, would you all have had the wit to seek help from your parents? As her words fell, the previously lively classroom fell into an immediate hush. The smiles on the faces of Wu Bio, Zheng Xiaodian, and Zhu Cuizue became somewhat stiff, while other classmates instinctively glanced towards a corner at the back of the room. Shen Guodong, sensing the unusual tension, promptly inquired about the entire incident. Upon learning the sequence of events, his astonished gaze settled on a boy seated in that corner, Chao Hua. Typically reticent and unremarkable, he had unexpectedly made a remarkable impact this time. According to his classmates, he was known to struggle with mathematics while excelling in other subjects. And his greatest concern for the upcoming college entrance examination was the potential drop in scores due to math. Moreover, Chao Hua came from a difficult family background, being one of the few students in the tutoring class who had yet to pay their supplementary tuition fees. Chao Hua, thank you very much. Shen Guodong expressed sincerely. Teacher, I didn't do anything. Chao Hua, taken aback by the attention, stood up, appearing somewhat flustered. After all, he was merely a high school student. And such earnest gratitude from Shen Guodong left him feeling overwhelmed. You did exceptionally well, and all the other classmates performed splendidly as well. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone, Shen Guodong declared, bowing deeply to convey his sincere appreciation. Volume 1, Chapter 36. He must pay the price. The students in the audience appeared somewhat embarrassed, many of the girls blushing adorably. All right, class, it is time for us to commence our lessons, Shen Guodong proclaimed. The college entrance examination is swiftly approaching, marking a significant turning point in your lives. Each of you must seize every moment to study diligently, striving earnestly and fighting fiercely. Do not leave any regrets in your lives. Even if you face defeat, let it be without remorse. At the podium, Shen Guodong spoke with fervor. The teacher, too, had not been idle. He meticulously devised a series of questions, anticipating that these would likely appear on the exam. I shall now write these questions on the blackboard. Please attempt them, he instructed. His words were not mere platitudes. They held substantial value. Today, the students had exerted considerable effort for him, and Shen Guodong felt genuinely touched. In gratitude towards these endearing students, he decided to impart several challenging mathematical problems from his memory, beginning tonight. Originally, he intended to teach these topics in a few days, but he chose to advance the schedule. With these significant problems, each student could potentially enhance their mathematics scores by at least 40 points. Why was he so confident in such an improvement? Because the mathematics examination from 1982 was remarkably unique, devoid of multiple choice questions, and consisting entirely of 9 substantial problems. One could argue that such an examination format could indeed elevate scores significantly. In the context of such a pivotal life event as the college entrance examination, a 40-point increase could be deemed life-altering. If these students were to learn the truth, they would likely bring their families to express their profound gratitude, venerating Shen Guodong as a lifelong benefactor. Outside in the courtyard, An Lan and Shen Guodong quietly observed the unfolding scene within the classroom. Guodong, let us return, An Lan whispered, relieved as long as Shen Guodong remained safe. Just as Shen Guodong was about to nod in agreement, her eyes widened in surprise. Simultaneously, An Lan sensed something amiss and quickly turned around, discovering a tall and imposing figure standing before them. Upon meeting Shen Guodong's gaze, An Lan inexplicably felt a sense of guilt and averted her eyes. She realized that she had increasingly cared for this man before her. What brings you here so late at night? Shen Guodong inquired, astonished. An Lan remained silent, but Shen Guodong retorted coldly, isn't it because of you? The village is abuzz with rumors that you were taken away by the authorities. My sister-in-law and I had no choice but to come here to ascertain the truth. Shen Guodong's previously calm demeanor darkened immediately. This rumor must have originated from Xia Haifeng in the village, correct? Shen Guodong nodded. Yes, that scoundrel Xia Haifeng. Shen Guodong clenched his fists, affirming his suspicions. The detestable pest truly incited an unparalleled level of disgust. Before he had the chance to return to the village to confront that individual, the latter had already commenced spreading rumors and stirring discord. One could easily deduce that it was Xia Haifeng who had returned to the village, boasting about his arrest by the police, which inevitably led to his wife and sister's late-night appearance here. The thought of the two women seeking him out at such an hour, likely after a visit to the police station, filled Shen Guodong with a mix of guilt and gratitude. My dear wife, I am sorry for causing you more worry. Shen Guodong tenderly grasped An Lan's small hand and spoke softly. But rest assured, There are no issues with my tutoring class. This turmoil is entirely the result of Xia Haifeng's deliberate reporting. I shall ensure he pays for his actions. In a rare moment of unity, Shen Xiaorong stood firmly by Shen Guodong's side, her voice laced with indignation. So it was all Xia Haifeng's doing. That scoundrel is utterly despicable. If my brother's tutoring class had genuinely violated any regulations, he would be facing imprisonment right now. He must face consequences. In her fury, Shen Xiaorong inadvertently referred to him as my brother, a realization that escaped her. An Lan broke free from Shen Guodong's lingering grasp and inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Xia Haifeng's accusations had nearly led to her husband's incarceration, a breach of her limits that demanded a response. If she tolerated this, how would others perceive her? Observing An Lan's lack of opposition, Shen Guodong's dark eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied coldly, "Do not concern yourselves with this matter. I will orchestrate everything in due time. It is already late. You both should return home. I shall be home as well tonight." His leg injuries had healed, and he was no longer hindered in his movements. It was time to rest at home. Upon hearing his final words, An Lan felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat, a flush of color rising to her cheeks. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her emotions, and without uttering a word, she took Shen Xiaorong's hand and departed. As he watched his wife and sister leave, Shen Guodong's expression darkened. His eyes ablaze with fury, he was determined to make Xia Haifeng pay dearly for his actions. After the evening study session concluded, Shen Guodong deliberately retained Zhang Xiaodian. "Xiaodian, I would like to ask you something. Do you find that individual who reported our tutoring class today to be despicable?" Shen Guodong inquired gently. "Absolutely despicable. That person has a heart so corrupt it's beyond redemption." Zhang Xiaodian responded without hesitation, his youthful face flushed with indignation. With the college entrance examination approaching, the timing of such a malicious report was exceedingly insidious. Truly, it was wicked to the core. Now, what if I told you that the person who reported our tutoring class is actually an employee from your father's cotton mill? Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "No way. Is that true?" Shen Guodong smiled and said, "Of course it's true. That fellow is an employee at the cotton spinning factory, named Xia Haifeng. When you return home tonight, please convey my message to your father. There should be a minor incident at the cotton spinning factory around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope he won't take it too harshly." After Zhang Xiaotian rode away on his bicycle, Shen Guodong sat in his office chair. Within the depths of his dark, piercing gaze flickered a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. "Xia Haifeng, Xia Haifeng, it is time for you to pay a heavy price." Having said this, Shen Guodong swiftly tidied up and finally opened a small metal canister hidden beneath his bed. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a striking sight of neatly bundled cash. These funds had been gradually collected from students over the recent period, amounting to approximately 700 or 800, and with the previous sum of 1,200. He now had a total of 2,000. Shen Guodong withdrew 200 yuan initially but found it insufficient. Ultimately, he decided to take out 500 yuan in one fell swoop. Since he was preparing to make a move, it was essential to strike hard, leaving a lasting impact. 500 yuan was a considerable amount. Any more might frighten the recipient and lead to rejection. After securing the door behind him, he set off towards Beituan village. Upon arrival, the village lay in hushed tranquility, with many households already asleep. Shen Guodong did not return home, but instead made a visit to Zhang Dachuan's residence, forcibly pulling him from his warm bed. "Dongzi, weren't you taken away by the police?" Zhang Dachuan exclaimed in shock upon seeing Shen Guodong. He had planned to visit the police station early the next morning, hoping to gather information and find a way to extricate Shen Guodong. To his astonishment, this man had appeared at such an hour, sending a chill of fear through him. "You didn't escape, did you?" "I've been released," Shen Guodong replied. "It's not what you think, so rest assured, the tutoring center is fine." Zhang Dachuan sighed in relief and repeatedly reassured him, "That's good. That's good. You nearly scared me to death." However, at that moment, Shen Guodong's voice shifted, and his expression morphed into one of profound anger and turmoil. "What's wrong?" Zhang Dachuan inquired with concern. Shen Guodong gritted his teeth, a look of resentment etched across his face. "However, the police station mentioned that my tutoring center is indeed a special industry, and if it faces daily reports, it will become an issue. The best course of action is to privately locate the informant and negotiate, thus avoiding much trouble." Zhang Dachuan nodded in agreement. "That's how it should be handled, Dongzi. Do you know who reported you?" With venomous fury, Shen Guodong retorted, "Of course I know who it is. That scoundrel who reported me is Xia Haifeng." Volume 1. Chapter 37. Greed is the root of human malice. Who? You mean Xia Haifeng? Zhang Dachuan exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment, quickly followed by a dawning realization as he murmured, "No wonder the news of your arrest reached our village from the Xia family. Dongzi, considering your enmity with Xia Haifeng, it is indeed plausible that he would resort to such underhanded tactics." Shen Guodong's expression darkened. "The issue is, if I wish to continue running that tutoring class, I must proactively seek out that individual, bow my head in submission, and apologize. I cannot swallow this humiliation. That scoundrel, Xia Haifeng, not only reported my perfectly legitimate tutoring class, leading to my near incarceration, but now I must grovel for reconciliation to continue? Tell me, is this not infuriating?" As Shen Guodong's performance intensified, his frustration and resentment stirred Zhang Dachuan's anger, compelling him to join in cursing Xia Haifeng to the depths of despair. After a lengthy pause, Shen Guodong sensed the moment was ripe and sighed deeply. "Dachuan, enough. One must bow their head when under a roof, for the sake of the tutoring class. I shall endure this humiliation. Come, let us confront Xia Haifeng. Once we arrive, you need only serve as a witness." Zhang Dachuan readily agreed. Soon, the two men, guided by the moonlight, found themselves outside the Xia family's courtyard. At this hour, the Xia family had long since retired, only to be roused from slumber by Shen Guodong's insistent knocking. "Who is it?" shouting in the middle of the night. Xia Haifeng grumbled. "It is I, Shen Guodong." Upon hearing Shen Guodong's voice, lights flickered on within the Xia household, and shortly thereafter, the entire family emerged. Xia Shulin, Qian Yufan, and Xia Haifeng were all present, their astonishment palpable upon recognizing Shen Guodong. "Shen Guodong, weren't you taken by the police?" Xia Haifeng exclaimed in disbelief. "I have been released." Shen Guodong replied coldly. "Nonsense. That was speculation. How could you possibly be released so swiftly? You haven't escaped from prison, have you?" Xia Haifeng's imagination ran wild, causing Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan to instinctively step back. If he had indeed escaped, it would spell serious trouble. Was this scoundrel here to settle scores with their son? Shen Guodong observed their reactions with a concealed smirk, masking his disdain with an fade of anger as he declared, "Escape? Do you think the police are incompetent? I assure you, I have been released. I am here tonight specifically to discuss certain matters with Xia Haifeng." Xia Shulin, wary, inquired, "What business do you have with my son?" Both Qian Yufan and Xia Haifeng wore expressions of curiosity. Shen Guodong took a deep breath, feigning a countenance filled with indignation and resentment, and proclaimed loudly, "Xia Haifeng, considering our shared childhood, could you possibly spare my tutoring center?" Just as these words escaped Shen Guodong's lips, the Xia family displayed simultaneous expressions of bewilderment and suspicion. Had Shen Guodong lost his senses, coming to them at such a late hour to offer an apology? No, this was highly suspect. Xia Haifeng prided himself on understanding Shen Guodong well. The humiliation he endured on that fateful day when this man had gone mad still brought him pain upon reflection. "Shen Guodong, what trickery is this?" Xia Haifeng's face was a mask of vigilance. Internally cursing, Shen Guodong realized that this man was exceedingly wary, leaving him no choice but to reiterate his message to Zhang Dachuan. "Xia Haifeng, one should not be so ruthless. Do you not understand that severing someone's financial lifeline is akin to murdering their parents? My tutoring center bears no connection to you. What benefit could you possibly gain from reporting it?" This time, Xia Haifeng, along with Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan, comprehended that Shen Guodong was indeed there to admit his fault, all for the sake of that tutoring center. In an instant, the trio straightened their spines, their spirits remarkably invigorated, as if they had undergone a profound transformation. "Ha, Shen Guodong, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament?" Xia Haifeng exclaimed, bursting into laughter, which incited Zhang Dachuan to hurl curses at him. "Xia Haifeng, take it down a notch. This is none of your business." "Of course it is my business. I revel in it. Come at me if you dare." Xia Haifeng looked down upon Zhang Dachuan, whom he regarded as a penniless fool, and retorted scornfully, "Shen Guodong, dreaming of me sparing your tutoring center is utterly futile. I assure you, as long as your center remains operational, I will report it once a day, ensuring you can never continue." Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan chimed in, promising to report it without fail. They were well aware of their son's fondness for An Lan, only to have it snatched away by Shen Guodong. The recent brutal beating of their precious son compounded old grievances. There was no way they would easily let this go. Shen Guodong trembled with rage. "Then tell me, what must I do to spare my tutoring center? Would money suffice?" With that, he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, all in crisp bills, quickly counting out several notes and presenting them to Xia Haifeng. Here are 50 yuan for you. Beside him, Zhang Dachuan exclaimed in alarm, Dongzi. He had not anticipated that Shen Guodong would offer such a substantial amount. 50 yuan was more than a month's salary for many. However, the CF family paid no heed to the 50 yuan Shen Guodong had offered, but rather focused on the thick stack of cash he held in his hand. Where did Shen Guodong acquire such a fortune? It's no wonder he approached with such humility to admit his mistakes. Evidently, the tutoring center is exceedingly lucrative. Such a substantial sum, at the very least several hundred, all in crisp bills. The thoughts of this family of three resonated with a similar sentiment, their eyes gleaming with avarice. To think, after a brief interlude, Shen Guodong has indeed amassed considerable wealth. Xia Haifeng's tone dripped with envy and resentment. Is this meager amount truly sufficient to placate a beggar? Qian Yufan scoffed. Indeed, do you take us for fools? Willing to relinquish our report on that tutoring center for mere trifles? Xia Shulin sneered. Shen Guodong, visibly incensed, gritted his teeth and retorted, Then how much do you desire? I shall provide. With that, he cast a suspicious glance at the family. Surely, you do not intend to seize all that I possess? Upon speaking, he genuinely extended all the money in his hand towards Xia Haifeng. At that moment, the Xia family nearly drooled, their gaze brimming with unrestrained greed. That thick stack of cash must contain several hundred, at the very least. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. Xia Haifeng abruptly reached out and snatched away all the money from Shen Guodong's grasp, laughing heartily. You guessed it correctly, Shen. What I desire is precisely all that you hold. If you wish for your tutoring center to operate smoothly, you best hand over every last cent. Volume 1. Chapter 38. Finally, the desired outcome. The events unfolded rather abruptly, leaving everyone astonished that Xia Haifeng would indeed seize all the money. Shen Guodong appeared to be in a state of shock, frozen in place. Zhang Dachuan, however, was incensed and shouted, Xia Haifeng, put down the money this instant. With that, he lunged towards Xia Haifeng, intent on reclaiming the stolen funds. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Dachuan, you wretched creature, are you seeking death? Retorted Xia Shulen, his voice brimming with menace. Dare to lay a finger on my son, and you shall face the consequences. As Zhang Dachuan made his desperate leap to recover the money, Xia Shulen and Qian Yufan quickly regained their composure, swiftly intercepting him. Xia Shulen even grabbed a hoe from the corner, his expression fierce and threatening. So much money had come into their possession, how could they possibly return it? Meanwhile, Xia Haifeng clutched the money tightly, retreating to a safe distance, his excitement barely contained. So much wealth. This fortune surely meant a much more extravagant life for him, and perhaps even the chance to marry a beautiful bride. Xia Shulen, Qian Yufan, do you still wish to hold on to your dignity? That money is not rightfully yours. Return it to Dongzi at once. Otherwise, I will fight you to the bitter end. Zhang Dachuan was utterly consumed with rage, his voice echoing with desperation. Realizing that Shen Guodong remained in a stupor, he shouted, Dongzi, Dongzi, hurry and reclaim your money. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Only then did Shen Guodong seem to awaken from his daze, rushing towards Xia Haifeng and calling out, Xia, return my money. Xia Haifeng, however, was exceedingly slippery. The moment Shen Guodong charged, he had already dashed back to his house, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Shen Guodong, if you wish for me to refrain from reporting your tutoring class, you must return my money. Otherwise, I shall not cease my complaints. Shen Guodong stood outside the door, knocking furiously, but Xia Haifeng remained resolute in his refusal to open. Xia Haifeng, do you realize this is robbery? Huh. I have indeed robbed you. What will you do about it? Inside, Xia Haifeng held a thick bundle of money, a smile stretching across his face. He believed he had discovered Shen Guodong's Achilles heel and felt no fear. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Shen Guodong's dark eyes. Unable to enter the house, he turned in fury towards Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan, shouting, Get your son out here. He has stolen my money. At that moment, Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan were equally resolute, sharing the same conviction as their son, believing they had found Shen Guodong's vulnerable point and thus were unafraid. Stolen your money? That was clearly a gift you willingly bestowed upon my son, Qian Yufan shamelessly declared. Shen Guodong, if you wish for your tutoring center to continue operating, it would be prudent to act as though this evening never transpired. Xia Shulin's words were blunt, laced with a palpable threat. Shen Guodong's face turned ashen, his entire being trembling with rage. Zhang Dachuan, on the brink of madness, erupted in curses. Very well. Excellent. Dachuan, let us depart. Suddenly, Shen Guodong spoke up. What? Zhang Dachuan questioned in disbelief. grappling with the thought of relinquishing such a substantial sum to the Xie family. Are you out of your mind, Dongzi? That is an enormous amount of money. Shen Guodong replied coldly. Trust me, we shall return home, and I will ensure they return the money. With a frigid glance cast upon Xie Shulin and Qin Yufan, he turned away. Zhang Dachuan, wishing to protest further, found himself compelled to follow, his face a mask of reluctance. Observing the couple's retreating figures, Xie Shulin and Qin Yufan exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that the money is in our grasp, it belongs to us. I shall see what means he has to reclaim it, Qin Yufan spat in disdain. Xie Shulin's expression mirrored her contempt. He felt no fear toward these two inept fools. Quickly, let us return home and ascertain the total amount, Xie Shulin urged, excitement igniting within him. This prompted Qin Yufan to dash to the door and knock fervently. Son, open the door. Let us in. Inside. Xie Haifeng pressed a thick wad of cash against the door, and upon hearing their voices, he inquired, Mother, have they left? Yes, they are gone. Open the door. The tightly shut door swung open, and the elderly couple swiftly entered, locking it behind them in less than 2 seconds. The three of them were consumed by exhilaration, their eyes fixated on the money. Quickly, let us count how much we have. Indeed, let us hurry and tally it, as the family reveled in their newfound wealth. Outside on the darkened street, Shen Guodong strode silently forward, with Zhang Dachuan closely trailing him. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Zhang Dachuan finally blocked Shen Guodong's path and demanded, Dongzi, clarify this for me. You truly intend to forego that money? Shen Guodong, taken aback, replied. Who said I intend to forego it? That is a considerable sum. Are you jesting? It is the hard-earned capital I have accumulated. How could I possibly abandon it? I am neither a philanthropist nor a saint. Then why did you choose to leave? Zhang Dachuan questioned, his mind swirling with confusion. Shen Guodong suddenly broke into a smile, his expression laden with meaning. There is no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. We shall discuss everything once dawn breaks. As it was getting late, he suggested they each return to their own homes and rest. Dachuan, remember to stay at home tomorrow. Do not venture out. Zhang Dachuan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Shen Guodong's words, feeling as if his close friend had suddenly become enigmatic and inscrutable. Upon reaching his doorstep, Shen Guodong knocked on the door. Soon, the lights within flickered on, and An Lan opened the door. Why are you back so late? She inquired. I was out handling some matters with Dachuan, Shen Guodong replied, his gaze fixating on his wife, unable to divert his eyes. Under the warm glow of the light, An Lan wore a slightly revealing nightgown, exposing a generous expanse of porcelain skin, with hints of allure peeking through. Shen Guodong could not suppress a gulp. What are you staring at? Hurry and wash up before bed. An Lan noticed the fervent glint in Shen Guodong's eyes, hurriedly covering her chest and casting him a shy glare. Shen Guodong eagerly acknowledged and swiftly made his way to wash up. Observing his delighted retreating figure, An Lan felt her cheeks flush, her body aflame with warmth. This man was indeed transforming, so different from before. Perhaps tonight she should give herself to him? She couldn't recall the last time they had engaged in such intimacy. Ever since Shen Guodong had fallen from grace, their physical connection had virtually ceased. Once Shen Guodong completed his ablutions and pushed open the bedroom door, darkness enveloped him. He chose not to turn on the lights and climbed into bed. A curious discovery awaited him. Only a single blanket adorned the bed, yet there were 2 pillows. Such an overt signal. If Shen Guodong failed to grasp it, he would be a fool. Overwhelmed with excitement, he quickly shed his clothes and dove beneath the blanket. The sensation was akin to touching exquisite jade, and it seemed the figure beneath the covers had long been prepared. This nearly sent Shen Guodong into a frenzy, as he eagerly pressed down. Ah, be gentle. Silly man, not that spot. That night was destined to be extraordinarily delightful. In his 2 lifetimes, Shen Guodong had never encountered such an experience, and the pent-up desire within him was not easily quelled. They continued their passionate revelry until the early hours, finally succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, it was Shen Guodong who prepared breakfast. When An Lan awoke, she felt as though her entire body was on the verge of collapse. That man had been like a wild beast the previous night, nearly overwhelming her. After breakfast, Shen Guodong departed the village, heading straight to the county police station. Shen Guodong, what brings you to the police station again? Upon his arrival, someone quickly recognized his identity. This individual has now become a well-known figure within the Public Security Bureau. Comrade, I wish to file a report. Someone robbed me of my money last night. Shen Guodong stated directly and promptly. Volume 1, Chapter 39. The Arrest of Xia Haifeng. Around 8:40 in the morning, at the entrance of the county cotton spinning factory, a contingent of uniformed police officers arrived unexpectedly. Their presence left the security personnel at the factory in utter astonishment, prompting them to rush out and inquire about the unfolding situation. "We have received a report alleging that an employee of your cotton spinning factory is involved in robbery and needs to be taken in for questioning," declared one officer, displaying his identification with a grave demeanor. "Now, please open the gate." Upon hearing this alarming news, the security staff were even more taken aback. The notion that someone from the factory could be implicated in such a serious crime was shocking. They hastily opened the gate to allow the police to enter. Once inside, some officers took the lead while others quickly made phone calls to inform their superiors about the situation. As the police team entered the cotton spinning factory, inside one of the workshops, Xia Haifeng was in exceptionally high spirits. While working, a smile frequently graced his face, and during moments of leisure, he would flirt with a female colleague, contemplating inviting her to lunch or perhaps a movie later that evening. As the saying goes, money is a man's golden courage. With newfound wealth, even the most timid individual can suddenly exude confidence, and Xia Haifeng was a prime example of this. Recently, fortune had favored him consecutively. First, he was honored with a promotion to full-time status, securing a stable job, and just last night, he had come into a significant windfall. Life seemed to be unfolding seamlessly. The previous night, his family had been so excited that they hardly slept, deliberating on how to utilize this newfound wealth. They ultimately reached a consensus. It was time for Xia Haifeng to seek a spouse. After all, he was no longer young and should consider starting a family. Thus, upon arriving at work early that morning, Xia Haifeng began to flirt with his female colleagues, eager to extend an invitation for dinner and a movie. Just as Xia Haifeng was reveling in his exuberance, a squad of police officers entered the workshop. "Who is Xia Haifeng?" the lead officer called out loudly. The workers, who had been diligently engaged in their tasks, froze in confusion, taken aback by the sudden intrusion of law enforcement. "Where is Xia Haifeng?" At that moment, the lead officer reiterated, his tone serious, exuding an intimidating aura. "Comrade police, Xia Haifeng is here." "Yes, he is at the innermost workbench." The supervisor of the workshop responded hastily, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Lead us to him." Under the guidance of the supervisor, the police located Xia Haifeng, who was still engrossed in his flirtation with a female colleague. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the police, Xia Haifeng was momentarily stunned, his heart racing, and his complexion paled as an ominous premonition washed over him. Particularly when he caught sight of Shen Guodong among the police force, a wave of dread washed over him, causing his entire being to tremble. "This scoundrel has reported me? How dare he? Damn it!" Within, Xia Haifeng's mind erupted in a frenzy. Yet his countenance grew increasingly pallid, gradually draining of all color. "Captain Xiao, this is Xia Haifeng, the man who stole my money," Shen Guodong asserted loudly, pointing at Xia Haifeng. "Xia Haifeng, you are now a suspect in a deliberate robbery case. Please accompany us for questioning," Captain Xiao declared with authority. Upon his words, two officers swiftly approached, each seizing one of Xia Haifeng's arms, expertly fastening handcuffs around his wrists. It was only then that Xia Haifeng snapped back to reality from his terror. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "I didn't do it. I didn't Officers, I didn't rob him. This man is framing me." An officer retorted sternly, "Be quiet. Whether you are implicated in robbery will be investigated in due course. Now, please come with us." With that, they began to usher the staggering Xia Haifeng towards the exit of the workshop. The onlookers among the workers were already astounded, witnessing the unfolding drama. The notion that Xia Haifeng had indeed robbed someone was sensational news. The female colleague whom Xia Haifeng had previously provoked abruptly severed all thoughts of him. Just as the group was exiting the workshop, a panting throng of factory leaders, including Director Zheng Jun, rushed over. Officers! Officers! The leaders blocked the path of the police, urgently inquiring what had transpired. "There seems to be some misunderstanding. This comrade Xia Haifeng from your cotton mill is suspected of robbery and needs to be taken in for questioning," Captain Xiao explained, his demeanor unfaltering. "Director, I am being wronged. I am a legitimate worker at our cotton mill. You must help me," Xia Haifeng pleaded desperately upon seeing the leaders. In mere moments, his clothes were drenched, and his trousers dripped with moisture, as if he had been utterly terrified. "It is this man who is framing me. Yes, he is deliberately framing me," Xia Haifeng bellowed at Shen Guodong, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Shen Guodong would have been utterly annihilated by now. In response, Shen Guodong merely offered a cold smile, dismissing him entirely. He directed his gaze towards Zheng Jun in the group, conveying a hint of regret. Zheng Jun had already spotted Shen Guodong, and it was only now that he comprehended the minor trouble his son had mentioned the previous night. To his astonishment, it turned out that the police had come to apprehend someone. This is no small trouble. The entire cotton mill must address this matter properly, for a misstep could lead to significant negative publicity for the factory. Through his son's words, Zheng Jun has discerned that the individual who reported the tutoring class is none other than a worker named Xia Haifeng. What he did not anticipate, however, was that Xia Haifeng had only reported the tutoring class yesterday, nearly leading to the downfall of this teacher Shen. Astonishingly, the very next day, teacher Shen retaliated sharply, accusing him of robbery. The speed of this reprisal is quite terrifying. At that moment, the leaders of the cotton mill finally grasped the general circumstances of the situation. Upon learning that Xia Haifeng was apprehended for stealing someone else's money, their eyes brimmed with a seething animosity towards him. "You wretched fool. I recall you just recently became a full-time employee. How could you commit such a foolish act?" One of the leaders who had previously promoted Xia Haifeng admonished him in person. "Leader, I have been wronged. This man has framed me," Xia Haifeng exclaimed, nearly in tears. Had he known how ruthlessly Shen Guodong would retaliate, he would never have dared to act as he did the night before. He thought he had grasped Shen Guodong's Achilles heel, only to discover that his opponent was a madman, willing to escalate the situation by contacting the police and personally escorting them to the cotton mill to apprehend him. He had only just secured his position. If he were to lose his qualifications because of this incident, he would truly regret it. To achieve this promotion, Xia Haifeng had toiled at the cotton mill for 5 long years, ingratiating himself with countless superiors, and had finally become a proud official worker. Now, if he were to lose his job, the regret would be unbearable. Thus, Xia Haifeng was taken away. Upon arriving at the police station, seated in the frigid interrogation room with handcuffs on his wrists, he experienced the full brunt of the terror that had gripped Shen Guodong the day before. An official interrogation commenced. Meanwhile, in another room, Shen Guodong was also undergoing a thorough inquiry by the police. He was well prepared for this, ready to provide whatever was required. He had witnesses. He had material evidence. The money had already been marked by him, justified as the fees collected for tutoring. A search of Xia's home would clarify everything. Moreover, this case also implicated 2 other individuals, Xia Haifeng's parents, Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan. They too were considered accomplices and needed to be brought in for questioning. Before long, police cars and several motorcycles surged out from the police station, racing towards Beituan village. Volume 1. Chapter 40. Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan have also been taken away. It was shortly past 10 or 11 in the morning in Beituan village. The once tranquil and harmonious village was abruptly disrupted by the blaring of police sirens. The villagers, engaged in their daily toil in the fields, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They were utterly bewildered by the sudden arrival of numerous police vehicles, which seemed to herald a significant commotion. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the police swiftly divided into 2 groups upon arriving in Beituan village. One contingent set out in search of Zhang Dachuan, a pivotal eyewitness, while the other headed directly to the Xie residence in pursuit of Xia Shulin and Qian Yufan. Today, Zhang Dachuan had obediently remained at home, having been advised by Shen Guodong the previous night. As he waited at home, Zhang Dachuan could not help but speculate on what events might unfold that day. He found it hard to believe that the Shen family, having taken a substantial sum of money from Shen Guodong, would simply escape the consequences without further incident. Although he was uncertain of the exact amount, he imagined it to be a considerable fortune, perhaps several hundred at the very least. To his surprise, after a lengthy wait, the only visitors he received were several police officers. Zhang Dachuan was taken aback, and his grandparents, equally startled, hurriedly inquired about the unfolding events. Their grandson was exceptionally well-behaved and had never been in trouble with the law. "Zhang Dachuan, did you visit the Xie family with Shen Guodong last night?" one officer asked sternly. "Yes, that is true," Zhang Dachuan replied promptly. "Very well, please accompany us to the police station. We need to ask you a few questions," the officer stated. "Rest assured, if you have committed no crime, you have nothing to fear." Zhang Dachuan's taut heart began to ease somewhat. At that moment, he surmised that it must have been Shen Guodong who reported the matter to the authorities, leaving him in a state of shock. This individual had never mentioned such a drastic action before. It was quite alarming. After reassuring his grandparents, Zhang Dachuan followed the police officers to their vehicle. Meanwhile, another police team had arrived at the Xie residence. However, only Qian Yufan was present, as Xie Shulin had gone to tend to the fields. Initially, Qian Yufan intended to accompany him, but after unexpectedly acquiring a windfall the previous night, she feared that the money might mysteriously vanish, prompting her to stay home to guard it. The sudden intrusion of the police left Qian Yufan in a state of shock, particularly upon learning that Shen Guodong was the one who had reported them. Panic washed over her. "No, we did not steal his money. You have the wrong people," she exclaimed, vehemently shaking her head even before the officers had fully articulated their accusations. Such an unguarded reaction caused the officers to exchange glances, a flicker of cold insight passing between them. "Qian Yufan, we will ascertain whether you are implicated in any robbery," they assured her. "Now, you are required to accompany us. And we must also search your residence. Here's the search warrant. We kindly ask for your cooperation." The police presented a search warrant. Upon hearing that this group of officers intended to search her home, Qian Yufan exploded with fury, blocking the entrance with her body and shouting, "Let us see who dares to enter my house today. I will fight to the bitter end." As the police approached, Qian Yufan immediately resorted to scratching and biting, spitting at the officers who drew near, revealing her true nature as a shrew. Inadvertently, one officer was struck by a thick glob of phlegm, making him feel nauseous. The officer frowned and warned, "Qian Yufan, your actions obstruct our duties and assault a police officer. This is your first warning. Please step aside." Qian Yufan, undeterred, boisterously retorted, "I refuse to let you in. This is my home. What right do you have to search it? Just because you are police does not make you superior." At that moment, a crowd of villagers had gathered, having learned that the incident stemmed from last night when the Xie family had stolen money from Shen Guodong, and they began to murmur among themselves. A knowledgeable villager kindly advised Qian Yufan, "Do not obstruct them. The police have proper procedures. Step aside quickly, or you may find yourself imprisoned." "Imprisoned? Do you think I am scared of that? I have lived through countless storms in my life. Let them try to arrest me. Come on." Qian Yufan displayed no fear whatsoever, instead becoming more brazen, continuing to spit at the officers while hurling foul language, claiming that the police were bullying the common people. Several officers frowned, and one of the leading officers spoke up, "You three, go to the fields and find Xie Shulin. We will handle things here." As the three officers departed, the leading officer turned to Qian Yufan and stated, "This is your second warning. Clear the way and allow us to conduct our search." With a mocking smile, Qian Yufan spat in the officer's direction and provocatively challenged, "Come on. If you dare approach, I'll take off my pants and throw my underwear in your face." The police collectively frowned. This old woman was indeed a shrew. "This is your third warning. Qian Yufan, step aside." Yet, Qian Yufan remained defiant. Without further ado, the leading officer commanded, "Take action." Two eager officers swiftly advanced. Despite her attempts to resist, Qian Yufan was forcefully thrown to the ground, crying out in pain as dirt filled her mouth. Soon, silver handcuffs adorned her wrists, rendering her a toothless tiger. "Search the premises. Leave no corner unchecked," the officer ordered with a stern expression. Immediately, officers pushed through the door, beginning a thorough search. The villagers, who had gathered around to witness the unfolding events, found themselves enlightened by the manner in which the police executed their duties. It appeared quite relieving, indeed. However, the majority were engrossed in discussions regarding the Xie family's predicament. If it were true that money belonging to Shen Guodong was discovered at their residence, the Xie family would undoubtedly find themselves in deep trouble. Robbery charges could lead to imprisonment. Before long, law enforcement unearthed a crimson bundle from the bottom of a box, which, upon being opened, revealed an abundance of currency, likely exceeding 1,000. "Team leader, we've found it," exclaimed an officer, hurrying out while holding the bundle aloft. Qian Yufan, who was handcuffed, upon seeing the red package, erupted in a frenzy, shouting, "That is my money. My money, you cannot touch it." Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. "Is it as Shen Guodong described?" the team leader inquired. "Indeed, these notes bear identical markings, precisely as he indicated," the team member replied. "Bring both the suspect and the stolen goods to the vehicle," commanded the leader, gesturing grandly. The officers forcefully escorted the still raving Qian Yufan into the car. Meanwhile, Chen Shulin, who had been laboring in the fields, was brought back and, upon witnessing the scene, felt utterly drained of all strength. In no time, both Chen Shulin and Qian Yufan were taken away for questioning, leaving the villagers to engage in relentless gossip. Shortly after the police vehicle departed, a new wave of individuals appeared at the Xie residence, their expressions fraught with anxiety. It was Xie Hailong and Xie Haiyu. They had arrived too late. Their parents had already been apprehended. Villagers whispered among themselves, casting complex looks at the tardy siblings. Where are our parents? The newcomers, Xia Hailong and Xia Haiyu, inquired. They were the elder brothers of Xia Haifeng, who had been working in the fields and had only just learned of the news, hastily rushing home. You two have arrived too late. They have already been taken by the police. A villager sighed. The revelation struck the brothers like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly stupefied. They were oblivious to the specifics of the situation, yet their parents had been taken away by the authorities. Volume 1, Chapter 41, Shen Guodong. Your heart is truly wicked. At the county police station, with the arrival of Zhang Dachuan, Xie Shulin, and Chen Yufan, all the key figures in the robbery case had gathered. The police proceeded with remarkable efficiency, immediately initiating the interrogation process. Each individual was required to undergo a thorough and meticulous inquiry, leaving no room for oversight. At this moment, Shen Guodong found himself temporarily unburdened by the case. Glancing at the clock, which was nearing 1 o'clock, he realized he still had to conduct lessons for his students. Consequently, he sought out Yin Shui to explain his situation. Yin Shui was rendered speechless. You are quite busy, aren't you? At this hour, you still have the presence of mind to request leave for a class. Shen Guodong responded earnestly, in the grand scheme of things, the education of our children is paramount. I cannot be a derelict teacher. He added, moreover, I have unwavering faith in our police force. They will not let any wrongdoers escape, nor will they wrongfully accuse the innocent. Such words were pleasing to the ear, and Yin Shui, satisfied, waved his hand in acquiescence. They will not let any evildoer escape, nor will they wrongfully accuse the innocent. He repeated to himself, relishing the sentiment, truly a fitting maxim for a police officer. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, having completed his class, Shen Guodong was preparing to visit the police station when he discovered that Zhang Dachuan had already sought him out at the tutoring center. I was just about to head to the police station to find you. I didn't expect you to emerge so swiftly. Shen Guodong stepped forward, greeting Zhang Dachuan with a warm embrace. How did it go? Were there any issues? Zhang Dachuan shook his head, replying, no, everything I said was the truth. Shen Guodong snapped his fingers with a smile. That's excellent. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. It is time to reward my great benefactor. The two made their way outside, selecting a state-run restaurant. Once seated, Shen Guodong ordered an array of sumptuous dishes: pig's trotters, braised pork, stir-fried chili meat, steamed rice, egg drop soup, and concluded with a bottle of white wine. This time, Zhang Dachuan refrained from commenting on wastefulness, and once the food arrived, he heartily indulged. Before long, the two robust young men had devoured every morsel and consumed more than half the bottle of wine. I encountered Xia Haiyu and Xia Hailong as I left the police station. Zhang Dachuan burped in satisfaction, speaking with a hint of drunkenness. Shen Guodong's face also bore a slight flush. Upon hearing this, he paused, recalling who Xia Haiyu and Xia Hailong were. Their presence was entirely expected. Given that their parents and younger brother had been apprehended by the police, it would have been unusual had they not appeared. Zhang Dachuan remarked, Dongzi, I truly did not anticipate that you would choose to report it to the police. Shen Guodong replied with a faint smile, without reporting it. How would I reclaim my money? Is it through verbal sparring or through physical confrontations? Is this a matter of a day, a month, or even a year? Zhang Dachuan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, given the nature of the Xie family, the prospect of reclaiming that sum of money seemed almost impossible without significant strife. Yet, if this were to proceed, it could lead to Xia Haifeng facing imprisonment. And both Xie Shulin and Chen Yufan might also find themselves incarcerated. Are we being excessively ruthless in our approach? Zhang Dachuan hesitated, ultimately mustering the resolve to speak. After all, we are from the same village and have known each other for many years. Ruthless? Upon hearing this word, Shen Guodong couldn't help but chuckle. A smile laden with profound implications. Dachuan, let me ask you, what does it mean to be ruthless? Zhang Dachuan fell silent, unsure of how to respond to such an inquiry. At that moment, Shen Guodong continued, Xia Haifeng reported my tutoring class, not only severing my source of income but also aiming to imprison me. Would you not consider that ruthless? Last night, when we visited the Xie household, I approached with intentions of reconciliation, yet they not only rebuffed my efforts but also subjected me to relentless insults, trampling upon my dignity while leveraging my tutoring class as a means of coercion. In the end, Xie Shulin and Chen Yufan, the elder couple, stood idly by as their son absconded with all my money, choosing silence when we sought to reclaim it, becoming complicit in the act. Would you not call that ruthless? Zhang Dachuan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He understood the truth of it all, leaving him without any rebuttal. Shen Guodong placed a hand on Zhang Dachuan's shoulder, imparting a weighty message. Dachuan, we have previously been too kind, which has led others to perceive us as easy targets, allowing them to bully us without consequence. If we wish to live with any semblance of dignity from now on, we must transform ourselves and cultivate strength. If others dare to be ruthless towards us, we must respond with even greater ferocity, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Only then can we avoid being victimized. Do you comprehend? Zhang Dachuan gazed in astonishment at the individual once derided as a failure. In that moment, he realized that Shen Guodong had genuinely transformed, and in a significant manner. Dachuan, upon your return, you will undoubtedly encounter those seeking you out, particularly from the CF family. You must steadfastly adhere to your principles and never show weakness. Shen Guodong advised in conclusion. Align yourself with my stance. For any issue that arises, shift the burden onto me. With regard to the matter of the CF family, Shen Guodong's resolve was unwavering. He would not entertain any pleas for leniency, regardless of who approached him. As anticipated, upon their return home, they were swiftly encircled. Villagers surged forward, all inquiring about the incident involving the CF family. In response, Shen Guodong's explanation was that the police had yet to reach a final conclusion, and that all was still in a state of uncertainty. This revelation offered a collective sigh of relief among many, grateful that a verdict had not yet been rendered. Shen Guodong, your heart is remarkably cold, isn't it? In a village where everyone is connected as neighbors, minor disputes are quite commonplace. How could one possibly resort to calling the authorities? Just then, a piercing voice broke through the tension. Shen Guodong turned to see the speaker was none other than the family of Xia Haifeng's uncle, all of whom were casting him glances filled with animosity. The families of Xia Haiyu and Xia Hailong were absent, presumably still at the police station. Do you realize the damage you could inflict on that boy's life? They exclaimed. Haifeng has only just secured a formal job, and after only a few days of work. What if he were to be dismissed from the cotton mill because of your actions? What then? Indeed, and what about the elderly couple in the woods? At their age, how can they withstand such turmoil? As this family's words echoed, a portion of the onlookers could no longer contain themselves, joining in to condemn Shen Guodong for his apparent lack of compassion, insisting that such actions were utterly unnecessary. Yes, I too find this behavior excessively harsh. We are all from the same village, after all. Who would have thought that Shen Guodong could be so cruel-hearted? It was merely a matter of a little stolen money. He could have just asked for it back. Perhaps they were merely jesting with him. Listening to these self-righteous remarks, Shen Guodong felt an overwhelming surge of anger rising within him, a tempest that he could not quell. Volume 1, Chapter 42. Even the Supreme Being would be powerless. I declare, no regard for humanity? Minor disputes? Merely a jest? Silence, please. A horde of dim-witted fools, legally ignorant. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for mute. Unable to endure any longer, Shen Guodong took a resolute step forward, positioning himself before the crowd. His icy gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the assembly. He felt that if he did not express his frustrations soon, he might very well fall ill from the pent-up emotions. This declaration was nothing short of incendiary, igniting the ire of the masses. Shen Guodong, whom do you insult? Whom do you call foolish and ignorant of the law? You scoundrel, what can you do if we support the CF family? Accusations rang out one after another, many faces flushed with anger. Shen Guodong displayed no fear, engaging in a fierce verbal battle. Whoever dares to argue with me, I shall insult them directly. One and all, a bunch of mindless fools. How ignorant can you be to dismiss robbery so lightly? Is it only murder that you deem significant? Shen Guodong demanded loudly, his expression fierce. His sudden outburst proved effective, quickly subduing the chaotic scene. Just then, he continued to question vehemently. You claim I am malicious? Xia Haifeng reported my tutoring center, cutting off my livelihood, leading to my arrest by the authorities. Were it not for my tutoring center's legitimacy, it would be I who was imprisoned. Do you think I sought to target Xia Haifeng? It was he who first set his sights on me. Have you mindless individuals taken the time to understand the truth before launching your unfounded attacks against me? To call you ignorant is to overestimate your intellect. Those who wish to criticize me, heed this. You would do well to ascertain the facts before confronting me, lest you find yourselves in a precarious position. After unleashing his frustrations, Shen Guodong felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. He realized that in this era, nay, in any era, there exists a multitude of ignorant souls. They blindly follow the crowd. Whatever others do, they mimic without a shred of critical thought. Upon witnessing someone being wronged, their sympathy overflows, easily manipulated by others. Little do they know, the truth is often astonishing. Not everyone who is wronged is innocent, nor is every victim justified. After delivering his tirade, Shen Guodong seized Zhang Dachuan's arm and departed, dismissing the exchange with these brainless individuals as a mere squandering of life. Dongzi, you truly excel. Had it been me, I would have been at a loss. On the way home, Zhang Dachuan's face was one of admiration. He was utterly unaware of Shen Guodong's formidable verbal prowess. When it came to reprimanding others, his combativeness rivaled that of the village's most fierce women. How absurd. A bunch of mindless fools dared to contend with me. Shen Guodong scoffed, for his nature was such that if others showed him a modicum of respect, he would return it tenfold. However, should anyone dare to bully him, they would soon find him 100 times more ruthless. Upon returning home, he found the door securely locked, and it was only after several calls that it was finally opened. Unsurprisingly, his wife An Lan and sister were both present, their expressions far from pleasant. Shen Guodong initially braced himself for a scolding, but to his astonishment, Shen Xiaorong vociferously declared, "Brother, no amount of pleading will suffice. We must ensure that the entire Xie Haifeng family serves time." Shen Guodong's gaze fell upon his wife's face. "Did those people come to our home today?" An Lan nodded gently. Having not anticipated that her husband's method of retaliating against Xie Haifeng would be so extreme. After Shen Guodong left, she had taken a nap, only to be abruptly awakened by the persistent knocking at the door, which revealed the general outline of events. To be honest, while his actions were indeed harsh, they were also quite gratifying. Shen Guodong's fists clenched and relaxed, wavering between the impulse to return and confront those individuals once more, but ultimately he managed to restrain himself. Do not pay any heed to those foolish individuals. They are utterly brainless. From now on, should anyone come, feel free to scold them on my behalf. The Shen family has never shied away from confrontation. An Lan and Shen Xiaorong nodded in unison, fully aware of their course of action. Since the incident had already transpired, they resolutely aligned themselves with their family. If Xie Haifeng had erred, he must face the consequences. Time swiftly passed, leading to the following day. To Shen Guodong's surprise, Xie Haifeng's father, Xie Shulin, returned, not as an accomplice, but bearing disheartening news. His wife, Jian Yufan, had been subjected to 15 days of administrative detention and fined 200 yuan for obstructing public law enforcement. As for Xie Haifeng, the repercussions were far graver. He faced the imminent prospect of imprisonment. The facts of the case had been thoroughly investigated, revealing that Xie Haifeng was indeed guilty of robbery, with a substantial amount involved, and had repeatedly threatened others, leaving him vulnerable to a prison term of 3 to 10 years. In this era, a robbery involving 500 yuan constituted a serious crime. Consequently, upon his return, Xie Shulin made numerous visits to seek out Shen Guodong, even going so far as to kneel in supplication, hoping for a letter of leniency from Shen Guodong. He had been advised that such a document might lighten his son's sentence. Regrettably, each time Xie Shulin appeared, he was met with Shen Guodong's firm refusal. A letter of leniency? Absolutely not. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, it would be futile. That wretched Xie Haifeng deserved to languish in prison forever, sparing others from his continued malevolence. This was his just due, and he had no one to blame but himself. Shen Guodong remained resolute in his actions. However, his behavior once again drew widespread condemnation. Xie Shulin revealed a sinister demeanor, threatening to continually report the tutoring center, embodying a vengeful attitude of "if you 1T let us live in peace, I shall not allow you to thrive either." Many labeled Shen Guodong as an indifferent and ruthless individual, even more venomous than a serpent. The Xie family had already borne significant consequences, yet he showed no mercy. Did he not understand the wisdom of leaving a thread of goodwill for future encounters? Even former classmates from middle school came to confront Shen Guodong, including those who had once ridiculed Xie Haifeng in unison. Shen Guodong, one cannot be so callous. While it is true that Xie Haifeng erred, he has already paid a considerable price. He faces imprisonment and has lost his job at the cotton mill. What more do you desire? A female classmate vociferously reproached. Given the circumstances, everyone was aware that Xie Haifeng's career was effectively over. Setting aside the facts, do you not share any culpability? After all, Xie Haifeng once harbored affection for An Lan. It was you who interfered and claimed the woman he adored. Is it not entirely natural for him to seek retribution against you? Shen Guodong regarded the female classmate, unable to recall her name, only knowing her surname was Lu. Upon hearing her accusations, he nearly laughed in disbelief. So this type of individual existed even in this era. It is normal for him to retaliate against me. Yet when I respond, I am the one at fault. Shen Guodong did not indulge this group any further, pointing a finger at the female classmate and rebuking her sharply. According to your reasoning, I ought to allow that vile creature, Xia Haifeng, to trample upon me, permitting him to bully me at will, correct? How dare you speak such nonsense? Let us disregard the facts, shall we? I refuse to entertain your baseless claims. Leave. Keep prattling. And I shall not hesitate to strike you. Shen Guodong shouted, his face contorted in fury. The female classmate, terrified, fell silent, her complexion pale, collapsing onto the ground. And you all, who granted you the audacity to confront me, are you Xia Haifeng's lapdogs, shamelessly seeking confrontation? Get as far away from me as possible. Inform Xia Haifeng that his imprisonment is certain. Not even the King of Heaven could intervene. That is my decree. A group of individuals, thoroughly humiliated and enraged by Shen Guodong's words, departed, their faces downcast. Before leaving, they turned back in defiance, retorting, Shen Guodong, with your conduct, the entirety of Taiyan cannot accommodate you. No one will befriend such a malicious person as you. Volume 1, Chapter 43, The Final Lesson. How dare a group of miscreants meddle in the lives of others? Shen Guodong scoffed disdainfully at the departing crowd. He felt no attachment whatsoever to the people or circumstances surrounding him here, save for his wife and 2 younger sisters. After all, he was never truly one of them. Be it Beidun Village or Taiyan County, Shen Guodong had never envisioned a lifetime spent in this place. His aspirations reached for the stars and the seas. This dilapidated little county was utterly unsuited for his ambitions. The policies were antiquated, the authorities rigidly conservative, and conducting business was fraught with obstacles and trepidation. Ever fearful of being reported, how could one dare to pursue commerce in such an environment? Shen Guodong had long since charted the course of his life. Once the tutoring session concluded, the opportune moment at the Qingchuan distillery would arrive. He intended to confront the Wang father and son, avenging his parents before choosing to depart from this place. As for his destination, he had already decided, Luda. This region had recently been designated as one of the 4 major economic zones in the country, a vanguard of reform and opening up, a coastal metropolis. In terms of both policy and economic potential, it was exceptionally conducive to business, brimming with opportunities for wealth. Most importantly, his wife, An Lan, hailed from Luda. Years ago, due to family disapproval of her marriage, An Lan had severed ties with her parents and siblings, not having returned home since. Recently, Shen Guodong had noticed her often lost in thought at the village entrance, gazing longingly towards Luda. It was evident she missed her family. Shen Guodong was not the original owner of this life. He believed one should not be overly selfish. Once he resolved matters here, a visit to Luda would be in order. Time flew by swiftly, and the day of the college entrance examination loomed ever closer. Classmates, today marks our final lesson. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Guodong announced in the classroom of the Rocket Tutoring Center. A ripple of restlessness surged through the over 100 students, their youthful faces alight with hope for the future, tinged with the melancholy of impending farewell. Indeed, tomorrow was July 7th, the day of the examination. Following the exams, it remained uncertain how many would gain entry to the university of their dreams, and how many classmates would find their paths diverging, never to meet again. The atmosphere in the classroom was complex. Some eagerly anticipated the future, others felt lost, some were reluctant to part ways, and some had already shed tears. For this lesson, I shall not assign any new exam questions. Instead, I urge you to revisit all the questions you have previously encountered, examining them thoroughly and with utmost seriousness. Then, approach tomorrow with a calm mindset and the best of spirits. Shen Guodong smiled at all the students. Teacher Shen, just the thought of facing the exam tomorrow makes me anxious. What should I do? A girl voiced her concern. It is evident that she is genuinely anxious. Even before the examination begins, her face has turned crimson, and she seems to be pricked by 1,000 needles, unable to sit still. Observing this, Shen Guodong feels compelled to offer these young minds a dose of encouragement. If they approach the college entrance examination with such trepidation, it could prove perilous. He turns and writes upon the blackboard a phrase. The college entrance examination is merely a journey of self-discovery. Your future holds countless possibilities. Students, he continues, there is no doubt that the college entrance examination is a significant milestone in life. It is the launchpad for countless dreams. While success is undoubtedly desirable, failure need not be feared. Standing at the podium, Shen Guodong speaks soothingly. Do not perceive a singular setback as the end of your journey. As long as you persist in your efforts, your life will abound with infinite potential. We can never know if this failure serves as the foundation for a future success. As his words resonate, a moment of silence envelopes the room, followed by an eruption of applause. The students, their hands flushed, are visibly moved, unable to contain their emotions. Truly, their beloved teacher Shen's eloquence has comforted all those who were anxious. Unbeknownst to them, an hour has swiftly passed, leaving the students feeling as though the lesson was far too brief, almost imperceptibly so. As class concludes, Shen Guodong takes up the chalk once more, elegantly inscribing a message on the blackboard, wishing everyone success in your examinations. May you scale new heights. I await your good news. He discards the chalk with a smile, addressing all the students. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. Farewell, Teacher Shen. The students exit the classroom in waves. Suddenly, a courageous student embraces Shen Guodong warmly, and soon, each student follows suit, sharing a heartfelt hug before departing. Shen Guodong feels the sincerity of these young hearts, and his eyes moisten with emotion. Indeed, being a teacher is a truly rewarding experience. Alas, it seems that this fleeting moment may be the only one of its kind in his life. Within the classroom, the number of students dwindles until only a handful remain. Teacher, I have yet to pay you for the extra classes. The last student to leave, Chao Hua, appears uneasy and hesitant, unable to meet Shen Guodong's gaze. Could you possibly grant me a little more time? I assure you, during the holiday, I will work to ensure I can pay you in full. Observing the agitated student before him, Shen Guodong gently ruffles his hair. Silly boy, even at this moment, you still fret over such trivial matters. I have never asked you for the extra class fees. All you need to do is focus on your studies, and that will be the greatest reward for your teacher. As for the tutoring fees, consider them waived. Chao Hua lifted his head, revealing an expression of disbelief. What? Do you not trust your teacher's words? Chao Hua shook his head fervently. No, I believe. I truly appreciate you, teacher. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of crying. 30 yuan may seem trivial to many families, yet for his household, it represented a significant burden. Originally, this fee was manageable, but unexpectedly, just a week prior, his mother had been hospitalized again, rendering that amount insufficient as it was entirely consumed by medical expenses. Shen Guodong smiled as he bid farewell to Chao Hua. Once the boy had distanced himself, he returned to the classroom, gazing at the empty space, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. A month's time, neither overly long nor short, had fostered a deep bond between him and these young students. The imminent separation stirred a sense of sorrow, as the future remained uncertain regarding whether they would ever meet again. However, this feeling of sadness was swiftly replaced by another thought: vengeance against Wang Dequan. With the tutoring program now complete, the timing was impeccable. In truth, Shen Guodong had been closely monitoring the developments at the Qingchuan distillery, thoroughly understanding its progress. Thanks to his impeccable marketing strategy, the distillery had recently thrived, with promotional campaigns in full swing. Not only had these activities flourished within the county, but neighboring regions were also engaging in similar promotions, resulting in bustling business daily. As the factory manager, Wang Dequan had garnered immense attention during this campaign, proudly proclaiming that the promotional strategy was his brainchild. Rumor had it that the party secretary of the Qingchuan distillery was soon to retire. Wang Dequan was likely poised to leverage this achievement to ascend to the role of party secretary himself, becoming the foremost authority of the distillery. Wang Dequan, O Wang Dequan, if you ascend smoothly, I shall write your name in reverse. During this period, I trust you have amassed considerable wealth. Just wait for me. That fortune will become your own grave. Volume 1, Chapter 44, Wang Dequan's Rival. The position of secretary of the party committee at the Qingchuan distillery is highly coveted, and it is not just Wang Dequan who aspires to occupy it. According to recent intelligence gathered by Shen Guodong, Wang Dequan's most formidable competitor is a man named Wei Xingli. Wei Xingli, a 48-year-old male, currently serves as the director of the office at the Grain Bureau of Tian, holding the rank of a regular department-level official. Positions such as the secretary of the party committee at the Qingchuan distillery typically fall under the deputy department level, making Wei Xingli's pursuit of such a role entirely reasonable. It is time to approach Wei Xingli for a discussion. Anyone wishing to shift their position would likely not refuse such a mutually beneficial collaboration, Shen Guodong mused. With that thought, he gathered the evidence he had meticulously prepared. Knowing that to negotiate a partnership, one must possess leverage. Otherwise, why would anyone place their trust in him? Upon arriving at the Grain Bureau, he casually inquired about the location of Wei Xingli's office. After knocking on the door and entering, he found a cultured middle-aged man engrossed in his work. Noticing the unfamiliar young man entering his office, the man inquired with a hint of curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" "Director Wei, greetings." Shen Guodong introduced himself, standing before Wei Xingli. "My name is Shen Guodong, and I have taken the liberty of visiting you today to propose a mutually beneficial business arrangement." Mutually beneficial business arrangement? Upon hearing this, the warmth in Wei Xingli's demeanor noticeably diminished. As the director of the office at the Grain Bureau, he frequently encountered individuals seeking collaboration for dubious purposes, often aimed at corrupting officials. Consequently, Wei Xingli rejected such propositions outright and had never shown any kindness to such individuals. "I'm afraid I do not engage in any business here," Wei Xingli replied coldly. "It would be wise for you to leave before I lose my temper. Otherwise, do not blame me for making you uncomfortable." Shen Guodong quickly interjected, "Director Wei, I only require a minute of your time. Just 1 minute. Allow me to finish speaking. And if you find it unsuitable, I shall take my leave." "What do you say?" Wei Xingli remained silent, yet the intensity in his gaze sharpened, exuding an air of authority without anger. Shen Guodong noticed this, but chose to disregard it. Instead, he hastened to open his bag, laying out the contents meticulously on the desk. "Director, I am aware that you are an incorruptible and just official, devoted to the welfare of the people. However, there are individuals who starkly contrast with you. They exploit their power for personal gain, engage in corruption, fill their pockets, and indulge in excess. Do you believe such individuals deserve the full weight of the law's punishment?" The formidable aura surrounding Wei Xingli gradually morphed into a sense of perplexity. "Have you summoned me to report a certain official?" Shen Guodong nodded, his countenance grave and earnest. "Indeed, I hereby report Wang Dequan, the director of the Qingchuan distillery, for embezzlement and the unlawful appropriation of state resources to satiate his own selfish interests." Almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of Shen Guodong's words, a flicker of brilliance surged within Wei Xingli's profound gaze, illuminating it with an unusual brightness. "Who did you say?" "Wang Dequan, the director of Qingchuan distillery?" Shen Guodong absorbed the entirety of the scene, nodding emphatically. "Precisely, it is Wang Dequan. I confess, I harbor a grudge against him. However, I am merely an ordinary citizen. My voice insignificant. Even a formal report may not compel Wang Dequan to face the consequences he deserves. Recently, I fortuitously learned that you, Director Wei, are poised to compete with Wang Dequan for the position of party secretary at Qingchuan distillery. Thus, after several days of contemplation, I have resolved to present this evidence to you." Shen Guodong hastily articulated his thoughts, then quietly observed Wei Xingli before the desk. Behind the desk, Wei Xingli remained silent, his oppressive gaze incessantly sweeping across Shen Guodong's face and the evidence laid out before him. After a prolonged silence, he inquired in a low voice, "In what ways has Wang Dequan violated regulations?" Upon hearing this, the tension in Shen Guodong's heart finally eased. As long as Wei Xingli was willing to inquire, it signified the crucial first step had been taken. After all, who in the realm of governance would be foolish enough to overlook such an advantageous opportunity? "Director Wei, the evidence I possess pertains to the promotional activities conducted by Qingchuan distillery. Wang Dequan, that cunning old fox, has devised particularly ingenious means to line his own pockets. Observe." As he spoke, Shen Guodong picked up a bottle of liquor from the desk, a product from Qingchuan distillery's current promotional campaign. At first glance, the bottle appeared entirely legitimate. However, it concealed significant intricacies. Its base featured an indented cavity, a detail that would easily escape the notice of the average person. By producing each bottle according to this specification, the promotional offering of 250 milliliters could save 20 milliliters of liquor. In the case of a 500 milliliter standard bottle, that would amount to a substantial 40 milliliters. Shen Guodong patiently elucidated the cleverness embedded within. "Director Wei, consider this. Qingchuan distillery is currently shipping out vast quantities daily, and neighboring counties have commenced similar promotional activities. All the liquor that has been saved is funneled directly into Wang Dequan's private coffers. I shudder to think of the astronomical figure that accumulates over time." Intrigued, Wei Xingli picked up the bottle from the desk for a closer inspection, discovering that it indeed matched Shen Guodong's description. The base of the bottle bore a significant indentation. Furthermore, the quality of the bottle was also highly questionable. At this moment, Shen Guodong pointed out the very material of the wine bottle and spoke. "Is there an issue with the bottle itself?" Wei Xingli squinted his eyes. Indeed, this bottle was not produced by the manufacturer associated with the Qingchuan distillery, but rather originates from a small workshop, and the materials used are decidedly substandard. Just by scraping off a small portion of the surface coating, one can distinctly perceive this. Shen Guodong stated, demonstrating his point. Wei Xingli witnessed firsthand the inferior materials revealed beneath the scraped coating of the bottle. A tempest of emotion stirred within the depths of his gaze. Shen Guodong continued, Director Wei, I calculated that there is at least an 0.8 profit margin on each bottle. Although the unit price appears low, the sheer volume compensates for it. Just like the savings accrued from the liquor above, over time, these small amounts accumulate, leading Wang Dequan to reap substantial profits. As Shen Guodong concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the office. Wei Xingli remained silent, his refined countenance gradually becoming shrouded in frost. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, What you have stated requires verification. Shen Guodong smiled faintly, Verification is quite simple. Just procure some of the liquor currently on promotion from the Qingchuan distillery. Wei Xingli nodded, picked up the telephone on his desk, and instructed, Xiaogao, please go and purchase a few bottles of the liquor that Qingchuan distillery is currently promoting. After hanging up, he rose and warmly invited Shen Guodong to join him at the tea table, pouring a cup of tea for him. Xiao Shen, come. Let us share a cup of tea. Share with me the nature of your grievances with Wang Dequan. Volume 1, Chapter 45, Espionage. In the tranquil office, Shen Guodong and Wei Xingli sat across from each other, resembling two old friends who had known each other for years. Shen Guodong did not conceal anything, candidly recounting the grievances between the Shen family and the Qingchuan distillery. He spoke of the tragic and untimely demise of his parents, the arduous quest for justice undertaken by his wife and two sisters over the years, and his own despondency and the humiliation he had endured, laying bare every detail. These matters were impossible to conceal. A simple investigation by Wei Xingli would reveal the entire truth. Director Wei, my sole objective now is to exact vengeance for my deceased parents. I seek to ensure that Wang Dequan pays the price he deserves. Beyond this, I desire nothing. As Shen Guodong concluded, tears welled in his fierce eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. Observing this, Wei Xingli rose and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of solace. Xiao Shen, the dead cannot be resurrected. You are still young. It is imperative to look forward. Shen Guodong wiped away the tears he had fought to suppress and choked out, I understand. Therefore, once I have avenged my parents, I shall depart from here and strive in the outside world. As he spoke, a knock echoed at the office door, and it swung open to reveal Xiaogao, who had returned with the wine. Director, the wine you requested has been acquired. I bought 3 varieties. Wei Xingli nodded and inquired, how much did it cost in total? $11.55. Wei Xingli retrieved the money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it over. Xiaogao turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Come. Xiaoshen, I have precision instruments in my office. Let us test whether your claims hold true. Wei Xingli opened a cabinet and produced a container with precise measurements. They commenced the experiment without delay. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the results were in. The 500 milliliters of standard wine met the required volume. Yet concerning the complementary items, all 3 varieties exhibited discrepancies, paralleling Shen Guodong's assertions almost identically. Seeing this, Shen Guodong's heart simmered with mockery. It was evident that the complementary items would not meet standards, as he had been the one to suggest such malfeasance to Wang Dequan. With a resounding bang, Wei Xingli slammed his hand on the table, his face a stormy shade of anger as he ceded. What a despicable Wang Dequan. To line his own pockets and exploit his power, he truly goes to great lengths. 20 milliliters of wine. Most would overlook such a minor detail. Yet, this seemingly insignificant discrepancy accumulates over time to yield a truly terrifying figure. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass interrupted as Shen Guodong smashed 2 bottles of wine. Pointing at Wei Xingli, Director Wei, observe the quality of these 2 bottles. They are clearly not of the same caliber. The standard wine bottles and the complementary ones are worlds apart in quality. Wei Xingli ground his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Suddenly, he appeared to have pondered a crucial question, his voice low and solemn. Xiaoshen, you mentioned that these inferior quality wine bottles originate from a small workshop. Do you happen to know where this workshop is located? Shen Guodong shook his head. He had not investigated the matter concerning this workshop, as his time was consumed by the tutoring center's obligations. However, he found himself with ample time at present. Director Wei, uncovering this small workshop is not a daunting task. I have some free time in the next couple of days. If you could provide me with a camera, I assure you I will deliver the evidence. Shen Guodong stated. All right, acquiring the camera is simple. We shall meet at the Golden Gate Bridge before dusk, and I will lend you the camera. However, You must guarantee that you will complete the task without being detected. Director Wei admonished. Shen Guodong smiled broadly and turned to leave. The evening arrived swiftly, and Shen Guodong met with Wei Xingli as promised, receiving a camera. Ah, it's a Seagull camera. A true gem of domestic production, Shen Guodong exclaimed, unable to suppress a chuckle upon seeing the brand. This model of Seagull camera was indeed one of the trendiest brands currently in vogue, adored by countless enthusiasts. Albeit with a hefty price tag, starting at around 200 yuan. After concealing the camera, Shen Guodong mounted his bicycle and headed straight for the Qingchuan distillery. Upon reaching his destination, he securely parked his bicycle before stealthily approaching the distillery's rear entrance, scaling the wall to gain entry. Recently, the Qingchuan distillery had been thriving. Even at this late hour, the facility was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. Transport vehicles frequently entered through the main gate, halting at the warehouses where workers were busy loading cargo. After observing for a while, Shen Guodong realized that the vehicles were laden with regular bottles of wine, not the promotional samples he sought. Clearly, this workshop was not the correct one. He turned to leave, soon arriving at the exterior of another workshop. This place was equally lively, illuminated brightly, with workers diligently loading more cargo. Shen Guodong squinted, scrutinizing the scene, only to find that it too did not feature the promotional wine he desired. At last, he approached a third workshop, where he finally spotted his target. The transport vehicles were indeed carrying promotional wine. Under the bright lights, workers were laboriously loading the cargo, with vehicles lined up not far away. Suddenly, Shen Guodong's gaze fell upon a familiar figure seated in the driver's seat of a truck, Wang Weiguo, whom he had not seen in quite some time. The man was puffing on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke with an expression of utter contentment. While other vehicles busily queued, his truck remained leisurely, showing no urgency to advance. Wang Weiguo was the cherished son of Wang Dequan. If there was anyone in this world who was trusted above all, it was undoubtedly this father-son duo. Could it be that Wang Weiguo is indeed the one visiting the small workshop? This thought suddenly flickered through Shen Guodong's mind. The Qingchuan distillery employed the clandestine tactic of covertly procuring bottles from a small workshop, an activity shrouded in secrecy, permissible only for those of utmost reliability. Therefore, Wang Weiguo was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, without a doubt. Shen Guodong resolved to keep a watchful eye on Wang Weiguo, eager to ascertain the accuracy of his suspicions. However, to his surprise, he found himself waiting for several hours, nearly devoured by mosquitoes lurking in the shadows of the thicket, his body covered in itchy welts. It wasn't until the stroke of midnight that an individual emerged from the workshop and beckoned to Wang Weiguo. Wang Weiguo leapt from his vehicle, and the two engaged in hushed conversation. Now was the moment. Shen Guodong dared not linger. He swiftly darted from his hiding place and clambered into the rear compartment of the truck. Fortunately, a large tarpaulin lay within, providing him with an impeccable concealment. Just as Shen Guodong settled into his hiding spot, the conversation concluded, and Wang Weiguo returned, his face etched with impatience, exclaiming, I know. Always dawdling like an old man in his 70s. Let us go. With that, Wang Weiguo climbed into the vehicle and quickly started the engine, departing from the distillery. Volume 1, Chapter 46. Evidence in hand in the pitch-black night, a Liberation brand truck rumbled out of the distillery, concealed beneath a tarpaulin in the rear compartment. Shen Guodong cautiously peered out, exhaling a sigh of relief. Now, it all hinged on where Wang Weiguo would steer the truck. If he were to transport goods elsewhere, this endeavor would be in vain. However, should he happen to head towards that small workshop, tonight could yield the evidence he sought. He hoped for a pleasant surprise this evening. Shen Guodong clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It felt akin to unboxing a mystery box, with all outcomes unknown, lending an exhilarating thrill to the moment. Under the cloak of darkness, the truck sped southeast after leaving the distillery. Gradually, the path became more desolate, the road deteriorating to the point of jostling one's very insides. In the rear compartment, Shen Guodong bore the discomfort in his rear, yet his expression grew increasingly animated. How splendidly off the beaten path. This deviation was promising. Everything hinted at the prospect of a grand prize tonight. After all, who would venture out in the dead of night to drive a truck to such a remote locale? As anticipated, the truck halted upon reaching a village named Luda Village. Shen Guodong cautiously craned his neck to observe, discovering individuals at the village entrance wielding flashlights, resembling sentinels from a film. How astute. At that moment, someone approached the truck with a flashlight, prompting Shen Guodong to burrow back under the tarpaulin. pressing himself against the vehicle to become nearly invisible. Soon, the glaring beam of the flashlight swept over the rear compartment, flickering momentarily before vanishing. All clear. Safe. The inspector called out, and the truck roared back to life. Shen Guodong felt an urgent need to vacate the premises. Otherwise, once the truck entered their territory, he would become a sitting duck, vulnerable to detection and potentially facing grave consequences. He emerged from beneath the tarpaulin, seizing the opportunity as the vehicle slowed while turning, leaping down with a quiet grace. Everything transpired in hushed silence. He then trailed closely behind the truck. Before long, the truck veered into a brightly lit courtyard. Contrary to the late hour, the place buzzed with activity, voices mingling with the barks of dogs. Concealed outside, Shen Guodong silently rejoiced at his timely leap. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared. He stealthily retrieved the camera hidden in his jacket, switched off the flash, adjusted the focus, and transformed into a professional undercover operative, capturing a series of images to document the unfolding scene. The footage of Wang Weiguo was paramount, as he was the son of Wang Dequan, tangible evidence indeed. Moreover, the images of the loading process were captured in crystal clarity. With this evidence in hand, it would suffice to bring both father and son to justice. More than 2 hours later, all the goods were loaded onto the truck, and the workers covered them with tarpaulins. Wang Weiguo drove away. Shen Guodong hid in the shadows, continuing to photograph and document the scene. Once the truck had driven far away, he suddenly realized that he had no means of transportation to return home. Staying in this place any longer was not an option. Come dawn, his unfamiliar face would pose even greater trouble. With no alternatives, Shen Guodong had to choose to walk home. This journey took him a substantial 4 hours. By the time he returned to the city, daybreak had long arrived, and Shen Guodong was nearly exhausted. He first sought out a breakfast shop, indulging in a hearty meal to replenish his energy, before locating a photography studio. How long does it take to develop photos at your place? Shen Guodong inquired. If it's urgent, about an hour. The owner replied. And the cost? That depends on whether you want black and white or color photos. Black and white is cheaper, while color is more expensive. Without hesitation, Shen Guodong handed over a roll of film, stating in a serious tone, I need all the photos developed in color, approximately 30 in total. The owner's eyes brightened. This was indeed a lucrative job. At least 10 yuan. Shen Guodong nodded, biting his lip. That's acceptable, but I require you to pretend you never saw the contents within, understood? The owner assured him that he had professional ethics and would comply. An hour later, Shen Guodong collected the photographs and exited the studio. These images were not intended for Wei Xingli. They were for his own records, a precautionary measure. Should Wei Xingli prove unreliable, Shen Guodong would at least have documentation to safeguard himself. By 10 in the morning, in the office of the Grain Bureau Director, Wei Xingli was astonished to see the photos from the camera. Xiaoxin, your efficiency is remarkable. I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Shen Guodong smiled. What can I say? Luck was on my side. I chanced upon Wang Dequan's son, Wang Weiguo, driving away last night during my first visit, and I quietly followed him. I suspected that Wang Dequan would need someone he trusted implicitly for such dealings, and his son was the perfect candidate. Wei Xingli laughed heartily, giving a genuine thumbs up. Impressive. Your insight is sharp. Rest assured, I will handle the subsequent matters and report to the higher-ups. Of course, as a key participant in this operation, your cooperation will be essential if an investigation unfolds. Shen Guodong readily agreed. He was fully prepared for whatever lay ahead. After bidding farewell to Wei Xingli, he chose not to return to the village but instead headed to the tutoring center, collapsing into sleep, utterly exhausted. He slept deeply until the sudden pounding on the office door roused him. Who is it? Shen Guodong rubbed his eyes and opened the door, only to find a multitude of students standing in the courtyard, all from his tutoring class. What brings you here? Shen Guodong asked, somewhat bewildered. Teacher Shen. Upon seeing him, the students were filled with excitement, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Teacher Shen, you are truly remarkable. Teacher Shen, you are my idol. Teacher Shen, I admire you immensely. Do you know? This afternoon's mathematics exam was completely different from previous years. It was all major problems. Many of those problems were ones you taught us. Without your guidance, we would have been utterly lost. Teacher Shen, you are like a second parent to us. I assure you, this time I will surely be admitted to university. Me too. The students chattered animatedly, sharing their joy with Shen Guodong, creating a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. It was at this moment that Shen Guodong realized today was the first day of the college entrance examination, Chinese in the morning, mathematics in the afternoon. With a smile, he gazed at the excited students and, after they had expressed their exuberance, he encouraged them, "Students, do not become complacent. You have only completed 2 subjects today, with many more to come tomorrow. I hope all of you gain admission to university, as it will also bring honor to me as your teacher." The students raised their fists in unison, loudly vowing that they would perform exceptionally well in this examination. After the students departed, Shen Guodong noticed a crowd gathering outside the courtyard, including several parents, such as Li Yuan Chao, who resided nearby. The expressions of gratitude in the parents' eyes were evident. They were obviously aware of what had transpired during the mathematics exam that afternoon. "Teacher Shen, we parents have gathered together to invite you to a meal after the examinations conclude," Li Yuan Chao said sincerely. "Indeed, Teacher Shen. We heard the children speak of the events regarding today's mathematics paper, and we are especially eager to express our gratitude to you," another parent added, their tone filled with heartfelt appreciation. "My child has always struggled with mathematics, but now he is certain to gain admission to university. You are truly our benefactor." Volume 1. Chapter 47. Rumors are the most cost-effective weapon. Shen Guodong would naturally decline the parents' invitation to dine with them. His intention for running the tutoring class was rather straightforward. It was merely to accumulate his initial fortune, far from the lofty ideals others attributed to him. Now that he had achieved this goal, the prospect of further imposing on the parents was somewhat inappropriate. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic parents, Shen Guodong found himself unable to sleep. After a brief wash, he prepared to return to the village. Having gone missing the previous night, his wife must have been worried. As expected, upon his return, he was met with An Lan's concern, with her inquiring about his whereabouts the previous night. In response, Shen Guodong smiled mysteriously, saying, "It's a secret. You will find out in due time." He did not wish to divulge his plans for revenge against Wang Dequan, not because he was reluctant, but because the situation remained uncertain, filled with unknowns. He preferred to keep such matters private for the time being. The greatest fear lies in the transition from hope to disappointment, and Shen Guodong did not want to let his wife and 2 younger sisters down. The hardships endured over the years had already been more than sufficient. Time flew by, and before he knew it, several days had passed. The college entrance examination had long concluded, and during this time, Shen Guodong remained in the village, waiting quietly for news. One day, after rising and exercising as usual, he was startled by the distant sound of police sirens, which grew increasingly closer. Many villagers were roused, rushing out to witness what was happening with the police car. Nowadays, the sound of police vehicles sent a shiver down the spine of the entire Beituan village, leaving everyone wondering whose family might be in trouble next. To their astonishment, the police car halted at the entrance of the Shen household. Before they could rush over to inquire, they saw Shen Guodong get into the car with the police. The entire episode unfolding rather swiftly. This ignited a flurry of gossip among the villagers, each one anxiously speculating. "An Lan, what was going on with your husband just now? Why did he leave with the police? Wasn't the matter with the CF family already resolved?" In the courtyard, An Lan's complexion paled slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of panic. She was equally oblivious to the unfolding situation. The sudden arrival of 2 police officers had taken Shen Guodong away for questioning regarding certain matters. Before leaving, Shen Guodong reassured her that he would return soon, urging her not to worry. Could it be that Shen Guodong did something wrong and was taken away? "Look closely, An Lan's face is quite dreadful," someone exclaimed upon noticing her distress. At that moment, it was as if water had been poured into a hot oil pot, causing the atmosphere to boil over with various derogatory remarks and ridicule. Rumors are, and always will be, the most cost-effective weapon. They require nothing more than a fleeting thought and a loose tongue to inflict unimaginable harm upon others. At the moment the truth finally emerges, they can continue to live their normal lives completely unaffected. This is indeed a profoundly distasteful situation. The slandered must possess a resilient heart to bear such pressure. Fortunately, An Lan has always been such a person with a strong heart, characterized by her tenacity and indomitable spirit. Upon hearing that Shen Guodong was once again the target of baseless rumors and conjectures, An Lan's countenance was shrouded in frost. "Silence," she admonished. "Day after day, you revel in gossiping behind others' backs. Have you no consideration for your descendants? What benefit do you gain from others' misfortunes? What evidence do you have to prove my man is heired? I have faith in him. There must be a reason, and he will return before long." With that, An Lan firmly shut the door, isolating everyone outside. The group left outside, shamed and furious, gnashed their teeth, pointing at the Shen family's door and cursing, "Humph. That vile scoundrel has been taken away by the police, yet claims nothing has happened. Truly a stubborn fool. Indeed, we all witnessed it. How can he deny the truth? Just wait and see who ends up with a face full of shame." When Shen Guodong once again stepped through the doors of the police station, many staff members wore peculiar expressions. This fellow has truly become a frequent visitor, nearly treating the station as a hotel, coming in and out with increasing regularity, and each incident escalating in severity. This time, even Director Wei Shengli from the Grain Bureau was implicated, with the target elevated to the director of the Qingchuan distillery. Shen Guodong was ushered into an office, where he found it filled with people. In addition to the leaders of the police station, many others were present, including Director Wei Shengli himself. In the center was a chair, reminiscent of a tribunal setting. After all, Wang Dequan was no ordinary character. Shen Guodong, the police chief, Su Zhenbin, personally presided over this extraordinary meeting. "Stand," Shen Guodong responded loudly. "I am the police chief, Su Zhenbin." Su Zhenbin gestured for Shen Guodong to take a seat and spoke in a grave tone. "You are aware of the reason for our gathering today, are you not?" Sitting calmly, Shen Guodong replied, "Yes." "Very well. Today, comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission, the County Party Committee, and the prosecutor's office are present. We need to ask you some questions, and you are to respond truthfully without any concealment," Su Zhengbin stated. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Shen Guodong as he scanned the room filled with stern, unfamiliar faces. No wonder the atmosphere was so intense. "Is it true that you have reported evidence against Comrade Wei Shengli regarding Wang Dequan's abuse of power at the Qingchuan distillery?" "Yes." "Did you previously know Comrade Wei Shengli?" "No, I do not." "Then why did you choose to report him instead of the Discipline Inspection Commission? Are you not aware that the Discipline Inspection Commission is the department directly responsible for the political conduct of cadres?" Su Jingbin's demeanor was imposing, akin to a stern judge. "I chose Director Wei because I heard that he is currently competing with Wang Dequan for the position of party secretary at the Qingchuan distillery. Reporting to Director Wei presents a greater chance of toppling Wang Dequan." Shen Guodong replied earnestly, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, nor any violation of the law. "Who did you hear from that Comrade Wei Shengli is in competition with Wang Dequan for the party secretary role at the Qingchuan distillery?" Su Zhenbin inquired again. "I am uncertain. I overheard a discussion about it at the market, which prompted me to take a chance." This response caused several people to furrow their brows. Is it possible that the competition between Wei Shengli and Wang Dequan for the party secretary position has become so widely known? It appears that confidentiality measures need to be strengthened. According to Comrade Wei Shengli, all the evidence was discovered by you. How did you uncover the issue with the promotional liquor at the Qingchuan distillery? Shen Guodong responded, "I enjoy drinking, and I am well aware of how many glasses one bottle can fill. Recently, the Qingchuan distillery has been running a promotional campaign, so I made a purchase. And that is how I discovered the issue." Su Zhengbin then asked, "What about the bottles? How did you ascertain the quality of the bottles?" "Naturally, I discovered it after smashing one. In my anger at noticing the Qingchuan distillery's shortfall in their promotional offerings, I smashed a bottle, inadvertently revealing that the quality was subpar, akin to that of a small workshop." Shen Guodong replied, "Everything was impeccably clear." According to Comrade Wei Shengli, you even specifically tracked the transport vehicles of the Qingchuan distillery and captured photographs of that small workshop? "Yes." "Please elaborate on the process." In the quiet room, Shen Guodong calmly answered each question. Su Jingbin, being the director of the Public Security Bureau, posed meticulous inquiries, covering various aspects, including the enmity between Shen Guodong and Wang Dequan. "Do you trust Comrade Wei Shengli so readily?" Suddenly, someone interjected in the tranquil room. Shen Guodong lifted his head, noting the individual appeared to be from the county committee. After a moment of thought, he directed his gaze towards Wei Shengli and replied, "I do not trust him." This answer took everyone by surprise, including Wei Shengli himself. Astonishment marked every face. "If you do not trust him, why would you choose him? Distrust does not preclude selection." Shen Guodong proclaimed, "I chose Director Wei because I believe he and Wang Dequan are rivals, and his chances of success are considerably higher. However, if Director Wei fails to achieve the desired outcome, I possess alternative measures." "Oh, what alternative measures?" At this moment, curiosity was piqued among all present. "The alternative measure is none other than myself," Shen Guodong stated solemnly. "I have retained photographs of Wang Dequan's son, Wang Weiguo, visiting the small workshop. Should Director Wei's efforts not yield satisfactory results, I shall personally report Wang Dequan to the Discipline Inspection Commission under my real name. If that proves ineffective, I will escalate the matter to the city and provincial levels." ensuring that Wang Dequan cannot wield unchecked power. In delivering these final words, Shen Guodong radiated an indomitable aura of determination. This fervor astonished the seasoned dignitaries present. Could such a commanding presence emanate from a rural youth? Furthermore, he maintained composure in the face of such a formidable assembly, adeptly addressing a myriad of questions without faltering. Everything about this young man, Shen Guodong, set him apart from the rest. In the audience, a middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Shen Guodong's youthful countenance and suddenly inquired, "Shen Guodong, were you not the one who previously rescued Director Xiao Yushu?" As soon as the words left his lips, the hearts of all present raced uncontrollably, their eyes converging on Shen Guodong's face, eagerly awaiting his response. Taken aback by the unexpected question, Shen Guodong hesitated momentarily before finally nodding. "Yes, leader. Over half a month ago, at the Qinghe Reservoir, I had the fortune of rescuing Director Xiao. May I inquire, has Director Xiao's health improved recently?" The middle-aged man cast a meaningful glance at Shen Guodong and replied with a smile, "I thought so. Your name sounded remarkably familiar. Director Xiao is currently recuperating in Luda, but she is no longer in serious condition. She has entrusted us with the task of locating you to convey her gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Upon her return, she will personally come to express her thanks." Volume 1, Chapter 48. The capture of Wang Dequan. This time, the three-part interrogation lasted for over 2 hours. By the time it concluded, it was nearly noon. As Shen Guodong exited the police station, the sun blazed overhead, its rays capable of scorching the very skin off one's bones. Yet, his spirits were exceptionally high, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Wang Dequan's fortunate days were drawing to a close. He was on the brink of facing imprisonment, and all Shen needed to do was await the good news from home. Previously, within the precinct, officials from both the Discipline Inspection Commission and the County Committee had been present. Such a grand assembly had but one motive: the corruption and abuse of power by Wang Dequan had incited outrage among all concerned parties. In this current era, the political landscape remained relatively unsullied. Embezzlement, corruption, and the pursuit of capitalism were deemed grave taboos. Many officials could not tolerate even the slightest hint of impropriety, swiftly dealing with any transgressions they uncovered. Upon returning to the village, Shen was met with expressions of sheer astonishment from those who laid eyes upon him. How could this man have returned? Was he not apprehended by the police? Noticing their peculiar reactions, Shen fixed his gaze upon a few individuals and bellowed, "Are you lot gossiping about me behind my back again?" The moment they caught his eye, they hastily fled. A cold smile crept across Shen's face. Soon enough, when the news of Wang Dequan's arrest spread, these people's fear of him would run deep. By then, even if he and An Lan were to leave, his two sisters would not need to worry about being bullied. Arriving at his doorstep, Shen rapped on the tightly shut gate. "Wife, open the door." Inside, An Lan heard the voice and dashed to the entrance, flinging open the door with uncontainable excitement. Shen Xiaorong, his sister, was also present, her expression mirroring An Lan's exhilaration. You're back." Shen Guodong nodded gently, affectionately ruffling his wife's hair as he said, "Didn't I tell you I'd be back soon?" "I wasn't lying." Unable to restrain herself, An Lan shed tears of joy, throwing herself into Shen Guodong's embrace, sobbing, "Woo-woo, you rascal. What on earth have you been up to, being all mysterious? Do you have any idea how close you came to scaring me to death?" Shen Xiaorong stepped forward, chastising him as well, demanding to know what transpired that had caused such a stir among the police. Earlier that morning, 2 officers had unexpectedly arrived to take Shen Guodong away, and the 2 women, left at home, had been consumed with worry, fearing the worst. Their family had only just begun to see a glimmer of improvement. Fortunately, it had all been a false alarm, and Shen Guodong returned unscathed. Feeling An Lan's trembling body in his arms, Shen Guodong felt a sudden stiffness. He truly had not anticipated that this seemingly trivial incident would provoke such an intense reaction from her. After such a prolonged period of companionship, he has finally managed to warm An Lan's heart. Truly, she is a kind-hearted woman, appearing cold on the outside yet warm within, possessing a sharp tongue coupled with a tender heart. Though her words may be acerbic, her inner self is deeply caring. With a mix of guilt and joy conflicting within him, Shen Guodong took An Lan's delicate hand and called for his sister to return home together. "I apologize, my dear wife. It was my failure to communicate the situation clearly that caused you such distress. However, I bring tidings of a monumental good news for our family." An Lan wiped her tears and inquired, "What good news?" Shen Xiaorong, too, perked up her ears in anticipation. Shen Guodong enunciated each word slowly. The time for avenging our parents' grievances is nigh. That scoundrel Wang Dequan will soon pay a heavy price for his actions. What? An Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face alight with excitement. Are you truly speaking the truth? Brother, please do not deceive us. Shen Xiaorong covered her mouth, trembling with anticipation. Absolutely true. More genuine than pearls. Shen Guodong proclaimed with a smile. Come, let me elaborate on the specifics. Meanwhile, in a solemn conference room at the county police department, a serious meeting was convened, led by Police Chief Su Jingbin, alongside officials from the disciplinary committee, the procuratorate, and 2 county committee cadres. The meeting concluded with a decisive resolution to arrest Wang Dequan immediately, as he was presently at the distillery. The evidence in their possession was already substantial, negating the need for further investigation. They also notified various units, including the Tax Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, to conduct a joint operation. Quickly, the police sirens blared throughout the department, as numerous police cars and motorcycles sped towards the direction of the Qingchuan distillery. At precisely noon, the workers, weary from a morning of labor, were just preparing to break for lunch when they suddenly froze in shock, their eyes wide as they gazed toward the entrance of the distillery. There, an imposing force of police officers was rapidly advancing. The workers were bewildered, uncertain of what was transpiring and why so many police had suddenly arrived. Inside the office, Wang Dequan had also heard the piercing sound of sirens outside and was equally curious about the unfolding events, leaning over the window to observe. Upon witnessing the formidable police presence, he was inexplicably overtaken by a sense of foreboding, feeling his legs weaken and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Director, could it be that our actions have been discovered? In the office, there were others present, all staunch allies of Wang Dequan. They were acutely aware of their own misdeeds, and the sound of sirens instilled a primal fear within them. How the hell should I know? What business does the police have at our distillery? Wang Dequan erupted in fury, turning around to unleash a torrent of curses. Just as they exchanged words, the police had already entered the distillery, imposing a lockdown at every exit. No one is permitted to leave the distillery. The leader, Su Jingbin, announced loudly through a megaphone. With that, he charged ahead, leading a heavily armed team straight to the office building. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, as Su Jingbin and his team stormed up, they found Wang Dequan, drenched in sweat, standing there, surrounded by several mid to high-level executives of the distillery. Director Su, what on earth is happening? Why such a commotion? Wang Dequan inquired, genuinely perplexed by the unfolding situation. Su Jingbin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixing on Wang Dequan. Wang Dequan, you have been reported for abusing your power, embezzling public funds, and misappropriating state assets. I hereby inform you that you are under arrest. Please accompany us for questioning. This is the arrest warrant. Upon revealing the arrest warrant, the glaring official seal caused Wang Dequan to crumble to the ground, a damp patch forming in his trousers. He was so terrified that he lost control, his face draining of color. Simultaneously, those standing behind him trembled, their faces betraying their uncontainable fear. However, the situation was far from over. At that moment, a large group of individuals, panting heavily, rushed in from behind, clad in various uniforms, including those from the Tax Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Wang Dequan, I hereby notify you that the entire distillery will cease operations immediately to facilitate our investigation. The corridor echoed with a thunderous response. The expressions of all the mid to high-level executives in the distillery shifted drastically, panic unmistakably etched on their faces. Volume 1. Chapter 49. It's precisely you, you wretched woman. The joint enforcement actions by the Public Security Bureau, the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Taxation Bureau, and the Industrial and Commercial Administration delivered a thunderous blow to the Qingchuan distillery. In a short span of time, numerous individuals, led by Wang Dequan, were taken away for investigation. Even the party secretary, Hong Jinya, who had rushed over in a state of urgency upon learning the news, was also detained. Just a few months shy of his retirement, those middle and senior management who remained were subjected to individual inquiries. The entire Qingchuan distillery was thrown into chaos in an instant. Aside from the ordinary workers, the various leaders were engulfed in fear and trepidation, many of whom were oblivious to the unfolding events. It wasn't until the afternoon that the truth began to emerge. Upon learning that someone had reported Wang Dequan for abusing his power for personal gain and engaging in corruption, many employees exhibited expressions of sudden realization. It turned out that Wang Dequan was in trouble. I knew this day would come eventually. This scoundrel, Wang, is finally facing the consequences he deserves. Serves him right. I witnessed Wang Dequan being escorted to the police car, his body limp and his trousers soaked. Ha ha, it seems he was so frightened he lost control. Amidst the clamor of discussions, everyone was fervently debating this significant event. However, many of the veteran employees were not at all surprised. Having worked at the distillery for years, they were acutely aware of Wang Dequan's true character. He had undoubtedly embezzled substantial amounts over the years, and such retribution was long overdue. It was rumored that Wang Dequan's home was also under investigation. What is so surprising about a home search? This is standard procedure. Indeed. Where do corrupt officials escape scrutiny of their households? It would be best to apprehend his wife and son as well. There is not a single reputable person in the Wang family, especially his precious son, Wang Weigua, who is notoriously corrupt. Due to the incident at the distillery, the workers were granted a 3-day leave. Consequently, the news spread like a shockwave throughout the entire Taiyan region. Beituan village, being the closest to the Qingchuan distillery, had many residents employed there. Upon returning, these individuals disseminated the news. In an instant, the entire village of Beituan was abuzz. From the elderly in their 70s and 80s to children as young as 5 or 6, everyone was discussing the matter, not to mention the village women, who were particularly fond of gossip. Some speculated on the extent of Wang Dequan's embezzlement, while others pondered how many people would be affected by the scandal at the Qingchuan distillery. There were even those curious about who was responsible for bringing down Wang Dequan, viewing it as a service to the people. However, as of now, very few knew precisely who had orchestrated Wang Dequan's downfall. Brother, Wang Dequan has been arrested. At home, Shen Guodong was taking a nap when suddenly, the tightly shut door was kicked open. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Guodong was greeted by the sight of An Lan and his sister Shen Guodong bursting in with uncontainable excitement. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed it was barely 3 in the afternoon, not yet 4. The efficiency of the relevant authorities was indeed remarkable. Their military action had unfolded with surprising swiftness, even exceeding expectations. With a smile, he remarked, "I didn't deceive you, did I? I assured you that the vengeance for our parents would soon be avenged." Tears of joy streamed down Shen Guodong's face as she vigorously nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. At last, Mom and Dad can rest in peace in the afterlife. I must hurry to their graves and share this wonderful news." An Lan wholeheartedly concurred. Such monumental news certainly warranted immediate communication to their parents. However, Shen Guodong restrained his sister, saying, "Let us hold off for a moment. We should wait until Wang Dequan is completely sentenced before we go together." After a moment's reflection, Shen Guodong agreed, realizing the potential for unforeseen complications. As she contemplated this, tears flowed down her cheeks once more, seemingly unstoppable. "Why are you still crying?" Shen Guodong questioned, puzzled. "I'm crying out of joy and excitement. The thought that scoundrel is finally facing his reckoning fills me with happiness," Shen Guodong exclaimed, seated on a stool, both laughing and weeping. Shen Guodong and An Lan shared a complex emotional response, fully understanding her conflicting feelings. Since their parents' tragic incident, the burden on Guodong had been immense. Consumed by the desire to avenge their deceased parents and clear their names. Today, however, all that pent-up emotion was finally ready to be released. It's Friday, and Xiaohua will return tonight. I'll head to the city to purchase some items for our celebration," Shen Guodong proposed. His suggestion was met with immediate agreement, as An Lan and Shen Guodong expressed their eagerness to join him, feeling it was indeed time to celebrate. Shen Guodong swiftly leapt out of bed, and after a brief tidying up, the trio prepared to venture into the city. To their surprise, upon stepping outside, they encountered a large crowd gathered on the street, animatedly discussing the situation at the Qingchuan distillery. As the three emerged, several individuals, noticing the redness in Shen Guodong and An Lan's eyes, began to speak derisively. "Oh, it seems they've just been crying. It's only natural. With Wang Dequan in trouble, you might consider your parents' grievances avenged. One wonders who could be so benevolent as to assist your family in such a way. Guodong, if I were you, I would bow in gratitude to such individuals. After all, without their intervention, you could never hope to exact revenge for your parents. Relying on certain people, you may as well abandon the notion for this lifetime." With that, they cast a scornful glance at Shen Guodong, their disdain unmistakable. Faced with such idle gossip, Shen Guodong could hardly be bothered to respond. He gestured for his wife and sister to hasten their departure, deeming the acquisition of goods more pressing. An Lan and Shen Guodong clenched their fists, trailing behind him. However, unexpectedly, those individuals, emboldened by their numbers, persisted in their relentless taunts, their words growing increasingly outrageous. They vociferously proclaimed, some people, aside from being fierce among their own, appear as meek as a shrimp in the outside world. They are even inferior to outsiders. At least an outsider managed to bring down Wang Dequan, but he cannot. Laughter ensued among the group. At that moment, Shen Guodong, who had been advancing, abruptly halted, her furious gaze locking onto the visage of the woman who had laughed the loudest. She was none other than Huang Hohat, the aunt of Xie Haifeng, whose resentment towards Shen Guodong had festered due to her nephew's troubles. Have you said enough? Shen Guodong demanded. Huang Hohat squinted, her weathered face contorted in malice. Not nearly enough. What is it to you, little girl? Do you dare lay a hand on me? Go ahead, try smack. Shen Guodong's palm connected sharply with Huang Hohat's face, silencing her. You guessed correctly. I've longed to strike you. You vile woman. Don't think I'm unaware that most of the rumors plaguing my family these days are of your making. And here you stand, slandering others. Huang Hohat, taken aback by Shen Guodong's audacity, was about to erupt in outrage when it unexpectedly delivered a fierce slap to her face, coldly rebuking Huang Hohat. My Guodong is entirely justified, and I too have longed to strike that aged face of yours. Huang Hohat stood in disbelief, her expression one of shock. Just then, Shen Guodong stepped forward, an aura of menace radiating from him as he coldly glared at her. You dare to lay a finger on them? Huang Hohat genuinely feared Shen Guodong, a man capable of sending her nephew to prison, ruthless and unyielding. Yet, to be publicly humiliated by two younger individuals was a disgrace she could hardly endure. Shen Guodong, they struck me first. She attempted to argue, and it retorted icily. You deserve that. You brought it upon yourself with your vile tongue. Shen Guodong escalated the confrontation, shouting, I aim to strike you. You wretched woman. You know nothing. Merely spewing nonsense and fabricating rumors. My brother is the one who brought down Wang Dequan. He avenged our parents. You insult my brother in public, if not you. Whom shall I strike? Volume 1, Chapter 50. The one who overthrew Wang Dequan was actually Shen Guodong. Boom. Almost as soon as Shen Guodong's words fell, the surrounding villagers, known for their penchant for gossip, were left utterly bewildered, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What had they just heard? Shen Guodong claimed that the person who toppled Wang Dequan was none other than Shen Guodong. Surely, this must be a jest? Yes, it had to be a joke, mere ramblings intended to exonerate that scoundrel. With eyes ablaze with fury, Shen Guodong surveyed the crowd. I know some of you harbor doubts, but this matter was relayed to me directly by my brother. This morning, you all heard that my brother was taken away by the police, didn't you? That was him cooperating with the investigation to definitively establish the evidence against that old rascal, Wang Dequan. He returned at noon, and Wang Dequan was arrested in the afternoon. As her words echoed, every gaze turned instinctively toward Shen Guodong, followed by a flurry of whispers and furtive exchanges. It seemed plausible enough, otherwise. How could Shen Guodong have been taken by the police only to return unscathed shortly thereafter? The police station was no hotel where one could come and go at will. Dongzi, did you really bring down Wang Dequan? Someone stammered. Shen Guodong wore a bemused expression, half smiling, full of intrigue. What do you think? If it wasn't me, could it possibly be you? His statement served as an implicit acknowledgement of the truth. Many felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, their gazes shifting entirely. After all, Wang Dequan was the director of the Qingchuan distillery, a state official. For such a figure to stumble at the hands of Shen Guodong was enough to instill fear in anyone, especially Huang Hohat, who felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She sensed that Shen Guodong's smile was directed at her, as if he were orchestrating some nefarious scheme. It was well known that her nephew had been imprisoned by Shen Guodong. Now, even someone as formidable as Wang Dequan had met his downfall. Deep down, Shen Guodong had morphed into a figure of tremendous peril. This individual, once ridiculed as a waste and a good-for-nothing, had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had become cunning and treacherous, evoking fear and trepidation. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had accomplished so much, each feat more astonishing than the last. Dongzi, just now. Aunt was merely jesting with you. You know my loose tongue. It's always gotten me into trouble. I apologize, and I hope you forgive my indiscretion. I shall take my leave now with that. Huang Hohat was the first to make her exit, her 50-something years showing as she fled faster than the younger folks. Look at that. Those who spread rumors are always aware of their own actions and character. Dongzi, I suddenly recalled I have many matters at home to attend to as well. I shall take my leave. Previously, if there were any misunderstandings, Let us dismiss them as though they were mere trifles. After Huang Hohot slipped away, the other villagers gradually followed suit. In the blink of an eye, everyone had fled, displaying a palpable fear of Shen Guodong's potential retribution. Hee, brother, those people are quite amusing, Shen Xiaorong remarked joyfully, observing the disheveled figures of their retreating backs. An Lan, with a cold smile, concurred that her husband was indeed correct. These individuals were nothing but inconsequential beings. When the Shen family was in decline, they had ruthlessly bullied them. But now that the family was rising in strength, they were filled with trepidation, a classic case of the weak fearing the strong. Shen Guodong cast a nonchalant glance. And had it not been for his concern that his younger sisters might be bullied in his absence, he would have deemed their actions unworthy of his attention. Xiaorong, have you noticed? Only when we become formidable ourselves do we instill fear in others. All the so-called rumors, slanders, and mockeries will naturally dissipate. Do you believe that soon there will be fewer who dare to ridicule us? Shen Xiaorong nodded thoughtfully. Then, with a cheerful demeanor, she linked her arm with Shen Guodong's and exclaimed, Brother, let us hurry to the county town, for I am famished. Shen Guodong smiled indulgently, and the three of them made their way to the county town. Upon arrival, they procured a plethora of items, indulgences they had previously refrained from enjoying. Both An Lan and Shen Xiaorong exhibited unprecedented generosity, purchasing many items with their own money, leaving Shen Guodong unable to assist with the payments. Around 6 o'clock, the trio arrived at the county's first middle school to pick up Shen Xiaohua after her classes. Wow, what a special day it is. Not only did you all come to fetch me, but you also bought so many delightful things. Shen Xiaohua exclaimed, spinning joyfully upon seeing the bicycle laden with goods. Isn't spending money on a good day permissible? Shen Guodong teased, eliciting smiles from An Lan and Shen Xiaorong. Amidst laughter and playful banter, the four of them returned home together. Upon reaching the village, they could not avoid encountering numerous neighbors seeking respite from the heat. The way these individuals looked at Shen Guodong was peculiar, indeed. It was a gaze imbued with a strong sense of reverence. Many attempted to greet him, but hesitated, their demeanor quite awkward. Sister, why are these people looking at us like that? Their expressions are so strange. Even Shen Xiaohua sensed the unusual atmosphere and could not help but lower her voice to inquire. Ignore them. I will explain everything once we are home, Shen Xiaorong replied. Shen Xiaohua had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. Upon returning home, An Lan and Shen Xiaorong immediately began preparing dinner. Shen Guodong also lent a hand, with Xiaohua assisting as well. In no time, a sumptuous feast was laid out, complete with beverages that had been specially purchased for the occasion. Shen Guodong's own indulgence was a bottle of Mao Tai, an extravagant luxury priced at 78 yuan. When it was time to dine, they finally revealed Wang Dequan's predicament to his sister. Upon hearing the news, Shen Xiaohua burst into tears, her sobs echoing loudly as tears streamed down her face. An Lan and Shen Xiaorong were also overwhelmed with grief. Shen Guodong's eyes brimmed with tears, and his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. It is all in the past. It is all in the past. Our parents, watching over us from above, will find solace. Ultimately, Shen Guodong managed to suppress his emotions and spoke words of comfort. Yes, from this moment on, we can finally hold our heads high and live with dignity. Shen Xiaorong clenched her fists and declared loudly. Over the past 2 years, the weight of their parents' vendetta had nearly broken this girl's spirit, but she had endured, and before them lay an endless horizon of hope. Yes, we must eat well so that our parents need not worry. Shen Xiaohua's words elicited a bittersweet smile. Amidst the crisp sound of clinking glasses, this was a night that belonged solely to them. The following day, as Shen Guodong remained in slumber, his wife roused him. Guodong, wake up quickly. Dechun is here to see you. Shen Guodong, nursing a throbbing head, sat up. The previous night had been rare in its joviality. He had felt an urge to embark on a new venture, and in his exuberance, he had consumed an entire bottle of Mao Tai. Afterward, he had engaged in playful antics with his wife, leaving him feeling rather weak now. What is the matter, Dechun? Shen Guodong rubbed his aching forehead as he entered the living room. Is the situation with Wang Dequan at the Qingshuan distillery you're doing? Yes, it is indeed mine. Shen Guodong admitted candidly it was hardly a secret that he had orchestrated Wang Dequan's downfall, motivated by a singular purpose, revenge. However, Zhang Dachuan's expression turned urgent as he replied, Wang Dequan has been apprehended, but I have heard that Wang Weigua has fled. If he discovers that you were behind his father's misfortune, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Volume 1, Chapter 51, The One Who Slipped Away in the Room. Upon hearing Zhang Dachuan's words, Shen Guodong was momentarily taken aback. An Lan also furrowed her brow. This was undoubtedly not good news. What did you say? Wang Weiguo has escaped? Zhang Dachuan nodded emphatically. Yes, I have just heard this news and rushed over to inform you. The matter of you undermining Wang Dequan is already the talk of the village. It won't be long before it spreads to the surrounding areas. And the Wang family will certainly find out. Given Wang Weiguo's character, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Shen Guodong let out a cold laugh. If I were afraid of retribution, I would not have acted in such a manner. If Wang Weiguo dares to come, then let him come. I am not intimidated by his threats. He is merely a cornered dog. However, Zhang Dachuan remained anxious. I know you are fearless. You've become incredibly bold. Far removed from the Shen Guodong of old. But the issue is, while you may not care, you cannot disregard your sister-in-law, Xiao Rong, and Xiao Hua, can you? What if Wang Weiguo, in a fit of madness, targets them? This time, Shen Guodong did not retort but instead furrowed his brow tightly. Indeed, there was a legitimate concern. That scoundrel Wang Weiguo, with his malevolent disposition and narrow-mindedness, could very well resort to dangerous actions. It was prudent to take precautions. He cursed inwardly, having initially thought that in a few days, everything would be resolved, allowing him to focus on his grand ambitions. Yet, unexpectedly, such complications had arisen. I need to visit the police station and ascertain the situation, Shen Guodong finally stated. Guodong, do you want me to accompany you? An Lan quickly offered. No need. Shen Guodong replied, foregoing even a meal as he mounted his bicycle and departed. Upon arriving at the county police station, he navigated with familiarity to Su Jingbin's office. This man was the director, holding a higher rank than Yin Shui. Ah, Shen Guodong, what brings you here? Su Jingbin inquired. Looking up from his work with a hint of curiosity, he had a strong impression of this young man, especially after learning of his past heroism in saving Xiao Yushu. Director Su, I am here to inquire about something, Shen Guodong began. Su Jingbin remained silent, listening intently. It is said that Wang Dequan's son, Wang Weiguo, has not been apprehended. Is this true? Who told you this? People from our village. Many are discussing it. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jingbin nodded. Indeed, there is some truth to this matter. Yesterday, during the apprehension, Wang Weiguo happened to be away from his residence. Once our personnel ascertained his whereabouts, the scoundrel had already caught wind of the situation and hidden himself. However, rest assured, our team has embarked on an extensive manhunt. All access points are meticulously monitored, and he cannot escape our grasp. Shen Guodong furrowed his brow, acknowledging the veracity of the matter. Director Su, I have a slight understanding of Wang Weiguo. He is a petty and vindictive individual. I fear he may seek retribution against me and my family. Su Jingbin retorted, he has no knowledge of who caused this. How could he retaliate against you? The public security agency is quite adept at protecting privacy. At this juncture, Shen Guodong cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, I may have had a bit too much to drink yesterday and inadvertently let it slip. Now, everyone in our village is aware of this incident. He refrained from mentioning that it was his sister who initially disclosed the information. At this point, it was of little consequence. Yesterday, Xiao Rong had also acted out of frustration, finding satisfaction in confronting those individuals. This time, Su Jingbin was rendered speechless, his expression darkening as he glared at him. You have brought trouble upon yourself and us. I will urge my subordinates to locate Wang Weiguo post-haste. As for you, it is advisable to avoid solitary outings during this time. Shen Guodong recognized that this situation would likely remain as it is for now. After expressing his gratitude to Su Jingbin, he took his leave. Upon exiting the police station, his brow remained tightly knitted. Until Wang Weiguo was dealt with, he would be a persistent threat, preventing him from finding peace in Luda. The question loomed, how could he swiftly locate Wang Weiguo? In this age, there were no omniscient eyes. Finding someone who was deliberately concealing themselves posed significant challenges. Shen Guodong rubbed his temples, for the first time feeling somewhat vexed. He was unafraid of overt dangers. Regardless of who the adversary might be, he would face them head-on without trepidation. Yet, hidden foes were akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, shrouded in uncertainty. Upon returning home, he relayed the situation to An Lan. Upon learning that Wang Weiguo was indeed a fugitive, An Lan's face reflected her concern. She was well aware of Wang Weiguo's malicious nature, having been harassed by him on multiple occasions. Wife, do not worry. We must trust in the people's police. Shen Guodong reassured her. However, despite his comforting words, the following day, Shen Guodong made a resolute decision. You intend to stay at the tutoring center alone? Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose it. An Lan reacted strongly upon discovering Shen Guodong's intentions, firmly disagreeing. Shen Guodong, do not think I am unaware of your motives. You are afraid that Wang Weiguo might retaliate, thereby endangering us, aren't you? Shen Guodong offered a wry smile. Isn't this merely a precaution? I am the greatest adversary of the Wang family. If Wang Weiguo truly seeks revenge, I shall undoubtedly be his primary target. Wherever I go, he will follow. An Lan, her face ablaze with fury, retorted. Yet you cannot act in such a manner. We are a couple, sharing both fortunes and misfortunes. What do you take me for? A coward, fearing for my life? Shen Guodong promptly grasped An Lan's delicate hand, assuring her, I absolutely do not mean that. You are entrusted with a far more vital duty. Do you not understand? What duty? To protect Xiaorong. Shen Guodong stated earnestly. Xiaohua is currently at school, thus she is safest there. However, Xiaorong is living alone now. You must safeguard her. As two are stronger together. This time, An Lan fell silent, her gaze cast downward. Shen Guodong enveloped An Lan tightly in his embrace, comforting her. My dear wife, I have noticed you often lost in thought lately. You must be yearning for home. Due to our marriage, you have had a falling out with your family, and you have not returned to your parental home in over 5 years. Rest assured, once we resolve matters with Wang Weiguo, I will accompany you to Luda Island. If it proves suitable for business, we may even settle there. I have come to understand that one must not be selfish. We have already lost our parents here. We cannot afford to lose yours as well. Regardless of how my father-in-law and mother-in-law may perceive me, I shall accompany you to Luda Island. An Lan lifted her beautiful eyes, a mix of surprise and joy illuminating her face. Are you truly serious? Shen Guodong nodded with a smile. Of course, I am. With tears of gratitude cascading down her cheeks, An Lan clung to Shen Guodong's frame, her heart profoundly touched. Thus, Shen Guodong returned to the tutoring center, choosing to reside there alone. From that point on, he developed a new habit, night running. Each time the world fell into silence, Shen Guodong would venture out for a solitary run, claiming it was for exercise when encountered by others. And so, days swiftly passed. News of his triumph over Wang Dequan spread throughout the surrounding villages, and nearly everyone was aware that the downfall of Wang Dequan from the Qingchuan distillery was orchestrated by a young man named Shen Guodong, whose animosity towards Wang Dequan became the talk of the town. In the dead of night, near the foul-smelling drainage ditch close to the Qingchuan distillery, a shadow crept stealthily. Enveloped in filth, his appearance more wretched than that of a beggar, this figure was none other than the fleeing Wang Weiguo. He had been hiding for several days, and due to the urgency of his escape and the unexpected nature of the events, he had brought along very little money. Having exhausted his funds, he had been repeatedly chased away by others who mistook him for a beggar, enduring unprecedented humiliation in his life. Wang Weiguo contemplated seeking financial assistance from former friends and relatives but feared the risk of betrayal. As for home, it is best left unmentioned, for there lurks the police, concealed in the shadows, ever vigilant. After much contemplation, only one exceedingly perilous course of action remains. That is to seize the transport truck parked at the distillery. If he can manage to drive the vehicle away, once he escapes this city, selling the truck would provide him with the means to sustain himself. Thus, this evening, he has come to steal a vehicle. Volume 1, Chapter 52, Baiting the Snake Out of Its Hole. 3 days after the closure of the Qingchuan distillery, everything had returned to normal. After all, this was a state-owned enterprise. Even with the entire upper management apprehended, the operations of the distillery would remain unaffected, as replacements would swiftly be appointed. There were hundreds of mouths waiting to be fed. Under the cloak of darkness, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the distillery, moving with an air of secrecy. As the son of the factory manager and a member of the distillery, Wang Weiguo possessed an intimate knowledge of the establishment. Navigating through familiar paths, he first slipped into the deserted workwear department, where he nonchalantly took a shower before donning a work uniform. With his cap pulled low, he ensured that, as long as he kept his head down, no one would recognize him as the fugitive sought by the authorities. Having completed his preparations, Wang Weiguo cautiously approached the transportation department. Even in the dead of night, the lights were still bright, and numerous workers were busy loading and dispatching vehicles. A fleet of liberation trucks stood in the yard, and Wang Weiguo immediately identified his designated truck. Unfortunately, it was now being driven by someone else. Clenching his fists in a mix of jealousy and resentment, he felt more aggrieved than if someone had stolen his beloved. Yet, he had no choice but to endure, lurking in the shadows as a patient hunter, waiting for the right moment. A few meters away lay the resting area for drivers, where 4 or 5 were seated, smoking and chatting. Wang Weiguo, straining to listen, soon discerned that their conversation revolved around his family. It was, indeed, the most significant news of recent times, impossible to escape. However, just minutes into eavesdropping, his face flushed with rage as he heard unkind remarks about the Wang family. Honestly, Wang Boppy deserves his current predicament. An older driver spoke up. As veteran employees of the distillery, who doesn't he know that Wang Boppy is unscrupulous, greedy, and selfish? Over the years, he has certainly embezzled far more than just this recent giveaway scheme. Old Show makes a valid point. I concur. Another chimed in. I truly hope that during this investigation, the police and the Discipline Commission uncover all of his past corrupt activities. At the very least, he should be sentenced to 20 or 30 years. Nearby, others nodded in agreement, their schadenfreude evident. 20 or 30 years. If all of Wang's past transgressions were brought to light, he would be lucky to escape execution. Someone exclaimed. The amount of money that old scoundrel Wang Dequan has embezzled over the years is astronomical. A group of drivers engaged in lively conversation. Yet not a single voice spoke favorably of Wang Dequan, revealing just how unpopular he had become over the years. After much discussion, one individual suddenly interjected. I have heard that our esteemed secretary is in quite a predicament, unable to extricate himself from it. Were it not for Shen Guodong, our distillery would have succumbed to the relentless corruption of such leadership, inevitably leading to its downfall. As these words were uttered, the previously boisterous atmosphere momentarily hushed, only to be followed by an escalation of fervor among the crowd. Indeed, I concur with Lucy's sentiment. We all owe our gratitude to that young Shen Guodong, exclaimed another, astonished by the unexpected prowess of the seemingly inconsequential Shen. Rumors had circulated that he was a wastrel, yet those whispers have proven utterly unfounded. I have also come across discussions surrounding this matter, in the parlance of intellectuals. It may be termed laying low and enduring hardship. What appeared to be a fade concealed his meticulous gathering of evidence against Wang Dequan's misdeeds. The drivers grew increasingly animated, while Wang Weiguo, lurking in the shadows, stood petrified, as if struck by lightning. It dawned on him that the puppeteer orchestrating these events was none other than Shen Guodong. Indeed, it had to be him. No one else could fathom the subtleties surrounding the gifts. This entire affair was a trap laid by Shen Guodong. Wang Weiguo muttered to himself, a torrent of seething hatred emanating from him. He had endured an unbearable amount of suffering in recent days, an ordeal unlike anything he had experienced in over 20 years. For someone like Wang Weiguo, who had grown up in comfort, this was akin to a hellish existence. His loathing for the mastermind behind his plight reached its zenith, and he vowed to exact revenge. Yet, in his seclusion, he remained out of touch, lacking any information regarding Shen. Initially, Wang Weiguo had thought that a gentleman's revenge could wait a decade. He intended to bide his time until the storm passed. However, the revelations of that night brought him unexpected fortune. The one who had brought ruin to his family was indeed Shen Guodong, the very person he had repeatedly looked down upon. Shen Guodong, if I do not kill you, I shall change my surname. Overwhelmed by rage and humiliation, Wang Weiguo swiftly altered his course of action. What was the point of fleeing? Nothing outweighed the importance of vengeance. Killing that worthless Shen Guodong before making his escape seemed the perfect plan. Resolute in his decision, Wang Weiguo departed the distillery, determined to track down Shen. Locating Shen Guodong was not a daunting task. He had become quite the celebrity, with tales of his exploits widely circulated. By the following day, Wang Weiguo pinpointed Shen's residence, particularly irked to learn that Shen had taken to nightly runs for exercise. This was a joy built upon the suffering of the Wang family. Is there anything that can be endured? On a night 2 days hence, at the tutoring center in the Lotus community, Shen Guodong, as is his routine, chose to embark on a solitary night run past 10 o'clock. In this era, entertainment venues are exceedingly scarce, particularly in a backward county like Taiyan. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the streets are enveloped in darkness, devoid of streetlights. Only a few stray cats and dogs roam, scavenging for food, rendering the streets particularly desolate. Shen Guodong had been consistently adhering to his nightly runs for nearly a week now, yet that Wang Weiguo had not made an appearance. Could it be that he had already fled Taiyan? During his run, Shen Guodong could not suppress the murmurings of doubt within his mind. If that were the case, then his recent endeavors to lure him would have been entirely in vain. Shen Guodong believed that as long as Wang Weiguo remained in Taiyan, weighed down by the anguish of his fall from grace and the hatred stemming from his father's imprisonment, he would undoubtedly seek him out first for revenge. He resolved to endure for another week. If there were still no developments, then he would let it go. Silently affirming his determination, he continued on his run. Just as he passed a dimly lit alley, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow suddenly darted from the alley, screaming, "Shen Guodong, die!" With a fierce and brutal demeanor, a gleaming knife lunged toward Shen Guodong's body. In the hazy moonlight, the overwhelming hatred in the shadow's eyes was unmistakable. The situation appeared dire. However, in the next moment, the scenario shifted dramatically. The shadow, originally charging at Shen Guodong, suddenly clutched its head and emitted a piercing scream of anguish. Volume 1, Chapter 53, Wang Weigua captured my eyes. Oh, my eyes. You, Shen, I curse you. What have you done to my eyes? Wang Weigua crouched on the ground, emitting an agonizing wail. Shen Guodong, his expression icy and silent, extracted a metal rod that had been concealed within his sleeve and mercilessly struck Wang Weigua, who was still crouched on the ground. Wang Weigua cried out in despair, rolling on the ground. My leg! My leg! Shen Guodong, stop! Stop! Do you hear me? He felt as though not only had he lost his sight, but his right leg was also on the verge of breaking. Let us rewind a few seconds. At the very moment Wang Weigua dashed out of the alleyway, Shen Guodong had already sensed the urgency and, without hesitation, flung a prepared bag of lime straight into Wang Weigua's face. This was an emergency plan he had devised long ago. Although the method was somewhat unsavory, given the circumstances, who could afford to concern themselves with such trivialities? As expected, the cloud of lime produced an effect that surpassed all expectations, far exceeding the efficacy of any martial arts technique. Caught unawares, Wang Weigua was struck directly in the eyes. The corrosive pain inflicted by the lime was enough to shatter his composure, leaving him unable to retaliate against Shen Guodong. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Guodong brandished the metal rod he had hidden and unleashed a series of brutal strikes. If this game was akin to fishing, using oneself as bait, then he had certainly prepared himself. I want to let you escape. I want to let you escape, you fool. You think you can stab me? This entire affair was meticulously orchestrated for you. Shen Guodong's face contorted with ferocity as he targeted Wang Weigua's legs, determined to ensure he could not flee. With a resounding crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and the onslaught ceased. Only Wang Weigua remained, clutching his broken leg and sobbing uncontrollably. His cries attracted the attention of the nearby residents, and lights flickered on in numerous windows. Before long, people began to rush downstairs to discern the commotion. Someone called the police. He is Wang Weigua, the fugitive the authorities are desperately trying to apprehend. Just moments ago, he attempted to stab me. Shen Guodong shouted. What? The newly arrived residents were rendered speechless. They had assumed it was merely a common brawl, unaware it had escalated to attempted murder involving a fugitive. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. Some questioned, is he truly Wang Weigua? Without a doubt. I am Shen Guodong. And this man lay in wait to exact revenge on me, armed with a knife. Shen Guodong declared. Shen Guodong? It turns out he is the very Shen Guodong who recently toppled Wang Dequan of the Qingchuan distillery. This matter appears to be quite serious. Quickly, let us rush to the neighborhood committee. They have a phone there to call the police. The crowd gathered around began to murmur, as they were not unfamiliar with these two names in recent times. Before and after meals, they had engaged in discussions, thus gaining some understanding of the grievances between the Shen and Wang families. Before long, police cars arrived at the scene amidst the darkness. Leading the team was none other than Su Zhenbin, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, who, upon hearing news regarding Wang Weigua, had come personally to oversee the situation. As he approached the sprawled figure of Wang Weigua with a flashlight in hand, he was met with the sight of Wang Weigua wailing uncontrollably. Director Su, please save me. I am blind. My leg is broken. Su Zhenbin, gazing down at the disheveled and weeping youth, was taken aback upon confirming it was indeed Wang Weigua. How had he come to such a state? What was with the lime covering him? Chief, Wang Weigua just tried to stab me. Shen Guodong interjected. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, you might not have seen me today. He gestured towards the butcher's knife, discarded a short distance away. Look, that is the murder weapon. The surrounding police immediately cordoned off the area, preventing anyone from approaching, while some donned gloves to carefully retrieve the glaring butcher's knife. Su Zhenbin ordered water to be brought to wash Wang Weigua's eyes and face, and once the latter regained some composure, he inquired, Wang Weigua, is this knife yours? Wang Weigua shook his head vehemently. It's not mine. That knife does not belong to me. Do you think denial will absolve you? Your fingerprints are all over it. Shen Guodong retorted, a mocking expression on his face. Wang Weigua's expression shifted, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he fixed his gaze on Shen Guodong. You deliberately lured me out here tonight, didn't you? Of course. If I weren't trying to draw you out, would I be running at this hour? Shen Guodong scoffed, looking at him as if he were a fool. Let me tell you, I've been running here for a whole week just to flush you out. At the moment Wang Weiguo realized the truth, he completely lost his mind, disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he roared with venomous rage, Shen, I will kill you. I will kill you. The onlookers were startled. It turned out Wang Weiguo truly intended to murder Shen Guodong. Director Su, did you hear that? This man really wants to kill me. This is a serious crime, of the most heinous nature, Shen Guodong said to Su Jingbin. Take him to the hospital and keep him under strict surveillance, Su Jingbin commanded calmly as he rose. As for you, Shen Guodong, you also need to accompany us to clarify all that transpired tonight. Shen Guodong readily agreed. Upon arriving at the county police station, Su Jingbin took personal charge of the situation regarding Shen Guodong. Let's discuss the events of this evening, he urged. Shen Guodong, with complete transparency, laid bare his thoughts and actions. The revelation that he had willingly positioned himself as bait to ensnare Wang Weiguo profoundly stirred Su Jingbin's emotions. Previously, he had been astonished to learn that a mere inconspicuous figure like Shen Guodong could orchestrate the downfall of a factory director like Wang Dequan. Now, Shen Guodong's audacity to risk his own safety in order to expose Wang Weiguo, a significant threat, was truly remarkable, an exceptional display of courage rarely seen among the younger generation. It is worth noting that Wang Weiguo had indeed come with the intent to kill, armed with a knife, and a moment's carelessness could have led to dire consequences. Ah, Xiaoshen, Su Jingbin cautioned, though your mission tonight was undeniably successful, I must criticize you for your recklessness. Did you not consider the potential repercussions should you encounter danger? Shen Guodong smiled calmly and replied, Director Su, from the moment I resolved to act, I never contemplated my own peril. I am acutely aware that as long as Wang Weiguo remains at large, I will never find peace within myself. For the sake of my wife and 2 younger sisters, I had no other choice. His words flowed naturally, leaving Su Jingbin momentarily speechless. Finally, he sighed. The younger generation is indeed formidable. We, the older lot, have truly grown weary. Rest assured, he continued, the nature of Wang Weiguo's actions is indeed grave. Coincidentally, directives have already been issued from above to rigorously address all criminal elements that threaten societal tranquility. I shall treat this matter as a prime example. Upon hearing this, Shen Guodong felt a sense of relief. It turned out that during this pivotal moment, the renowned Arrow Action Operation had quietly commenced. Volume 1, Chapter 54, Renowned Ah? Have you heard? The fugitive Wang Weiguo has been apprehended. It was none other than Shen Guodong who personally executed the capture, breaking one of his legs in the process. He is now confined in the People's Hospital. The night passed silently. As the sun began to rise, news spread like wildfire throughout the city of Taiyan, echoing through every street and alley. Taiyan, a small city by nature, rarely experiences significant events. Even a domestic dispute can become the talk of the town. Early in the morning, this explosive news ignited a fervor among the populace. Conversations erupted in every corner, with many venturing to the People's Hospital to verify the truth of the matter. Upon witnessing armed police stationed in a restricted area, the authenticity of the news was confirmed. Then, the entire community was abuzz with excitement. Wherever one turned, discussions about the event were rampant. Those who had witnessed the scene that night wore their pride like a badge, flaunting their association with the incident. The tale grew, transforming from a broken jar of vinegar at the village entrance to a narrative of a fatality at the village's end. The name Shen Guodong began to take on a legendary status, described as possessing strength akin to an ox, capable of taking down 10 men single-handedly. His intelligence was hailed as extraordinary, making him a bane to criminals. In short, Shen Guodong had achieved fame. In Beiduan village, slightly distanced from the county seat, the news arrived a bit later. However, within 2 days, the word reached them. Upon learning of the events, the villagers were struck with astonishment. Many exclaimed in awe. Shen Guodong is indeed formidable. He managed to capture the elusive fugitive Wang Weiguo, whom the police could not apprehend. He is no ordinary man. Previous incidents involving Xia Haifeng and Wang Dequan had set a precedent, but now, with Wang Weiguo's capture, the stakes had escalated. From this point forward, encounters with the Shen family would necessitate a lowered gaze. Amidst the fervent discussions, in a serene, verdant setting, 4 figures knelt before a grave. Before them stood the tomb of Shen Guodong's parents, who had passed away over 2 years ago. In the curling wisps of incense smoke, Shen Guodong, An Lan, Shen Xiaorong, and Shen Xiaohua knelt before the grave, continuously igniting paper offerings in tribute to their parents. Father, mother, rest in peace. Your son has avenged you. Shen Xiaoring and Shen Xiaohua wept bitterly, their hearts shattered. An Lan, too, shed tears, for the departed elders had treated her with kindness. Shen Guodong's expression was solemn. Although he had never met the two resting beneath the earth, it did not diminish the gravity of his gesture. After all, he had lived a life in place of their son, and without them, he would not have had the right to exist in this world. Uncle, aunt, though we have never met. However, since I have taken on the life of your son, it is only natural that I shoulder all responsibilities. Shen Guodong whispered within himself. Now that I have avenged your grievances, you may rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. This matter is concluded, and I will likely depart from here soon. I cannot take Xiaorong and Xiaohua with me for the time being, but rest assured, they will not suffer the slightest indignity while I am here. Shen Guodong lit incense and respectfully bowed 3 times before the grave. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. They encountered many villagers along the path. Upon seeing Shen Guodong accompanied by his wife and 2 younger sisters, expressions of awe and apprehension filled the onlookers, akin to students caught misbehaving in front of their teacher. It is important to note that this man is truly formidable, having sent all his adversaries away. Compared to the Wang family's fate, the Xie family was indeed fortunate, with only Xie Haifeng imprisoned. Who would dare to offend such a person? Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless awestruck eyes, Shen Guodong and his companions returned home. Before long, Zhang Dachuan came to visit. An Lan took Xiaorong and Xiaohua to another room to tidy up. Shen Guodong invited Zhang Dachuan to sit down. Zhang Dachuan congratulated the Shen family on finally avenging their grievances, allowing Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen to rest peacefully in the earth. Dachuan, my wife and I are preparing to go to Lai Island, Shen Guodong announced. His words left the previously elated Zhang Dachuan momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he stammered, going to Lai Island sounds great. Your sister-in-law's family is over there, and it's a big city. You misunderstand my intention. This time we may not return from Lai Island for a while. I have decided to start a small business there. Would you like to join us? Shen Guodong proposed. Zhang Dachuan's eyes widened in shock. Dongzi, you want to develop there? Yes, Lai Island is a coastal city, far superior to our small county. There are more wealthy people and greater opportunities there, Shen Guodong explained. Zhang Dachuan was a decent person who had helped significantly in the early days, so Shen Guodong wanted to take him along when he left. Remaining in such a small county would not lead to success, especially for someone like Zhang Dachuan. Without earning substantial money, marrying in the future would be a considerable challenge. Zhang Dachuan fell silent, pondering deeply. Are you worried about your grandparents? Yes. They are getting old and have difficulty moving. Their lives would be a problem after I leave, Zhang Dachuan responded, his voice heavy. Shen Guodong sighed. This was indeed a challenging aspect. One cannot choose the family into which they are born. They can only face it head-on. Dachuan, how about this? Once I have stabilized my footing there or achieved prosperity, you can come and join me then, Shen Guodong suggested. Zhang Dachuan finally revealed a smile. Great. When the time comes, I shall indulge in a lavish feast and seek support from influential allies. Later that evening at the Shen residence, under the dim glow of incandescent lights, Shen Guodong summoned his 2 younger sisters and instructed his wife to retrieve a bag. As he extracted its contents, Shen Xiaorong and Shen Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief. Money. An astonishing amount of money. They had never encountered such a fortune before. Under the light, the bundles tied with rubber bands were all crisp new bills, amounting to at least 2,000. Xiaorong Xiaohua. This money is what I earned from my tutoring classes, Shen Guodong explained. Initially, the tutoring center had generated approximately 2,500 yuan, but after recent expenditures, only a little over 2,000 remained. The sisters' eyes bulged, their minds racing with astonishment. Brother, the tutoring center earned so much? Shen Xiaorong exclaimed, fully aware that there were nearly 100 students enrolled, yet the profit was staggering. Considering it was merely a month's work, this revelation struck Shen Xiaorong profoundly. Yes, all of this is from your brother's tutoring business, An Lan interjected with a smile, pride evident in her voice. This man had truly transformed. Not only was he adept at earning money, but he had also learned to care for his family. Shen Guodong beamed at her. Each student pays 50 cents per class, with 2 classes a day and a total of 92 students. You can do the math, he said. Shen Xiaohua quickly retrieved paper and pen, eager to calculate. Don't bother calculating. Many students exchange their attendance for favors, which you may not comprehend, Shen Guodong interjected, then continued. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? After we conclude matters here, your sister-in-law and I will be heading to Luda Island. Shen Xiaorong and Shen Xiaohua nodded. Already aware of this plan. On this trip to Luda Island, We may not return for quite some time, likely not until the new year. Your sister-in-law and I intend to start a small business there. It is a bustling coastal city, far superior to our little county, brimming with opportunities for prosperity. After speaking, he pushed half of the money towards his sisters. Shirong, take this 1,000 yuan. After I leave, you must look after Xiaohua. Shen Shirong was utterly shocked, hastily waving her hands. Brother, this is too much money. Xiaohua and I don't need it. You both need it more. Don't worry. We have plenty of time ahead of us, not just a day or two, Shen Guodong reassured her affectionately. Besides, your sister-in-law and I are going there to earn money, not to spend it. An Lan smiled gently and nodded, continuing the conversation. Xiaorong, you are a strong and diligent child, so we feel assured in trusting Xiaohua to you. After your brother and I depart, tend to the crops as much as you are able. Do not overexert yourself if it becomes too burdensome. Your brother and I will provide for you both. And as for Xiaohua, with the holidays approaching, I hope you will assist your sister as much as possible beyond your studies. In our absence, you two sisters must support and rely on one another. Do you understand? Shen Shirong and Shen Xiaohua, their eyes brimming with tears, nodded continuously. That night, the four of them conversed until late into the evening. The following day, as dawn broke, Shen Guodong and An Lan departed quietly, without disturbing anyone. Volume 1, Chapter 55, The Explosive College Entrance Examination Results, gradually transforming into a legend. To reach Luda Island from Tyne County, one must first travel to the provincial capital. After transferring to a train in the provincial capital, one can finally arrive at Luda Island. As dawn broke gently, Shen Guodong and An Lan boarded the bus heading to the provincial capital. At the moment they stepped on the bus, both instinctively recalled certain memories. They exchanged a glance. Shen Guodong beamed with pride, while An Lan blushed and playfully pinched him. Soon, the bus set off, carrying Shen Guodong's ambition and An Lan's yearning for her loved ones, leaving the small county behind. Unbeknownst to Shen Guodong, today was a day of immense significance, for the college entrance examination results would be announced promptly at 10 in the morning. In the stillness of dawn, the principal of No. 1 High School, Zhou Weidong, was abruptly roused from his slumber by the urgent ringing of the telephone. The shrill sound startled both him and his wife awake. Hello, who is this? Zhou Weidong answered, his wife leaning in to listen intently. Weidong, I have tremendous news, came the ecstatic voice of Director Tao from the Education Bureau. This year, our county's No. 1 high school has performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination. Zhou Weidong, upon hearing this, felt a rush of adrenaline dispel his sleepiness, while his wife's face lit up with excitement. Director Tao, is this for real? You mustn't be joking, he exclaimed. Why would I deceive you? This is absolutely true, especially with regards to the mathematics scores, which are particularly outstanding. Director Tao declared emphatically. Just moments ago, an old friend from the city called to share this wonderful news. He mentioned that the city leaders will personally commend our school. After hanging up, Zhou Weidong and his wife exchanged astonished glances, and then, exhilarated, they embraced each other tightly, their spirits soaring. For a school, nothing could possibly rival the significance of college entrance examination results. They are indeed a crucial metric of a school's success. Excellent results bring with them boundless advantages. Before long, morning arrived, and the atmosphere at No. 1 High School was abuzz with excitement. Many parents had brought their children to the school early, their faces a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. In this era, due to technological limitations, the process of checking examination results required the Education Bureau to first call the school, relaying each student's score. Subsequently, the school would inform the students and their families. To ascertain their scores, many students and parents had to traverse great distances. A challenging endeavor. Those without bicycles had no choice but to walk. Inside the administrative office, voices clamored as everyone gathered, fixated on a closed office door, the very place where their fates would be determined. It was from there that the teachers would retrieve the examination results, ultimately to be announced to all. It is already past 10 o'clock. Why have the teachers not yet emerged? I'm uncertain. Could it be that the results have been delayed this year? Let us exercise a bit more patience. Meanwhile, outside, parents and students anxiously await, while inside the classroom, all the senior teachers are engrossed in their work. 3 teachers are simultaneously on the phone, maintaining close contact with the officials from the Education Bureau. With each student's name and score announced over the line, they hastily jot down the information. With every record made, the surrounding teachers cannot contain their gasps of astonishment. It is evident that some students have achieved remarkably high scores, far exceeding their expectations. Finally, as their work concludes. All the senior teachers fixate on the paper displaying the students' scores, their fists clenched and faces flushed with excitement. Can it be? Is this truly the result of our students' efforts? More than one teacher expresses disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality before them. According to the scores, 75% of this year's students have been admitted to universities, with some achieving exceptional results that grant them entry into prestigious national institutions. This certainly sets a historical record for the county's #1 high school, reaching unprecedented heights. Come, let us go outside to announce the results. Let everyone share in this joy, declared Principal Shen Guodong. Since early morning, his smile had been unwavering. Although he had received a preliminary update from Director Tao, he still found it hard to believe upon the official announcement of the results. The performance had been outstanding, surpassing his expectations. Soon, under Shen Guodong's guidance, all the teachers followed him outside. Shortly thereafter, a clamor erupted as many parents and children shouted in unison, "We made it! We made it! My child has been accepted!" In that moment of glory, anyone who has experienced the Gaokao understands the sentiment well. The countless nights spent studying tirelessly had all been worthwhile. Some parents wept tears of joy, embracing their children in heartfelt cries. The students, too, were overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation. I must tell Teacher Shen about my score. This time, my admission to university is entirely thanks to his assistance in mathematics. My Gaokao score improved by at least 40 points. Suddenly, a student exclaimed loudly. As these words hung in the air, everyone paused in surprise. Yet, before the parents and teachers could fully react, more students joined in unison, shouting, "Yes, we owe our gratitude to Teacher Shen. Without him, we would not have performed so well in mathematics." In this year's college entrance examination, many of the mathematics questions were those taught by Teacher Shen. Without his guidance, I would have been fortunate to score even 30 points. The parents and teachers from the first high school were taken aback, especially the mathematics instructor, who found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. What was initially his moment of pride had taken an unexpected turn. Nevertheless, this mathematics teacher was a man of integrity. Upon noticing the gazes directed at him, he smiled calmly and remarked, "The students are indeed correct. They owe a great deal of gratitude to Teacher Shen. Without him, their scores would not have reached such heights." In truth, from the moment he learned of the scores, this mathematics teacher sensed something amiss. The students' exceptional performance in mathematics this year was far beyond the level he had imparted. The revelation caused quite a stir, as it became evident that the credit belonged to Shen Guodong's tutoring center. Many voiced their desire to express their gratitude to Teacher Shen. However, at that moment, someone interjected. Teacher Shen is no longer at the tutoring center. He even relinquished the property there. The speaker was Li Yuanshao, who had come today with his precious daughter, Li Jinlian. Li Jinlian had performed admirably this year, ensuring her place in a prestigious university. Why has Teacher Shen closed his tutoring center? When did this happen? The parents and students clamored anxiously. Even Shen Guodong was deeply concerned. He had intended to treat Shen Guodong to a meal, as the tutoring center had brought honor to County #1 high school. To his surprise, he now learned of this news. Li Yuanshao sighed. "I am not entirely sure of the details, but it may be related to the recent commotion regarding the Qingchuan distillery incident in town. I believe everyone has heard of that. In any case, Teacher Shen approached me the day before yesterday to cancel the lease on that property, stating he wished to explore the broader world of a big city." The lively atmosphere around them fell into a heavy silence. Many students wore mournful expressions, clearly unable to accept this news. Numerous parents also felt despondent. Many had planned to consult Teacher Shen once school resumed, inquiring whether he would offer tutoring for other grades. But now it seemed he had departed. Despite his youth, Teacher Shen was truly remarkable, not only in teaching but also in various other pursuits, displaying both valor and wisdom. A paragon of talent, he was indeed a legendary figure. Such a gifted young man might find his true stage in a larger city, as this small Tainan county could hardly contain such a prodigious talent. Volume 1, Chapter 56. The country's son-in-law arrives early the next morning at 7 o'clock in Luda City. A resounding whistle heralded the arrival of a green behemoth, slowly gliding into the station. Dear passengers, the path of revolution is boundless, and the future is bright. Let us continue to shine and contribute to the modernization of socialism. We have arrived at our destination, Luda City. We thank you for your unwavering support throughout the journey. Please ensure you gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. As the doors of the green train swung open, passengers began to emerge in a steady stream. Initially, small clusters trickled out, but soon the flow intensified, culminating in a multitude rushing toward the exit. Among this throng, Shen Guodong and An Lan, burdened with their heavy luggage, were gently propelled forward by the tide of travelers. The moment they finally stepped out of the train station, a simultaneous sigh of relief escaped their lips. They had endured a grueling 20-hour journey, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Shen Guodong stretched his stiff limbs, his gaze wandering over the unfamiliar coastal city before him. So this is Luda City in the 1980s. With winters devoid of harsh cold and summers free from oppressive heat, the climate is temperate, averaging around 21 degrees Celsius. Particularly in this era, the sky is a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. The air carries a hint of sea moisture, and towering buildings dot the landscape, creating a picturesque scene. By 7 in the morning, the streets buzzed with activity, a stark contrast to the absence of taxis in Taiwan. Here, they were ubiquitous. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of foreign visitors with golden hair and blue eyes, underscoring the uniqueness of this coastal metropolis. Soon, they would meet her future father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and younger sister-in-law. Would they be met with open arms, or would they be summarily dismissed? A sudden thought crossed Shen Guodong's mind, prompting him to glance at his wife. He noticed An Lan's expression was also steeped in nostalgia and trepidation. Her demeanor was charged with emotion. Her small hands clenched into fists. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently grasped one of her hands. Startled, An Lan turned to face him, finding encouragement and warmth reflected in his eyes, which eased her anxious heart slightly. Shall we find a stall for breakfast first? Or should we head straight to meet your parents? Shen Guodong inquired. After a moment's hesitation, An Lan sighed. Let us have breakfast first. They are unaware of our arrival. Over the years, she had not refrained from writing to her family. However, each letter seemed to vanish without a trace, leading her to cease correspondence altogether. Deep down, she understood that her choices had profoundly wounded her family. In truth, An Lan felt even more anxious about returning home than Shen Guodong did. Days before departing from home, she had already been consumed by restless thoughts, and even now, her mind wandered through various scenarios. She was genuinely afraid. Do not worry, regardless of the outcome. I shall remain by your side, your unwavering support, Shen Guodong spoke softly. An Lan responded with a gentle hum, and together they approached a breakfast stall. Although they were meant to eat, An Lan barely touched her food, and Shen Guodong hardly consumed much either. After their meal, An Lan led Shen Guodong onto a bus, navigating their way home based on her recollections. Initially, Shen Guodong intended to take a taxi, but upon inquiring about the fare, even he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Taxis in this era were exorbitantly priced, nearly rivaling the cost of train tickets. The vintage red and white bus maneuvered through the streets as Shen Guodong sat, absorbing the scenic views while discreetly observing the attire of the local populace. He had begun to contemplate the market, pondering the business ventures he could pursue upon arriving in Luda City. Unsurprisingly, Luda City was far more fashionable than the small county town of Taiwan. The streets were alive with vibrant young men and women clad in trendy clothing. However, Shen Guodong was taken aback by the absence of the bell-bottom pants and sunglasses that had once dominated the fashion scene. These styles were undoubtedly the hallmark of the 1980s, thriving and spawning countless millionaires and affluent individuals. Could it be that these trendy garments have yet to make their mark in Luda City? Shen Guodong mused. If that were the case, he would need to venture first to Yangcheng. Yangcheng was a coastal metropolis that eclipsed Luda City in terms of fashion forwardness. Many trends emerged from there before gradually permeating the rest of the country, encompassing not only clothing but also various small appliances, large appliances, and even high-end electronics. As the bus approached Iha community, the conductor's voice broke through Shen Guodong's reverie. Is anyone getting off? An Lan gently tugged him to alight. It turned out that the An family's residence was located here. Shen Guodong gazed at the aging neighborhood, silently committing the name to memory. In a rather absurd twist of fate, despite being married to An Lan for over 5 years, this was his first visit to her home. He had never met his father-in-law, mother-in-law, or any of her siblings. When they wed, An Lan was still a young intellectual, which made it inconvenient for her to enter the city. She had written to her parents, inviting them to her wedding, but unsurprisingly, no one from the An family attended. In fact, An Lan's father, An Jianjun, had berated her in his response, threatening to disown her if she dared to marry some rustic stranger without their consent. An Lan, being of a stubborn disposition, had resolutely insisted on marrying Shen Guodong, leading to a heated exchange in her letter. In the end, An Lan's letters to the An family went unanswered, each missive sinking into silence like a stone cast into the ocean. Over the years, An Lan has matured significantly. The An family, perhaps, has also let go of much, which is why Shen Guodong, the rural son-in-law, brought his wife to visit for the first time. The outcome remains a mystery to all. Under An Lan's guidance, the couple entered the community, characterized by uniform 5-story residential buildings, old and densely populated. They encountered numerous residents along the way, and the sight of 2 unfamiliar faces sparked a flicker of curiosity among them. Upon reaching the central building, An Lan paused. Taking a deep breath. "This is my home. Guodong, no matter what happens, please bear with it," she advised, her nervousness palpable as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Shen Guodong smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Even if they strike me, I shan't retaliate. After having taken their daughter for so many years, it is only natural for parents to harbor some resentment." The An family resided on the 2nd floor, and at the moment the door was knocked upon, both An Lan and Shen Guodong felt a wave of anxiety. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a young man, around 17 or 18, with a somewhat handsome appearance. "Ning Ning," An Lan exclaimed, her emotions surging upon seeing the one who answered the door. Shen Guodong recognized him as his brother-in-law, An Ning, a rather feminine name for a boy of 18 who had just completed his college entrance examinations. Standing in the doorway, An Ning appeared momentarily dazed, his gaze fixed on the young couple outside. After a prolonged pause, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Before he let out a loud cry. "Oh my gosh, my sister has returned. Second sister. Come quickly, look, my sister is back. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. My sister has returned." Volume 1, Chapter 57. Who is your father? Who do you call father? The room was filled with the cacophony of An Ning's excited exclamations. A stark contrast to the decorum one might expect. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the space. Shen Guodong witnessed 2 figures bursting forth from the room. One was a young woman in her 20s, strikingly similar in appearance to An Lan, standing gracefully. It was evident that she was An Lan's sister, Inya, his sister-in-law. The other figure was likely An Lan's brother, and Ping's wife, Zhao Yuan, his sister-in-law. The An family comprised 4 siblings, with An Lan positioned as the 2nd eldest. He had an elder brother named An Ping, and a younger sister and brother, Inya and An Ning, respectively. "Is that really you, Xiaolan?" At the entrance, Zhao Yuan fixed her gaze on An Lan's familiar yet foreign visage, disbelief etched across her face. Inya, equally astonished, soon masked her surprise with a disdainful scoff upon noticing Shen Guodong's presence. "Oh, isn't someone off chasing their own happiness? Why would you deign to return? I thought you had completely forsaken this family." Inya's tone dripped with sarcasm, her scorn blatant. In contrast, An Ning was more brazen, immediately pointing at Shen Guodong and loudly reprimanding. "Who is this bumpkin? Get out." At the doorway, An Lan appeared overwhelmed with guilt, embarrassment, and anxiety, rendered speechless. Shen Guodong, however, remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the insults, and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, sister-in-law. Inya, An Ning, nice to meet you. I am Shen Guodong. I look forward to your kindness." As soon as his words fell, they were met with 2 unforgiving retorts. "Who are you? Do we know you?" "Exactly. Who let this bumpkin in? We don't need your kindness." Yet Zhao Yuan maintained her composure, scrutinizing Shen Guodong with a discerning eye before shifting her gaze to An Lan's face. With a smile, she said, "Since you're back, come in. Standing at the door like this will only invite gossip from the neighbors." An Lan, filled with gratitude, bowed slightly to Zhao Yuan. "Thank you, sister-in-law." He then ushered Shen Guodong into the house, placing the numerous gifts he carried on the floor. As Shen Guodong entered, Inya and An Ning wore expressions of disdain, their aversion unmistakable. Shen Guodong, ever smiling, feigned ignorance to their hostility, instead surveying the interior of the house. The residence was quite spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, encompassing approximately 80 to 90 square meters. Such a size was commendable in a city like Luda. An Lan had previously mentioned that his father-in-law worked at the Postal Bureau, a position of minor authority. As for the mother-in-law, Chao Xiaoying, she works at a printing factory. However, Shen Guodong noticed that the house was filled with numerous children's clothes and toys, indicating that his brother-in-law and Ping's family also resided there. This made the space feel considerably cramped. "Did you come over for breakfast this morning?" Zhao Yuan greeted them warmly. "Sister-in-law, we ate after getting off the train." An Lan quickly responded. "Do Mom and Dad know you're back?" Zhao Yuan inquired again. An Lan shook her head. "They probably don't know." Standing nearby, eavesdropping, Inya and An Ning exchanged quick glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "I'll call Dad, Mom." Without hesitation, They rushed towards the landline in the living room. I'll call first. No, I will. Inya and Ning bickered over who would make the call first, but ultimately Inya prevailed, dialing their father in Jianjun first. Dad, hurry home. Something huge has happened. What is it? I'll tell you, my elder sister is back. She even brought that bumpkin home. Yes. You need to come back right away. After hanging up, Inya shot Shen Guodong a challenging glance, as if to say, just wait. Then Ning proceeded to call their mother, Chao Xiaoying, using similar phrasing to report this monumental news. Mom said she'll take leave and come home soon. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew quiet, with An Lan fidgeting nervously on the sofa, instinctively glancing at Shen Guodong. He appeared eerily calm, seemingly unperturbed. Was he truly unafraid? Noticing An Lan's anxious gaze, Shen Guodong conveyed a reassuring message. What is there to fear? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Surely. My father-in-law and mother-in-law want to devour us. And Jianjun returned even faster than anticipated. In about 15 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Inya, who had been waiting at the entrance, swiftly opened it. Dad, look at them. Inya, who had been seated on the sofa, quickly stood up and joined Shen Guodong, her face reflecting unease as she softly called out, Dad. And Jianjun fixed his gaze on his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in over 5 years, breathing rapidly, his complexion a mixture of red and pale. Suddenly, he lunged forward and delivered a sharp slap to An Lan's face. The sound of the slap was startlingly loud, leaving a visible mark on her previously fair and beautiful complexion. The force of the blow caused her to stagger, nearly falling, but fortunately, Shen Guodong was quick enough to catch her. However, and Jianjun was not yet satisfied. He followed up with a second slap. An Lan instinctively shut her eyes at the sight. The anticipated pain did not manifest, yet the sound of a slap resonated loudly. An Lan swiftly opened her eyes to find Shen Guodong standing before her, having absorbed the blow with his own body. Guodong, An Lan exclaimed. But Shen Guodong signaled her with his eyes that all was well. He calmly touched the corner of his mouth, where a trace of blood lingered, indicating that his gums had likely been bruised. Father, have you vented the grievances in your heart? If not, please continue. Shen Guodong spoke with remarkable composure. However, to Jianjun, this was nothing short of blatant provocation. A country bumpkin emerging from the wilderness had not only stolen away his beloved daughter, but also dared to adopt such an attitude towards him. This was utterly unforgivable. Especially that address of father, which struck at Jianjun's raw nerve, causing his hair to bristle in fury. Who is your father? Whom do you call father? I have no son-in-law of your ilk. Seething with anger, Jianjun clenched his fists, ready to unleash another round of punishment upon the peasant before him. If this man was willing to take the blows for that rebellious son, then he would endure all of Jianjun's wrath. He truly did not believe in the resilience of this country bumpkin's spirit. Father, if you wish to strike, then strike me. This has nothing to do with Guodong. An Lan suddenly interposed herself in front of Shen Guodong, her expression one of defiance against death. This only fueled Jianjun's rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Stop. Just as the situation threatened to spiral further out of control, a distressed middle-aged woman rushed in. Mother. Upon seeing the figure burst through the door, An Lan cried out, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. Shen Guodong also turned his gaze toward the newcomer. This was his mother-in-law, Chao Xiaoying, a veritable middle-aged doppelganger of An Lan. Upon entering, Chao Xiaoying was met with the sight of her daughter's flushed face marked by the imprint of a slap and her utterly heartbroken demeanor, which pierced her heart deeply. What are you doing? Chao Xiaoying shouted at Jianjun. Your daughter has just returned, and you strike her like this? Do you wish to drive her to leave home again? Volume 1, Chapter 58, 2 Reasons Within the Confines of the Room. The return of Chao Xiaoying finally bestowed a modicum of calm upon the nearly frenzied Jianjun. Nevertheless, his countenance remained exceedingly grim, his gaze seemingly capable of consuming both An Lan and Shen Guodong. If she wants to leave home, let her. I shall consider that I have never borne such a daughter. And Jianjun bellowed, his resolve unwavering. Such an uncharacteristic outburst startled Inya and Ning, who had merely come to observe the spectacle. The siblings realized that the situation appeared far more dire than they had anticipated. Their intention was simply to rid their father of the unsophisticated Shen Guodong. Never did they imagine it would lead to a complete severance with their eldest sister, An Lan. After all, they were blood relatives, and during An Lan's time at home, she had showered them with affection. In the more than 5 years since An Lan's departure, the siblings often reminisced about their elder sister. Had it not been for their father's persistent opposition, they would have long since traveled to visit her. In Jianjun, Chao Xiaoying roared at her husband, her demeanor akin to that of a protective hen. Dare to utter that again? I bore this daughter. nurturing her through every trial and tribulation. All these years, you have acted like a sovereign. Have you ever lifted a finger in her upbringing? You cannot simply dismiss her as you please. Who do you think you are? With Chao Xiuying's fierce admonition, and Jianjun finally fell silent. Yet, his visage grew increasingly dark, an impending tempest brewing within his furrowed brow. Shen Guodong observed his mother-in-law in surprise. She was far more formidable than his own father-in-law. At that moment, Chao Xiuying continued. 5 years ago, if you had not insisted on coercing our daughter into marrying that so-called leader's son, would we find ourselves in this predicament today? Shen Guodong's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively cast his gaze upon An Lan. Throughout the years, he had never heard her mention this matter. Noticing Shen Guodong's attention, An Lan lowered her head, evoking a sense of evasion. Shen Guodong sensed that there was a hidden complexity to this scenario that he did not grasp. And Jianjun scoffed. Wasn't it for her own good? What was wrong with marrying young Pengfei? He possesses both looks and a respectable family background. His parents are well established within the system, far superior to this unsophisticated fellow. As he spoke, and Jianjun abruptly pointed at the standing Shen Guodong. This time, it was Shen Guodong's turn to darken, finding the elder increasingly intolerable. Father, I simply refuse to marry that young Pengfei. He is nothing more than a brash bully who relies on his influence, deceitful and unfaithful. An Lan suddenly exclaimed, I would rather choose a humble and honest man than spend my life with that young Pengfei. Moreover, I see no shame in selecting a man from a rural background. What is wrong with being a farmer? My grandparents, maternal grandparents, who among them is not a farmer? Why is it that upon reaching your position, you look down upon those who toil in the fields? Is it merely because you have become an official? You ungrateful wretch. Even now, you remain unrepentant. I could strike you dead. And Jianjun was taken aback that An Lan dared to retort him. In a fit of rage, he raised his arm, preparing to strike once more. This time, An Lan broke free from her mother's grasp, her eyes ablaze, and boldly presented her face before Jianjun, crying out, Go ahead. Strike me dead. I refuse to marry that despicable young Pengfei. I have never regretted my choice, and I do not now. And Jianjun was so enraged he could scarcely contain himself, his breath growing heavier, caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or refrain. His wife glared at him, her gaze perilous. Mother, you and Xiao Lan haven't seen each other in ages. Why not go to the bedroom and have a chat? Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Yuan, the sister-in-law, stepped in to dissolve the tension. Chao Xiuying shot in Jianjun a warning look, took An Lan's hand, and led her into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind them. In the living room, Shen Guodong found himself facing a pack of snarling beasts. Aside from Zhao Yuan, who seemed relatively amiable, the other three, father and sons, regarded him with disdain. Father, have a sip of water. Zhao Yuan once again attempted to break the awkward silence. Shen Guodong observed that his sister-in-law was quite adept at navigating social intricacies. And Jianjun, still simmering with anger, sat on the sofa, his expression grim. Guodong, is it? Come. Have a seat here and drink some water. You must be weary from your long journey. Zhao Yuan and continued. Shen Guodong flashed a grateful smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. He then moved to sit down, all the while under Jianjun's dark gaze. And Jianjun's muscles twitched in irritation. Indeed, country bumpkins know little of decorum. How could one so oblivious sit down after receiving such a threatening look? And to sit directly opposite him, was that a provocation? Inya and Ning, watching the scene unfold, raised their eyebrows in surprise at Shen Guodong's unexpected boldness. Shouldn't he be trembling in fear in such a setting? Hey, if my sister says you can sit, then sit. Just look at how filthy you are. What will happen to my furniture? Anya mocked. Sister, let us just toss this chair out and get a new one. And Ning eagerly chimed in. Anya's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, Yes, that is a splendid idea. We shall throw this chair out at once. The words were laden with a tone of mockery that even the most oblivious could discern. However, Shen Guodong's demeanor left everyone utterly astounded. He appeared to be impervious to the derision, even lifting the cup from the table and taking a delicate sip. Alas, the cup was sullied. It would soon be discarded for a pristine replacement. Shen Guodong's hand rested on the coffee table, idly stroking its surface. This table, too, was tainted. It would be deemed worthy of the same fate. On the sofa, and Jianjun, who had been exerting pressure, could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth and shot a glare at the siblings. This coffee table was quite an expensive piece. Witnessing the unperturbed demeanor of the rustic individual before him, and Jianjun felt compelled to alter the course of the conversation. Ahem. May I inquire why you have suddenly arrived in Luda's city? Shen Guodong raised his head, contemplating that old Deng might not possess the same patience as he. Calmly, he replied, "There are two reasons. Firstly, I wish to assist An Lan in mending her relationship with you. 5 years ago, An Lan was perhaps too young to comprehend your struggles and, in a moment of impulsiveness, made a choice that fractured your father-daughter bond. Regardless of who is right or wrong, I believe there is ample room for reconciliation, hence my visit. After all, life stretches long ahead. An Lan cannot afford to lose her parents and siblings completely. Moreover, you cannot forsake this daughter, for the most precious thing in this world is the bond of kinship." And Jianjun scoffed, "She is my daughter. Would I ever wish her harm?" Shen Guodong remained non-committal and continued. "The second reason is that I have come to Ludao's city to engage in business for profit." The response took An Jianjun aback, as well as Zhao Yuan, Inya, and An Ning, who were listening intently. "You, who have emerged from the remote corners of the countryside, do you even grasp the essence of conducting business?" And Ning's words dripped with scorn. "Indeed, I suspect you are more likely to incur losses." And you chimed in. This time, even sister-in-law Zhao Yuan shook her head slowly. Sighing inwardly, she harbored little faith in Shen Guodong's decision. Engaging in business for profit? Setting aside whether someone like Shen Guodong, hailing from a humble background, possesses the capital, the reality is that business is not so easily navigated. Each day, countless individuals yearn to dive into the realm of commerce. Yet the number of those who drown in financial ruin far exceeds the fortunate few who succeed. Countless souls have lost everything, even their very garments. A person from a small town like Shen Guodong is even less likely to thrive. Volume 1, Chapter 59, The Bet with the Father-in-Law. As anticipated, following a brief silence, the room erupted with mocking laughter. "You, of all people, aspire to conduct business and earn a fortune in Ludaoshi?" Seated confidently on the sofa, and Jianjun's face brimmed with disdain and contempt. "Have you ever received an education? Can you recognize a few characters? Are you capable of basic arithmetic?" In his mind, individuals like Shen Guodong, hailing from remote and obscure corners of the countryside, were nearly illiterate, scarcely able to recognize a handful of characters. The audacity of such a country bumpkin to claim he could engage in profitable business in Ludaoshi was utterly laughable. Truly, he was a product of his humble origins, spouting grandiose claims without a hint of credibility. Standing nearby, Inya and An Ning were expressions of derision. "I can't take it anymore, sister. This country bumpkin is too amusing," An Ning exclaimed, clutching her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Inya, arms crossed and exuding an air of aloofness, addressed Shen Guodong with a dismissive tone. "Hey, Shen, you claim you wish to do business and make money. What sort of venture do you intend to pursue? Shall I offer my counsel? I am a university student, entering my junior year this fall. I am studying market economics. Ever heard of it? Oh, never mind. It's likely beyond your comprehension." As Inya continued her mockery, she deliberately adopted a disinterested demeanor, as if addressing a summer insect unworthy of discussing frost. Market economics encompasses a myriad of concepts. However, just as Inya's words concluded, Shen Guodong began to speak. It involves knowledge pertaining to microeconomics, macroeconomics, international economics, econometrics, as well as international business, international marketing, and international service trade. I wonder which of these you are studying? Initially indifferent, Inya's eyes widened in disbelief. Simultaneously, An Jianjun, An Ning, and even sister-in-law Zhao Yuan wore expressions of incredulity. What had they just heard? This country bumpkin they had ridiculed actually possessed knowledge from the university realm. Had he truly attended college, perhaps even being a privileged student? The same thought resonated in the minds of several individuals. "Guodong, have you attended university?" Zhao Yuan finally inquired with curiosity, while the others tensed slightly. If this country bumpkin was indeed a university student, it would change everything. Shen Guodong shook his head gently. "No, I graduated from high school." A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Of course, a country bumpkin could not possibly be a university student. In truth, in this era, a high school diploma was quite commendable. With a bit of background, one could leverage such a qualification to gradually integrate into the system, thereby transforming their destiny. However, the absence of a university education did not imply a lack of understanding. "I possess a multitude of interests, with reading being one of my foremost pursuits. I have perused a diverse array of literature, including a foundational understanding of economics. I assure you, Shen Guodong is not merely boasting. In his previous life, he truly immersed himself in a vast expanse of literature, economics being just one facet of his extensive studies, which also encompassed management, law, and history." "How amusing. How amusing. After all, no one here is privy to your claims. And Jianjun clearly harbored skepticism, believing Shen Guodong was merely posturing, which only intensified his disdain for this unsophisticated individual. With limited abilities, yet a propensity for grandiloquence. He epitomized the classic case of someone whose ambitions far exceeded their capabilities. Father. Shen Guodong noted the elder's derision and understood that altering his perception would prove to be a formidable challenge. He had no illusions about transforming the opinion of another in such a short span. Such endeavors require the passage of time. Do not address me as father. I have never acknowledged you as my son-in-law. And Jianjun promptly rebuffed the title. For reasons unknown, each time Shen Guodong employed that appellation, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Very well, I shall henceforth refer to you as Uncle An. Shen Guodong responded with remarkable composure. I am aware of your contempt for me, for I am but a rural dweller emerging from the most remote corners of the countryside. You deem me unworthy of An Lan. And Jianjun scoffed, retorting coldly, it is commendable that you possess such self-awareness. The others regarded the exchange with expressions that suggested they found his acknowledgement somewhat agreeable. Shen Guodong continued, how about we engage in a wager? A wager? What kind of wager? And Jianjun frowned, while An Ning, An Ya, and Zhao Yuanyu and displayed expressions of curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Guodong's gaze fell upon the residence before him, and he inquired, might I ask the current market value of a house like this in Luda City? Although the others were uncertain of Shen Guodong's intentions, they still responded, you inquire about our home? That is quite significant. As he spoke, a hint of pride could not be concealed from his countenance. Our house is situated in the city center, a prime location. According to the current market rates in Luda City, it is worth no less than 20,000. It is no surprise that in Jianjun felt a sense of pride. 20,000, considering the average monthly wage in Luda City is 50, would require an individual to abstain from all expenditures for over 30 years to afford. Owning a residence in the heart of Luda City is undeniably a source of immense pride, especially since Luda has been designated as an economic special zone, poised for future prosperity. In such a city, possessing a home is truly commendable. Shen, why do you inquire about the value of our home? Are you considering purchasing such a property? And Ning interjected with a cold laugh. Yet, a subtle smile graced Shen Guodong's face as he replied, why not? Uncle An, I have made my decision. Let us base our wager on the value of this house. In the span of a year, I intend to conduct business in this city of Egret Island and acquire a property worth such a sum. Should I succeed, I implore you not to trouble me and An Lan any further, if you please. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room as Shen Guodong's words hung in the air. Whether it was in Jianjun, An Ya, or the siblings in Ning, even Zhao Yuan, the elder sister-in-law, were all taken aback by Shen Guodong's unexpected proclamation. What had they just heard? Shen Guodong intended to earn enough money through business to purchase a house within a year. This was utterly preposterous. That amounted to 20,000 yuan. Given the current average salary, it would take over 30 years of relentless labor without respite to amass such wealth. This unsophisticated fellow was making such ludicrous claims, it was simply laughable. One must exercise restraint when boasting, Mr. Shen. Your words are nothing short of fanciful. Anya crossed her arms, her expression icy as she regarded him. And Jianjun slowly regained his composure, his gaze towards Shen Guodong, laced with derision. However, just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, the bedroom door swung open, revealing An Lan and their mother, Chao Xiaoying, stepping into the room together. Dad, I believe in him. An Lan declared emphatically, immediately aligning herself with Shen Guodong. It was evident that she and her mother had been attentively observing the commotion outside. Shen Guodong turned to his wife, a tender smile gracing his face. Uncle An, do you dare accept this wager? Shen Guodong's gaze was unwavering, a clear challenge in his demeanor. And Jianjun's facial muscles twitched violently, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly as he struggled to contain his inner fury. Very well, I accept your challenge, he finally declared with conviction. Upon hearing this, Shen Guodong and An Lan beamed with radiant smiles. Yet, at that moment, Jianjun's tone shifted abruptly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity. Young man, you only stipulated the conditions for winning. What if you lose? Before Shen Guodong could respond, An Lan chimed in. If I lose, Dad, I will do whatever you ask of me, without a hint of defiance. Excellent. And Jianjun exclaimed with fervor. I want you to divorce him and cast this unsophisticated fellow as far away as possible. Words alone will not suffice. Let us solidify this with a written agreement. Soon. In the presence of the family, Shen Guodong and Jianjun formalized their wager, pressing their fingerprints onto the document. Chao Xiaoying observed the proceedings with a face full of concern, uncertain of where her daughter derived such confidence. It must be noted that this was a sum of 20,000 yuan, not merely 200. Volume 1, Chapter 60, Brother-in-law, do you wish to bribe me? After a brief turbulent episode, the atmosphere at home has finally calmed somewhat. Although many still harbor a dislike for Shen Guodong, the unsophisticated son-in-law, the hostility is no longer as palpable as before. Around noon, the An family welcomed a new member, An Ping, the elder brother of An Lan. He is a man with a friendly demeanor, 26 years of age, and also employed at the postal service. Upon his return, he cradled a small boy in his arms. Approximately 5 or 6 years old, representing the third generation of the An family, just collected from their grandparents' home. Ah, this must be my long-unmet brother-in-law. Greetings. I am An Ping, the elder brother of An Lan. Upon seeing Shen Guodong for the first time, An Ping extended a warm handshake, exuding kindness. Shen Guodong felt an instant surge of goodwill towards his brother-in-law's family. With his sister-in-law Zhao Yuanyu tending to his emotions, and now this brother-in-law displaying such friendliness. It was hard not to develop a fondness for them. Elder brother, please sit down and eat. The family is waiting for you. Don't be so formal. Anya interjected, her brow furrowed in displeasure. And Jianjun shot a disapproving glance at his eldest son. This eldest brother has always been a people-pleaser, which, to put it bluntly, makes him rather spineless. His temperament is mild and gentle, unlike his father. After a brief commotion, Shen Guodong finally partook in his first meal at the An household. With a total of 9 people gathered, the large table was barely able to accommodate them all. The meal was abundant, featuring fish, chicken legs, and fragrant rice. It was evident that the family placed great importance on the return of their daughter after more than 5 years. Understanding his current position, Shen Guodong endeavored to remain inconspicuous. He responded when addressed, but otherwise ate in silence. After the meal, An Jianjun and his son An Ping departed for work, with An Ping repeatedly suggesting they share a drink with Shen Guodong upon his return that evening, until he was finally ushered out by An Jianjun. As for Chao Xiaoying, she simply took a leave of absence. Currently, only 3 members of the An family are employed, as sister-in-law Zhao Yuanyu stays home to care for the children, while An Ya and An Ning are still in school. In terms of living conditions, one might say they are fair. There is no issue with basic sustenance. However, aspirations for great wealth seem bleak, almost hopeless. Wife, please spend some quality time with mother. I shall take a stroll outside. Shen Guodong whispered to An Lan after his father-in-law and brother-in-law had left. Where are you going? Shall I accompany you? An Lan offered. Knowing that Shen Guodong was unfamiliar with the city of Luda, Shen Guodong shook his head with a smile. Fear not, I am quite grown. I doubt I will lose my way. Then I shall have Anning accompany you. An Lan still felt uneasy. Shen Guodong glanced at his brother-in-law, who was watching him like a hawk, and immediately shook his head. After Shen Guodong departed, Chao Xiaoying approached and inquired, where has he gone? Anya and Anning perked up their ears, while the elder sister, Zhao Yuan, had retreated to the house to soothe the child to sleep. Guodong mentioned he hasn't visited Luda before. He went out for a stroll alone, An Lan replied. Chao Xiaoying furrowed her brow, saying, this simply won't do. It is his first time in Luda, and he is unfamiliar with the surroundings. What if he gets lost? While speaking, her gaze shifted to her youngest son, and she called out loudly, Ningning, hurry and follow him. See where your brother-in-law is going and guide him. Anning's eyes widened in shock. I refuse to go. If he gets lost, that would be best. Anya chimed in. Yes, if he gets lost, he won't need to come back. Chao Xiaoying's brows knitted together in displeasure. Are you going or not? Ultimately, Anning succumbed, his face a mask of reluctance as he hurried downstairs. Once he reached the ground floor, he spotted the irritating figure at a small convenience store at the entrance of the community. Anning stealthily approached, only to discover that the man was purchasing a map of Luda. He was also inquiring with the store owner about rental properties in the vicinity. Why do you need to rent a house? Anning suddenly jumped out, startling Shen Guodong. Upon recognizing his brother-in-law, Shen Guodong smiled warmly. Of course. It's for me and your sister to live in. Your home is quite small, yet there are so many people. If I move in with your sister, where will everyone fit? Anning pondered this and realized it was indeed true. Their home could not accommodate so many individuals. It was already cramped. He shared a room with his father. His mother and second sister occupied another, while his eldest brother's family took up yet another. It was utterly packed. If An Lan and this man were added into the mix, it would pose quite a dilemma at night. At least you have some sense. Anning scoffed. Shen Guodong paid no heed to his brother-in-law's demeanor and instead scrutinized him, asking, "Are you preparing to go out for some fun?" As he spoke, 2 crumpled bills were thrust into Anning's hands. "Here, this is for you. Go out and enjoy yourself." 20 yuan was certainly a considerable sum at this hour, especially for a lad of 17 or 18, equivalent to at least 3 months of his pocket money. "Are you trying to bribe me?" Anning exclaimed, startled by the sudden generosity. However, suspicion quickly clouded his expression, as he could tell Shen Guodong's intentions were anything but altruistic. "What do you mean by bribe? This is merely a little pocket money I'm giving you. After all these years, it is our first meeting. As a brother-in-law, shouldn't I offer you a little pocket money to spend?" Shen Guodong's face radiated warmth, his smile particularly amiable. And Ning pondered seriously for a moment. It seemed there was nothing wrong with this statement. After all, this fellow had taken away his sister for so many years. He indeed deserved some compensation. Lost in thought, and Ning instinctively accepted the 20 yuan, though his demeanor remained stubborn. Considering my sister, I shall reluctantly accept this money. Indeed, it is all for your sister's sake." Observing this, Shen Guodong chuckled silently before turning to walk ahead. "Hey, where are you going?" And Ning called out, "Mom said I should follow you." Fearing you might get lost, he hurried to catch up. Shen Guodong halted, realizing that this was all at his mother-in-law's behest, a warm feeling blossoming within him. His mother-in-law was quite admirable, as were his elder brother-in-law and sister-in-law. As for the younger brother-in-law before him, and even the sharp-tongued younger sister-in-law, Shen Guodong had never considered them adversaries. They were merely 2 children who had just come of age. The only challenging opponent was the old father-in-law, who was rather difficult to deal with. First, they would meander around the vicinity to scout for rental properties. Then, they would visit the clothing market and shopping centers. With Ning as his guide, the subsequent tasks became considerably easier. After much wandering, luck was on their side as they finally discovered a rental place. It was not far from his home, merely 3 or 4 miles away. It was an older community, a first-floor unit with 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with a kitchen and bathroom. The monthly rent was 10 yuan. Although this price was slightly steep, the location was quite advantageous, with convenient transportation. Without hesitation, Shen Guodong decided to rent it, paying 3 months' rent up front. Considering that he would be living here long-term, Shen Guodong led his younger brother-in-law to the department store. Essentials such as blankets, cookware, and groceries were all purchased in a sweeping motion. Prior to their departure, Shen Guodong had made ample preparations. In Taiyan, he had exchanged a considerable amount of national food stamps, fabric tickets, meat tickets, and oil tickets, which now proved to be immensely useful. Throughout their journey, Ning trailed closely behind, observing this individual, whom he regarded as unsophisticated, each time pulling out wads of cash and various tickets from his pockets. His eyes widened in astonishment. How could this person, who hailed from a seemingly modest place, possess such wealth? Volume 1, Chapter 61. The tutoring class temporarily shelved. Preparing to explore other ventures. Due to the considerable amount of items purchased, numerous trips were needed to transport them home. Shen Guodong took Ning on several such errands. By the time they finally returned to their rented apartment with all the acquired goods, both the brother-in-law and the younger brother were nearly exhausted, and darkness had long enveloped the sky. It dawned on me that the generous sum of money you provided was merely to employ me as a laborer. While resting on the bed, Ning suddenly exclaimed in frustration, feeling he had been deceived. Shen Guodong, taken aback, replied, "What leads you to such a conclusion? When I gave you the money, we had not yet secured the place, had we?" And Ning, who had been lamenting about being duped, suddenly froze. Indeed, when this person had given him the money, the house had not yet been rented. How then did he find himself at the beck and call of this detestable companion for an entire afternoon? And Ning was utterly perplexed. Shen Guodong, noticing the gloom on his younger brother's face, could hardly suppress a chuckle. He then pulled 2 coins from his pocket and said, "Here, this is 2 yuan. Buy yourself a couple of bottles of soda on the way back. The rest is yours." The previously sulky Ning's mood brightened instantly as he joyfully accepted the money, exclaiming, "Really?" After receiving Shen Guodong's assurance, he dashed out in a flash. After all, he was still just a child. Watching his younger brother regaining his joy, Shen Guodong silently smiled, locked the door, and followed closely behind. Once outside the community, Ning had already procured the sodas. The brother-in-law and the younger brother strolled leisurely while sipping their drinks, enjoying the cool summer breeze on their way back to the in-family home. As they passed by a small store, Shen Guodong recalled his elder brother-in-law's words from midday and decided to purchase a bottle of Maotai liquor. Upon knocking on the door, they discovered that in Jianjun, an elder brother-in-law and Ping had returned from work long ago. The entire family wore expressions of displeasure as they glared at the two. "Where have you been all afternoon? Have you no sense of time?" And Jianjun launched into a tirade. This was a classic case of indirect criticism. Shen Guodong remained silent, believing in Ning would defend him. As anticipated, no sooner had Jianjun finished speaking than Ning's small mouth started chattering away, recounting how they had rented the house and purchased various items from the department store that afternoon. Upon learning that Shen Guodong had not only secured the rental but also acquired numerous household necessities, the family's expression shifted to astonishment. An Lan immediately approached, guilt-ridden, and grasped Shen Guodong's arm. "Such an important matter. Why didn't you inform me? I could have helped you." Shen Guodong smiled gently and replied, "In truth, it was all merely coincidental. I never anticipated that I would secure a suitable house so swiftly. Once the lease was finalized, I was eager to arrange our home. Rest assured, there are still numerous items yet to be purchased. Let us go shopping together tomorrow." An Lan nodded enthusiastically in response. "I am truly grateful for Anning's assistance today. Without him, I might not have even found a place to stay." In the end, Shen Guodong expressed his thanks to his brother-in-law publicly. This sentiment was quite pleasing, noticeably softening in Jianjun's previously sullen demeanor. Only Anya shot a disapproving glance at her brother, exclaiming, "Traitor!" Anning, displeased, was ready to argue. "Let us eat. The dishes are getting cold." Chao Xiaoying interjected at an opportune moment. As dinner commenced, Shen Guodong produced a bottle of Maodai liquor, smiling at his elder brother-in-law, and Ping, saying, "Brother, did you not mention that we should enjoy a hearty meal tonight? Here, I brought some wine." And Ping's eyes lit up instantly. Maodai, and Jianjun, seated not far away, also cast his gaze upon the luxurious bottle. Maodai is indeed a premium delicacy, one he rarely indulges in throughout the year. "Guodong, you just arrived. And with the travel expenses and all the items you've purchased, you should conserve your funds. Living is what truly matters," Chao Xiaoying advised, her intentions purely benevolent. After all, Shen Guodong hailed from a modest background. Even if he had some savings, how substantial could they be? Life necessitates a steady flow of resources and careful budgeting. Shen Guodong certainly understood this, promptly nodding obediently. "Mother, I am aware. I only bought this wine to share with my brother. I have nearly quit drinking altogether. If you doubt me, just ask An Lan. She knows me best." Upon hearing this, An Lan hesitated momentarily before gently nodding in agreement. The subject of alcohol was particularly sensitive between her and Shen Guodong, as it inevitably conjured painful memories. Nevertheless, in the past month, Shen Guodong had indeed nearly given up drinking, with the sole exception being the evening he spent with his two sisters before his departure. "Uncle, may I pour you a glass?" Shen Guodong inquired, casting his gaze towards his father-in-law, while Ping turned to his own father. And Jianjun replied nonchalantly, "No need. My stomach has been unsettled these past few days, and I am not fit for drinking." Despite the allure of Maodai, he would not forsake his dignity for a mere bottle. "Your father has indeed been experiencing digestive issues and cannot partake in alcohol," Chao Xiaoying corroborated, fully aware of her husband's character. Observing this, Shen Guodong refrained from further comments and focused on enjoying the drink with his brother-in-law. However, he limited himself to about 2 liang before setting the glass down. After dinner concluded, Shen Guodong bid farewell to An Lan. Upon learning that her son-in-law had already rented a place, Chao Xiaoying did not attempt to dissuade him. Initially, she had contemplated squeezing in for the night or perhaps seeking a small inn, but with her son-in-law's considerate decision, she was spared the hassle. Upon arriving at the rented abode, An Lan stepped inside and was greeted by a neatly arranged, immaculate space, prompting her to twirl around in delight. The layout of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom was more than sufficient for 2 inhabitants, vastly superior to their previous dwelling. The bedding and linens were all pristine, as were the pots, pans, and dishes. The only shortcoming was the lack of some furniture, lending an air of emptiness. However, there was no rush, as time would allow for gradual decoration. In such a pristine environment, coupled with their current mood, the budding couple inevitably indulged in a fervent exchange of affection, engaging in passionate and vigorous activities. The bed gently swayed as soft melodies filled the air, with both parties playfully reciprocating their desires. After nearly an hour, tranquility gradually returned. Exhausted, An Lan lay sprawled on the bed, too weary to move a finger. "Guodong, why do I feel that you have become increasingly adept in this regard?" she inquired. "You never used to last this long." With a chuckle, Shen Guodong continued his playful endeavors, smiling as he replied, "How long could I manage before? Roughly 4 to 5 minutes if memory serves. But certainly not as formidable as you now are. You're like a wild beast." This compliment was undoubtedly the highest praise a man could receive, especially in this intimate setting. The mention of past experiences seemed to ignite something within Shen Guodong, as if the woman beside him belonged to another. "Call me husband when we're alone. Did you hear?" Shen Guodong asserted dominantly. "I shall call you my wife." A deep blush crept across An Lan's cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly uttered, "Husband." This declaration sent Shen Guodong's blood racing, prompting him to turn once more to engage in a second round. Eventually, once calmness was restored, An Lan found herself utterly spent, resembling a small kitten nestled against Shen Guodong's chest, breathing heavily. "Husband, this will be our home from now on. We must earn substantial wealth, purchase a grand house, and settle here in Luda City." Shen Guodong nodded with a smile. "Indeed. I have made a wager with your father that, should I lose, I would lose you. I must earn a considerable fortune and prove him wrong." An Lan playfully punched him, feigning annoyance. "How rude. Mind your words. By the way, when do you plan to start your tutoring class?" Shen Guodong shook his head. "I intend to put the tutoring class on hold for now. I wish to explore other business ventures." The once kitten-like An Lan immediately sat up, her excitement palpable. "What? Are you no longer considering engaging in the tutoring business?" Volume 1, Chapter 62, Departing for Yang City. Moonlight filtered through the gauzy window, casting dappled patterns upon the bed where two figures lay. In the ethereal glow, An Lan's suddenly upright form appeared remarkably exquisite, with graceful curves that seemed to embody the essence of spring. Particularly captivating were her plump, white bunny-like cheeks, which danced with exuberance. Shen Guodong, unable to restrain himself, swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with interest. Noticing the prolonged silence, An Lan sensed something amiss and hastily clutched the blanket to her chest, chiding him playfully, "You lecherous rogue. Cease your wandering gaze. I'm asking you a question." Shen Guodong, embarrassed, averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "It's not that I wish to gaze indiscreetly, my dear wife, but your figure is undeniably stunning." With her cheeks aflame, An Lan playfully struck the man beside her. "How did I never realize you were such a scoundrel? This is barely the beginning. Now, don't change the subject. Answer my question seriously." It was imperative to note that her willingness to agree to An Jianjin's wager that very morning stemmed entirely from Shen Guodong's previous success in the tutoring business. In a small county like Taiyan, the fact that her husband could earn over 2,000 yuan in a month instilled great confidence in her. Surely, in a bustling metropolis like Luhai City, he would earn even more. With a monthly income of over 2,000, they could easily fulfill the terms of the wager by year's end. Finally adopting a serious demeanor, Shen Guodong quelled his restless energy and patiently elaborated, "My dear wife, you may not be aware, but my foray into tutoring in Taiyan was a necessity. Tutoring is a legitimate endeavor, one that cannot be tainted by the stigma of opportunism. Now that we find ourselves in Luhai City, a coastal metropolis, I no longer need to pursue the tutoring business, especially since the recent college entrance examinations have concluded, and students are now on holiday. The opportunity for tutoring has dissipated." Upon realizing that it was no longer suitable to continue the tutoring business, An Lan grew increasingly anxious. "What shall we do then? What business are we preparing to embark upon?" Shen Guodong reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear. Rushing into decisions is never wise. Patience is key. You see, allow me a couple of days to survey the market in Luhai City before we decide. We only just arrived, and I have yet to ascertain whether trends like bell-bottoms and oversized sunglasses have gained traction in this city, so I require a bit of time." That night, the couple lay in their rented room, one sleeping soundly, while the other tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The following morning, Shen Guodong arose with a smile. Addressing An Lan, "Wife, let us explore the city together today. We shall visit large department stores, shopping malls, and fashion districts." Yet, An Lan appeared listless, a stark contrast to her vibrant self from the day prior. She tossed an old-fashioned handbag to Shen Guodong and remarked, "I just counted all our money. When we arrived, we brought a total of 1,067 yuan and 50 cents, excluding those receipts. Throughout this journey, train tickets, meals, and gifts for my family consumed a hefty 220 yuan. Yesterday, you spent 30 yuan on rent, along with various miscellaneous necessities like rice, flour, and oil, not to mention that bottle of Maotai. Altogether, we have spent nearly 150 yuan. Now, we have only 700 yuan left." Shen Guodong furrowed his brow, realizing how much had already been spent. It seemed that regardless of the era, if the rate of earning did not keep pace with the rate of spending, money would indeed slip away rapidly. Spending was exhilarating in the moment. Yet reconciling the accounts later was always a disheartening affair. It was astonishing how quickly expenses accumulated. In just 2 short days, over 300 yuan had vanished, nearly equivalent to an entire year's income for a person in Taiwan. Clearly, it was imperative to earn money swiftly. Darling, rest assured, I will take care of the money-making. Shen Guodong endeavored to project confidence. However, An Lan sighed with a furrowed brow, pondering what would happen if they failed to earn any money. They had already made a wager with her father. Moreover, if Shen Guodong were to engage in business, capital would be essential. Perhaps I should consult my mother to see where there might be job opportunities. 2 incomes are certainly better than 1. An Lan suggested. Shen Guodong promptly interjected. Not just yet, let's wait a while. His reluctance was not rooted in pride. Rather, he believed that if he were to embark on a business venture, he would require assistance, and who could be more reliable than his own wife? Thus, the young couple, each harboring different sentiments, began to traverse various department stores, malls, and clothing markets in Luda City, following Shen Guodong's plan. 2 days later, Shen Guodong was resolute in his conviction. His recollections of bell-bottom trousers and oversized sunglasses, quintessential fashion of the 1980s, had yet to gain traction in Luda City. This coastal city, recently designated as an economic special zone, was still in its nascent stages, with many fashion trends lagging behind. This realization invigorated Shen Guodong. He felt compelled to make a trip to Yangqing. If those trends had already blossomed there, he intended to be the trailblazer. Upon learning of Shen Guodong's intentions, An Lan offered her full support. Of the 700 yuan, she retained only 50 for herself, entrusting the remainder to her husband. With a heart full of gratitude and warmth, Shen Guodong boarded the train bound for Yangqing. The journey from Luda to Yangqing spanned over 600 kilometers, and during this era, train services were scarce, making travel exceedingly inconvenient. Shen Guodong navigated 2 train journeys, investing a total of 14 hours before finally arriving at his destination. As he stepped out of the train station, the dawn was just breaking. Without a moment's pause for rest, he retrieved the map he had purchased in advance and set out in search of the illustrious Shirsenhang. In Yangqing, Shirsenhang is undoubtedly a renowned name, a convergence point for an abundance of wholesale markets, offering a plethora of garments that epitomize the cutting edge of fashion. Feeling the money tucked away in the zipper of his trousers, Shen Guodong hesitated to take a taxi. Instead, with a resolute stride, he began his brisk walk towards Shirsenhang. The journey spanned approximately 10 kilometers, and after a series of stops and starts, he arrived in about an hour. By the time he reached his destination, the sky had brightened considerably, and the streets were bustling with an increasing number of pedestrians. Shen Guodong observed many fellow traders, both men and women of varying ages, hailing from all corners of the nation, each engaged in individual entrepreneurship. They had arrived much earlier. Seated beneath towering buildings that housed the wholesale markets, many were well prepared, equipped with provisions, water, and warm clothing. One should not underestimate these individuals. Though they might not possess striking appearances, some even bore the rustic charm of rural origins. With broad smiles revealing yellowed teeth and an air of earnest simplicity, they were astute enough to travel great distances to Yangqing's Shirsenhang for their supplies. It would be unwise to judge them by their outward appearance. Anyone who can journey such lengths in this era possesses a keen sense of opportunity. It is impossible to predict which of these individuals might one day transform into millionaires or even billionaires. Positioned at the forefront of the vast tide of reform and opening up, with sufficient courage and determination, achieving wealth becomes a formidable yet attainable goal. Before long, the grand doors of the building swung open. The individual entrepreneurs, having waited patiently for an extended period, surged forward, swept away in a tide of eager anticipation. Volume 1. Chapter 63. Stocking up. No shoving. Who the devil is bumping behind me? Be careful, or I shall have you fed to the dogs. Oh dear, my shoes. Shoes. For heaven's sake, take care of yourself, and don't let anyone take advantage. As the doors of the clothing market swung open, a throng of vendors who had long awaited outside surged in. In an instant, the entrance transformed into a bustling marketplace, filled with a cacophony of voices and shouts. Shen Guodong found himself perplexed by the chaos. Why such a frenzy? Surely, with money in their pockets, they need not fear spending it. It was only later that he realized that many sought-after goods would vanish if one arrived too late. The swift would secure their wares and, in turn, profit. In this era, the nation's light industry remained underdeveloped, resulting in a severe scarcity of many items produced by factories, which fell far short of satisfying domestic demand. As he followed the flow of people into the market, Shen Guodong discovered numerous stalls, each teeming with patrons, while vendors shouted from atop stools to attract customers. He scoured each stall yet failed to find the bell-bottom trousers or oversized sunglasses he sought, furrowing his brow in frustration. This should not be the case. According to historical records, bell-bottoms had surged in popularity in Europe and America during the 1970s. By the mid to late 1970s, they had gradually made their way to Japan and Taiwan. With the rise of films from these regions, they had entirely captivated the domestic market by the early 1980s. Yet here we were, in the latter half of 1982, and they had still not arrived? Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, a voice rang out from the second floor. Bell-bottoms. Bell-bottoms. Those wanting bell-bottoms, hurry over. If you're late, they'll be gone. This cry caused Shen Guodong to curse under his breath. So, the coveted items were on the second floor. No wonder they were absent below. Wasting no time, he dashed upstairs, discovering several stalls selling bell-bottoms, each already crowded with eager customers. The business was thriving, with both vendors and staff working up a sweat. And the prices were standardized. Everyone, please don't shove. We have large, medium, and small sizes, one at a time. Different styles, different prices. This one is 20. This one 25, this one 30, all at wholesale prices, no bargaining allowed. Shen Guodong couldn't help but click his tongue at the steep prices. In a major city where the average income hovered around 50, the cost of a single pair of jeans equated to half a month's salary for the average person, absurdly outrageous. Yet, this was the stark reality of society. With light industry lagging, unable to meet domestic demand, many fashionable garments truly commanded a high price. It is not merely clothing. Various small appliances and larger electronics bear the same fate, even extending to automobiles. The cost of cars is exorbitantly high. Can one believe that a Santana is priced at $200,000? Converting this into future currency, it amounts to over 2 million. As Shen Guodong contemplated squeezing into the crowd, he suddenly halted. He realized that he had arrived with a total of 650 yuan. After deducting transportation and dining expenses, only 600 remained, which would barely suffice. However, how many pairs of flared pants could he acquire with such a sum? The cheapest flared pants cost 20 yuan each, meaning he could only purchase 30 pairs. The arduous journey for merely 30 pairs seemed hardly worthwhile. Yet, with only this amount in an unfamiliar place, borrowing money was not an option. After much hesitation, Shen Guodong gritted his teeth and pushed his way in. A little less is manageable. At worst, he could make a few more trips. If the sales went well, it would all be worth it. Once inside, he assessed the quality of the flared pants. The 20 yuan variety was acceptable. Those who have worn them know they are quite durable. Moreover, the legs were adorned with 2 beautiful rose embroideries, appealing to women. Boss, I'll take 6 large, 12 medium, and 12 small pairs of these flared pants. All for women. All right, please hold on a moment. I'll fetch them right away. Before long, the proprietor handed over the entire order. After inspecting each piece and finding no issues, Shen Guodong promptly settled the payment. Upon exiting the wholesale market, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Alas, he had initially intended to wholesale some frog glasses or other clothing items. These flared pants are versatile, pairing well with floral shirts, white shirts, or short sleeves. Yet, his funds were limited. With a face full of resignation, Shen Guodong underestimated the prices of flared pants in this era. There was still time. He hurried to the train station to check for a return train. With a sizable backpack and 30 pairs of flared pants in tow, Shen Guodong headed straight to the train station. Upon arrival, he discovered a train departing in 2 hours and quickly purchased a ticket. Meanwhile, on Luda Island, and Zhao was having lunch. What has that Shen been up to these past few days? Has he found a suitable business venture? And Jianjun remarked, having noticed the annoying rustic fellow had not been seen for 2 days. Upon hearing this, the entire family turned their attention to An Lan. It is worth noting that this rustic man had wagered with their father, claiming he would earn 20,000 yuan within a year to purchase their home. Now, everyone was waiting with bated breath. Right, sister, has that Shen found any suitable projects? And you seized the opportunity to inquire, her face alight with teasing. Others, such as Chao Xiuying and Ping, Zhao Yuan, and Ning, were all gazing at An Lan, awaiting her response. An Lan's expression was one of hesitation. As she remained silent, this reluctance stemmed from the caution imparted to her by Shen Guodong before her departure, advising her to refrain from disclosing matters from this side to her family, lest she provoke unanimous opposition. It was a predicament, although in Jianjun held a relatively minor position. He was still considered a small leader, and Chao Xiaoying was a formal employee at a printing factory. In this era, being a self-employed individual was regarded as quite disgraceful by many. Only those who found themselves utterly cornered would choose such a path. This was the reality of the times, a reflection of the prevailing societal attitudes. The deeply entrenched beliefs surrounding state-owned enterprises led many to look down upon self-employed individuals, viewing them as practitioners of a disreputable profession. Especially after Shen Guodong's return, with plans to set up a street stall rather than renting a space in a market, the derision would only intensify. What's wrong? Why the hesitation? Has that man named Shen engaged in some unsavory business that puts you in such a predicament? Noticing An Lan's conflicted expression, and Jianjun raised an eyebrow and reprimanded her loudly. Haha, judging by that look, it's clear that rustic fellow hasn't found a suitable business opportunity yet. And you seized the moment to belittle her, mocking her openly. Guodong has gone to Yanqing. After much deliberation, An Lan resolved to reveal the truth, feeling that the matter could not remain concealed. Given that their families lived in close proximity, it would be easy for them to discover the reality upon visiting one another. Rather than complicating matters later, it was wiser to be forthright now. To Yanqing? What on earth for? Chao Xiaoying, hearing this for the first time, was greatly intrigued. He has gone to Yanqing to procure a batch of goods for his stall. Volume 1, Chapter 64. The daughter-in-law transforms into a little sprite. What did you say? Just as An Lan's words fell, a thunderous bang echoed through the room, as An Jianjun slammed his hand on the table, causing chopsticks to scatter and dishes to rattle. His face flushed crimson, breath coming in heavy gasps, as he fixed a fierce gaze upon An Lan. The others were taken aback, but soon their expressions darkened like stormy waters, including Chao Xiaoying. An Lan's mention of street vending had undeniably crossed a line for her. Oh, so that so-called business endeavor of that rustic person merely amounted to street vending. Wasn't that the epitome of a lowly profession? And you seized the opportunity to mock her mercilessly. The faces of An Ping, Zhao Yuan, and An Ning reflected their disapproval. In their eyes, street vending was indeed the most disgraceful of activities, equated with dubious paths, starkly contrasting with the dignity of formal employment. If this were to become known, wouldn't it shatter the backbone of the An family? Daughter, is everything you said true? Chao Xiaoying asked, her disbelief evident as she grasped An Lan's arm anxiously. Mother, it is true, An Lan replied, lowering her head momentarily before raising it again. However, I do not perceive street vending as something shameful. What is wrong with street vending? Everyone earns their living through honest labor. It is not as if we are stealing or robbing. Moreover, the cost of renting a spot for vending is minimal, allowing us to save a considerable sum while enjoying greater freedom, free from the constraints and insults of superiors. Most importantly, both Guodong and I hail from humble beginnings. Aside from street vending, can you tell me what respectable employment individuals like us could find in Luda City? Seeing his daughter so resolute, and Jianjun's fury reached new heights. His eyes nearly ablaze. You wretched child. It seems that your prolonged stay in that petty place has imbued you with the traits of its unscrupulous denizens. And Jianjun raged, seething with anger. Even randomly finding a factory job would be infinitely better than this street vending nonsense. How much can one possibly earn from street vending in a day? In their perception, street vending entailed exhausting labor, often requiring one to endure the disdainful glances of others, ultimately yielding mere pennies, truly a cause for shame. My daughter, street vending is simply not a viable option. Chao Xiaoying implored earnestly. An Lan's small hand clenched tightly beneath the table, her inner turmoil evident. But Guodong told me that street vending can actually yield more than a regular job. This statement incited in Jianjun's fury once more. Nonsense. That dullard knows nothing. He is but a remnant of society, a frog in a well, lacking vision from his humble beginnings. How could one place trust in his deceitful words? If you were truly to set up a street stall, I assure you, not even your mother would recognize you as her daughter. We still have our dignity to uphold. We cannot afford such disgrace. And Jianjun's words grew increasingly harsh, and An Lan's eyes welled with tears as she pushed her chair away and fled the room, covering her mouth in sobs. Xiaolan. Chao Xiaoying's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to chase after her, only to be firmly restrained by An Jianjun. Do not pursue her. Let her come to her senses. Over the years, her mind has become utterly unhinged. She is growing increasingly foolish. Chao Xiaoying's face shifted between emotions. Yet she ultimately refrained from following. She too believed that her daughter's support for Shen Guodong's street vending endeavor was a grievous mistake. Shen Guodong returned in the dead of night, weary and burdened with a hefty package. Upon arriving at the rental unit in the community, he called out several times before the lights flickered on. As the door opened, he stepped inside, placing the items down, completely drenched in sweat. Having walked home after the buses had ceased operation, his legs felt as if they belonged to someone else. The journey from Yangsheng to procure supplies and back home consumed over 30 hours, during which Shen Guodong had not rested a moment, tirelessly pressing on. Observing the man before her, drenched in perspiration, An Lan saw none of the previous frivolity or despair. Instead, she recognized a profound seriousness and unwavering dedication, a diligence and aspiration. Suddenly, her previously tumultuous thoughts began to settle, and her negative emotions gradually transformed from gloom to brightness. With the arrow shot, there was no turning back. A considerable sum had already been invested. Regardless of the outcome, one must try. My dear, you must be famished. Allow me to prepare some noodles for you. An Lan, having gathered her emotions, approached him gently. She had no intention of divulging the events that transpired at home earlier. It seemed unnecessary. Shen Guodong nodded, indeed feeling ravenous. The food on the train had been both overpriced and unappetizing, and in an effort to save money, he had subsisted on just 2 pancakes during the journey. Now, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Before long, a large bowl of simple noodles was ready, enhanced with a poached egg and sprinkled with chopped scallions, visually appetizing. After freshening up, Shen Guodong devoured the meal, while An Lan seized the opportunity to examine the contents of her husband's package. Ah, is this the flared pants you mentioned? Upon unpacking, she discovered a collection of stylish, never-before-seen women's jeans, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Shen Guodong responded with an affirmative hum, leaning closer with his noodles and smiling. Wife, try one on. I believe you will look stunning in it. His words struck a chord with An Lan. She indeed harbored that very thought. Upon hearing this, she promptly selected a pair of medium-sized flared trousers and stepped into the bedroom. Moments later, the bedroom door swung open, and An Lan emerged with a somewhat bashful demeanor. Under the soft lighting, the once simple and unassuming young woman transformed into a captivating and alluring figure. Her silhouette became curvaceous, with long, slender legs, a pert backside, and exquisite contours. The flared trousers, which have captivated women worldwide, accentuate the graceful lines of the female form. Once adorned in these trousers, both her shapely hips and elongated legs were on full display. An Lan's appearance left Shen Guodong, who had been engrossed in his noodles, utterly dumbfounded. His eyes sparkled with admiration, his mind fixated on 2 words, wow. Though he was already aware of his wife's remarkable physique, her usual attire, plain and antiquated, had concealed her beauty. However, the moment she donned the flared trousers, it ignited a rush of adrenaline within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look good in this? An Lan's teasing voice finally roused Shen Guodong from his reverie. Absolutely stunning. Beyond stunning, he exclaimed, nodding vigorously, his face alight with appreciation. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he added, Darling, quickly change into that floral shirt I bought you before, and those heeled shoes as well. An Lan hesitated. Is that really necessary? Shen Guodong responded with conviction, Indeed, it is absolutely essential. Trust me, you won't regret it. Hurry and change. Volume 1. Chapter 65. What to do when sales are stagnant. Open new avenues. Seeing Shen Guodong's demeanor, which was utterly earnest and devoid of jest, An Lan hesitated briefly before retreating to the bedroom. This time, her absence lingered a tad longer, but when the door swung open, Shen Guodong, having finished his noodles, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. His face was a canvas of sheer amazement. Indeed, it was nothing short of breathtaking. An Lan, having entirely transformed her attire from head to toe, appeared as though she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Her beauty was utterly captivating. Gone was the slightest trace of rustic charm. In its place stood a sophisticated urban woman, exuding an air of mature allure. Wife, you look stunning, even more beautiful than the stars on the silver screen. Shen Guodong earnestly proclaimed, his words infused with sincerity. He genuinely believed that at this moment, An Lan surpassed the allure of any cinematic celebrity. Flattered by her husband's unabashed admiration, An Lan felt a blush bloom on her lovely cheeks. Oh, come now, how could I possibly compare to those movie stars? Yet, despite her modesty, she hurried to the mirror, scrutinizing her outfit from every angle. To her own astonishment, she found herself captivated. When did I become this beautiful? Is that truly me reflected in the mirror? An Lan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Shen Guodong leaned in closer and gently suggested, Darling, Let your hair down and tousle it a bit. An Lan complied, and soon, the woman in the mirror radiated a different aura, infused with a touch of languid elegance and femininity. Shen Guodong nodded in approval, commenting, if you were to apply some makeup and stroll down the street, the rate of heads turning would be a staggering 99%. This time, An Lan playfully retorted, oh, I wouldn't dream of it. In truth, she felt too bashful to even wear such an outfit in public. What if others labeled her as immodest? Where would she hide her face? It's getting late. I should wash the dishes. Let us rest soon. An Lan declared. Yes, let us hurry to bed. Shen Guodong replied, visibly excited. A few minutes later, when An Lan returned to the bedroom and was about to change out of her clothes, she noticed that the man was eagerly offering to assist her, his gaze ablaze with intensity. As someone nestled under the covers, An Lan could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. You seem utterly exhausted. How can you still have the energy for that? Shen Guodong replied with conviction. Nonsense. With you looking this exquisite, all weariness has dissipated. Come, let me help you out of your clothes. As the conversation concluded, he swiftly turned and pinned his wife down onto the bed, lowering his head to savor her delicate softness. The following afternoon, around 6 o'clock, Shen Guodong accompanied An Lan to a bustling night market known as the Red Lantern Night Market. This location had long been on Shen Guodong's radar, situated approximately 5 miles from their rented accommodation, neither too far nor too close, but perfectly positioned. Most importantly, this night market was the largest and most vibrant in the vicinity, drawing a significant crowd every evening. Numerous vendors offered a plethora of delectable snacks and various odds and ends, pots, pans, clothing, shoes, brooms, and even socks and underwear. Shen Guodong approached the market's manager to inquire about renting a stall. The manager, quite agreeable, promptly quoted a rental fee of 2 yuan per month. After quickly retrieving the cash, Shen Guodong received a sign and was told to choose any available spot. After a leisurely stroll with his wife, they settled on a modestly sized plot. The couple then set up their stall and officially commenced their business. It was An Lan's first experience operating a stall, and she stood there in a state of confusion, frozen in place, her cheeks tinged with a shy blush. In this era, selling goods in a public space was often considered shameful. Only those with no alternatives would resort to such means. However, Shen Guodong bore no such burden. Once the stall was ready, he began to call out loudly, come, take a look. Pure imported bell-bottom pants, favored by celebrities from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Japan, Canada, and the United States, are now available. The manufacturer is running a promotion. Not 99, not 89, only 79. 79. For just 79. You can own the same bell-bottom pants as the stars. Beautiful ladies passing by, don't let this opportunity slip away. His boisterous announcement startled An Lan, causing her to widen her eyes in disbelief, especially as she noticed the astonished gazes of surrounding vendors turning toward them. In that moment, her face turned crimson, and she felt as though she might sink into the ground, wishing to vanish from sight. Shen Guodong had never mentioned that selling at a stall would entail such a spectacle. Moreover, why was the price so high? They had purchased the pants for merely 20 yuan, yet were selling them for 79. Would anyone truly buy at such a price? And why was he the only one shouting while others maintained a quieter demeanor? Unable to endure the mortifying scene, An Lan blushed furiously and discreetly distanced herself, retreating further away until she found a shadowy corner to observe. Shen Guodong noticed his wife's actions and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With such a bashful disposition, how could she manage to run a stall? Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern. It was sufficient that he was present. Everything would gradually become easier with time. Thus, Shen Guodong shamelessly shouted, completely unrestrained. Whenever a young woman passed by, he would call out even more energetically, even going so far as to invite others to try on his wares. At such moments, most women would blush and hastily retreat. After shouting for quite some time, the sky had turned completely dark, yet not a single pair of trousers had been sold. Furrowing his brow, Shen realized something was amiss. Surely, bell-bottoms should sell well. Could it be that his sales technique was flawed? Or perhaps the price was too steep? Shen shook his head. 79 might indeed seem a bit pricey. But in this era, denim jeans were considered high-end luxury goods, a universal understanding. It was entirely normal for them to be expensive. It would be abnormal for them to be cheap. Clearly, it was his selling method that needed refinement. As he began to reflect, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen." With impeccable English, Shen commenced selling his bell-bottoms. In an instant, The effect was magnified 1,000-fold. Regardless of what they were engaged in, all eyes gravitated towards Shen Guodong. Recognizing that his efforts were bearing fruit, he began to sell with fervor, alternating between English and his native tongue, shouting with great enthusiasm. He could speak a foreign language. Could it be that these garments were truly imported? The crowd around him swelled, pointing and murmuring in awe. In this era, being proficient in a foreign language was an unattainable feat, a mark of distinction. From a distance, An Lan watched in astonishment. What had she just heard? Her man could speak English, and so fluently. Wasn't he supposed to be academically challenged, excelling only in mathematics while struggling in other subjects? Let me try a pair of bell-bottoms. Finally, under Shen Guodong's fervent performance, a woman whose attire was markedly different from the ordinary stepped forward, speaking fluent English as she did so. Volume 1, Chapter 66, A Fiery Success. Shen Guodong's eyes sparkled with delight. After exhausting his vocal cords in an effort to attract customers, he finally encountered someone willing to approach him. He noted that the woman before him, in her 30s, sported the latest trendy waves in her hair and was dressed in exquisite attire that clearly indicated her affluent status. More importantly, she was also fluent in a foreign language, marking her as someone exceptional. With alacrity, Shen Guodong selected a pair of medium-sized flared trousers and presented them to her, his words dripping with charm as he sweetly addressed her as beautiful sister. Beautiful sister, you possess truly discerning taste, I assure you. Once you don these flared trousers and pair them with those elegant leather shoes and that vibrant red short-sleeve top, your beauty will ascend to new heights. If you doubt my words, feel free to stroll around the night market again. I am confident you will stand out as the most glamorous one here. If I do not deliver on this promise, I will compensate you. The woman was amused by Shen Guodong's playful banter. You are quite the character. It seems you have indeed traveled abroad. Your fluency suggests so. Young boss, you may be youthful, but you certainly possess a silver tongue. Are you certain that upon my return, I will truly capture the attention of so many? Shen Guodong nodded emphatically, absolutely. If the effect is not as promised, I will pay you. His last declaration rang out clearly, drawing the attention of many nearby, effectively serving as a form of advertisement. The woman smiled lightly. All right. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I live nearby. With that, she promptly retrieved her wallet and handed over 8 large bills. Shen Guodong quickly provided her with change, completing the transaction flawlessly. The cost of the flared trousers was 20 yuan, sold for 79, yielding a profit of 59, and nearly 300% gain, a remarkable windfall. After the woman departed, the crowd around Shen Guodong's stall did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to swell. People whispered among themselves, pointing to Shen Guodong's stall, eager to discuss the recent occurrence. Just 10 minutes passed, yet the onlookers, men, women, and children, grew increasingly impatient, all curious to witness the woman in her new purchase. Concealed nearby, An Lan watched with wide eyes. She had just witnessed the entire process of her first sale unfold before her, astonished that he had indeed sold a pair of trousers. That single item had netted a profit of 59 yuan, more than a month's salary for an individual. Goodness, this revelation shattered An Lan's worldview. It turned out that operating a stall could be incredibly lucrative. Shen Guodong had not deceived her. As the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, the crowd surrounding Shen Guodong's stall became somewhat anxious. Where is that woman? Could it be that she is not coming? Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. All eyes turned to witness a stunning figure striding towards Shen Guodong's stall with an enchanting gait. As she passed, people instinctively parted to allow her passage. This captivating silhouette was none other than the woman who had just departed. At that moment, she had indeed donned the pair of flared pants from Shen Guodong's collection. The form-fitting trousers accentuated her voluptuous and alluring legs, while the snug fit emphasized her rounded and pert posterior, reminiscent of 2 exceptionally large peaches. Coupled with her innate beauty and grace, her allure was undeniably heightened. The men flanking her were nearly transfixed, their eyes glimmering as they fixated on her legs and hips. Many women, too, were spellbound, their gazes revealing a tantalizing spark of admiration. Shen Guodong observed this spectacle with keen awareness, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Beautiful lady, just look around. Everyone is captivated by you. I am not exaggerating. The woman's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, though she had already sensed the effect she was having on those around her. The impact of the flared pants was astonishing, even to her. Little boss, please give me another pair of these medium flared pants. I want to surprise my best friend, she declared, standing before Shen Guodong with evident satisfaction. Absolutely. No problem at all. Shen Guodong, taken aback by this unexpected delight, quickly retrieved another medium pair for her. Without hesitation, she paid, embodying the essence of a wealthy patron. Once the woman departed, Shen Guodong called out enthusiastically, "Come one, come all. We have imported flared pants for sale. Trending in the United States, Canada, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Japan. Our flared pants not only shape the body but also enhance feminine grace. Gentlemen, don't you wish for your wives to become even more beautiful? Wouldn't you like to return home tonight with passion? Then come and choose our flared pants. You won't regret it." Shen Guodong's shout ignited the male patrons. The earlier impact of the alluring woman had stirred a fervent excitement among them. Before long, Shen Guodong's stall was enveloped by a throng, with layers of eager customers. Men out with their wives at the night market rushed forward, without waiting for their partners to react, calling out, "Boss, pick a pair for my wife. Boss, I want one for my wife too. Mine as well." Originally, the goal of purchasing such flared pants was a pursuit for women. However, it has now shifted to men. Many men exhibit greater enthusiasm than women, dragging their wives along, insisting on buying a pair. As for the women, their faces flush with embarrassment, discreetly pinching their partners while simultaneously displaying a bashful anticipation. Women, indeed, are creatures of contradiction. Shen Guodong's business has suddenly flourished, with sales booming, creating a sense of overwhelming demand. Observing this from the shadows, An Lan hastily rushed over to assist. "Dear, you handle the payments. I will select garments for my esteemed clients." Upon seeing his wife finally arrive to help, Shen Guodong unceremoniously thrust his wallet into her arms, dedicating himself to the task of choosing the appropriate sizes of flared pants. An Lan's hands trembled slightly each time a thick bundle of cash was handed to her. She experienced a surreal sensation. This was real money. So much of it, with each pair of flared pants yielding a profit of 59 yuan. How much had they amassed by now? An Lan was unaware. She only knew to accept the money whenever it was offered. Time flew by swiftly. Joining the fray is an intrinsic trait of the Chinese. Wherever crowds gather, throngs of onlookers are sure to follow. Even when the alluring mature woman had departed, the crowd around the stall showed no signs of diminishing. Upon discovering that everyone was clamoring to purchase the garment known as flared pants, they congregated to begin selecting their own. Shen Guodong seized this splendid promotional opportunity, shouting until his voice grew hoarse, only to suddenly realize that the 30 pairs of flared pants at his stall had been completely sold out, including several highly sought-after pairs. Yet, the demand for flared pants remained high. Numerous women glared at Shen Guodong with displeasure, urging him to replenish his stock. The men, too, were equally insistent, their expressions and tones conveying a sense of urgency that surpassed even that of the women. Volume 1, Chapter 67, Off to Sheep City again. Dear boss, hurry and fetch the goods. We haven't made our purchases yet. Indeed, we've been waiting here for so long. Why didn't you stock more of these flared pants? Rush home and get them. It's still early, and we shall wait for you here. A throng of people encircled Shen Guodong and An Lan, some hurling accusations, others urging him on. To be frank, this situation was entirely unexpected for Shen Guodong. As for An Lan, she was even more taken aback. The couple could hardly believe that 30 pairs of flared pants had been sold out in such a brief span. Those pants, priced at 79 yuan each, represented 2 months' worth of wages for many. How could they appear so unconcerned about spending money, clamoring to buy? Was it possible that in Luda City, they were the only impoverished souls amidst a sea of mythical millionaires and wealthy tycoons? Dear brothers and sisters, first and foremost, we are immensely grateful for your support of our humble stall this evening. Your encouragement has left us both in awe. We truly did not anticipate such a rapid sale of these flared pants. However, I sincerely apologize as we have no stock left at home. With hands clasped in earnestness, Shen Guodong offered his heartfelt apologies to all the customers. But rest assured, I will procure a new batch of flared pants with utmost speed. It won't take long. They will surely arrive by the night after tomorrow. For those wishing to purchase the flared pants, please return then. After Shen Guodong's address, An Lan promptly stepped forward, offering her sincere apologies as well. It was crucial to remember that these individuals were significant patrons. Offending one could mean a loss of 59 yuan, an act only a fool would commit. Seeing the couple's humble demeanor, the crowd realized there truly was no merchandise available. Many customers, though reluctant, had no choice but to depart, leaving with a sense of grievance. Before leaving, several patrons pointed at the couple and loudly proclaimed, "Boss, you said the goods would arrive the night after tomorrow. If we don't see you then, beware of our wrath." Shen Guodong repeatedly assured them that he would indeed be ready to sell on time, never to break his promise. Once the dissatisfied crowd dispersed, the couple finally exhaled in relief. In their shared gaze, they both recognized an unmistakable spark of excitement and exhilaration. Without needing any words, they swiftly began to dismantle their stall and head home. Meanwhile, the surrounding merchants looked on with envy. Although they knew not the profit margin of each pair of flared pants, it was evident that the couple had earned quite a sum that night, as reflected in the gleam of excitement hidden in their eyes. Husband, we have struck it rich. As they stepped out of the night market, An Lan could no longer contain the surging emotions within her. Clenching her delicate fists, she whispered in excitement. Shen Guodong turned to look at his wife, whose face was alight with exhilaration, and a joyful smile graced his lips. My dear, just wait. Our wonderful days are about to commence. Yes, I believe in you. In that moment, An Lan began to harbor a growing admiration for Shen Guodong. It seemed that ever since this man had turned over a new leaf, a profound transformation had taken place. Not only did he treat her with immense affection, but he also possessed a remarkable talent for making money. He had started with a tutoring class and now launched an even more thrilling business selling flared pants. Within just a few hours, her hands grew weary from counting the cash. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. Upon returning home, the first thing An Lan did was eagerly tally the money in her wallet. She tossed all the bills onto the bed and, gazing at the assorted denominations of renminbi, she felt an overwhelming joy. She needed to calculate how much they had earned that evening. No need to calculate. 30 pairs of flared pants at 79 each totals 2,370, Shen Guodong remarked casually, subtracting 600 for costs and 50 for travel and expenses. We netted 1,720. Seated nearby, Shen Guodong rattled off the figures, only to be met with An Lan's exasperated glare. How dare you calculate that? I relish the joy of counting the renminbi. Don't you understand? After a brief pause, Shen Guodong raised his thumb in praise. Indeed, my wise wife. He promptly joined her in the delightful task of counting the money. In their quiet rented apartment, sounds of hey, to-a occasionally broke the silence, sometimes in perfect unison. After a little over a minute, the final tally matched Shen Guodong's calculations exactly. We've struck it rich. We earned 1,720 in just one night. An Lan exclaimed, disbelief dancing in her eyes. I still can't believe this is real. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. She was as joyous as a child, rolling around on the bed. Seeing this, Shen Guodong couldn't resist leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. This time, An Lan responded with unexpected fervor, embracing Shen Guodong's neck and reciprocating his passion. Their kiss lingered until they could hardly breathe, reluctant to part. Both of their breaths were hurried, and a thin veil of mist clouded An Lan's eyes. Shen Guodong's reaction was equally intense. What followed was a natural progression. Shen Guodong savored the joy of intimacy, a sensation that was utterly exquisite. After more than an hour, the two, utterly exhausted, finally collapsed in a state of blissful fatigue. An Lan gasped for breath, still enveloped in a double excitement. Darling, I've calculated that if we earn this much money every night, we'll strike it rich within a month. Upon hearing this, Shen Guodong chuckled softly, suddenly reminded of something. My dear, let us not rejoice too prematurely. Such exorbitant profits cannot be sustained for long. Perhaps a week, or maybe half a month at most, before competitors emerge with identical bell-bottom trousers. When that time comes, our business will undoubtedly face a setback. You must brace yourself psychologically. The once elated An Lan gradually furrowed her brow, her youthful visage transforming into a more sullen expression as she lamented, Oh, those people are so annoying. Why can't they just refrain from snatching our business? Shen Guodong was thoroughly amused by her adorable demeanor, laughing heartily. They wish to earn a living too. This world does not revolve solely around our struggles. Everyone is a part of this vast tapestry of existence, each day striving for their own few coins. An Lan certainly understood this reality. Her previous comment had merely been a fleeting thought. The couple lay together, envisioning a bright future. Shen Guodong advised her to keep their financial success under wraps for now, as the time was not yet ripe. An Lan nodded and inquired, When do you plan to head back to Yancheng? In 2 hours, he replied. I memorized the train schedule to Yancheng during my last trip. If we depart tonight, we shall arrive by noon tomorrow. After replenishing our stock, we can return by the morning of the third day, rest for a day, and then set up our stall to sell goods in the evening. Shen Guodong had meticulously planned every detail. This time, make sure to carry more money with you. Be exceedingly cautious. Do you understand? An Lan urged with utmost seriousness. 2 hours later, a train bound for Chaozhou slowly departed from Lidao City. On board, Shen Guodong bundled himself up tightly, his heart brimming with fervent anticipation. This time, he had brought along all his capital and profits, an impressive total of 2,400 yuan, all earmarked for purchasing inventory. Volume 1, Chapter 68, An Lan's Close Friend. Qin Yirua under the scorching sun, the earth was ablaze with heat. At noon, at the Yancheng railway station, a familiar figure made an appearance once more. With the experience of his previous visit, Shen Guodong exuded a sense of composure this time. Upon exiting the station, he sought out a small stall where he ordered 2 servings of rice rolls and 2 baskets of char siu buns. After satisfying his hunger, he leisurely began his search for the bus to Shirsenhang. Upon arriving at Shirsenhang, he entered the well-known building. The market was bustling with throngs of people. The first, second, and third floors were densely packed with a crowd. Especially at this peak noon hour, the air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, body odor, and cheap perfume. Shen Guodong ascended to the second floor with ease, heading straight for the same stall as before. "Boss, could you possibly offer a discount if I order 100 pairs of bell-bottoms?" he inquired. "Not possible, my friend. 20 yuan is our lowest price. Even if you order 1,000, I cannot lower the price," the boss replied, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. With a slight grimace, Shen Guodong conceded, "All right then. I'll take the stock." After all, the boss had called him my friend. Had he been addressed as brat, he would have certainly opted for another vendor. Just like last time, he purchased large, medium, and small sizes. The large size had the minimum order of 20 pairs, while he ordered 50 pairs each of the medium and small sizes. Although the total cost of 2,400 yuan sounded substantial, it only amounted to a mere 120 pairs of bell-bottoms. After collecting his goods, Shen Guodong, burdened by the heavy package, exited the building. His train back was scheduled for after 9 in the evening, leaving him with ample time. Upon arriving at the train station, he initially contemplated finding a small inn to rest. However, after some deliberation, he decided against it. A few hours of discomfort were bearable, and he deemed it unnecessary to squander his money. Ultimately, Shen Guodong found a shaded corner, placed his package against the wall, and drifted into a deep slumber. He was untroubled by the prospect of theft, as he had little money left, and his 2 return tickets were safely tucked away in the zipper of his underwear. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a rental apartment complex in Luda, An Lan awaited with eager anticipation, seemingly expecting someone. Before long, a striking figure appeared in the distance. Riding a trendy women-esque bicycle, her flowing black hair and exquisite features were complemented by a fashionable outfit, truly a modern urban woman. Upon spotting the stunning silhouette, An Lan excitedly waved her arms, calling out, "Yirua, over here." Here. The bicycle came to a halt before An Lan, and the 2 women locked eyes. Qin Yirua appraised her long-lost friend, whom she hadn't seen in over 5 years, while An Lan reciprocated the gaze. Realizing that her childhood friend had blossomed into an even more remarkable individual, not only has she become more feminine and beautiful than before, but she also exudes the charm of a metropolitan woman in her attire and demeanor. "Xiaolan, I thought you had left us forever and would never return." Qin Yirua smiled as she spoke after stepping out of the car. "When my mother mentioned encountering you at the market at noon, I could hardly believe it. I never imagined you would truly come back." An Lan excitedly approached, taking Qin Yuro's hand in hers. "Indeed, I was just as surprised to see Annie at the market. Upon learning from her that you would definitely come by this afternoon, I have been eagerly waiting here." The 2 had grown up in the same courtyard, sharing the same age and attending elementary and middle school together, forming a deep bond. However, due to familial circumstances, their lives began to diverge dramatically. An Lan went to the countryside as a youth worker, while Qin Yuro continued her studies. At that time, the nation had just reinstated the college entrance examination, so it was reasonable to assume that her friend had long since graduated from university and begun her career, or perhaps even married by now. On their way to the rental apartment, the 2 women engaged in lively conversation. "No, I am indeed working, but I am not yet married," Qin Yuro replied. "Oh, you are still unmarried?" An Lan expressed her astonishment, as her close friend was of the same age, both being 23 this year. In this day and age, it was quite rare for a girl of this age to remain single. Just then, they arrived at the rental apartment, and An Lan unlocked the door, leading them inside. Upon stepping into the sparsely furnished space, Qin Yuro furrowed her beautifully shaped brows at the sight of the empty room, devoid of any decent furnishings. As she noticed the damp corners of the walls stained with mildew, her frown deepened. An Lan, noticing her friend's reaction, hurriedly fetched a kettle from the kitchen and poured a glass of water, offering it with an apologetic expression. Euro. We've only just arrived in Luda Island a few days ago, and this place was just rented, so we haven't had the chance to tidy up yet. Qin Yuro's striking face remained inscrutable. An Lan, you ask me why I haven't married at such an age. The answer is simple. I do not wish to live a life like yours. An Lan's smile faltered momentarily before she forced a wry grin. You are right. My life is indeed not to your taste. Ever since I took the initiative to go to the countryside while you pursued the college entrance examination, our lives have become worlds apart. By the way, where are you working now? Qin Yuro found a stool to sit on and replied, at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Right here in our Luda Island city. The Industry and Commerce Bureau sounds great, a stable job within the system, An Lan remarked, unable to hide her envy. In any era, a position within the system is often regarded as an ideal job by many. Qin Yuro's ability to enter a government institution such as the Industry and Commerce Bureau is truly commendable. An Lan, let us set aside my matters and discuss yours. Over these years since your marriage, have you been content? And what of him? I have yet to see him. Qin Yuro's gaze swept around. But she did not spot the man. An Lan also found a seat and slowly replied, he has gone to Yangcheng for supplies. Recently, we have been selling at a market stall, and after selling out yesterday, Guodong went to Yangcheng to restock. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You were selling at a market stall? Anticipating her best friend's reaction, An Lan remained unfazed, nodding calmly. After all, such endeavors are often looked down upon, even by her own family, so it was only natural that someone as exceptional as Qin Yuro would scorn it. The other party not only excelled in her own right, but also came from a remarkable background. Indeed, we are selling at a market stall. There is no choice. You see the state of our living conditions, and Lan gestured towards the empty, damp space around them. In a bustling metropolis like Luda, what else could a couple like us from the countryside do besides selling at stalls? Work in a factory? With so many unemployed youth in the city, which respectable factory would consider hiring people like us? This statement rang true, rendering Qin Yuro silent. The number of unemployed youths in the city is staggering, all idle, without legitimate employment. Who would want to hire a couple from the countryside? Over the course of 5 years, which felt neither long nor short, she had come to realize that they were no longer of the same world. This revelation left Qin Yuro feeling a twinge of lament. So, how has life been for you since your marriage? An Lan pondered for a moment before responding. It was manageable at first, though it was a bit tough. However, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Qin Yuro, astutely sensing the emphasis, raised her brows. At first? Does that imply things have worsened? Faced with her close friend, An Lan hesitated, unsure whether to share the tribulations she had endured. Ultimately, she decided to keep her struggles to herself. These sorrows were not even disclosed to her parents, as she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. An Lan believed it unnecessary to voice her troubles. What good would it do but to invite ridicule and hardship? Moreover, now that Shen Guodong had truly begun to improve, their life together held considerable promise. It's merely some trivial matters. After all, every marriage has its conflicts. Currently, Guodong and I are ready to start anew. I have faith that our future will be brighter. As she spoke of the future, a glimmer of hope radiated from An Lan's face, reflecting her aspirations for a better life ahead. This scene, falling upon Qin Yuro's eyes, elicited a profound sigh from her, as she murmured to herself, is this so-called good life truly reliant on setting up a street stall? Volume 1. Chapter 69. The business continues to flourish. Qin Yuro did not linger for long before departing. An Lan stood at the entrance of the community, watching her figure recede into the distance before finally lowering her hand. A hint of melancholy graced her beautiful visage. It was not only Qin Yuro who sensed the transformation of their friendship. An Lan had long been aware of it. Over the course of 5 years, many people and circumstances had undergone significant changes. Former classmates and confidants, who once shared the same path, had since soared to success, earning stable salaries and enjoying secure livelihoods, all while donning the latest fashions. Given the impressive background of her counterpart, the current outcome came as no surprise. In stark contrast, An Lan reflected on her own choices. She had opted to venture into the countryside and missed her college entrance examination. In a fit of dissatisfaction with her family's arranged marriage, she had hastily married a seemingly promising local youth. Thus, her life's trajectory diverged entirely from what it might have been. Did she regret it? Not quite. Yet, the stark disparity in their lives always left An Lan with a sense of reflection. Perhaps this was her destiny. Lowering her head, An Lan kicked a bothersome pebble away, and a gentle smile soon graced her lovely face. However, she believed her life would improve. Come on, my dear husband. An Lan clenched her fist, gazing toward Yangqing. Shen Guodong returned promptly on the morning of the third day, as he knocked on the door of their rental apartment, burdened by a heavy package. An Lan eagerly rushed to greet him. Darling, you've worked hard. She stepped forward to assist, placing the hefty parcel on the ground. Then, she swiftly poured a glass of cool water and handed it to the perspiring Shen Guodong. He took the glass and drank it down in a few gulps, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, this shipment was 4 times larger than the previous one, totaling 120 pairs of bell-bottoms, quite heavy indeed. An Lan transformed into a little financial enthusiast, counting on her fingers. If we sell these 120 pairs at 79 each, how much profit can we make? Shen Guodong chuckled, playfully pinching the tip of her nose. You're already calculating the profits before we've even begun selling them. An Lan pouted. Why not? After all, they are ours. It's perfectly fine to do some preliminary calculations. With affectionate indulgence, Shen Guodong replied, Yes, you are absolutely right. Before long, An Lan's excited voice rang out. Darling, I've done the math. It totals 9,480 yuan. After deducting our cost of 2,400, we stand to gain over 7,000 yuan this time. While washing up, Shen Guodong peeked his head out, grinning as he said, Indeed, my wife is quite clever. Of course. After all, I graduated from junior high. An Lan raised her swan-like neck, her face beaming with a touch of playful pride. Time swiftly transitioned into the evening, enveloping the vibrant lantern night market. As Shen Guodong and An Lan, the young couple, arrived at their stall, burdened with substantial goods, they discovered that a considerable crowd had already gathered, eagerly anticipating their arrival. At last, we have been waiting for you, exclaimed one customer. If you two don't set up shop soon, we might just find a way to come to your home. Quick, bring me a pair of small bell-bottom pants, another urged. This scene filled Shen Guodong and An Lan with astonishment and delight. The enthusiasm of the customers exceeded their expectations. All right, everyone, please hold on a moment. We'll be right with you. What the couple was unaware of was that during their 2-day absence, the word about the bell-bottom pants at the lantern night market had spread like wildfire. Anyone who had seen or purchased the pants merely 2 days prior had unconsciously shared the news. Particularly, those who had bought the pants could not resist flaunting them in front of friends and family. After all, when worn, these bell-bottoms accentuated the figure beautifully. Women, upon donning them, showcased their alluring curves, which were undeniably eye-catching. Upon returning home, their partners would gaze at them with newfound admiration, seemingly more fervent than usual. Moreover, the versatility of these bell-bottoms allowed them to pair seamlessly with various tops, whether short-sleeved or button-down shirts, without any constraints on color, coupled with their figure-enhancing effect. The rumors surrounding the bell-bottoms had proliferated significantly in a mere 2 days. Many unaware individuals had scoured the lantern night market the previous day, only to find no sign of the coveted pants, which left them quite distressed. Thus, when the long-desired bell-bottoms finally made their appearance, a throng of women surged forward, clamoring to purchase them. I'll take a medium. I want a small. Count me in. I need a medium, and I have the cash ready. Barely had Shen Guodong and An Lan set up their stall when they found themselves surrounded by frenzied customers. It was evident that many women waved cash in hand, eager to buy. Within less than an hour, the couple had sold at least 20 pairs. This fervent spectacle ignited envy among many neighboring vendors who cast furtive glances, contemplating whether they too should venture into the business of bell-bottoms. Yet, the critical issue remained. They had no idea where to source their stock. The thought of approaching the young couple for such information was out of the question. No one would be foolish enough to reveal their supply chain. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless envious and jealous eyes, Shen Guodong and An Lan's stall remained a hub of excitement. From 6 in the evening until 8, they had sold no fewer than 50 pairs of bell-bottoms. Yet it is only after 8 o'clock that the true peak of the night market begins. Many locals choose to venture out during this most refreshing hour. The entire lantern-lit night market becomes increasingly bustling with foot traffic. At one of the entrances, a group of young men and women approaches, their attire distinctly divergent from that of the ordinary populace. Each is adorned in high fashion, embodying the very forefront of contemporary trends. As they pass, onlookers instinctively step aside, exhibiting a mix of awe and envy. These individuals, seemingly accustomed to such attention, appear utterly unconcerned. Yuru, you mentioned that An Lan has returned. Is her stall located right here in the lantern market? A woman, adorned in bold makeup and cascading waves, inquired with a spirited demeanor. Qin Yuru nodded slightly. Indeed, it is here. I heard it from An Lan herself. But why can't we see her? Another woman asked, scanning the surroundings yet failing to spot the fabled flared trousers or any sign of their old classmate. Let us venture further inside. This lantern market is quite expansive, remarked a carefree youth. Qin Yuru also searched for An Lan's stall, having deliberately invited so many classmates this evening to lend support to her dear friend's business. Although the two had become completely different in their respective circumstances, she felt a strong desire to offer assistance in any way she could. Among their group of classmates, it seemed that only An Lan was experiencing such misfortune. Every time Qin Yuru reminisced about her friend's current plight, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Look, doesn't that woman at that stall resemble An Lan? Suddenly, a classmate pointed towards a nearby booth. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged upon that spot. There, amidst the throngs of the night market, a young couple was busily engaged, perspiration glistening on their brows. Volume 1. Chapter 70. The former campus belle transformed into a rustic woman. The man busily called out to attract customers, assisting them in selecting trousers, while the woman, adorned with a large wallet at her waist, managed the payments and addressed inquiries. In essence, this young couple appeared exceedingly occupied, despite the evening's noticeably cooler atmosphere. Both were drenched in perspiration, their clothes thoroughly soaked. It seems like An Lan, someone murmured. What do you mean seems like? That is indeed An Lan. Yuru. Don't you think so? Qin Yuru gazed at the industrious figures not far away, her expression intricate. It was indeed An Lan, their former classmate. Goodness. I never expected that the An Lan, once celebrated alongside Yuru as the school's belle, would now be reduced to this, exclaimed a young man, his eyes wide with disbelief. Other classmates echoed similar sentiments, their faces marked with nostalgia. After more than 5 years apart, the former campus beauty had transformed into a woman peddling goods on the street. Observing her drenched figure, it was apparent her life was not easy. Although her beauty remained, it paled in comparison to the elegance of Qin Yuru beside her. The disparity between their identities, statuses, appearances, attire, and skincare was strikingly pronounced. The man beside her must be her partner, someone noted, scrutinizing Shen Guodong. Without a doubt. He barely qualifies in looks, but his clothing is tragically lowbrow, a woman remarked disdainfully. Come now, Lu Jing, don't be so harsh. She's from the countryside. Being a bit rustic is quite normal. Another chimed in, though the mockery in her tone was unmistakable. It's such a pity for An Lan. She was once renowned alongside Yuru as a campus belle. Someone observed, glancing at Qin Yuru as if casually mentioning it. And now? She is nothing more than a village girl, utterly incomparable to our Yuru. Qin Yuru maintained a tranquil demeanor, revealing no signs of emotional disturbance. I believe An Lan would have been better off marrying Yang Pengfei, though he was a bit of a flirt in his youth. Who has been young before? Look at him now, having established his own business and become a successful entrepreneur. He owns several stores and department stores in commercial streets, earning more in a day than we do in a month. Suddenly, a female classmate spoke up, igniting a more fervent discussion. Yang Pengfei was also a classmate, and his affection for An Lan had long been an open secret. Oh, I wish we had invited Yang Pengfei too. I remember he has married yet. Indeed. He still remains single. He would surely be delighted. I have also heard that An Lan's father had previously promised the Yang family to marry An Lan off. Yuru, you know this matter better than we do. Why don't you share your thoughts? Qin Yuru finally furrowed her delicate brows, displeased, and said, Enough. I called you all here to support An Lan's business, not to listen to your idle gossip. Come on, let us move forward. With that, she took the lead and headed towards the stall. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to halt their discussions and hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, some were incessantly flattering Qin Yuru, extolling her kindness. At that moment, at the stall, Shen Guodong and An Lan were busy, drenched in sweat. Their business was flourishing far beyond the couple's expectations. Each time a pair of bell-bottom trousers was sold, they exchanged glances, excitement shimmering in their eyes. After all, selling a single pair of trousers equated to the monthly salary of many. Such earnings were certainly cause for joy. An Lan, just as business was particularly bustling, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Amidst the chaos, she lifted her head and spotted Qin Yuru's exquisite face amidst the crowd. Beside her were many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. An Lan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing those individuals as her former classmates. What is happening? How did these old classmates find out she was here? Hadn't she told Qin Yuru not to divulge her stall business? It was tea out of embarrassment. But because many of those classmates knew her parents, if word reached her parents, trouble would surely ensue, potentially jeopardizing her ability to set up a stall here. Husband. It seems my classmates have come to see me. An Lan hesitated for a moment before turning to Shen Guodong. Shen Guodong wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing around until he quickly spotted the group of young men and women standing out in the crowd. He nodded at An Lan and said, "Then hand me your wallet. And go greet your old classmates." "Okay, thank you, darling." An Lan removed her wallet and tied it to Shen Guodong's waist. After tidying her clothing and wiping the sweat from her forehead, she squeezed through the crowd. Yuru, Lu Jing, Chao Fong, Chu Yang, Guan Qingqing. "What brings all of you here?" An Lan exclaimed with joy. Since they had come, she would not neglect them. "I brought my classmates to see you," Qin Yuru replied. "Didn't you tell me last time that your stall is located in this lantern night market? Although you asked me not to let it slip. I thought about it and felt that setting up a stall must not be easy, so I notified our old classmates to come support your business." The other classmates also greeted An Lan, their eyes scanning her up and down, appraising the former campus belle. Upon seeing the other party clad in inexpensive garments, exuding the appearance of a sweat-drenched village girl, some individuals exchanged furtive glances. "An Lan, I truly did not expect your return. It has been over 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? I heard that after you moved to the countryside, you married a local. How has life been treating you? That vendor must be your husband, right? Why not introduce us?" The old classmates chimed in, their voices overlapping. This overwhelming situation left An Lan feeling somewhat flustered, prompting her to instinctively glance towards her close friend. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuru followed suit, saying, "Indeed, An Lan. I have yet to meet your significant other. What a fortuitous encounter. We must be introduced." At that moment, a group of customers purchasing clothing departed, easing the bustling atmosphere of the stall. After a moment's hesitation, An Lan led her former classmates over, addressing the busy Shen Guodong. "Guodong. These are my old classmates who have come to support our business today." Shen Guodong's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the group. Upon noticing Qin Yuru's exquisite and lovely visage, his gaze lingered momentarily before he approached them with exuberant warmth. "Hello, I am Shen Guodong, An Lan's husband. Thank you all for supporting our small venture." Observing Shen Guodong's eager demeanor, many in the crowd instinctively displayed a patronizing superiority in their gazes. His enthusiastic greeting went largely unacknowledged, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. An Lan's delicate features momentarily darkened with discomfort. Fortunately, Qin Yuru broke the tension. "So your name is Shen Guodong. As An Lan's closest friend, I was unaware of your name until now. I noticed your stall seems to be doing quite well. You must be earning a decent profit each day." Shen Guodong, fixated on the amiable and refined woman, managed to smile. His perceptive nature revealed the underlying disdain and condescension hidden within her eyes, despite her well-mannered faade. Just then, a group of women, seemingly potential customers, approached. Shen Guodong promptly exclaimed, "Oh, you jest. Those of us in small businesses like ours hardly make much. While the price of each pair of pants may appear steep, the actual profit is merely a few dimes, a scant reward for our labor." As anticipated, his words caused the women to halt in their tracks. Noticing their attention, Shen Guodong continued loudly, "I hear An Lan speaks of you as her old classmates. And your visit to support us means the world to us. Please, come in and browse. These flared trousers are undeniably the most fashionable trend of the moment. Once adorned, they will not only elevate the elegance of every lady, but also accentuate her figure magnificently. Should you miss out today, there may be a scarcity come tomorrow." Volume 1. Chapter 71. What is the worth of self-esteem? Upon hearing Shen Guodong mention that a pair of flared pants could only earn a few dimes, Qin Yuru could not help but feel an additional surge of sympathy in her eyes. It was no wonder that life had been so impoverished while following such a man. She could not fathom why An Lan had been so bewitched as to fall for a man devoid of any capability. Perhaps it would be prudent to find an opportunity to persuade her to hastily file for divorce. With An Lan's qualifications, even a second marriage would yield countless suitors in Luda City. In terms of attributes, she could hardly imagine anyone being as lacking as this man surnamed Shen. Qin Yuru resolutely steeled her resolve. At that moment, her former classmates exhibited various expressions of disdain and contempt. A mere few dimes for a pair of flared pants? Even if one were to sell them for 24 hours without rest, how much could one possibly earn? Truly, he was a rustic bumpkin hailing from the countryside, utterly devoid of talent. Let us proceed inside and support our former classmates' venture. Under Qin Yuru's lead, a group entered the stall, beginning to browse and select. Simultaneously, those potential customers who had overheard Shen Guodong's words gradually made their way into the stall, commencing their selection of preferred flared pants. Outside, only Shen Guodong and An Lan remained. An Lan opened her mouth, intending to speak, but was silenced by Shen Guodong's glance, indicating that all should wait until they returned home that evening. Dear ladies, these flared pants are undoubtedly the darlings of the current fashion scene. Perched at the pinnacle of trendiness, Shen Guodong, with great enthusiasm, ushered An Lan into the stall to assist with introductions and promotions, especially here in Luda City. I am the sole vendor of such flared pants. Once you don them, you will surely stand out as the most radiant presence in any crowd. Moreover, they possess the dual benefits of enhancing your temperament and sculpting your figure. Should they not suit your taste, you are welcome to return to me. Within the stall, a throng of individuals were selecting and examining the garments. They soon discovered that the designs of these flared pants were indeed distinct from those available in the market, exuding novelty. I'll take this pair in a small size. Chin Euro was the first to choose a pair of flared pants, inquiring about the price. 79. Chin Euro promptly retrieved her wallet, counting out 8 banknotes and handing them over, stating nonchalantly, "No need for change." However, Shen Guodong smiled and shook his head. "That won't do. I am truly grateful for your patronage of our business. It would be remiss of me to take this extra bit of profit." He then pressed the extra yuan back into Chin Euro's hand. Chin Euro cast a glance at this man, surprised by his sense of integrity. Not long after, one by one, her classmates finalized their selections, including even the male students who were choosing for their girlfriends or wives. A total of 7 individuals made purchases, and Shen Guodong felt an uplifting sense of joy. Contempt? Disdain? A sense of superiority? As long as future customers purchase a pair of flared pants from him, Shen Guodong is willing to endure the disdain of the entire world. This group of classmates did not linger for long and soon departed, mentioning they wished to explore other places. "An Lan, we have a class reunion in a few days. Let us go together," Chin Yiru said to An Lan before leaving. An Lan hesitated momentarily and nodded gently. Once they had left, Shen Guodong resumed warmly greeting other patrons, and An Lan stepped in to assist. The couple energetically promoted their wares, calling out to potential customers, becoming increasingly engrossed in their work, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Shen Guodong noticed that his once shy and timid wife had begun to acclimate to the life of a street vendor, gradually growing more confident and poised, a positive development indeed. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was nearing midnight. The crowd at the night market dwindled, prompting Shen Guodong and An Lan to begin packing up. Passing by a roasted duck stall that was still operating, Shen Guodong paused to purchase one. The couple made their way home, munching on the roasted duck while sharing laughter and conversation. The cool night breeze enveloped them, creating a heartwarming scene. "Husband, I didn't know these old classmates would come tonight," An Lan suddenly remarked. "I had explicitly told Yiru not to mention my street vending endeavors." I do not understand why she did not heed my words. Shen Guodong halted and turned to his wife. "Let them come, it matters not. They said they were here to support our business. Look, everyone bought a pair of flared pants tonight, 7 pairs in total. We made quite a profit." An Lan, anxious, replied. "But the way they looked at you." She could not help but notice the disdain and contempt reflected in the eyes of those old classmates. If they treated her this way, it was needless to say how they viewed Shen Guodong, almost as if their contempt was palpable. This realization weighed heavily on An Lan's heart. Shen Guodong set aside the unfinished roasted duck and took An Lan's delicate hand in his own, speaking gently. "Wife, do not let the opinions of others trouble you. When we chose this path of street vending, we should have prepared ourselves mentally for such judgments. It is natural to be looked down upon. Tell me, if you earn so much money every day, do you still care about the scorn of those so-called old classmates?" An Lan paused, and then suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, as if she had come to terms with certain matters. A brilliant smile graced her face as she slowly shook her head. "I do not care." "Exactly." Shen Guodong's laughter grew even more jubilant. "If we can earn this much every day, I would gladly endure the contempt of the entire world." Dignity? Huh. These 2 words are directed towards the affluent and the powerful. For many of us ordinary individuals, dignity holds little significance. Can it be consumed as sustenance? If your former classmates were to discover that our earnings in a single night surpassed their entire annual salary, I believe they would no longer look down upon us. An Lan promptly responded, "There is no need to broadcast such matters. We shall earn quietly, not for the sake of ostentation. My classmates are all locals." and some of them possess considerable standing and influence. There is no need to offend anyone. Shen Guodong gazed at his wife in astonishment, raising his thumb in admiration. Well done, my dear. Your foresight is commendable. You are indeed a worthy pupil. An shot him a glare. Do you truly perceive me as an ignorant fool? I understand the intricacies of human relationships. With a broad smile, Shen Guodong suddenly inquired, by the way, the Euro you mentioned must be that exceptionally beautiful woman, correct? And in replied affirmatively, indeed. Her surname is Qin. Her full name is Qin Euro. She is my dearest friend, and perhaps even more beautiful than I. As Shen Guodong instinctively nodded, he abruptly realized the potential pitfall and halted. He noticed his wife subtly grinding her teeth, ready to strike at any moment. You were close friends with that woman named Qin Euro? Shen Guodong expressed his surprise. That woman exuded the typical demeanor of a self-centered heiress, inherently proud and dismissive of those she deemed inferior. It is incomprehensible how you two could forge such a friendship. Now it was Anne's turn to be taken aback. She had not anticipated that her husband, having only met Qin Euro once, could so accurately articulate her personality traits. After more than 5 years apart, Qin Euro's self-centeredness had intensified compared to their school days. For instance, her insistence on bringing a multitude of old classmates to the night market was a prime example. Despite having explicitly instructed them not to disclose anything, they disregarded her admonitions and arrived en masse, claiming to be there to support the business. They spent real money. What could one do? One could commend her for her good intentions, yet her actions blatantly disregarded the feelings of others. Moreover, such occurrences could significantly impact those involved.